Entrepreneurship led to a downfall, and after being kicked out, I found myself with nothing, hitting a low point in life. There's no choice but to become a salted fish and rely on my old savings. From then on, every beginning of the month, Lin Yi was either collecting rent or on the way to collect rent. Turns out collecting rent is so exhausting. This is a story about a couple of landlords who unknowingly become big shots starting from collecting rent. Chapter 1. Landlady. I'm so tired out on the streets of Shenzhen. An old beggar and a young one were intently staring at a cigarette, but still smoldering by the roadside. This cigarette, but is lying on the side of the road. The ash is relatively intact. Probably smoked while squatting, and there was no wind at that time. Only one cigarette, but means he is very lonely. The butt points to the left front, indicating it was held in the right hand, and the slight bite mark reflects the smoker's anxiety. In restlessness, he must be under a lot of pressure. The ash goes from intact to scattered, showing the smoker's mood change. He threw away a 75 yuan soft zhonghua after just 2 puffs, and there can only be one reason for that. He is bankrupt. The old beggar gazed at the departing figure with a profound expression. But before he could finish speaking, he immediately picked up the cigarette, but from the roadside, and took a deep puff. This instantly shattered his profound demeanor. "Master, you are amazing," the young beggar exclaimed. "Alas, you wouldn't understand because I was once in the same situation." Lin Yi, however, was unaware that he had already been seen through, walking by the roadside with a blank expression. Did I cross over after the car accident? But this parallel world version of myself. He twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling quite speechless. This world is relatively late in development, for example. The live streaming industry is just starting to show its potential, while the predecessor of this world is the pioneer of the live streaming industry. After a busy half-year searching for people and investment, he finally managed to set up a live streaming platform that could earn a fortune daily. But due to poor judgment in people, before he could even make money, he was betrayed and kicked out by the investors. Now, as the founder, he had nothing left. That cigarette was merely the last one. Damn it, just crossed over and learned this news early in the morning. What a pain. He suddenly shook his head and took out the only remaining coin from his pocket, frowning even deeper, being plotted against, losing my career, and even having only 1 yuan left. I must be at the end of my rope, right? How miserable. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not far. 1 yuan is enough. It'll just live off my old savings. And if worse comes to worst, I can start over. He took the bus and left. The memories of his former self had become somewhat hazy. The memories of the two did not completely merge, was about 20 to 80. The former self being 20. So he couldn't remember much, but at least he still knew where home was. That he rode from the starting station to the terminal station, and then Lin Yi got off in a village within the city. The adjustments along the way gradually improved Lin Yi's mood. Following the guidance of his memories, he turned corners and arrived at the entrance of a small restaurant. The small restaurant was not big, only about 30 square meters, with only 4 dining tables, accommodating at most a dozen or 20 people at the same time. As for the sign, Lin's Duck Soup Rice, this is definitely the place. He straightened his clothes and walked in. It was 10 in the morning, not mealtime, yet there were 2 people waiting to eat. Menu? No. There's a list on the wall, but the only dish was duck soup set meal. Oh! At that moment, a figure appeared at the kitchen door, followed by a voice filled with sarcasm and mockery. "I told you not to run around, yet you never listen. Now, are you regretting it?" The voice was full of mockery, but upon hearing it, one couldn't help but feel fondness because it was just too charming. Simply put, it was a combination of an exceptional mature woman's voice and a lattice voice, and it sounded like she was just over 20. What the heck? Lin Yi was confused. Could it be? I have a sister? But that didn't make sense. If I had a sister, why don't I have any impression of her? Well, it's not like I have any memories of my parents either. He looked up. Oh my God. Lin Yi felt his scalp tingle. Then a sharp pain shot through his head, and memories flooded back like a tide. This is my fiancée, Shui Yao. As his gaze shifted, Lin Yi was even more bewildered. The stunning beauty before him, holding a duck soup set meal, looking like a fairy descending to earth, was actually his fiancée. What the hell? Was the previous self's brain broken? How could such a beautiful fiancée not be by my side every day, but instead go start a business? What the heck kind of business? At this moment, 2 diners also reacted and looked surprised upon seeing Lin. Hasn't it been over half a year since we last met? Landlord. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Shouldn't they call me boss? After all, if this restaurant was run by my fiancée, then we should be a boss and a landlady, right? At the same time, Shui Yao moved her long, beautiful legs and placed the tray in front of the customer, then turned to Lin Yi, her beautiful eyes slightly widening, instantly, captivating his heart. "What are you standing there for? Are you dumb? Hurry up and come in with me." Shui Yao pulled Lin Yi into the kitchen, and then the chattering mode was activated. "Why do you insist that men should prioritize their careers? What's so good about it?" Lin Yi listened while bitterly smiling at this moment. He was indeed in a daze, and even a fool could tell that Shui Yao was putting on a brave front while being soft-hearted. Moreover, with such a beautiful fiancée, he barely had time to cherish her. Why argue with her? But in the next second, Lin Yi was almost petrified. Shui Yao's chattering suddenly took a turn. "Can't you just understand me a little? Don't you know that at the beginning of every month, I can't even open the shop? I'm exhausted every day. How can you be so heartless? In order to collect rent for our house, I've been running from morning till night for several days as a woman. It's really exhausting. Do you know how tiring it is for me to collect rent alone? Can't you just be a good landlord? Why do you insist on starting a business? Look at this, you lost money, right?" Lin Yi. "Collecting rent? Running from morning till night for several days? How tiring is it to collect rent alone? So, how many properties do I actually have waiting for rent collection? Landlady, please can you pay a little attention to our feelings?" Chapter 2. The Rent Collection Kit. "Eat your food." The landlady glared, and the guests immediately lowered their heads in fear, not daring to make a sound. Confused, Lin Yi roughly understood the situation of his predecessor. Simply put, he was a hidden big shot. He didn't know how many houses he owned. Especially after getting engaged to Shui Yao, they were a powerful pair. How many houses did they have combined? He couldn't remember exactly, but it seemed to be around a dozen buildings. Wasn't this a typical life winner? How many people dream of living like this? And he was out there struggling to start a business? With such a beautiful wife at home, starting a business? What nonsense. Really? Shui Yao's expression brightened. "If you dare to lie to me, why would I lie to you? I've realized this time that life shouldn't be so exhausting. It's better for us to be lazy together." "Lazy? The lazy fish at your place must be made of gold. Listen, is this even human talk?" The two customers trembled, not daring to say a word, silently shedding tears. "Huh." Shui Yao rolled her eyes. "It's fine if you don't leave. Tomorrow is the beginning of the month, and we'll collect rent separately. I don't want to be so tired, and the store can still run. Why not transfer money? Come on, with so many houses. How would you know who by transferring money? Wouldn't it be a hassle to check one by one? Besides, what's the point of not collecting rent in person? As for this little shop, ahem, as the landlady puts it, life is about having something to do. If you just play every day, you'll get sick." After a brief chat, the two customers left one after another. Who knew? Shui Yao directly shut the door. "What are you doing? Aren't we in business? I see that a lot of ingredients are already prepared. Isn't tea closing now a waste? Are we the kind of people who lack that little money?" Apparently not. Lin Yi had nothing much to say. After all, he didn't have many memories of his predecessor. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. The best approach was to listen more and talk less. Fortunately, the house wasn't far. It was just a 10-minute walk in the urban village. Along the way, many people greeted Shui Yao, and when they saw Lin Yi, they were quite surprised. "It's rare. Haven't seen you for a long time, landlord." "Good morning, landlady. You're getting more beautiful. I'm really envious." At this moment, Shui Yao seemed to have transformed into a different person, wearing a stern face, merely nodding in response to others' greetings. Lin Yi was astonished to find that something seemed off. "Landlord, I feel like I've grown taller again. Why don't you come over and check my body sometime?" A woman in her 20s, quite attractive and wearing a nightgown, called out sweetly upon encountering Lin Yi in the hallway. "Lin Yi, what the hell? You're already in your 20s and can still grow taller? Check your body? How do you check?" Sensing the murderous aura gradually dissipating, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, can't you pick a better time and place to flirt? The landlady is right next to me. And you still dare to flirt? Moreover, your looks are 100,000 miles behind my landlady, okay? Where does your confidence come from? Don't pay her any attention." As they brushed past each other, the landlady spoke lightly. "Of course." Lin Yi squinted his eyes and chuckled. "Is she jealous? Come in. What are you standing there for?" The room wasn't big, and it didn't look like a wealthy family. However, it was definitely not shabby. Just from the decoration, it was a level above a comfortable living standard. 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with warm tones that gave a cozy feeling. As he stepped inside, familiar memories flooded over Lin Yi, making him feel much calmer. "You go play. I'll cook." Shui Yao quickly changed into home clothes, since it was summer. She simply wore a fitted tank top and shorts, her long, fair legs quite eye-catching, making it a bit hard for Lin Yi to handle. Of course, he couldn't see the process of her changing clothes. Although they lived under the same roof, they slept in separate rooms. According to Shui Yao, before they got married, don't even think about anything unnecessary. So, I'll help. Lin Yi naturally couldn't sit still and prepared to help with cooking. Of course, During the cooking process, there would inevitably be some bumps and bruises. However, do you believe I'll give you a good slap? I'm cowardly. Lin Yi indeed became cowardly. No wonder my landlady is so amazing. She is beautiful, and her cooking skills are far better than any Michelin star restaurant. Isn't that a Michelin restaurant? Hey, isn't it all the same? Alright, fine. I'm too lazy to argue with you. This meal is a reward for you. Eat more, because starting tomorrow, we'll be busy. Lin Yi was confused, but knew he had to eat more. At night, he tossed and turned, finding it hard to sleep. Whether it was his fantasies about the landlady next door or the ridiculous plot of time travel, it made it difficult for Lin Yi to calm down. The next morning, before dawn, get up. The sound of knocking on the door came, accompanied by the landlady's alluring voice. So early? Lin Yi got up with panda eyes, almost in a daze as he ate the breakfast prepared by the landlady. And then, change. Looking at the clothes thrown by the landlady, Lin Yi was once again confused. Tank top, beach shorts, flip-flops, canvas bag, plus a bicycle, the rent collection kit. Did you forget? The landlady had a cold expression. Hurry up and change. It's getting late. We have to go out. How is it not early? Lin Yi, bewildered, changed into the four-piece set, and surprisingly, it was quite comfortable. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that the landlady had also changed into her outfit. A loose nightgown, plus a hairstyle that almost covered half her head with a curling iron. Chapter 3, Guests from Afar. Stepping out, it was still dark. With a clatter, a large bunch of keys, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, was put into the canvas bag by the landlady, who then said, "The left side has 9 buildings. You're responsible for them, and I'll take care of the right 9. Today is destined to be a journey filled with sweat. As long as we persevere, we can rest tomorrow. Let us go. Lin Yi, let us go? My goodness." At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was in utter confusion. It's just collecting rent. Why does it feel like going to war? At the same time, Lin Yi finally understood just how much money he and the landlady had. 9 buildings on the left and 9 on the right. That's 18 buildings. Plus the one we live in, that makes 19. In the urban village of Deep City, 19 buildings. This place will surely be demolished within 3 to 5 years. How much will it be worth then? Surely at least several billion. Moreover, even if it isn't demolished, this is enough for me to live lazily for a lifetime, living comfortably. And I wouldn't even be able to spend all the rent, right? Wow, so motivated. Tired? What is there to be tired about? I'm full of energy. Lin Yi even found it strange why his landlady seemed so tense, as if she were going to battle. Stepping out, he rode the old bicycle, carrying a bunch of keys, and began to collect rent from house to house. Before long, the once empty canvas bag began to swell. Lin Yi finally understood why the landlady appeared so tense. It turned out that collecting rent was this exhausting. The old buildings had no elevators. 7 stories high, with 8 households on each floor. 9 buildings. How many flights of stairs did he have to climb, and how much walking? Walking was one thing, but he also had to carry such a heavy bunch of keys and increasingly heavier small change. It was like climbing a mountain with a load. Moreover, the issue was, after collecting rent from just 3 buildings, Lin Yi had already encountered 4 instances of seduction and was almost dragged into a bedroom by a rogue. He wasn't afraid of losing out. As for the landlady's safety, Lin Yi didn't worry at all. If he remembered correctly, the landlady was the current leader of the Bagua sect, though she didn't have a single disciple. Although my kung fu is not extraordinary, even if there are 7 or 8 strong men wielding cold weapons, they can only obediently kneel down and call me Annie. If I were really seduced by someone, a busy and fulfilling day is just so tedious and monotonous. Sigh. As night falls, Lin Yi finally arrives at his doorstep, rubbing his swollen shoulders and leaden legs, almost collapsing to the ground. Is it over? Yes, it is. As expected, it's much easier with 2 people. The landlady smiles, as if 100 flowers are blooming. Easier? What a joke. Lin Yi almost cried out. I just realized that collecting rent is so exhausting. No wonder my predecessor, with such a beautiful wife, didn't stay at home and ran off to start a business. Ugh, how could I have such thoughts? As for the results of collecting rent, they are naturally very gratifying. Lin Yi received over 500,000 in rent himself, and the landlady's share shouldn't be less. This means that every month, even if the 2 of them do nothing but collect rent, they each have over $1 million in income. This is still due to the current environment and average decoration of the urban village, resulting in lower rents. Otherwise, it would at least be several times more. Sigh. It's the first time I've seen so much money, and even compared to the value of the houses, it's just a drop in the bucket. Unfortunately, I can't be happy about it. Lin Yi felt a faint sadness, only because he was exhausted to the point of collapse. A night without conversation. The next morning, Lin Yi still felt sore and weak all over, but the landlady was full of energy. Not only did she prepare breakfast early, but she also dragged Lin Yi to help run the small shop. For the next few days, it was the same. Lin Yi seemed to adapt to this lifestyle, feeling fulfilled and happy, even though he could only look and not touch the landlady. But scientific research shows that frequently looking at beautiful women can extend one's lifespan, right? The landlady is a top-notch beauty. Even for the sake of living a long life, Lin Yi decided he must take a few more glances. One day, with the sun high in the sky, the landlord and landlady finally arrived at the shop amidst the greetings of many tenants. As for why they came so late, it was naturally because they had partied too late the night before. Anyway, they weren't short on money. Opening the shop was purely for fun and to pass the time. So they didn't have to stick to a schedule. They could come whenever they wanted. During the shop's operation, the landlady was responsible for cooking duck in the back kitchen, while Lin Yi was in charge of cutting and serving, complementing each other well. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Kai. At the entrance of the urban village, a couple popped their heads in, but what was different was that the male was holding a selfie stick and phone, capturing the two of them in the frame. Hey, look where this is. You didn't expect it, did you? Our deep city actually has an urban village, and it's not small. Xiao Kai is a petite girl who looks very cute. Although she was simply dressed, she gave off a comfortable and clean vibe. Oh, the address? Just search online. I won't say it, lest someone accuses me of advertising. Everyone knows that I've eaten most of the delicious food in Deep City. As an eating broadcaster, I have to keep finding new material. So, I heard that in this urban village, there's a duck soup rice that's delicious, inexpensive, and offers unlimited refills of duck meat. Today, I'll take everyone to check it out. Let us go? Xiao Kai bounced along, like a carefree little girl, making the nearby people curious. What is that girl doing? Talking to herself? Filming a video, I guess? Two old men playing chess exchanged comments, not minding at all. I told you both are terrible at chess, but they're just live streaming. Live streaming? What is that? It's a young person's thing, you wouldn't understand. Hey, if you don't understand, then just don't. Keep playing chess, I'm going to crush you. Duck soup rice, looks like this is the place. Let us go in. The voices coming from outside energized Lin Yi. It had been a whole morning with no customers, so boring. However, when he looked up, he instantly frowned. Live streaming? And if he remembered correctly, she should be Xiao Kai, right? The live streaming industry was something Lin Yi had single-handedly brought to prominence. Although there are now a few other live streaming websites following suit, the only one that has truly made a name for itself is the one Lin Yi created. Yibin Live. Xiao Kai, also from Deep City, is not only a rare eating broadcaster but also a leading figure among them, and Lin Yi recognized her immediately. Of course, he knew Xiao Kai, but she didn't recognize him. Not being recognized is good, to avoid unnecessary trouble and awkwardness. But he didn't expect that after being kicked out of Yibin, his first encounter with live streaming would be in front of the camera. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Yi stepped forward. Please have a seat, ladies. Chapter 4. Is there a mine at home? Okay, thank you, boss. Only a line of big characters is written on the wall. Duck soup set meal, 10 yuan per person, unlimited meat refills. Eat until full, waste is prohibited. Is that all? That's all. In response to Xiao Kai's inquiry, Lin Yi remained calm. Eat it if you like. Then make it 2 portions, boss. I'm a big eater, I can eat a lot and not get fat. Xiao Kai beamed. No problem. Lin Yi didn't say much and nodded as he went to the back kitchen. What to eat is not a problem here, after all. They opened the shop just for fun and not to make money. In Xiao Kai's live streaming room, there were tens of thousands of viewers. Don't underestimate these tens of thousands of viewers. This is completely real data. Since online live streaming just became popular, having tens of thousands of viewers already places you among the first-tier broadcasters. At the same time, the bullet comments were flying everywhere. Silent tribute to the boss. With a big eater like Xiao Kai, today they're going to lose a fortune. Xiao Kai, how can you eat so much? Good thing you don't get fat. I'm so envious. What else with the silent tribute? Don't you know that Xiao Kai always pays extra when eating buffet? Xiao Kai is really nice. What silent tribute or not? Xiao Kai, can you help me get the boss's contact information? Wow, he is so handsome. Exactly, so handsome. My girl Hard is asking for his contact info. Please DM me with 999 roses. Same here, can we get the address too? I'll fly over immediately to talk to the boss about life goals. I've already booked my ticket, what is the address? Damn, there are a lot of handsome guys in the live stream, right? Like me, why don't you rich ladies take a look at me? Get lost. Soon. The bullet comments went off topic. In the end, almost all of them turned into female viewers asking for contact information, with quite a few little rich ladies offering substantial rewards for it. 999 roses, with each rose worth about 10 yuan, amounts to around 10,000 yuan, which is indeed a considerable sum. This isn't good. Xiao Kai stuck out her tongue, looking a bit awkward. This is too abrupt. How about this? We'll chat with the boss for a bit later, and if he is willing to share, he will, but if he doesn't wanna, you can't force him. Bullet comments. That makes sense. Xiao Kai is doing well. Can't be too abrupt. Okay, let us do it this way. See the rewards. Gifts instantly flooded in. Xiao Kai and her boyfriend were delighted, continuously expressing their gratitude. After all, these gifts are money. Even if half is taken by the platform, they would still have the other half left, which is much more than what they could earn from a regular job. A few minutes later, Lin Yi brought out 2 portions of duck soup set meals without saying much and then went to the side to take a nap. Only food should not be let down. Xiao Kai instantly perked up. Everyone, look at this duck meat. It's cleaned very well, with not a single feather in sight. It looks very comfortable. The color is golden and oily, and while you can't smell the flavor, I can responsibly tell you that it's very fragrant. Honestly, I've never seen or smelled duck meat this fragrant before. Ugh, I can't help it. We'll chat more later. Let us taste it first. The two put their phones aside and began to live stream their tasting. Oh my gosh, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Fortunately, I was clever enough to prepare instant noodles in advance. The live stream room was buzzing with excitement. So delicious. There won't be a crispy outside and tender inside texture, but it's very flavorful and delicious, not greasy, and doesn't get stuck in your teeth. Xiao Kai commented while eating, which made the live stream filled with whales, with countless drooling emojis. Soon after, Xiao Kai picked up some rice. Look at this rice. It's crystal clear, right? It's said to be cooked in duck soup. Let me try. It's delicious. The texture is perfect. It has the aroma of duck meat, but isn't fishy at all. Really tasty. I'm not going to talk anymore. Let's dig in. After a brief comment, Xiao Kai began to eat heartily. Her movements seemed ladylike, but her eating speed was anything but slow. In the blink of an eye, she had consumed 10 plates of duck meat and 10 bowls of rice, while her boyfriend was already stuffed, but Xiao Kai still seemed unsatisfied. Fortunately, she remembered that her job was to live stream, so she stuck out her tongue. Sorry, it's just too delicious, so I ate for too long. But this also proves that it's indeed very tasty, I swear. However, the female viewers in the live stream were not convinced. Let us see the boss. Yeah. Show us the boss. If you don't show the boss, we'll get angry. Xiao Kai was taken aback, and then her eyes rolled as she quickly thought of a topic. She made a shushing gesture to the camera and then said to the drowsy Lin Yi beside her, Boss, I'm sorry. I've eaten too much. Let us just say it's $10 for one portion, plus 2 portions for my boyfriend. That makes a total of $120. She took out 120 yuan to pay. Lin Yi, however, shook his head with a smile. No need. If we say $10 per person, then it's $10 per person. Even if you eat 100 portions, it's still just $10. 666,666. The boss is so cool. Wow, what kind of family does this boss have? Do they have a mine at home? $10 per portion, and such a big plate of duck meat. That's already a loss in this city, right? And they still offer unlimited refills. They must be mining tycoons. I must give a tip. I'm from this city, and I'm going to meet this awesome boss tomorrow. What meetup? Lin Yi glared. I saw that comment. Those who want to meet up, just wait. If you dare come tomorrow, I'll dare to make you burst. The comments suddenly quieted down, then became even more lively. Haha, the boss knows about live streaming? The streaming effect is top-notch. The boss is really handsome. So handsome. Xiao Kai awkwardly said, Boss, I'm sorry for filming you in the live stream without permission. If possible, can I chat with you for a bit? Sure. Before Lin Yi could speak, the landlady, who had walked out of the kitchen at some point, spoke lightly. Xiao Cai's boyfriend immediately shifted the camera to give Shui Yao a close-up. What the heck? What kind of divine beauty is this? Oh my gosh. She's the boss's wife. Handsome men and beautiful women. So envy and jealousy. Let go of that boss's wife. Let me in. I can't even watch a live stream without eating dog food. Chapter 5. Actually, I'm just a landlord. The comments exploded. Not just the comments. Xiao Kai and her boyfriend were also stunned. They were completely dumbfounded, unable to say a word, because she was too beautiful. Moreover, she had a powerful aura. Although Shui Yao was wearing ordinary home clothes and an apron, it did not diminish her outstanding figure and beautiful face at all. Her strong presence seemed innate and not to be desecrated. Let me introduce, this is the boss's wife. You really know how to speak, since we're free. What do you want to chat about? Lin Yi and Shui Yao sat next to Xiao Kai, and her boyfriend immediately captured a frame of the three of them together. While the heat in the live stream skyrocketed, not for anything else, but even just based on Lin Yi and Shui Yao's star-level looks. It was enough to attract a frenzy of fans. The comments were dense, almost impossible to count. At this moment, Xiao Kai was too busy to care about the comments and asked, as far as I know, the prices in this city are not cheap. The ingredients in your shop, I can assert, are definitely high quality and fresh. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to produce such flavors. So I'm curious, why is the price so low? 10 yuan per portion is almost not profitable, right? 10 yuan per person, wouldn't that mean you're losing money? After all, those doing physical labor. And people like me have big appetites. Is that so? Lin Yi chuckled. You're not the first person to ask this question. Actually, we do this just for fun. Not to make money. I can see that. Xiao Kai nodded in agreement. This really can't make money, right? Not losing money is already a blessing. Xiao Cai's boyfriend curiously asked. Not really, Lin Yi explained, but the specific reason is a bit hard to say. Xiao Kai blinked. Business secret? Not really. If it's not a secret, please tell us. The audience is also very curious. The comments instantly turned into a sea of want to know. Then just tell them, Shui Yao said lightly. After all, it's not something shameful. All right then, Lin Yi spread his hands, since you sincerely asked. Suddenly, Lin Yi remembered a video he had seen in his past life that was similar to the current situation and couldn't help but smirk, doing a little imitation. Actually, I also have a bit of money, not too much. I also own 10 buildings for rent, so I don't need to make money. I just do what I like. Hiss. In an instant, Xiao Kai and her boyfriend gasped. The live stream fell silent for a moment. So that's how it is. Xiao Kai suddenly understood. No wonder it's so affordable even if it's a loss. It turns out you have 10 buildings for rent. 10 buildings, not just 10 apartments. Lin Yi corrected. Each building has 7 floors, with 8 units on each floor. 10 buildings. Xiao Kai was dumbfounded. Her boyfriend was equally astonished. Boss, are you joking? You must be joking. What would I gain from lying to you? Lin Yi spread his hands, feeling helpless. I didn't want to say it. But since you kept asking, I'll tell you, why don't you believe me? It's really 10 buildings. The boss's wife bought a little BMW. All for hauling goods. This is not me trying to show off. You guys made me start, and then don't let me finish? How can that work? Besides, I'm only halfway through. It should actually be 20 buildings, because today Lin Yi just found out that the building for the shop is also theirs. Pretty good. Xiao Cai's boyfriend almost spat blood, feeling his scalp tingle, and ultimately could only quietly finish the leftover rice in his bowl, not daring to speak casually anymore. So this is a hidden rental boss. The live stream was filled with comments like 666 and awesome, flooding the screen. Wow, awesome. The boss is so cool. No wonder there's such a beautiful boss's wife. Turns out he has 10 buildings for rent. 6789 Dad. Boss, do you need any more charms for your leg? A real rental boss. Wow. Today I've seen the real deal. As for the viewers who previously wanted Lin Yi's contact information, they were now going crazy. Not only is he handsome, but he is also the legendary rental boss. If only they could get close to the boss. Many male viewers even started a mass petition asking for the boss's wife to debut. However, Lin Yi and the landlady naturally declined these requests. After a casual chat, Xiao Kai and her boyfriend left with dazed expressions. This day can't be talked about. Shortly after Xiao Kai and her boyfriend left, they closed the live stream, but the audience in the live stream was reluctant to leave for a long time. In less than half an hour, the rental boss's name was trending on Weibo, and it continued to rise. Related videos were spreading everywhere, and even meme stickers began to appear. The Yibin live streaming platform has made phrases like rent collecting boss, 10 buildings, and did you do the duck today? Ubiquitous. In fact, if you don't know these phrases, you might feel embarrassed to call yourself a live streamer. For example, if a wealthy person gifts something, many will ask, are you the rent collecting boss? Do you have 10 buildings? Did the rent collecting boss do the duck today? After a night passed, these phrases have almost taken over the internet. Lin Yi and the rent collecting landlord Shui Yao have become internet sensations. Who knows how many streamers in the Shenzhen market are rushing over to ride the wave of popularity. Meanwhile, the heat of these phrases has caught the attention of the Yibin live streaming platform's officials, and the whole situation, along with the video, ended up on the CEO's desk. Lin Yi, the CEO of Yibin live streaming platform, furrowed his brow and couldn't help but chuckle after watching the video of Lin Yi and the two being interviewed. You still want to make a comeback? But look at you now, you've really fallen. 10 buildings for rent? What nonsense. How could you even say that? If you truly had 10 buildings for rent, why start from scratch to create Yibin? Even now, wanting to rise again, you can only rely on Yibin. But with me around, how could you possibly succeed? Just an internet celebrity. Without continued exposure, you'll quickly fade into obscurity. TSK. Regarding Lin Yi's overnight fame, he naturally felt displeased but didn't really care. Since the emergence of live streaming, many people have become famous overnight, but how many can sustain that fame? Unless you start your own stream. But with him around, how could Lin Yi have the chance to start one? However, that landlady is indeed beautiful. A hint of intrigue and amusement flashed in his eyes. Secretary, check who this landlady is. With her figure and looks, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Why would she help this down-and-out young man Lin Yi? Chapter 6. Landlady, I suspect you're driving. A person who has been kicked out after starting a business and is left with nothing is nothing but a down-and-out poor boy, right? How could a beauty like the landlady, who shouldn't even be called a landlady, possibly be with him? Isn't that ridiculous? He fundamentally didn't believe it. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Lin Ji duck soup rice had yet to open its doors. But unlike past days, although it wasn't mealtime yet, dozens of people were already gathered outside, and they hadn't left. What's going on? Why isn't it open? Is it a publicity stunt? Does this shop even exist? Surely not. Xiaokai had been to many places before, and fans who had visited said that Xiaocai's reviews were fair, her reputation and character were quite good. We naturally trust Xiaokai, but let's wait a bit longer. Maybe it's still not mealtime? These people are fans of Xiaokai, and they all live in Shenzhen. After watching the live stream yesterday, they quickly found the address in the urban village, so they rushed over this morning. But they discovered the shop's door was tightly shut. And after waiting for a long time without it opening, most of them were somewhat dissatisfied. Time passed. Just as noon approached, instead of waiting for the door to open, a large crowd came rushing in. What the heck? Why are there so many people? What is your situation? When the two sides met, they stared at each other. Then chaos ensued. There was no arguing or fighting, but with only 4 tables in a small shop, how could they accommodate so many people? It was obvious that today would not end well. So, these people were attracted here after watching the video. Hey, too bad you all arrived late. We were all fans of Xiaokai who came early this morning. That's right. When it comes to eating, there's a rule of first come, first served. If the door isn't open, it doesn't count. But once it does, we're the first to eat. No problem. Xiaocai's fans were adamant. While others drawn in were either there to watch the excitement or to get a closer look at the overnight sensations, the rent-collecting landlord and landlady. But regardless of their motives, everyone at least had some basic civility. Therefore, there were no chaotic scenes. What is going on? I don't know. These people can't be looking for trouble with the rent-collecting landlord and landlady, right? They wouldn't stand a chance. With just a spit from each of us, we could drown them. All right, let us not be idle. Everyone pay attention. If they dare to cause trouble, Nearby shop owners, curious, crossed their arms and exchanged glances. They had been neighbors for years, even decades, and knew each other well. In this seemingly chaotic urban village, the sense of community was even stronger. Although they didn't know what these people were doing outside the landlord's shop, one thing was clear: if trouble arose, they would definitely side with the landlord and landlady. As noon approached, under the scorching sun, some people started to lose patience, deterred by the heat. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Yi and the landlady finally arrived leisurely under a sunshade. In beach shorts, a tank top, and flip-flops, Lin Yi looked quite cool. The landlady wore ordinary denim shorts and a black shirt, her long hair cascading down, showcasing the charm of her straight black hair. It was a simple outfit, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention. They're here. The crowd of online users instantly exclaimed. Wow, the landlady is indeed beautiful. I'm convinced of her looks. Shocked. I thought the live stream had beautifying effects, but it turns out the landlady looks even better in person. The live stream video looked more stunning than a big star, yet she looks even better in real life. Wow, real people are more beautiful. Whoa, honey, I'm going to betray you today. It's not that I don't love you anymore, but the landlord's looks are simply better than yours. Isn't your husband, that young fresh meat? Bah, from now on, my husband is the landlord. The exclamations continued. Lin Yi and Shui Yao's looks were not as exaggerated as the legends of being stunning to the point of making the heavens weep, but they were genuine and natural, unlike those young fresh meats, popular actresses, or internet beauties, who all seemed to come from the same mold and look indistinguishable after 10 views. But Lin Yi and Shui Yao were definitely not like that. They were highly recognizable, and their looks surpassed those of young fresh meats and actresses. There are quite a few people. Lin Yi looked at the large crowd gathered at his shop as entranced from a distance, slightly stunned. It seems today will be busy. Quite good. The landlady glanced at it indifferently, not caring. As the two walked in, the many online users who had come to hear the news erupted. Come, look over here. Landlord, I want to have your babies. Landlady, can you divorce the landlord? I'll support you with an excavator. Can we take a photo? Facing the enthusiastic online users, the landlady's expression was cold. If you want to eat, please line up. If not, please don't disturb our customers. Lin Yi followed behind the landlady, smiling and shrugging, indicating that he couldn't help. Sigh, so heartless. The online users were sad but accepted it. In a very short time, they had already lined up. Seeing this, the landlady nodded in satisfaction and then opened the shop door, rushing into the kitchen to get busy. Lin Yi began to greet customers as they entered. After all, in this hot summer, it would be a big problem if people got heatstroke waiting outside. Fortunately, there were 2 large trees at the entrance, providing some shade. So even if the small shop couldn't accommodate everyone inside, those left outside wouldn't have to wait foolishly under the sun. It was destined to be a busy day. Watching the hall fill up within a minute, with hardly any empty seats left, Lin Yi sighed deeply. But the customers wouldn't be idle. They filmed videos inside the shop, took photos of Lin Yi and the landlady, and shared them on social media platforms, Weibo, and live streaming platforms. They were quite happy. However, Lin Yi and the landlady were not relaxed at all. Usually, they only prepared 20 to 30 servings for a meal. But now, the line of people has already exceeded 50. busy until just past 2 in the afternoon. Only then was the last reluctant customer sent off. And it wasn't because no one was eating, but because the ingredients had run out. Even the ingredients for dinner were sold out. Let's take a break first. The landlady walked out from the kitchen, a smug smile on her face, and said proudly, "Hungry? I'll get you something to eat. After eating, go buy some ingredients." Lin Yi. Chapter 7. Have the landlord and landlady become inflated? I suspect the landlady is being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, but when he noticed the beads of sweat on the landlady's forehead, he immediately frowned. He stood up and gently wiped the sweat from the landlady's forehead, then said, "We won't open for dinner, right? After all, we're just in it for fun. No need to be so tired." "Oh, you actually care about me?" Looking at the graceful silhouette of the landlady, Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart. What the hell? What did my previous self do? It seems I never cared about the landlady. Otherwise, why such a big reaction? The landlady's cooking skills are undoubtedly impressive. A bowl of duck soup noodles, seemingly simple, is actually very delicious. Lin Yi slurped up the noodles, and although the landlady's expression was cold, a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. At the same time, the online popularity of this landlord couple began to rise again. More videos and photos were released. Coupled with the comments from customers at noon, it was like adding fuel to the fire, making the two of them famous. This is not surprising. Xiaocai's livestream acted like a fuse, igniting the dynamite. The photos, videos, and comments shared by netizens today were like continuously adding fuel to the fire. The already highly popular Lin Yi and the landlady had many followers. Moreover, the livestream had only just begun, and there were very few internet celebrities. Along with their extraordinary looks and high topic value, it would be strange if they didn't become popular. As this popularity grew, naturally, more people became involved. Thus, in the following days, more and more people came from afar to eat duck soup rice. Even some from the capital traveled thousands of miles by plane just to have a bowl of duck soup rice and see the true faces of the landlord and landlady. 3 days later, at 3 in the afternoon, the number of customers who had finished their meals had exceeded 100, and the 100 servings of ingredients prepared were nearly used up, yet the line outside remained long. "Damn, my old back." Lin Yi leaned against his sore back, looking at the landlady who was still busy in the kitchen, drenched in sweat, and immediately felt displeased. "Are they trying to kill us with so many people? Landlady, it's time to call it a day," he shouted towards the kitchen, then went outside and told the still waiting crowd, "That's it for today?" As soon as these words were said, there were immediately cries of dismay. "Huh, no way. Landlord, why suddenly stop serving?" Facing the crowd's inquiries, Lin Yi put his hands on his hips and glared. "You think we don't eat? You bunch of animals. Starting today, not only is there a possibility of closing early at any time, but we'll also be closed on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and intermittently open on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. How about that? And I declare, from now on, there will be a daily limit of 20 people, first come first served, no late arrivals." Snap. Someone was taking photos, and many were recording videos. But so what? Lin Yi saw it, but didn't he stop them? What is the purpose of running this small shop? Just to pass the time and avoid getting too bored. But now, he and the landlady were working themselves to death. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and they hadn't even eaten lunch. For what? If these guys continued, he and the landlady might not live long. Why bother? For a pastime. Working themselves to the bone. Scatter, scatter. To be honest, our duck soup rice wasn't even prepared for you. You came here just because you saw Xiaocai's livestream, right? Lin Yi naturally thought that these people were all Xiaocai's fans. Actually, we're just ordinary people. The taste of the food is just average. No need for this. Really, everyone has things to do, so don't waste each other's time. Waiting so long for a bowl of duck soup rice isn't worth it. Everyone disperse. Lin Yi began to shoo people away. Although the netizens who came from all directions were somewhat dissatisfied, they didn't say anything and gradually dispersed. "You are quite willful." After the shop closed, the landlady put her hands on her hips and began to question. "You didn't even give me a heads up before making the decision? Hey, I'm just worried about you. With so many animals, how could we keep up? We can't be here all day." "Oh, so you don't want to do business, don't want to make money, and you still have a reason?" The landlady smirked. "What? Are you going to rebel? Who dares?" Lin Yi quickly admitted defeat. "As for making money, all right, it can indeed make money. The gross profit is still a bit. But if you count the net profit, cough, 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 I really worry you get too tired." All right then." Lin Yi cheerfully followed. "As long as you're not going to hit me." "What? Afraid of my wife? Nonsense. Loving my wife. Can that be called fear?" Moreover, after these days of interaction, Lin Yi knew the landlady's persona very well. She clearly had a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. How could I not see it? Although the tone was not good just now, the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. Weibo hot search, a topic quickly soared to the top 10. The landlord and landlady's persona collapsed due to their rise in popularity. The topic initiator even wrote a lengthy essay criticizing them. Hello everyone. I believe everyone is familiar with who the landlord and landlady are, right? This has been making a lot of noise these past few days. Anyone who likes Weibo has almost seen it. Even if they don't know who they are, at least they've seen related keywords. I'm one of them and am very interested in them, because I live nearby, so I want to check it out in person. I have to say, whether it's the landlord or the landlady, their looks are truly impressive, indeed unbeatable. But their character, I really can't compliment. Early this morning, I went to wait at the shop door, with proof in the picture. Attached is photo 1. But I didn't expect that many netizens arrived earlier than me, so I had to wait in line. This is very normal. After all, they are popular, many customers, and others arrived even earlier, so I should queue. But I really didn't expect it to develop like this. Chapter 8, Shrimp and Pork Heart. 3 o'clock. I waited until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, when it was my turn, the landlord suddenly announced that it was over and told us to leave. Alright, my words are a bit extreme. But the fact is, if you don't believe me, just watch the video. Attached is video 1. Now, I just want to say, you guys are inflating too quickly, right? First, as far as I know, they knew very well that many people would come to eat every day starting from a few days ago, but they still opened the door close to mealtime, noon 12 o'clock. If they had opened earlier, would I have to wait until 3 o'clock to eat? Second, too inflated. Just saying they are closing with no explanation at all. Why? Do you think we customers are fools? From now on, I will blacklist them and never go again. Third, everyone, watch the video, those so-called rules. The shop takes advantage of customers? No, it's still too inflated without limits. Do you still want to do business properly? Is this how you run a business? Finally, please keep your eyes wide open and don't be deceived by these so-called internet celebrities. Being so inflated is truly disgusting. Ugh, so sick. This blog post ends here, along with some photos and videos. The topic is trending incredibly high and is rapidly rising, with a lot of likes, comments, and shares also skyrocketing. In a rented room, Lu Yuan looked at his rapidly increasing Weibo followers, snorting coldly, but unable to hide his smile. Inflated? Let you all be inflated. Let you know that the power of trolls is limitless. Lu Yuan is the initiator and writer of the topic, and at this moment, looking at the continuously rising popularity, he felt extremely proud, especially with how quickly his followers were increasing. His private messages had already reached 99. Awesome. Lu Yuan cheerfully opened a private message, and 2 big characters caught his eye. My little white is disobedient. Stupid 13. Lu Yuan. Damn. Where did this troll come from? Daring to insult me. Damn. Stupid 13. Block. Haha. Grass on the horizon. Are you a fool? Damn. Are there so many trolls today? Indeed. The more famous you are, the more trouble you attract. Forget it. I won't pay attention to him. Lu Yuan cursed and opened the next private message. Only to find. Melodious. Is there crap in your brain? Damn. Lu Yuan angrily smashed the keyboard. Damn. I'm not looking anymore. I want to see how hot the topic is now. He closed the private messages and opened his topic and blog post, wanting to see the comments, but upon looking, he was completely dumbfounded. The top hot comment had already received over 100,000 likes, ranking first. How is a fool made? The second hot comment. Everyone. Don't scold anymore. Please sympathize with the blogger, he has no brain. The third hot comment. Blogger. Am I the only one who thinks this? Majority of netizens. No. You are not alone. Continuing down, nearly all were insults directed at him. Damn. Are these people insane? Trolls, definitely trolls. Why are they cursing at me? Damn. So many trolls. Lu Yuan almost spat blood, but was at a loss. Ultimately having no choice but to gloomily close Weibo and go to a certain forum to seek validation and ask a question. How can you comment on a Weibo topic and tell the truth without being cursed like a dog? Soon, answers appeared, but after reading, Lu Yuan was nearly struck by a heart attack. Because the answer was like this. Because a stupid 13 thought he was speaking the truth, then was cursed like a dog. First of all, everyone knows the recently popular landlords, right? Yes, it's those who own 10 buildings and drive a small BMW to deliver goods. Both have heavenly looks and are super nice. Logically, these big shots who earn over $1 million in rent every month should enjoy life and indulge in luxury. But they are very down to earth, not for profit, but for fun. Opened a small shop selling duck soup rice, 10 yuan per person, all you can eat, definitely a losing business. But what happened? A stupid 13, really sorry. I just can't help it. Even set a rule that said they would open for a limited time and quantity in the future. As a result, that stupid 13, had the audacity to go to Weibo and post a topic, even tearfully accusing the landlords of 3 major crimes. What kind of operation is this? You ask me how to comment? I just want to say, speaking such truth and getting cursed like a dog? If he wasn't cursed like crap. That is good luck for him. Lu Yuan. Damn it. Lu Yuan was furious and instantly deleted his question, trembling all over. What is so funny? What is funny about it? Am I not stating facts? In his anger, he reopened Weibo and carefully scrolled through the comments under his blog post, and upon seeing it, his heart sank. Is this blogger an idiot? Don't they need to eat? At 3 in the afternoon, are you tired waiting outside? They've been working hard all along. What is wrong with stopping? Don't they run out of ingredients? Why not open earlier? Haha, the landlords are at least billionaires, cooking for themselves, and still have to cater to your whims? Who do you think you are? Do you want to do business? Do you want to make money? Don't you know they are running a losing business? And the shop is purely for interest? It's just a hobby, a losing venture. Do you think they don't want to do business? Are you stupid? What is wrong with setting rules? They are the bosses, they call the shots. You want to go anymore? Not going is best. Who do you think you are? Setting rules is not a problem. On the contrary, setting rules is what keeps us from running around like headless flies. I'm going to your forum. Whose idiot is this? If you're not happy, please roll away as far as you can. Don't disturb the landlordess mood. I still want a chance to see her beauty. All are questions and insults. Every word is precise, and it can even be described as shrimp and pork heart. Not only do they curse you to the point of bleeding, but they also make it clear why you are being cursed. Yet you can't find any words to refute. Damn it. Upon reaching this point, Lu Yuan's heart sank, and he finally understood how foolish he had been. Chapter 9. Find an opportunity to hold the wedding. He actually viewed a pair of ordinary citizens, a couple relying on a small restaurant to make a living, through the lens of the landlords, and even had the audacity to solemnly accuse them of crimes. What crimes? Billionaire landlords losing money, cooking delicious food themselves, and still have to put up with a troll like you? How can you be so shameless? The online world has become chaotic. Lu Yuan initially thought to completely make the landlords the new internet celebrities, but unexpectedly, it made them even more popular. As for himself, he was cursed like a dog. However, Lin Yi and the landlord's wife were completely unaware of this. Weibo? What is the point of playing that? What do Lin Yi and the landlord's wife do every day? Of course, they flirt. Sorry, the happiness of the wealthy is this plain and tedious. In the evening, the landlord and his wife walked side by side, wandering through the urban village, enjoying the rare leisure. Of course, there were some small flaws. Outside a hardware store, the over 50-year-old boss greeted them with a smile. Good morning, landlord's wife. Damn it, it's already dark. Good morning. If you don't pay the rent soon, I'll burn your shop down. The landlord's wife put her hands on her hips and scolded. The hardware store boss immediately shrank his neck, touching his bald head and laughing awkwardly. Just give me 2 more days, just 2 days. Seeing the landlord's wife unmoved, he turned to Lin Yi with a pitiful look. Landlord, look at me being useless. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. I tell you, at most 2 days. Absolutely. Let us continue. They walked while cursing. At this moment, the landlord's wife was not only cold, but also very fierce. Lin Yi, wiping his forehead of cold sweat, could finally see through it. The landlord's wife was not out for a leisurely stroll. She was urging for rent, and it seemed the landlord's wife was enjoying this process very much. In her words, life is just like this. Urging rent is one of the few pleasures. With this explanation, Lin Yi understood and thought about it, realizing why the landlord's wife would act so fierce and aloof. Urging rent. If you are nice and polite, who would be afraid of you? Naturally, you have to appear fierce and tough. Watching the landlord's wife fiercely debate with the tenants. Not losing ground at all, Lin Yi smiled and couldn't help but murmur, interesting. It's not hard to see that the landlord's wife doesn't truly want to push these temporarily unable to pay tenants to their limits. Nor would she demand immediate rent from them. She was just enjoying the process of urging rent. Otherwise, why would she walk all the way? Making eye contact at critical moments, letting Lin Yi step in to ease the situation, and then go to the next place. This point, Lin Yi understood. And the tenants naturally weren't blind. They were all people at the bottom of society, or migrant workers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living in this relatively shabby urban village. After all, apart from being cheap, there really wasn't much benefit to be found. If we really have to say, the warmth of human relationships could count as one. The landlord seems tough and fierce, but in reality, she never goes overboard. So they all remember it in their hearts. If they really had money, they would have paid the rent long ago. If they truly don't have money, the landlord wouldn't rush to kick them out. Instead, she would wait until they are financially stable before collecting. After a round of rent reminders, not a single rent payment was received, but Lin Yi ended up with a lot of late-night snacks and other goodies. The landlord walked with her hands behind her back, looking like a master in solitude, moving under the moonlight. A cool breeze blew by, and Lin Yi, wearing flip-flops, suddenly said, hiss. It's a dark night with a high wind, a night for killing. Tonight is probably not peaceful. How about I protect you closely? Are you sure? I'm the kind of person who sleepwalks at night and likes to practice a few sets of bagua palm in my dreams. The landlord stopped walking, giving a half-smiling look. Protect me closely? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl who doesn't know what you're up to? A man's words are deceitful. Just kidding, just kidding. Lin Yi immediately backed down. Humph. Seeing this, the landlord let out a proud humph and walked back home. Sigh. Lin Yi sighed softly. The road to conquering is long and arduous. How about we find an opportunity to hold the wedding? But aren't parents in this world a bit too carefree? In the past few days, Lin Yi finally figured out the various situations of his former self. For instance, the parents of both parties. The landlord's parents had already passed away. They were once masters of the Bagua sect, but as martial artists, their lives were often uncertain, rarely stable. It is said that when the landlord was very young, they died from severe injuries sustained in a fight, leading to the decline and disappearance of the entire Bagua sect from the historical stage, leaving behind some properties and a landlord who was less than 10 years old. Lin Yi's parents were good friends with the landlord's parents, and upon receiving this news, they adopted Shui Yao and have raised her until now. Moreover, the two elders were not bad people. All the properties left by the landlord's parents were handed over to her, and they didn't touch a bit. Their own properties were passed down to Lin Yi. As for this marriage, it was actually a childhood engagement, and the landlord had been quite close to Lin Yi since childhood, so she didn't oppose it as they grew up. They had already gotten used to living together. All that was missing was a marriage certificate. In the past, both of them were not in a hurry, and neither were their parents. After all, everyone understood this matter. They were merely lacking the formalities of a marriage. Everything could wait until the time was right. In fact, it was the former self who felt a bit uncomfortable, as if he were marrying his own sister, which was why he ran out to start his own business, even without touching his savings. But now it was different. This Lin Yi was not the same Lin Yi. He wanted to get married as soon as possible. The problem was that his parents had started their world tour over half a year ago, and they didn't even bring their phones, leaving their return date undecided. It was at that time that the former self had the courage to run out to start a business. However, the current trouble was that to hold a wedding, he needed his parents' approval, right? For instance, for the wedding ceremony, how could they get married without their parents present? At the same time, Lin Yi was also a bit curious. After all, the landlord's parents passed away early, so who did she learn her Bagua palm from? The night was deep, and more people were falling asleep. However, the internet knows no day or night. Lu Yuan's accusations not only failed to make people feel disgusted with the landlord and landlady, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. In other words, they were becoming more popular. Chapter 10, A Multitude of Hostility. How popular? More and more people wanted to see the landlord and landlady in person, and even duck soup rice became the so-called #1 internet celebrity dish. Moreover, it wasn't just ordinary viewers and netizens. Even some small streamers began to ride the wave and went to live stream. Especially the fans from those small streaming platforms. They were flocking in one after another. Went too late. Didn't get to eat duck soup rice? No worries, live streaming outside can also attract quite a few fans. This directly led to the landlord and landlady, the internet celebrity rental tycoons, becoming extremely popular. As a result, the president of Yibin Live couldn't sit still. A few days ago, Lin Yi suddenly became an internet celebrity. Zhou Yongxiang hadn't taken Lin Yi seriously. After all, he was just a suddenly emerging internet celebrity. What could he count for? Without follow-up hype, he would soon fall into obscurity, and as far as he knew, Lin Yi was deeply averse to such hype. So, he didn't pay any attention at all. But who would have thought that in just a few days, Lin Yi not only didn't fall, but instead became even more popular? According to data, topics related to Lin Yi and the landlord on the Yibin Live platform had become the most discussed topics. Even some small streamers had started to use the name landlord to name their live streaming rooms. Zhou Yongxiang knew this was riding the wave. But how could he just watch Lin Yi become more and more popular? He really wanted to turn the tables? Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. He could only let the other party perish without a grave. Zhou Yongxiang took a deep breath, set aside the statistical data, and his expression gradually darkened. People are often like this, especially people like him. The more they have wronged someone or harmed someone, the more they fear that person rising, and even more fear that they will climb over their heads. The best outcome, of course, is to keep the other party at the bottom forever. But now Lin Yi wants to climb up? Impossible. Secretary Qin, send an internal email in my name. Not only the staff, but all platform streamers, regardless of whether they are signed or not, must receive one. Just say this, from this moment on, our Yibin platform will no longer allow any topics or news related to the landlord, landlady, or rent collection, and all related personnel will be completely blocked. Anyone who dares to violate this will be permanently fired, and streamers will have their live streaming rooms completely blocked. Secretary Qin was a young woman with a good figure. Upon hearing this, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly replied, "Yes, President Zhou." Wait, Zhou Yongxiang waved his hand again. Also, inform the Tieba and Weibo platforms to block related topics as well. How much funding these platforms need? You apply directly to finance. Yes. After Secretary Qin left, Zhou Yongxiang chuckled. Lin Yi, oh Lin Yi, back then, you were played by me. How could you possibly be my opponent now? The power of capital is far more powerful than you can imagine. May you forever sink to the bottom of society. He lit a cigar, and before long, the luxurious office was filled with smoke. Secretary Qin's efficiency was certainly not slow. Within just an hour, there were no more topics related to the landlord on the entire Yibin platform. Even the bullet comments were no longer visible. Any keywords related to it would be blocked, or simply could not be posted. All streamers received the internal email. Therefore, there was an uproar among the group of streamers who hadn't started their broadcasts yet. Why do we have to suppress the landlord in them? Hey, they're too popular. Suppressing them is fine. Every day, it's all about their topics, even the bullet comments. It's annoying to look at. That's right, they're not even our platform streamers, yet they're even more popular than us. Isn't this ridiculous? I say this time. The harmony is beautifully done. Ha ha ha, indeed beautifully done. Finally we can stream normally. Xiao Kai originally planned to do a live stream at a roast duck restaurant. But for some reason, she seemed to have gotten into a duck feud recently, loving to eat duck. Who knew she suddenly received an internal email on the bus and then found the comments in the streamer group, instantly furrowing her brows and informing her boyfriend. What? The landlord and them are being suppressed. Is there such a thing? Both of their expressions turned grim as they stood up for Lin Yi. Why on earth? The landlord and his partner are really nice people. Although they are big landlords, they are approachable and very positive. This is simply unreasonable, right? Xiao Kai bit her back teeth, feeling quite displeased. Hey, looking at the comments from these streamers in your group, it seems that their recent popularity has been surpassed by a non-streamer internet celebrity, so they're feeling upset, right? Her boyfriend sneered. What do you mean? This is the work of some streamer? Almost certainly. Jealousy drives people mad. No way, I have to expose them. Xiao Kai thought for a moment and felt it was very possible, so she prepared to reveal this on Weibo and Tieba. What is the worst that could happen? Just offend some streamer? What is there to be afraid of? But to her surprise, when she opened Weibo and Tieba successively, she couldn't find any trace of topics related to the landlord at all. At this moment, the two of them finally realized the seriousness of the situation. It seems that it wasn't the streamer's doing. Although Xiao Kai looks cute and is a foodie, she is definitely not stupid. A streamer doesn't have that much power. It would definitely cost a lot for Yibin, Tieba, and even Weibo to simultaneously block the landlord and his partner. It must be a big company's doing. Exactly. Her boyfriend, Xiao Wu, nodded seriously. And it seems like it's the Yibin you signed with. Damn. Xiao Kai gritted her teeth, and just as the bus arrived at the stop, she got off without saying a word. What are you doing? What do you think? Going to apologize. The two of them returned to the urban village, but didn't start a live stream. A group of old men playing chess was still at the entrance, and there were even several tables. However, there was not a single person outside the store, and the door was tightly closed. Today is Wednesday. The landlord said they would close on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. How about we come back tomorrow? Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Kai's stubborn face and decisively chose to give up persuading her. Let us just wait here. Xiao Kai gritted her teeth. I'll accompany you. Xiao Wu raised a white flag, indicating surrender. However, they didn't have to wait long. Just a few minutes later, the landlord and his partner, looking like celestial beings but dressed like common folk, came strolling along with a bag of ribs. Hiss! Xiao Kai was shocked. Such a big bag of ribs. What kind of family is this? Upon realizing it was the landlord and his partner, she immediately rushed forward and bent at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. Chapter 11. The landlord's partner goes wild. It's you? Lin Yi exchanged glances with the landlord's partner and recognized Xiao Kai, but was unaware of her intentions. Lin Yi smiled and said, no need to apologize. Although you did bring quite a few people after your live stream, causing us some trouble, it's not your fault. The landlord's partner remained silent, but didn't refute, clearly agreeing with Lin Yi's words. After all, this girl Xiao Kai is not a bad person. It's not like that. Xiao Kai shook her head repeatedly. Her little face wrinkled in a frown as she bitterly smiled. If it weren't for my words, you wouldn't have become internet celebrities. Then you definitely wouldn't have been banned and censored. This is all my fault. Although I know that an apology doesn't solve the problem, I still want to say that if there's anything I can do to make up for it, please be sure to tell me. Internet celebrities? Banned? Censored? What is going on? The landlord and his partner exchanged puzzled glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Then, the landlord's partner looked at Lin Yi with a somewhat meaningful glance and said lightly, don't be anxious. Come into the store and let us talk slowly. Lin Yi nodded vigorously from the side. Can we not talk slowly? We don't even know what happened, okay? If we don't clarify the ins and outs, how will we know anything? After an in-depth conversation, Lin Yi and the landlord's partner finally understood the background and context of the situation. You mean, after that live stream, we became famous all over the internet, and became the hottest internet celebrities in a short time? And today we were banned, and it's across all platforms? The landlord's partner seemed somewhat surprised. She wasn't against becoming an internet celebrity after all. She and the landlord had some capital, and their looks were more than enough. But what was with being banned? Lin Yi frowned slightly, but didn't speak. Perhaps it can't be said to be banned across all platforms. Xiao Kai said helplessly, but as far as I know, the biggest live streaming platforms, Weibo, Tieba, and forums, have all accepted money to ban you. The remaining smaller channels haven't been touched. Probably because the person behind this looks down on them, since those small channels wouldn't cause much trouble even if they weren't banned. Oh, the landlord's partner pursed her red lips and narrowed her eyes slightly. That, Xiao Kai bit her teeth. Although I can't be sure. I estimate that the instigator of all this should be the Yibin live streaming platform that I was on. The Yibin live streaming platform? The landlord's partner nodded lightly. Understood. Then, she glanced at Lin Yi thoughtfully. Landlord's partner. Xiao Kai and Xiao Wu stood up awkwardly. If there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. If it weren't for us, no need to worry about it. At this moment, Lin Yi smiled and said, we never planned to be internet celebrities, and being banned doesn't affect us at all. Rather, it makes things a lot easier for us. Exactly. The landlord's partner nodded in agreement. Well, if you need help in the future, please be sure to let us know. After a long and sincere conversation, Xiao Kai and her boyfriend left helplessly. Once on the bus home, Xiao Kai suddenly said, Wu Wei, I don't want to live stream anymore. Xiao Wu remained silent for a long time. I'll follow your lead. You don't blame me? Silly, I don't want you to feel guilty. Besides, if it comes to it, I can drive an excavator to support you. Uft. Then I'll accompany you to drive an excavator. But unexpectedly, the landlord's partner leisurely propped up her beautiful leg. Wait, you're not going to say anything? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Say what? Just now, I checked, and Yibin live streaming has risen in less than half a year. Why is it so coincidental? And why are they banning you? The landlord's partner sneered. Why not come clean? Hey, Lin Yi kept a straight face and smiled. Who knows? Maybe they're jealous of my good looks? Besides, who knows if it was the Yibin live streaming platform that did it? This is just Xiao Kai's guess. If it's not Yibin, who else could it be? Bang. The landlord's partner slammed the table and stood up in anger for the first time. We never thought about becoming internet celebrities or being banned, and it really doesn't affect us at all. But I want to stand by and let anyone bully my man without reacting. Are you going to talk or not? If you don't, I'll send someone to investigate. You think I can't figure it out? The landlord's partner's fierce side emerged. Of course, it wasn't directed at Lin Yi, but rather at the fact that someone dared to bully her man. All right, I'm afraid of you. Helpless. Lin Yi could only compromise. In fact, he didn't really care about this matter. After all, being with the landlord's partner was much more comfortable. After all, living like a salted fish while earning at least $1 million a month, accompanied by a super beautiful woman, isn't that a heavenly life? But once the landlord's partner gets serious, with her financial power, it's impossible for her not to find out. After all, this matter isn't a secret in the industry. It's just that the landlord's partner didn't pay attention, so she didn't know. Rather than letting the landlord's partner investigate on her own, it's better to come clean. After hearing this, the landlord's partner stared at Lin Yi with a look of disappointment. So are you foolish? Signing such a gambling agreement where you can't make a profit in 6 months and end up with nothing? You've been scammed. Lin Yi shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. He was already profitable, but a partner suddenly misappropriated a large amount of funds for advertising and signing new streamers, which directly caused the performance to shift from profit to loss. In this situation, I could have sued him for commercial crimes, but he is in cahoots with those investors, and their combined shares are higher than mine. Before using the funds, he already got the investors' consent. But it was just a game, no need to take it seriously. Lin Yi also felt a bit frustrated with the foolishness of his predecessor. Yes, the predecessor was indeed capable, before the world had live streaming. He keenly grasped the trend and developed it within 6 months, showing his talent. Signing that betting agreement was partly due to carelessness and partly because of confidence. But in the end, wasn't it still foolish? Even if he had to sign that betting agreement, he shouldn't have left such an obvious loophole, right? They had already started making money on a large scale, and then suddenly, a partner misappropriated a large amount of funds for investment just before the 6-month mark. Is this considered a loss? But there is also a clause in the contract stating that the profit standard is, the company can operate independently without additional investment or loans. It's clear as day that this was a scheme played by the partner and the investors to make the predecessor go bankrupt while they hogged the big cake. The actions of the predecessor, whether careless or just playing around without concern, ultimately still seemed a bit foolish. Chapter 12. At worst, I'll sell the building. But it's too late to say anything now. Even if I go the legal route, they are still reasonable and legal. So Lin Yi said nonchalantly. Don't take it to heart. Just consider it a way for me to relax. Easy for you to say. Shui Yao became increasingly angry as she listened, slapping her delicate little hand on the table and saying, "My landlord's man is not someone who can be bullied by just anyone. Besides, I don't even know you. You look like you don't care on the surface, but you must be very concerned inside, right? Stop pretending. Go ahead and confront them. This time, I approve. Let them know the consequences of bullying my man. However, this time, you must be more cautious. If there are any contracts, let me take a look first." Lin Yi was utterly confused. What am I pretending about? Pretend? Just keep pretending for me. The landlord lady looked unconvinced and sneered. What? Do you want me to take action personally? If that happens, you'll have to bail me out. Lin Yi. Landlord lady, calm down, calm down. Lin Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling both amused and worried. At the same time, he imagined the scene of the landlord lady taking action. On a dark and windy night, the landlord lady, dressed in night clothes, broke into Zhou Yongxiang's house, and then snap, and then charged with intentional injury and ended up in jail. Lin Yi had indeed experienced this before. He was the one who bailed this fierce woman out back then. Her bagua palm was quite powerful, and she didn't hold back when she struck. Last time, they were lucky. She only gave someone a mild concussion. What if she accidentally killed someone this time? Damn it. What the hell, isn't that fine? Landlord lady, calm down. While responding to her, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart. If the memories of the predecessor weren't wrong, the last time the landlord lady acted was because someone bullied her. In her view, bullying her might be fine, but if someone dared to bully Lin Yi, they better be ready to buy a coffin. Of course, with her skills, hardly anyone could bully her anyway. That's more like it. Seeing Lin Yi agree to take revenge, the landlord lady snorted coldly and then kicked him. What are you doing? Billion Network live streaming, right? Let's crush it. Lin Yi immediately broke into a sweat. Landlord lady. Although Billion Network hasn't gone public yet, it's valued at least 500 million. Our current funds seem a bit insufficient. What's wrong with 500 million? The landlord lady glared. At worst, I'll sell the building. No way. I'll find a way. You just rest, landlord lady. Lin Yi was shocked. Can we sell the building now? We're waiting for the demolition to raise the price. Selling now would be a huge loss. But at the same time, he felt even more moved. The landlord lady isn't a fool. Doesn't she know this? But she said that just because of him, because the predecessor had suffered injustice. Damn it. What kind of virtue do you have to be so deeply loved by such a perfect landlord lady? After lunch, the landlord lady took her usual nap, but Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Do I want to take revenge? Asking himself, while he didn't want it that much. It certainly wasn't that he hadn't thought about it at all. After all, the predecessor was indeed quite miserable after being deceived. If it weren't for the fact that he only inherited 20 of the memories, Lin Yi would probably be grinding his teeth in anger. However, even so, Lin Yi had thought about revenge, but out of fear that the landlord lady wouldn't be happy, he hadn't shown it. But now that, by a twist of fate, the landlord lady already knew and was forcing him to take revenge, if he didn't act now, he would truly be a turtle hiding its head. So, from what angle should he approach it? As for money, to be honest, Lin Yi wasn't lacking. Just the 10 buildings under his name brought in more than 500,000 in rent each month. However, a few years ago, he didn't know how to manage his finances and spent a lot. So since he turned 18 and transferred the property, he only had a little over 10 million left in savings. This amount was definitely enough for startup capital. The reason he had previously sought all the funding from investors? Who knows what the predecessor was thinking? However, a little over 10 million isn't a small amount, but it's not a lot either. To take revenge decisively, the best way would be to crush Zhou Yongxiang and Billion in the same field. But with just a little over 10 million, how could he possibly create a live streaming platform? Practically impossible. Why? Popularity. It's easy to create a website. Even with the costs of servers and so on, an investment of a little over 10 million would be enough. But the problem is, what's the use of creating a website and renting servers? Live streaming requires hosts, right? And how many viewers do new hosts and ordinary hosts have? Nobody watches. To rise quickly, he'd have to spend a lot to poach big hosts. Unfortunately, that price is quite high, as it not only requires signing bonuses, but also has to cover breach of contract fees. It's not feasible. Thinking of this, Lin Yi directly discarded the idea of creating another live streaming platform. However, even if he doesn't create a live streaming platform, I can still venture into the video field and make them kneel down and sing conquer. Moments later, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth slowly curled up. This world is also 2019, but compared to the world before he traveled, there are significant differences. For example, the development of the entertainment industry is relatively singular. Movies and TV shows are doing quite well, and there are many classics, but in terms of internet entertainment, there's a significant gap. Online novels, comics, and animations certainly exist. However, live streaming has only been around for half a year, and short videos? They've never even heard of it. Web dramas? Sorry, what's that? If you mention short videos or web dramas to people in this world, they would surely be confused, but Lin Yi clearly understands how vast the market is, especially for short videos. In his previous life, the South was dominated by Douyin, and the North by Kuaishou, which was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. From 3-year-old toddlers to 70 or 80-year-old seniors, many were addicted. If he could create a short video platform that crushes what he sees as the still backward live streaming, wouldn't that be simple? However, he needs to plan ahead. Keeping the essence and discarding the dross is what he wants to do with short videos. And it must be positive energy. Lin Yi doesn't want the short videos he creates to be chaotic. Chapter 13. Being supported by the landlord lady. Short videos are definitely attractive. They even have a certain magic that makes people unable to stop. But the various short videos from the previous life were too chaotic. The existence of these people has undoubtedly lowered the quality of short videos like South Doubei and North Kwai, leading to a lot of dislike among viewers. Of course, those short video companies from previous lives have no choice. They need sufficient content to compete. But Lin Yi is different. In this world, short videos have not yet begun to take off. It is completely a fertile ground. In a short time, no one will compete with him. So why worry about content? Since that is the case, why bother with those monsters and demons? Therefore, in terms of review, the videos must be positive. This positive energy does not mean motivational quotes, but rather avoiding random filming and conveying incorrect values, etc. Secondly, all monsters and demons should be eliminated. Lastly, no pornography, gambling, or drugs. So, the review department will need quite a few staff members. Planning, setting, demands. When Lin Yi gets serious, combined with some imitation, the speed naturally becomes very fast. What he intends to create is not just another short video platform like South Doubei and North Kwai, but to draw on the strengths of various platforms. It will have an interface like Douyin for direct video streaming, as well as a section like the Most Right for better communication. Just want to watch videos? The streaming interface is sufficient, but users who prefer communication can also choose their favorite sections. Done. After several hours, thousands of words flowed, and as he wrote the last sentence, Lin Yi stretched lazily but suddenly realized that his fist seemed to have hit something soft and indescribable. Wow, am I going to die? Although he felt a bit pleased inside, he must not show it. Lin Yi suddenly turned over and stood up, looking at the landlady who had appeared behind him at some point, and forced a smile. When did you come over? I've been watching for a while. The landlady maintained her composure, as if nothing had happened, but her flustered eyes had betrayed her. However, the landlady still pretended to be calm and said, "Your idea seems interesting. It can definitely succeed." Lin Yi was full of confidence. After all, only those who have experienced the magic of short videos know it. Of course, not everyone likes it, but it is undeniable that there are indeed many people who are obsessed. Well, this is your own business. You handle it. If you fail, I will step in, the landlady said lightly. Lin Yi, wow, you still haven't given up on the idea of stepping in? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Just as he was about to persuade her, the landlady threw out a bank card and turned to leave. I'm going to cook. You continue. You this? Lin Yi held the bank card, stunned in place. Am I being supported by the landlady? With that little money of yours, what can you do? The rent I've collected over the years is inside. Consider it a favor. I'll take a 20 stake. By the way, the password is my birthday. Don't think about asking me. If you forget it. Lin Yi. The next day, Lin Yi went to the high-tech park in the deep city, preparing to find a company to develop his project. The landlady? Naturally, she accompanied him. Don't think I want to follow you. I'm afraid you'll be sold and still help count the money. Sigh, really worried to death. The landlady sighed softly, following Lin Yi closely. Hearing this, Lin Yi chuckled but didn't expose the landlady. He simply took a step back and held her hand. The landlady trembled all over, trying to pull her little hand back, but Lin Yi held it tightly, and she couldn't pull it out, so she just let him. The reason for choosing to outsource the development is mainly due to efficiency and manpower issues. Now that his own company hasn't been established and there isn't a single staff member, outsourcing is naturally more suitable for initial development. As for later fine-tuning, updates, and maintenance, once the development is completed, Lin Yi's own company will definitely be on the right track, and it won't be too late to hand over then. Gentlemen, please take a seat. My surname is Wang, and I'm the department head of Taolong Network Technology. I heard you have a project? It's not exactly a big project, but the difficulty is not small. I'm not sure if you can handle it. Lin Yi played with the landlady's delicate hand, feeling comfortable. This is a significant improvement. The landlady had a blank expression, seemingly indifferent, but her heart was racing like a deer, in a state of panic. Mr. Lin is joking. Wang Chuanji smiled. Our Taolong has never failed to develop a project. I've heard, so even if your price is 20 higher than the market, I'm the first to come to you. Lin Yi nodded and then said, the development cost is 1 million, but I can't tell you the requirements until we sign a confidentiality contract. I have only one request, and that is, it must meet my requirements. 1 million? Wang Chuanji was surprised. Currently, developing a project on the market, even for two mainstream systems, would only be around 2 to 300,000. Their company is larger, so the costs are higher, but 50,000 can usually do everything. Of course, provided that no groundbreaking technology is used. 1 million? That money must be hard to handle. Wang Chuanji pondered for a moment. May I boldly ask if it requires any functions that have not yet appeared, or complex algorithms? Functions that haven't appeared can only be explored, making it difficult and expensive. Algorithms? This is often the most troublesome part of a program. If the algorithms are complex, the price will rise sharply. No, but precise push notifications in the algorithms are essential. Lin Yi shook his head in denial. If that's the case, I can guarantee completion. Wang Chuanji smiled and shook hands with Lin Yi. The time will not exceed 1 month. Precise push notifications are indeed relatively complex, but there are many reference codes, so it shouldn't be a big problem. For example, various online shopping also involves precise push notifications, which is quite similar. A pleasant cooperation. After signing the contract and a confidentiality agreement with a penalty of up to 1 billion, Lin Yi left satisfied. A 1 billion confidentiality agreement. The president of Taolong looked at Wang Chuanji, frowning. He wouldn't want to stall us, would he? Probably not. Wang Chuanji also felt a bit uneasy. After all, this penalty for breach of confidentiality is quite high, but he had seen such things in this industry before. I looked at his project requirements, and it really is an unprecedented approach. He is probably really afraid that this idea will be leaked. Oh, let me see. After the president of Taolong looked at the project requirements, he disdainfully said, short videos? Is this even considered an idea? Chapter 14, Can there be the 4 heavenly kings of the selling world? The video cannot exceed 10 minutes at most. What can you do in 10 minutes? An episode of an anime is already 20 minutes long, and if it hasn't even introduced the plot, it's already over, right? You handle this project. The difficulty isn't great, and a price of 1 million is quite good, probably from some rich second generation, foolish with money. After casually commenting a few times, the president of Taolong lost interest. Wang Chuanji vaguely felt that the president's opinion was somewhat off, but he didn't rebut. After all, he couldn't see the brilliance of this idea either. After shaking his head, he assigned the project and began designing and producing it the same day. On the way home, Lin Yi checked the landlady's bank card and found that there was a full 50 million inside. Even without mentioning the landlady's properties, she is definitely a rich woman, enough to allow one to work less for 20 years. At this moment, Lin Yi even had a feeling of being supported by a rich woman. Well, to be honest, it felt quite good. And this 50 million is enough to solve the funding problem. At least he doesn't need to sell properties. The development of short videos is just the first step, and it will take some time. 1 month. That is just the time Wang Chuanji gave. How long it will actually take is uncertain. Moreover, after development, various adjustments and debugging will also require time. In Lin Yi's imagination, if they can complete what he wants within 2 months, that would already be considered qualified. But wanting to make short videos popular, does just making them suffice? No way. In the past life, there were countless short videos, but the ones that are well known are only Nando Bei Kwai. To make short videos popular, there must be enough high-quality content, which means a large number of videos. And new videos need to be uploaded every day, even every moment. These videos can be hilarious comedies, love and familial videos, tear-jerking videos, or challenging videos that make people sweat. Of course, technical videos should not be overlooked either. How did Douyin become popular in the past life? It was not just about that. The real reason Douyin became popular was that at the beginning, it cultivated many technical gurus. The videos created by those people were variously impressive and cool. Of course, whether they copied from abroad is not to be delved into for now, because in this world, there was no concept of short videos. Lin Yi could play however he wanted. Before long, Lin Yi wrote down dozens of video categories, but in the end, he decided to mainly use 3 of them. These 3 are undoubtedly the most attractive in existence. In today's society, with high living pressures, people need relaxation. Comedy videos naturally have the upper hand. Technical videos can attract a large number of teenage users. After planning the initial video types, Lin Yi thought again. Now that there are no related video bloggers and my money can't be burned so recklessly, I can only cultivate them myself. Fortunately, in the past life, I watched and learned a lot about internet celebrity tricks, so wanting to cultivate them myself isn't a big problem. Although I currently have more than 50 million, it doesn't last long. Not to mention other expenses, just the servers. If there are few users, it's naturally not expensive. But what if there are hundreds of thousands, or even millions online at the same time? Just connecting so many users requires a considerable server cost. Not to mention these people need to constantly watch and upload videos. Therefore, Most of the early expenses must be reserved to support the operation of the servers. Thus, cultivating a batch of internet celebrities is undoubtedly the most suitable approach. Alright, in my past life, I merely viewed internet celebrities, but in this life, I will personally cultivate a group. Fortunately, I am the boss, and I have the final say. I can choose some positive energy ones, ensuring the quality is not uneven. And there are no strange and evil characters popping up. Well then, in 2 months, I will let you know what a real internet celebrity is. While my memory is still clear, Lin Yi wrote down various internet celebrity viral models quickly. For example, very beautiful Oh Brother, water dispenser hot pot beauty, taekwondo dad. Rome mama, some African brothers dull life, Uncle Faye's hammer, plastic bag battle axe steak, etc. What? These aren't funny enough, not outrageous enough? Every cause has its effect. When Lin Yi wrote this, he couldn't help but shiver. Do we really want to let this monster come into the world? Cough, think twice. It's fine not to have weird characters, but it's okay to have the 4 kings of the selling world. As for those technical videos, Lin Yi has seen many and thinks they are impressive, but he doesn't know how they are specifically filmed. He can only write down the effects and then find some professionals in photography to research together. Content is king. Worried about not having enough good and new content. There's no need to worry at all. What Lin Yi needs to do is to bring up the heat, and naturally, many people will rush to upload videos. So, that's it. Next, find people. This indeed needs careful consideration. People are not easy to find. After all, even if one knows the tricks. If the people are not suitable, it is difficult to achieve the desired effect, and the quality will naturally decline. Encountering a problem? The landlord happens to pass by, sees Lin Yi frowning, and can't help but ask. There really is a bit of a problem. Everything else is fine, but I need more hands. It's not hard to find people for maintenance and company review later, but I need to cultivate many reliable internet celebrities with good personalities, and not everyone can do this. It has to be chosen slowly. Isn't this simple? The landlord said lightly. In our village, there are plenty of people, from toddlers who just learned to walk to 99-year-olds. Get some rest early, and tomorrow morning, I'll take you to pick people. Makes sense. Lin Yi nodded happily. Chapter 15. How about I offer myself in return? Reliable? Many people in the village have worked for many years, and knowing them inside and out makes them more reliable than those found outside. Moreover, there are several thousand people living just in their own building. Adding those from other buildings, even if we can't find them all, finding some should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's brow relaxed, and he then chuckled. Landlord, you've helped me again. This great kindness cannot be repaid. How about I offer myself in return? Hee hee. The landlord let out a cold laugh. I don't know how cold the sea water is. Lin Yi. The next day, early morning, in the village, people come and go, bustling with activity, with vendors selling mostly breakfast and various snacks and pastries. Common breakfast items like steamed buns, noodles, soy milk, and fried dough sticks are plentiful. After all, everyone is busy. Even if their income is low, most still need to go to work. And making breakfast themselves is too troublesome, so buying some affordable breakfast is naturally more cost-effective. At least compared to other places in the deep market. Breakfast in the village is at least 30% cheaper. But don't underestimate this 30%. For those with low incomes, this is already a huge temptation. It seems like it's been a while since I went out this early. Lin Yi walked alongside the landlord, occasionally greeted by others. Although it was quite noisy, it wasn't unpleasant or strange. After all, having lived in the village since childhood, he was already used to this environment. The most he had done recently was to be lazy and not go out early. Landlord, how about 2 fried dough sticks? Homemade, guaranteed to be healthy. At this moment, a woman selling fried dough sticks smiled and spoke while packing them. Oh, Lin Yi's eyes twinkled. How much are your fried dough sticks? Hey, they're not worth much. How could I ask you for money? Just take them, the woman replied casually. Nonsense, we landlords can't take your things without paying. Lin Yi laughed as he took the fried dough sticks and asked, but it's not about paying or not. I just want to know how much you sell them for. The woman smiled helplessly. She wasn't pretty, having already passed 40. And the years had left noticeable marks on her face, her skin somewhat dark, but fortunately, she was in good spirits. Under Lin Yi's questioning, she could only say, these fried dough sticks are 1 yuan for 4. Lin Yi? The 2 words he coming from Lin Yi seemed to carry a kind of magical playfulness, causing everyone nearby to turn their heads. Landlord. Woman, ah? Everyone. Is the landlord going crazy? This thought quickly emerged in everyone's mind. Cough. Hey, I work a bit late, so I just sell some fried dough sticks when I have time. It's just this skill, and the money I earn barely covers my meals. Aunt Wong didn't hide it, directly informing them. Do you want to earn more? Lin Yi asked enticingly. Of course I want to, but who doesn't want to make money? In the village, apart from rich folks like Lin Yi, most are low-income migrant workers, and some locals struggling for various reasons. These people, who wouldn't want a little more income? Whether to support their family or for other reasons, money is incredibly important. There's no but, as long as you want. It's easy to say, Lin Yi said with a smile. I have a project here that will need your cooperation. If nothing unexpected happens. Increasing business by several times is definitely not a problem. Who knows, you might even rent a storefront to sell fried dough sticks exclusively. Lin Yi was filled with a playful spirit at this moment. In the world before the time travel, among the online community in Huaxia, there was a saying about the four kings of the hawking world. One of the four kings was the ant who sold Wawatu, a type of steamed bun. Coincidentally, he encountered one, so he could totally replicate this. Wouldn't it be delightful to seize the initiative? After all, it's not possible to wait until everything is ready before slowly promoting it. He could easily create a batch of internet celebrities first, and then have them all join in. This way, once they go online, they could immediately attract a large number of users, catching the live streaming world off guard. Ant Wang was taken aback. Wawatu is such a minor thing. It's a local food, and it's impossible to eat it 3 meals a day. With the foot traffic in the urban village, how could one possibly keep a storefront open from dawn till dusk? The demand simply isn't that great. Can it really work? Ant Wang's first reaction was disbelief. However, who was the landlord? In her eyes, he was a big shot with billions in assets, and he was a decent person. So he wouldn't come to mess with her, right? The odds were quite high. Lin Yi smiled and said, I will tell you how to do it later. It's really just about recording an audio and then shooting a video. As for everything else, just keep it as usual. All right, I can give it a try. Ant Wang nodded, deciding to test it out since it was just about making a video after all. As for whether she could make more money, to be honest, Ant Wang really didn't think the hope was great. Can Ant Wang really become famous? After bidding farewell to Ant Wang, the landlord couldn't help but complain. You honest ant. Don't let her down. Am I that kind of person? Lin Yi shrugged and explained. This is about seizing the initiative. Even if we find enough manpower and go live on time, in this era, who knows how many people are out there? Good wine fears a deep alley. We always need to promote it a bit. Seizing the initiative? The landlord pondered. That sounds about right. But what's Ant Wang's selling point? It's just a gimmick. Not really a selling point. However, sometimes, something quirky can attract some attention. You'll understand in a few days. Lin Yi knew very well that saying too much now wouldn't achieve the desired effect, and the landlord might not understand. So it's better to do than to say. I'll go find a few more people with objectives. Then we can form the four kings of the hawking world, promoting our urban village while also bringing in a lot of traffic. All right, you take care of this yourself. It gives me a headache. The landlord put her hand to her forehead, indicating she didn't want to get involved. Lin Yi wasn't annoyed and cheerfully went to find people. It wasn't difficult to gather the four kings of the hawking world. The only hard one to find was the roasted yam seller, but coincidentally, there was one selling roasted yams in the urban village. With that, the four kings of the hawking world were quickly assembled. Although they didn't know what Lin Yi was planning, they happily agreed to cooperate and shoot a video, considering the landlord's reputation. Chapter 16, Don't Buy Me Cigarettes. After securing the candidates for the four kings of the hawking world, Lin Yi and the landlord went to the community committee of the urban village. Grandpa Li, who was over 70, had been in this industry for over 10 years and knew the urban village like the back of his hand. If you wanted to find someone, asking him was definitely a good idea. The landlord explained. Sure. Landlord, who do you want to find? Grandpa Li had originally retired long ago, but his family wasn't well off and his health was still decent, which is why he continued working. It's not about finding anyone in particular, but rather looking for some qualified people. As soon as Lin Yi opened his mouth, Grandpa Li perked up. Listening to you, landlord. Are you planning to start a big company? It's not even a plan yet, just thinking about it. But first I need to find the right candidates. Hey, that's great. Our urban village may not have much, but we have all kinds of colorful people, and quite a few of them have real skills. What are the requirements? It's tough out there. In Grandpa Li's view, if the landlord's company could help the neighbors, he would certainly cooperate fully. Well, Lin Yi thought for a moment and then listed his requirements. Young men, they don't have to be handsome, but they need to be clean and honest. Ideally, they should come from mountainous areas, somewhere with beautiful scenery, and have good cooking skills and some literary qualities. There are. Grandpa Li nodded without hesitation. And still a young man, not necessarily handsome, but from the mountains, or someone who has a piece of land, raising bamboo rats or rabbits or something. Hey, landlord, you asked the right person. My grandson is raising bamboo rats, and his character is impeccable. Is that so? Lin Yi's corner of his mouth twitched. What about a young chess master? Preferably a couple or young lovers who can easily defeat the old men at our urban village entrance. That might be hard to find. Grandpa Li stroked his white beard. But there is. Right here in our urban village. I heard they were originally aiming for the national team. But unfortunately couldn't make it for some reason. Wow, that's impressive. Now, how about a girl who looks elegant with a bit of an ancient style and has great cooking skills? Yes. What about a welder who has excellent skills and somewhat resembles a certain celebrity? Yes. There are. After listing several candidates with specific requirements, Grandpa Li said that they were all available in the urban village, making Lin Yi exclaim that there are indeed masters among the common people. As for the Taekwondo dad and the popular, a character from a famous Chinese drama, type influencers, they had fewer requirements, so they were easier to find. However, the candidate for office Little Wild was still missing. There were plenty of people of suitable age, and dressing up an office was just a matter of spending money. But to reach the level of office Little Wild was not something just anyone could handle. Seeing Grandpa Li deep in thought, the landlord suddenly said, I actually have a candidate. Moreover, she already has some popularity, so if we want to promote her, it should be very suitable. Who? Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Her image is indeed suitable, and she is already known for her food broadcasts, but would she be willing to come? Didn't she say she was available if needed? The landlord said lightly. Besides, you seem quite confident, right? The previous candidates had few requirements, and you were very confident. For this office Little Wild, you are obviously more assured. If that is the case, having her come would be a good thing for her as well. That's true. Lin Yi nodded. Can office Little Wild become popular? It would be strange if she didn't. And as for office Little Wild, her appearance was like a rebellion. But she was also doing what everyone wanted to do but dared not do. Outside of work, do whatever she wanted, even eating hot pot by the water dispenser. Not to mention anything else. Watching her was at least a way to relax. Therefore, office Little Wild was destined to be popular among young people. Not to say that everyone would like her, but she had lived in a way that many envied. Then it's settled. I'll contact her. As for you, Grandpa Li, could you please reach out to those candidates I mentioned earlier? Let us meet tomorrow on the weekend? No problem. No problem. Landlord, don't worry. Just don't buy me cigarettes. Grandpa Li said with a smile. Lin Yi, I didn't prepare any cigarettes. Damn, how awkward. Did I forget to bring a gift when visiting? Just then, the landlord casually pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from her bag. Grandpa Li waved his hands repeatedly, but his face was beaming like a flower. After leaving the community committee, where did you get the cigarettes? I took them from your room. You should have quit by now. Just when Xiao Kai, who was idly doing nothing, suddenly received a call from Lin Yi. She jumped up and hurriedly said, What do you want me to do? You said you would give me a job? Xiao Kai was stunned. Originally thought the landlord was going to seek justice or make me do something, but in the end, it turned out to be giving me work. The next day, in the morning, the landlady went to register a company with her documents. A confidentiality agreement had to be signed and notarized. Otherwise, Lin Yi's ideas from his previous life would be copied by others. After all, Lin Yi had some understanding of how famous internet celebrities rose to fame. So it wasn't difficult to just follow the pattern and make some slight modifications. Naturally, everyone had no objections. Living in the urban village, they were already close to the bottom of society. Who wouldn't want to give it a shot? Now that the landlord was willing to use them, what did they have to fear? In fact, they were also a bit insecure because their looks weren't outstanding. They were at best of average appearance. Meanwhile, most of the internet celebrities on live streaming platforms had celebrity faces, good-looking men and women. How could they compete? Chapter 17. Who wants to buy some millet? Seeing their concerns, Lin Yi smiled and said, Why underestimate yourselves? Those internet celebrities might indeed have some talent, but their looks have brought them a lot of extra points. If you can become famous with your average looks, even more so than those people, then who has more value? I don't need to say more, right? So, my friends, let us get fired up. Your journey is the starry sea. And you? Shan Yao asked thoughtfully. Me? Lin Yi smiled. I just want to clear some obstacles in the starry sea. At noon, the landlady returned. The company has been established with a registered capital of 10 million. As you suggested, Heart Language Entertainment Company, including categories like internet technology. Hey, good job, Lin Yi said, wanting to hug her. But the landlady rolled her eyes and pushed him away. Why Heart Language? Just do what I want. Lin Yi shrugged. Doing these things isn't to prove anything. I just want to do it, so Heart Language feels suitable. That is true. Just like me opening a store, the landlady nodded in understanding. In the afternoon, Xiao Kai arrived. Lin Yi sat across from her. How many fans do you have for your live stream? I don't do live streaming anymore. Xiao Kai lightly bit her red lips. It feels meaningless. Lin Yi was taken aback, but quickly understood, shaking his head. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Honestly, I never thought about becoming an internet celebrity. I know, but alright, let us not talk about that. What if I let you continue live streaming? Huh. Xiao Kai was stunned, rubbing her face. But why? It has nothing to do with them. No, it has something to do with them. Lin Yi stroked his chin. Actually, the reason I want you to live stream is to counter Yibin. Then I'll do it. Xiao Kai immediately nodded, excited. So this is a counterattack from the landlord and landlady? Am I also part of the resistance? A fierce tiger from the empire. Are we going to defeat it? Your middle school soul is already burning brightly. Lin Yi chuckled. It's not that exaggerated, but it's not far off. What do I need to do? Tomorrow morning. Come live stream in our urban village. At that time, I will arrange for the 4 great kings of the selling world. You just need to give them enough camera time, then secretly hype it up. Just like this, like that. The two conspired like they were plotting something big. The next day, in the morning, 2 days later, Xiao Kai started her live stream again. Since it was too early, even on a Sunday, there weren't many viewers. But still, several thousand fans entered the live stream room right away. Huh, Xiao Kai is live streaming again. I thought you were going to continue to ghost us. Come on, show us some charm. Looking around, the environment seemed a bit familiar. The audience quickly started chatting. Xiao Kai smiled gently at the camera. Sorry for not streaming the past few days due to a lack of material, but today, look where I am again. The camera panned, capturing the urban village. Then Xiao Kai's voice came. That's right. It's the landlord's place. Those words can't be said, or else it will be blocked. But it's definitely the urban village. To be honest, I always feel that this urban village is extraordinary. So today, I've decided to take you all to explore. Let us see what secrets are hidden in this urban village. The audience was also very interested. Wow, this episode isn't about eating, it's an adventure? What kind of mysteries does this urban village from the last century hide? Let us see what secrets you'll uncover today, Xiao Kai. Haha, sounds interesting, let us go. Under the audience's urging, the live stream quickly got to the point. However, just after entering the urban village, a continuous selling sound attracted Xiao Kai's attention. Did you hear that? It sounds like a very strange selling voice. Let us go check it out. Then, Aunt Wong entered the live stream. Since it was breakfast time, many kids were surrounding her buying steamed buns, but that wasn't the point. The key was that next to her stall hung a loudspeaker, and from the loudspeaker came a catchy selling chant. Steamed buns, 4 for $1, hee hee. The selling voice was continuous. Xiao Kai. Barrage, dumbfounded. Wow. What a talent. This is too catchy, right? My goodness, this end is amazing. The live stream room exploded. Interesting. Ha. This urban village really is a hidden gem. I don't know how many secrets there are. I've recorded it, ha. The first time I heard it, it felt ear-piercing, but after hearing it a few times, damn, I'm full of thoughts about steamed buns for $1. It's toxic. Let us go. I want to eat. Is that okay? With your selling voice, I'll take 4. Xiao Kai, hurry and buy me some. The barrage was lively. Seeing this, Xiao Kai secretly nodded. Since the goal had been achieved, then, all right, I'll satisfy everyone's wishes, let us keep walking. Not long after, another selling voice came. This was at the roadside, where a large pile of bundled spinach was placed together, and again, a loudspeaker was repeatedly broadcasting the selling chant. But this time it wasn't a woman, but a deep male voice, even approaching a tenor range. Spinach for cheap. Spinach, cheap spinach. Spinach. Each shout was louder than the last. While it wasn't as catchy as the steamed bun chant, it was still very catchy. Then, another old man's selling voice came. The boss's selling voice. Roasted yam. Hot. Delicious. Super sweet. Child. Mom, I want to eat roasted yam. Mom, eat big pieces. Is 2 pieces enough? Child, that's enough. Thank you, Mom. You're so nice. At first glance, the text didn't seem like much. But the problem was, it was all one person's voice, and it was a heavily accented old man. The catchy chant returned once more. Finally, a strong man, pedaling a tricycle, rushed past Xiao Kai with a cart full of millet, leaving only the selling voice, lingering and persistent. Who wants to buy some millet? Chapter 18. You've already been given the capital, and you still want to freeload? After a live stream, the 4 great kings of the selling world instantly became popular among Xiao Kai's fan group. Even though the live stream room had gone dark, many were still discussing. Some even edited and combined videos and spread them around. Ha. I can't take it anymore. What is this catchy selling? No wonder they are the 4 great kings of the selling world. I would call you the strongest. My goodness. Now I can't get the thought of steamed buns for $1 out of my head. Who is going to save me? Who wants to buy some millet? Haha, the grandpa selling Xiaomi is really impressive. I want to visit his business. His street vendor calls are so high-end. It's as if he's questioning the customers. I'm afraid he might hit you, haha. Uffed. I can't take it anymore. I have to share this on my friend circle. The 4 kings of street vending didn't become popular overnight, but their heat is spreading like a spark. On the other hand, after Xiao Kai closed, she didn't leave the urban village but joined the landlord couple. They are doing well. Regarding Xiao Kai's work, Lin Yi expressed his approval immediately. I watched the live broadcast, and the effect has been achieved. Next, we just need to let things develop for a while. Xiao Kai said a bit shyly, actually, I feel there are many places that could be improved. Is that really okay? Of course, there's no need to worry. This kind of mesmerizing brainwashing is even more powerful than we imagine. However, next, we need to set you up with an office and hire some staff. Since we've decided to let Xiao Kai play the role of office Xiao Yi, an office is naturally essential. Moreover, XINU also needs an office. Not to mention anything else, just the content review department after the software goes live will need to hire quite a few people, right? Landlady, what size office do you think we should rent? Lin Yi wanted to hear the landlady's opinion. Landlady, Are you out of your mind? Why do we need to rent an office? We need a working space. Lin Yi was stunned. Can't we use our own? The landlady retorted. Our own? Lin Yi's scalp tingled, and his heart raced. No way, right? Could it be that besides these 20 buildings in the urban village, we also have office buildings? At this moment, the landlady added, I remember that 5-star office building that our parents gave me as a betrothal gift has 2 floors temporarily empty. Those 2 floors should be enough, right? Lin Yi 3? Wow, there really is an office building? And it's a 5-star one? So what did my parents do to afford this? Are they rich beyond imagination? Xiaokai was almost scared silly. Oh my god. What kind of celestial beings are these in front of me? I originally thought they were just big landlords with a dozen buildings, which was already quite scary. But it turns out there's also a 5-star office building. No, wait. That's just a betrothal gift. So could it be that there's even more? My goodness. In the heart of the city, at the most bustling area, in the Wanxiang City building, Lin Yi and the others were stopped by a security guard sternly. Sorry. This is a private office building. Without a work badge, you cannot enter. Lin Yi glanced at the landlady. To be honest, he really had no memory of this building. On the other hand, the landlady was also blinking, feeling a bit confused. But at that moment, an old security guard ran over and pulled the young security guard aside. Smiling at Lin Yi and the others, sorry, he's new. Please come in. No problem, the landlady said calmly, and the 3 entered, leaving the young security guard confused in the wind. Master, didn't you say that no one can enter without a work badge? Otherwise, if something gets stolen in the building, we can't escape responsibility. They aren't employees of our building. The old security guard shook his head and smiled. Kid, you're still too young. That's true, but did you see how that man is dressed? In our place, tank tops, beach shorts, and flip-flops either belong to losers or big landlords. Do you think he looks like a loser? Having 2 beautiful women with him doesn't seem like it. Exactly. Remember that incredibly beautiful woman from just now? Yes. You need to remember, they are indeed not from our building, but this building belongs to that big beauty. Young security guard. Oh my god. In the Wanxiang City building, on the 18th floor, in a low-key luxurious and connotative president's office, Lin Yi and the others were gazing into the distance. Is this enough? It's enough. Over 2,000 square meters on one floor, nearly 5,000 square meters combined for 2 floors. What kind of company are we running that isn't enough? It's not like we are a Fortune 500 company. Even if we split 1 or 2 rooms for office Xiaokai, that would still be enough. The landlady, seeing Lin Yi had no objections, pondered. As for hiring, I don't know much, but didn't you major in business management in college? You could bring a few classmates over. It should be manageable. That's fine, but the rent. Lin Yi looked at the landlady eagerly. What a joke. The landlady scoffed. I've given you all my savings from these years. Do you think you can freeload off me? The market rent for 2 floors is 6 million a year. Cough. Xiaokai almost choked on her water, seeing the suddenly fierce landlady for the first time. She was quite unaccustomed. Lin Yi, however, was already used to it. How about a discount, landlady? A big discount. Forget it. Why would we need to make a fuss about that? Currently in development, the influencer candidates have been confirmed and are familiarizing themselves. The 4 kings of street vending have begun to make their move. Next, it's about forming the company and hiring professional photographers and technical talents. Lin Yi was contemplating the upcoming tasks. Forming a company is not simple. From the HR department, marketing department, finance department, sales department, public relations department, legal department, and so on, a person without experience trying to do everything smoothly from the start is basically impossible. So Lin Yi planned to follow the landlady's advice and dig someone from his old classmates to help out. As for professional photographers, they are mainly for shooting some more challenging short videos. For example, in Lin Yi's previous life, he wanted to shoot a piece called Prisoner's Dilemma made by several young people abroad. But to shoot this video, professional photographers and actors with good acting skills are needed. Chapter 19, Being Disdained. These actors don't need to be famous. It's fine if they're all newcomers. But their acting must be on point and able to convey that feeling. In addition, there are also some technical talents. Just like those tech-savvy big shots from the early days of Douyin, using some simple props and a mobile phone to shoot videos that are incredibly cool. Unfortunately, after Douyin became popular, tech-oriented video bloggers and talents have become fewer and fewer. Instead, a large number of short videos with sexual innuendos, monsters, and ghosts have taken over the traffic. Lin Yi thought this was quite a pity. Therefore, Lin Yi planned to promote tech talent in this world. Of course, this technology is not just about shooting cool videos. It can also include various skill crafts. For example, a real carpenter who can build a house without a single nail is also a technical talent, right? Moreover, Lin Yi also wanted to create a dance. This dance once swept the small broken station in his previous life. However, before that, he needed to find the right personnel. So, the next goal is to find people. But at the same time, he can't slack off on short videos. With this in mind, Lin Yi said to Xiao Kai. The model for Office Xiao Kai and the plan for the previous 10 episodes have been prepared. And you can recruit the necessary personnel yourself. You can also buy the equipment yourself. As for the funds, just do a tally and then apply to me. In the short term, we must launch the first video and make it go viral. No problem. Xiao Kai nodded vigorously. I will do my best. She had already seen Lin Yi's arrangement and planning, and her mood at that time could only be described with 4 words: astonishingly beautiful. So now, she is full of confidence. After all, she is currently one of the hottest figures in online eating broadcasts, and she is more sensitive than ordinary people to grasp the audience's psychological expectations. As for your other colleagues, you have also chatted about them in the Feishin group, but most of them are newcomers. If you have time, you can guide them. Especially Yang Ziki, you need to guide her more. Her achievements won't be low. Before our launch, we must ensure that at least one internet celebrity is introduced every week. Xiao Kai still said it's not a problem. After all, what she needs to do are just some guidelines. The creativity and plans for those videos have already been clearly written by Lin Yi, so it's not too difficult for her. Since that's the case, you can choose a few offices at random. By then, I estimate there will be a dozen or 20 people under you. Lin Yi smiled, while the landlord was just tagging along the whole time. At night, in the 18th grade class group of the Business Administration Department, Ping Yi run. All members, classmates, is there anyone still in Shenzhen and working in business administration? Zhang Tao, Lin Yi, it's rare for you to bubble up. However, it's not easy to mix in our line of work. As far as I know, there aren't many people working in business administration in Shenzhen. Ping Yi Ren, who are they? Since no one else was responding, Lin Yi started chatting with Zhang Tao. About 4 or 5, for instance, Su Yi and Lin Zifen. I've heard they're doing quite well. Also, our class monitor Dan and the beautiful Chen Shasha. Ping Yi Run. Impressive. Sounds pretty great. But the problem is, I don't have this memory. It's all like reading a foreign language, okay? This could be a bit troublesome. Su Yi is indeed impressive. Lin Zifen. I'm just doing some odd jobs at a small company. Can't really call it management, right? But I do dabble in various departments. The monitor is still impressive. Chen Shasha, stop flattering me. By the way, Lin Yi, do you have something to discuss? Lin Yi thought for a moment and decided not to hide. It's nothing much, just that I recently started a company, but I don't have time to manage it myself. So I'm looking for a general manager to oversee various matters. Zhang Tao, what? You've struck it rich? Awesome. What kind of company? How many people? Can I come and cling to you? Ping Yi Run. Currently, there's just one formal employee, but there are dozens of temporary workers. Zhang Tao, Su Yi, Lin Zifen. Haha, you really know how to joke. Chen Shasha. It's getting late. I'll take a shower first. We can chat later. Zhang Tao. Bye, beautiful. Looking at the messages in the group, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hey, looks like I'm being ignored. Not surprising, considering they all graduated from prestigious universities and probably doing well, so they naturally couldn't be bothered with a newly started company with only one employee. That's fine. It's better that way. It would be harder to manage familiar faces. Lin Yi wasn't angry. After all, they didn't know him anything. It just meant their narrow-mindedness made them miss a great opportunity. But just then, Lin Yi's Feishin suddenly rang. It wasn't a group message, but a private chat from an old classmate. Lu Dong. Hey, you started a company? That's great. Old third. Lin Yi had some impression of Lu Dong, who was from the same dormitory in college, known for being righteous and hardworking, but his family background was lacking. Fortunately, he found a decent job after graduation, working for a Fortune 500 company. Are you interested in helping me? There are great prospects and financial opportunities. I'll pass. You know my family situation. I really can't take risks. Lu Dong sent a bitter smile emoji. I understand. His parents were seriously ill, and the medical expenses were high. Although Lu Dong's income was decent, he barely saved any money. At this time, he naturally wouldn't dare to switch jobs, let alone join a company that hadn't even set up shop yet. So why are you looking for me? Sorry to bother you, but I have a little sister you've met. She just graduated from college and is looking for a job, but her school isn't great, so currently, she is also in the management field. I can guarantee her professionalism is absolutely good. Since you're starting a company, I'm just shamelessly asking if you could give her a hand. Ugh, I'm not interested in men. Lu Dong, can you be serious? Sure. Lin Yi laughed. Just right. I haven't seen Xian Yu for a while. I'll give you the address. Let her come over when she has time. As long as she qualifies, I guarantee her future is bright. Lu Dong was silent for a moment and said, Thanks, old two. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Chapter 20, I remember happy things. After saying goodbye to each other, Lu Dong lit a cigarette, looking a bit lonely. Xian Yu, brother, I've been too tired and too bitter in this half of my life. But now things are finally getting better. I don't hope for you to achieve great success. I just hope you can be safe, happy, and carefree. I trust old two. I'm relieved that you go to him. Brother. Lu Qian, you shed tears. I've troubled you. Nonsense. I'm your brother. Lu Dong glared. If it weren't for our parents, I I would have beaten that bastard. Actually, he lied to Lin Yi. Lu Qianyu indeed graduated not long ago. But she wasn't struggling to find a job. On the contrary, she had a good job before. Because she performed excellently during her internship, right after graduation. She became the assistant to the general manager of a multinational group in the Huaxia region, with outstanding business capabilities. However, over time, her direct superior revealed his true colors, occasionally trying to harass Lu Qianyu. She initially thought he wouldn't dare to overstep, but unexpectedly, that old man became more and more bold, wanting to hug her tightly in the office. So, Lu Qianyu chose to resign. When Lu Dong learned about this, he was furious and even thought about beating someone up, but considering their seriously ill parents, he could only endure. This incident also reminded him that he couldn't neglect protecting his sister. That's why he had the previous conversation with Lin Yi. Tomorrow morning, you call him. You've met before, I want to send you over, just try to help him set up the company. Even if it's a small company. As long as it can be stable, you can stay for a long time. Okay, brother, I'll do my best. The next day, early morning. After a brief phone call, Lin Yi went alone to the bottom of Wanxiang City and soon met Lu Qianyu. As for the landlord saying she hadn't opened the store for a long time and needed to manage for a day, otherwise she would be out of practice. Lin Yi didn't stop her. Lin go. Lu Qianyu greeted from a distance, dressed simply and coolly, wearing large black framed glasses, looking a bit like an ugly duckling. This outfit made Lin Yi chuckle. Oh, I said Qianyu, what is this outfit? Why are you wearing big black glasses? This is what my brother gave me to wear. Lu Qianyu spread her hands helplessly. What can I do? Ever since the incident with my boss harassing me, my big brother always makes me dress ugly. In fact, she is quite pretty, okay? But Lu Qianyu didn't mind this, after all. It was her brother's good intentions. Alright, let us go. I'll first take you to get familiar with the company environment. And then you'll be our general manager. Lin Yi didn't delve into it. It wasn't something he could control anyway, right? Huh. Lu Qianyu's mouth opened wide. I'm just a freshly graduated girl, becoming a general manager? Don't scare me. Hey, I know what kind of person your brother is. He can recommend you to me, so you must be good. I believe in you, let us go. Lu Dong is very genuine. Lin Yi was very clear about this. If Lu Qianyu's business capabilities were lacking, even if she were his sister, he wouldn't recommend her to himself. Looking at Lin Yi's back, Lu Qianyu suddenly felt a bit excited. She thought it would be a casual small company. But now she could be the general manager? That is different. Even if it's just a small company, with her professional qualities, she could still make a difference, right? After all, big companies also grow from small companies, don't they? Lin Go, where's our company? She quickly caught up, feeling a bit curious. Here, Lin Yi pointed, just this. Wanxiang City. This girl immediately widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. May I ask, Brother Lin, how much did you invest? About 50 to 60 million in the early stage, right? My God. Lu Qianyu immediately felt dizzy. Is this called a small company? What did you say last night, brother? Don't let me feel wronged. Is this called feeling wronged? A company with an initial investment of 50 to 60 million. And you want me to be the general manager? What do I have to feel wronged about? What's wrong with being alone? The company has just been established. Is it not normal for one person? Even she, who had always been very confident, began to doubt her own business abilities. Can I do it? This girl asked herself. Always feeling a bit uneasy. Brother is here again? Please come in. Today, it's still that little security guard, but he has become more perceptive, immediately letting Lin Yi through. And his gaze towards Lin Yi has a somewhat inexplicable flavor. Wow, yesterday 2 beauties. One of them looked like a fairy, and now you've changed your taste? Damn. Can a pretty boy really do whatever he wants? The little security guard thought to himself, but more than that, it was envy. I wish I could be like that too, okay? Wow, this place really is a 5-star office building, not worse than the multinational group office I was in before. Entering the lobby of Wanxiang City, Lu Qianyu felt a wave of emotion. But just then, a powerful and elegant workplace beauty approached. She immediately stepped aside, but stayed next to her and took off her big sunglasses. Lin Yi. The workplace beauty was heavily made up, but undeniably, she was good-looking. At this moment, she looked Lin Yi up and down, and then her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. More than a year after graduation, you're still so carefree, pretty good. This sounded nice, but upon careful thought, it made Lu Qianyu grind her teeth secretly. Carefree? That also depends on the situation. My boss is currently in a big vest, beach shorts, and flip-flops. Are you indirectly saying that he is not doing well, that he is a loser? But she was not a reckless newcomer who didn't understand the other party's identity, so she didn't speak. Lin Yi looked at the workplace beauty for a long time, his frown deepening. After a long time. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Workplace beauty. Lu Qianyu. Letting you mock my boss. Turns out the person doesn't even know you. How embarrassing, right? TSK. This girl was in a very good mood now. The workplace beauty suddenly turned her head. What are you laughing at? Lu Qianyue cleared her throat and stifled her laughter. Nothing. I just remembered something happy. What happy thing? Uffed. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi also burst out laughing. Shouldn't the next line be, my wife just gave birth? What are you laughing at? I also remembered something happy. Lin Yi shrugged, restoring a serious expression, as if he hadn't just laughed. Workplace beauty, he. The next moment, she suddenly laughed. Indeed, Lin. You are now a big boss. Naturally you wouldn't remember us old classmates, sigh, but we chatted just last night. Boss Lin, you really are a forgetful nobleman. Chapter 21, A Fatal Blow. Here we go again. With your sarcastic tone, what are you pretending for? Lu Qianyue's inner critique was burning fiercely. As for Lin Yi, he suddenly realized. Oh, so it's the old class monitor, Chen Shasha, the big beauty. You look even more beautiful after putting on makeup. I really didn't recognize you. What a coincidence to meet here. Hee, still pretending not to recognize me. Chen Shasha felt disdainful. But she didn't want to expose someone's past like a shrew, as that would make her look bad, so she smiled and said, our company is right here. But Lin Yi, how did you end up here? What a coincidence. Lin Yi chuckled. My company is also right here. Oh, pretending, just keep pretending. With your loser appearance, you can run a company in a 5-star office building? You probably can't even pay the property management fees, right? Chen Shasha laughed, clearly not believing it. Well, I guess we can keep in touch then. Chen Shasha smiled nonchalantly, then looked at Lu Qianyue, who had just laughed at her, and couldn't help but smirk. Who is this? Oh, let me introduce our company's general manager, Qianyue. Come say hello. Hello. Lu Qianyue blinked innocently. General manager? Looking at Lu Qianyue's duckling-like outfit, Chen Shasha nearly burst out laughing. What kind of hit company would have someone like this as a general manager? Not to mention anything else. Just this dress sense is already half a loss, okay? A sense of superiority arose. Quite good a match. She couldn't help but blurt out. However, Lin Yi frowned. Originally, he just wanted to chat casually, but every word from Chen Shasha was filled with sarcasm. Who was she trying to irritate? Last night in the group. She was also very arrogant. I really didn't want to lower myself to your level, but you still try to take advantage? Lu Qianyue was also very unhappy. We're all women. Aren't you just 2 years older than me? What is there to be proud of? And the way you looked at me was just like looking at a country bumpkin. This is intolerable. At this moment, Lin Yi cheerfully said, they are quite a match. Qianyue is very capable, and I believe if she were to take a position as an executive director in a foreign company, it would be a waste of her talent. Upon hearing this, Chen Shasha knew that he was saying this because she was an executive director of a foreign company, right? Targeting me? She laughed. Is that so? Then I must congratulate you, Lin Yi, for finding a treasure. Still being sarcastic? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Isn't at work hours now? Miss Chen, are you going out? Oh, our company's lease is about to expire, so we have to renew it. Coincidentally, everyone in our company is busy, and I, as the executive director, have the time to make this trip myself. She smiled, revealing her title as executive director. You say she is better than me? Still trying to irritate me? Too bad. Paying rent? Lin Yi's expression suddenly became very interesting. Going to Lin Ji duck soup rice in the urban village? How do you know? Chen Shasha was taken aback, and then her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his company really is here? So he has also come to pay rent? This loser guy has actually become successful? Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Yi chuckled, and before he finished speaking, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was the landlord calling. His mind turned, and Lin Yi knew what the landlord was going to say. So he directly switched to speakerphone. Good morning, landlord. On the other end of the phone, stop wasting time. I'm busy here. Weren't you at that building over there? Someone is coming to pay rent. Just collect it. Oh, so you want to collect rent? Okay. Which floor and number? Let me check. After a moment, floors 23, rooms 5 to 7 are all that company. After hanging up, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged. On the other side, Chen Shasha's face had turned as black as carbon. You who exactly are you? Rooms 5 to 7 on the 23rd floor? Isn't that my own company? No. It should be said, the company I work at. Oh, I'm just an unemployed wanderer, part-time collecting rent. Lin Yi shrugged. What a coincidence. You're here to pay rent, and I'm here to collect rent. Cough cough. This is impossible. Chen Shasha's face changed from black to white, and suddenly, her phone rang as well. After answering, you're the one coming to pay rent, right? I'm very busy here. You don't need to come over. Just give it to my landlord later. I'll send you the phone number. That's it. Goodbye. Beep beep beep. Chen Shasha. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. At this moment, Chen Shasha felt completely dazed, and inside, she was filled with regret. Lin Yi is actually the landlord, not a loser. This. Even online novels wouldn't dare to write this. Why is it me? Why is it me who encounters such a melodramatic situation? Chen Shasha was on the verge of tears. After a long while, she finally managed to suppress the frustration in her heart and said with a dark expression, I have the contract with me. Just give me a card number, and let us sign the contract. So embarrassing. But no matter how embarrassing it is, the matter has to be completed. At this moment, Chen Shasha regretted deeply. If she had known this would happen, why would she, a dignified director, come to do this ridiculous thing? She felt utterly humiliated. Oh, so you are from that company? Hey, what a coincidence. Lin Yi suddenly realized, clapping his hands in amazement. But I forgot to tell you, the rent has increased. By 20%. What? It was clearly agreed upon. You can choose not to rent. Lin Yi smiled brightly. Damn it. Chen Shasha almost ground her back teeth to dust. This damn Lin Yi actually. I can't make the decision on this. I need to consult the general manager. Casual. Lin Yi turned and walked away, and said to Lu Qianyue, let me tell you. The 17th and 18th floors are all our company's. When the time comes, you can renovate however you want. Don't worry about the rent. And don't worry about the landlord. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Boom. Critical hit. Chen Shasha felt dizzy and almost collapsed. But she gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, no, I can't give up. Losing to a person is not losing the battle. With this thought, she darkly faced Lin Yi as they both took the same elevator. Heh, so what if you were a hidden rental boss? Your people are still so incompetent. Ding. The 18th floor has arrived. Lin Yi stepped out of the elevator, and Lu Qianyue followed closely. The large black-framed glasses had been removed, and her long hair cascaded down. Although not made up, she was naturally beautiful. The originally ordinary and shapeless oversized shirt hem was tied into a bow, revealing a bit of her flat and smooth abdomen and navel, with one button undone above. Youth and sexiness merged perfectly at this moment, making even the quite attractive Chen Shasha appear dim. Goodbye, Auntie. Lu Qianyue smiled sweetly and waved. Auntie. A fatal blow. Chapter 22. Pay up. Ding. You are too much. I estimate she will spit blood. She deserves it. Lu Qianyue raised her chin and put her black-framed glasses back on. That's true. Lin Yi nodded and then threw the matter out of his mind. This is our company, and the floor below is too. Let me show you around to familiarize yourself with the environment. Okay, Brother Lin. The two of them strolled around. Well, to be honest, there wasn't much to stroll around. After all, only Xiao Kai and her boyfriend were at the company now, and the other areas were still empty, with no tables or chairs. After the tour, Lin Yi awkwardly said, the situation is like this. As you can see, there's nothing here. You will need to take care of all of this. No problem. It's normal for a newly opened company to have nothing. Lu Qianyue nodded seriously, stepping into her role. First, the office area needs to be planned and related office equipment purchased. Then, according to needs, recruit personnel for various departments. Only after these two steps are done can the company operate properly. Besides that, everything else is secondary. I just don't know what specifications you have for the office supplies or what the budget is. Also, do we have any plans regarding our company's business direction, departmental planning, and personnel needs? If not, you can tell me the general direction of our company. Give me half a day, no, 2 hours, and I can produce a plan. At this moment, she was no longer quirky, but serious and confident. This performance made Lin Yi pleasantly surprised, yet felt it was expected. As expected, Lu Dong's kid was still as earnest as ever, and Qianyue's professionalism was beyond doubt. Perhaps what was lacking was practical experience. However, since the company was just starting, it was a good opportunity to hone her skills. After some mutual adjustment, it might turn out well. He smiled broadly. Office supplies don't need to be top-notch, but they can't be poor either. Let us go for good quality, focusing on comfort and practicality. Also, we should take 2 rooms on each floor and transform them into a lounge and a gym. After work, we need to rest and exercise. After all, health is the most important. As for the personnel structure, I haven't thought it through in detail, but I already have a rough outline of which departments we need. Having a departmental outline is already quite good. Lu Qianyue nodded and then said, so what is our company's main business direction? And what kind of results do we want to achieve after officially operating? I can reverse engineer the approximate personnel needs for each department based on this, and then immediately start selecting and purchasing office equipment and begin recruiting related personnel. See, this is called professionalism. Lin Yi exclaimed in amazement, then expressed the results he wanted to achieve. Lu Qianyue nodded repeatedly after hearing this, then took out her phone and fiddled with it. About half an hour later, she extended her fair little hand to Lin Yi, palm up. What is this for? Pay up. Lu Qianyue glared. Isn't it necessary to spend money to start a company? How much? Lin Yi took out his bank card. According to your requirements, various office desks and chairs, as well as related equipment, plus what you mentioned about the gym, I estimate around 10 million. After all, we want quality and comfort. And if we lower the standard for the gym, the price would be much cheaper. What the hell, so expensive? Although Lin Yi was slightly shocked, he didn't hesitate. Let us go with 10 million. He understood one thing. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. For example, in his past life, many companies like to talk about some kind of wolf culture. What happened? They wanted employees to be fierce like wolves, but fed them with wilted grass. How could employees be fierce? Except for a few individuals who just wanted to get by. Most people are like this. If you treat me well, I will treat you well. A good office environment, good atmosphere, good company system, and high salary. In such a company, how many people would not work hard? Wow. Seeing Lin Yi take out his bank card without saying a word, Lu Qianyue was shocked. So you really are a big tycoon. Should I keep it a secret from my brother at home? Hey, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I'm just an ordinary landlord. Beside them, Xiao Kai, who was busy, suddenly burst into tears. An ordinary landlord? Is this even a human thing? Lu Qianyue's business ability is very strong. Although she is not very old and lacks work experience, she learns and applies knowledge well, turning the theoretical knowledge from books into her own abilities. She is even proficient from selecting office supplies to bargaining. In just one day, the office underwent a significant transformation. Not only were the desks and chairs all in place, but even the small items such as notebooks, pens, and sticky notes were all covered. Moreover, the desks and chairs, as well as the mice and keyboards, were all ergonomically designed, making long-term use much more comfortable. Green plants, decorations, etc. were naturally not lacking. In addition, she even took the time to design and produce employee badges. After all, entering and exiting Wanxiang City requires badges. Except for the notorious landlord. On this day, the busy interviews began. The landlord looked at Lu Qianyue, who was busy yet orderly conducting interviews. In the office that had transformed into a well-organized yet practical and aesthetically pleasing space, and couldn't he help but nod in praise. This girl is indeed good. She is a capable talent. Why do you speak like an elder? Lin Yi asked curiously. Are we really that old? The landlord was silent for a moment before sighing. I'm used to it. What the hell? What kind of habit is that? Where did it come from? Lu Qianyue also had her own insights regarding personnel recruitment. The first interview is naturally with the HR department. After all, in such a large company, it is impossible for her to handle everything personally, nor could she be that busy. Once the HR department is established, they can also contribute to recruitment, right? Next comes the finance and administration departments. The finance department is responsible for salaries and cash flow, while the administration can handle various tasks and manage many affairs. With these three departments, the basic structure of the company is set, and then comes the recruitment of various professionals. Due to the differing needs of the company, the professionals required will vary greatly. However, with Lin Yi's requirements in place, there shouldn't be any major issues. And what is Shenzhen? A first-tier city. There may not be much of anything else, but there are plenty of talents. As long as the compensation is sufficient, there is no fear of not attracting people. Chapter 23, Office Xiao Kai. The salary standard set by Lin Yi is obviously 20 higher than the market price. As for Lu Qianyue, she does not receive a salary but has a share in the profits, although it seems like just a small one. Only Lin Yi knows that this one will be incredibly valuable in the future. Time passes. In the midst of busyness, it feels as though time slips away unnoticed. And it seems like just a blink of an eye has passed since the Four Kings of Selling appeared. A week has already gone by. Nowadays, the meme of the Four Kings of Selling has spread widely online, and many young people are aware of it. Even many locals in Shenzhen, especially those near urban villages, have specially gone to take photos with the Four Kings. Of course, taking photos is fine, recording videos is also okay, and it's free. However, how can you not buy anything? Therefore, the income of the Four Kings has naturally soared. One night, the Four Kings gathered together, reflecting on their busy day with much emotion. The landlord truly is amazing. Indeed, the landlord is not an ordinary person. Just a few casual words have multiplied our income several times. Hey, I really didn't expect that an old man in his 50s could still become an internet celebrity. That little girl even hugged me for a photo. You know what? That little girl is said to be an internet celebrity too, and her figure, wow. But they did not notice that the expressions of the other three suddenly changed, and even Uncle Spinach began to cough repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Why are you coughing? Uncle Xiaomi was completely unconcerned, waving his hand. I'm telling you, she is really something. If I were decades younger, I would take her. Thud. Uncle Xiaomi instantly knelt down. Honey, why are you here? If I didn't come, how would I know you were flirting with a little girl? The other three kings instantly burst into laughter and then dispersed. Although they didn't say it, they were all sincerely grateful to Lin Yi, as it was Lin Yi who multiplied their income several times and even made them somewhat famous internet celebrities. The meme of the Four Kings of Selling has gained popularity, but it is just a meme after all. Many know about it, but few care. This is because there is no follow-up. They might get popular, but it is destined to be short-lived. However, it is also destined that there won't be many fervent fans, at most. They are just following the trend to join in the fun. As a result, various live streaming platforms did not have their eyes on them. Why sign a contract? To sell live? It's meaningless if it can't generate income, It has no commercial value. Currently, the CEO Zhou Yongqiang of Yibin has even personally watched their videos but shook his head, indicating that Yibin does not need them. Lin Yi is not fully aware of this, but he doesn't need to be. Even if he did know, he would think it doesn't matter. The four kings of selling are merely a catchy gimmick. The real internet celebrities are just about to emerge. The next day, in the morning, Lin Yi, the landlord, Lu Qianyue, and Xiao Kai, along with other key personnel, gathered in the conference room. Is everything ready? Lin Yi looked at Lu Qianyue. Lu Qianyue immediately nodded and confirmed. It has been completed according to your requirements, and our operational team has also been formed, with more than 50 members, each with at least 10 accounts on various platforms. Good. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, then said to the somewhat anxious Xiao Kai, "Go ahead." Xiao Kai was startled, then nodded firmly. Okay. After that, Xiao Kai logged into her live streaming room and started playing the pre-made video while simultaneously uploading it to Weibo, Tieba, and various major video sites. Almost unconsciously, her account name changed from Eating Broadcast Xiao Kai to Office Xiao Kai. At the same time on Weibo, an account with fewer than 10 followers also released a video. The blogger is named Yang Ziki. Next comes the moment to witness a miracle. Lin Yi stretched lazily, seemingly confident, while the others, including the landlord, cast him a glance, feeling somewhat nervous. Not online. So what? The initial structure of the company has been built. The training of internet celebrities is progressing steadily. If not now, then when? As for whether it can become popular, if it were other internet celebrities, Lin Yi wouldn't be too sure, but for Office Xiao Kai and Yang Ziki, it is impossible for them not to become popular. Since it is bound to become popular, what is there to worry about? In the first Eating broadcast, as soon as Xiao Kai started streaming, the audience count exceeded 20,000. The barrage of comments was continuous. Xiao Kai is live. Foodie report. Report 1. Huh. Office Xiao Kai? What is going on? Is Xiao Kai starting work? Is she being a foodie in the office today? Not fair, it's a recorded broadcast. The barrages were almost nonstop. But Xiao Kai remained silent, and a video had already begun to play. Soon, the camera flashed, and it was already noon. A dozen busy office workers began to order takeout or prepare to go out for lunch. At this moment, Xiao Kai appeared in the center of the frame. She stretched lazily, looking somewhat quirky, and then suddenly had a spark of inspiration, tapping on the table. Next, Xiao Kai stood up, ran to the corner, took down the water cooler's water bucket, and moved the water cooler next to her desk. Then, she strolled over to the refrigerator. This office is nice. It even has a refrigerator. Not just nice. Their chairs cost thousands each. Sigh. Envy. Let us not even mention our company's chairs. By the way, what is Xiao Kai going to do? Refrigerator and water cooler? Wait, what the heck? What the heck? Impressive. Xiao Kai actually took out several plates of pre-prepared ingredients from the refrigerator, such as beef balls, lamb slices, enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, crab sticks, tofu, ham sausages, duck gizzards, chicken legs, and many more ingredients. There were also plenty of seasonings like ginger, scallions, garlic, chili, and Sichuan pepper, etc. Chapter 24. I have a fairy girlfriend. Of course, there was editing here, so in just a few seconds, the desk was already piled high with ingredients. What kind of company is this? This is clearly going to make a full banquet. What banquet? These ingredients look just like hot pot ingredients. Eating hot pot in the office. Impressive. From the dense barges and their content, it's easy to see that the audience is very curious, and the excitement is high. The video continues. Then, Xiao Kai surprisingly opened the lid of the water cooler, put the chicken legs and ginger, scallions, garlic, shiitake mushrooms, and other ingredients into the water cooler. Then plugged it in and turned on the heating mode. The barrage exploded instantly. Wang Defa. What? What the heck? A wave of question marks surged in. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre operation is this? This is a water cooler. It's not a hot pot on your home battery stove. Is there even a way to play like this? This wave of bizarre operations left all the viewers stunned, and amidst the shock, their curiosity and anticipation were completely aroused. No way. I don't believe you dare to eat. TSK, this is obviously tasteless. But the video has just begun, and this is exactly the effect intended. Next, Xiao Kai began her busy work. She peeled garlic, chopped peppers, prepared dipping sauce, and even took out a bag of flour. Starting to knead the dough right in front of everyone, using a milk bottle to roll the dough. A vase and chopsticks served as a drying rack, with the cut noodles hanging on them. The camera shifted to others who were either chatting or working overtime, but Xiao Kai was still doing her own thing, creating a sharp contrast with the busyness of others. Various quirky operations emerged one after another. Then, she added hot pot ingredients, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns to the water dispenser. The funniest part was when Xiao Kai realized her dipping sauce was missing chili powder. How could hot pot be without chili powder? It's soulless. So, she carried her dipping sauce and took the elevator downstairs, then ran to the convenience store to ask the owner for a few spoonfuls of chili powder. Coupled with Xiao Kai's rich expressions, even though the audience couldn't actually eat, they instinctively felt that this hot pot was incredibly delicious. Wow, she is really eating this. Xiao Kai is amazing. Voice cracking. Help, Xiao Kai has gone mad. Speaking of which, can you really eat hot pot from a water dispenser? Oh my, now I keep looking at the water dispenser behind me, feeling an urge to try it out. Calm down, you have a water dispenser. But you don't have ingredients. Wow, that is heartless. In the scene, Xiao Kai was still eating heartily. Various ingredients quickly diminished. The bullet comments became increasingly fervent, with many calling friends to directly help Xiao Kai's video surpass 100,000 views. Once all the ingredients were consumed, Xiao Kai touched her bulging belly and playfully smiled. I'm full. The screen instantly went dark. The words "office Xiao Kai" flashed by, and the video ended. That's it. Oh my, such an exciting video. And it's only a few minutes long. Is it starting again? Still the same one. Forget it. I'll watch it again. Look, I must watch. I'm still not satisfied. I'm different. I came late and only watched half, so I have to watch it again. Clearly watched once. But many people were reluctant to leave, watching it a second and third time. It's done. Xiao Kai's nervous heart finally relaxed, revealing a smile. Next, let us see if Yang Ziqi's video will succeed. Everyone looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Now it's the most popular. After this playback, Xiao Kai, you explain a bit, and then start playing Ziqi's video. Otherwise, the audience will quickly feel bored. Okay, Xiao Kai nodded, without objections. Thus, after this playback ended, she cut off the recording and switched to live streaming. Xiao Kai's appearance excited the audience, with various questions popping up, but Xiao Kai didn't mind. Simply saying, time is limited. I can only tell everyone, don't leave, because there is going to be high energy ahead. I'll let you in on a secret. Actually, I have a fairy friend. Don't believe it? Keep watching. Click. The live stream was cut off, and the audience was very dissatisfied. But soon, the screen lit up. Another recorded broadcast? What is this fairy friend nonsense? It can't be Xiao Kai herself, right? Ha ha ha. If it is, that is too shameless. However, the bullet comments quickly decreased, as the beautiful scenery on the screen captivated everyone. The ancient road, the western wind, a thin horse, a small bridge, flowing water, and houses. With the setting sun, like a perfect painting displayed on the screen, the camera crossed the small bridge and flowing water, entering a household. A young woman, dressed in traditional Han clothing, with a flowing white gown, looked like an ancient heroine stepping out of a painting. Although only a profile was shown, it fully displayed the grace and gentleness of a Chinese woman. She sat quietly there, accompanied by a countryside dog, holding an old book, completely absorbed in it. The scene transitioned to the content of the book, which was a beautiful image. In the picture, a Western bikini beauty lay on a sofa at the edge of a cliff, watching the sunset. Moments later, the magazine was closed, and Yang Ziqi, resembling an ancient beauty, began to take action. She found suitable materials, even chopped down trees, did carpentry, dug pits, and built things. The seemingly delicate woman appeared to be quite skilled. She could carry trees, do carpentry, and even made a sofa with bamboo by herself. Then, amidst the barrage of 6,666 comments, everyone finally understood what she was going to do. A Western big-breasted bikini beauty lying on a sofa at the edge of a cliff watching the sunset? I think that is nice and very beautiful. So I'll make one myself. No cliff. Then I'll make a hammock, and when it's done, I'll cover it with white gauze. Is it already late? Can't see the sunset? Then I'll watch the sunrise. Under the beautiful sunrise, inside the gauze, the hammock swayed gently, and Yang Ziqi, in her white dress, looked like a celestial being descending to earth. The breeze blew, and the gauze billowed, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. Soon, the name Yang Ziqi lit up and slowly faded after a few seconds. Finally, for more videos, please follow Weibo Yang Ziqi. The video ended. Over 100,000 viewers could no longer remain calm. Chapter 25. Breaking out of the cage. Tranquility leads to long-term peace. I love it, I love it. I love it. Miss Yang Ziqi. Hiss. From now on, I'm her loyal fan. Oh my, she is so ethereal. Please give me your contact information. I have 10 houses at home and want to marry you. Give me a chance, okay? Get lost. Do you think you're a landlord? Is Miss Yang Ziqi here? I want to watch a movie with you. Xiao Kai, come out. I want to see the real Miss Yang Ziqi. She is too beautiful, too ethereal. I'm a girl, but I still want to say, I really like Miss Yang Ziqi. Not just for her looks, but I envy her abilities and lifestyle. Same here, as someone who works hard to survive. I've unknowingly shed tears. The bullet comments flooded the screen. Both men and women were present, and the number was not small. Completely no less than the first broadcast of Xiao Kai's video. This is terrifying. You have to know that this live stream is Xiao Kai's home turf. Inside the Sinew Company. This video is indeed good. After watching the video, even the landlord couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful girl. And she has the aura of an ancient person. Moreover, her lifestyle is truly enviable, if it weren't for collecting rent. After a moment of thought, the landlord looked at Lin Yi. Did she live in this place just to make videos? Not exactly. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Finding her took some effort. She is a picturesque woman, perhaps with her own goals and ambitions. But this is her real life. That is indeed good. The landlord nodded in understanding and praised again. Yes. Lin Yi smiled, feeling a bit guilty, as he had only acted as a literary copyist, making only minor changes. As for why Xiao Kai and Ziqi became popular, it's actually not hard to understand. First, talking about Ziqi, the video began by creating an extremely tranquil, harmonious, and beautiful rural environment. Whether it was the garden around the courtyard itself, or the furniture, everything was harmonious, making one feel peaceful upon seeing it. But that is not the point. The real point is the contrast. Young men and women, especially those born in the 90s, find it too difficult and too painful. Housing prices are high, and the bride price is exorbitant if one has no background. Even living an ordinary life requires all their effort. Tired? Yes. Bitter? Very bitter. But no matter how bitter or tired, when facing family, one can only say, I'm fine, don't worry. It's not just men. Women, although under slightly less pressure, are by no means easy. The hardships of struggling in big cities are only clear to themselves. But is this really what everyone wants? No. This is just for survival, just to live. How many people have long extinguished their childhood dreams, day after day, year after year, just to stay alive? Who doesn't want to pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence? Leisurely see the southern mountains, carefree and unrestrained? But reality forces them to work 996, busy all the time, with countless overtime. Who hasn't imagined a mushroom house facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming? Unfortunately, reality is cruel, and that will always be just a fleeting dream. However, Ziqi's videos happen to touch on this point. She has achieved the dream of facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming, embracing nature amidst the noise. She is like a fairy, serene and content, with extraordinary skills that allow her to achieve what ordinary people cannot. With so many elements combined, it's hard not to become popular. As for Xiao Kai, there are some similarities as well. Xiao Kai hasn't distanced herself from the hustle and bustle of the city. But she breaks the mold, escapes from the cage, and does what most people dare not do. We are all surviving in big cities, doing our utmost for a living. But even so, I can live wonderfully. I can pursue my small ideals and work for them. Add a bit of quirkiness and exaggeration. One has distanced herself from the noise, found her own pure land, serene and far-reaching, content as a fairy. The other breaks the norms, seeking self amidst the busyness and clamor. Both are things that ordinary people want to do but cannot, and they touch the hearts of countless post-80s and post-90s youth. This is the poetry and distance in the hearts of contemporary young people. Xiao Kai and Ziqi seem to be telling the world that even in the present, we can be unconventional and live our true selves. Perhaps ordinary people cannot indulge like them, but watching their videos is also a kind of enjoyment. Fame was inevitable. Office Xiao Kai and Yang Ziqi suddenly became popular. Weibo followers skyrocketed. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room remained high, and many fans even reposted the videos to their social circles and various video platforms to show support. The number of people watching the videos is increasing, and the number of people touched is also growing. Overnight fame. By the next morning, Yang Ziqi's Weibo, which originally had only 10 followers, surged to over 500,000 in just one day, and this number is still growing. 500,000 followers, compared to celebrities, is just a drop in the ocean. Not even close to the decimal point. But among internet celebrities, it's already enough to overshadow everything. Moreover, gaining these 500,000 followers took less than 24 hours. Not only that, numerous online news outlets and some less significant newspapers began competing to report on it. Office Xiao Kai, the extraordinary woman who breaks the mold? Search for news. Can a water dispenser really cook hot pot? A scientific perspective. Gossip around. Do you know about cooking hot pot with a water dispenser? Entertainment news. Shocking. A fairy descends. Overnight, she has been regarded as a wife by countless people. Shocking news. Serene and far-reaching, she has lived out the appearance that countless people desire. Rapid news. Additionally, so-called famous commentators jumped out to express their opinions. Hype for attention. Can a water dispenser cook hot pot? Just for the eyeballs. Is this even worth it? Today's netizens are really getting worse. And what about that fairy? Who crowned you? It's blatant marketing. Who can't see that? People are becoming increasingly unscrupulous for fame. Various opinions are clamoring. Many are negative, but there are even more positive ones. However, no matter what, it cannot erase a fact. Office Xiao Kai and Yang Ziqi have already become a big hit in the online community, becoming top internet celebrities overnight. Ban Live Broadcast Headquarters. Zhou Yongqiang was amazed after watching Yang Ziqi's video. Contact her. We at Ban are willing to sign her with a high-level contract. Let her report to the headquarters as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Develop vigorously. Fish in troubled waters. But President, we don't have Yang Ziqi's contact information. And this person has been low-key all along. No one has ever heard of her. Everyone online is looking for her, including those smaller live broadcast platforms. But no one can contact her. Secretary Qin felt a bit helpless. She naturally understood Yang Ziqi's value, but constraints were in place. Isn't this simple? Zhou Yongqiang remained calm. The place where her video first appeared was in Xiao Kai's live broadcast room. Just contact Xiao Kai directly. Moreover, why did she release the video in Xiao Kai's live broadcast room? It was precisely to become popular, to attract attention. If Xiao Kai agrees to promote her, it proves that there must be a connection between them, and their relationship is likely not shallow. But I have to say, she succeeded. This wave of hype has indeed raised her profile countless times. Otherwise, do you think I would directly offer her a high-level contract? So that's how it is. Secretary Qin suddenly realized. Okay, President, I'll do it right away. At the same time, Qin Lu felt her brain was not functioning well. How could she not even think of contacting Xiao Kai, needing the President to remind her? Her image points are likely to drop sharply. Contacting Xiao Kai is not difficult. After all, she is a signed streamer. Although the contract level is not high, the contact information is already settled. So she quickly got in touch with Xiao Kai. Hello? In the meeting at XINU Company, Xiao Kai turned the screen towards Lin Yi and put it on speakerphone. I am Qin Lu, the assistant to the president of Ban. Xiao Kai, please come to the company headquarters as soon as possible. Is there something wrong? Not coming. Qin Lu was clearly taken aback. The headquarters is summoning you, a signed streamer, and you dare to refuse? Besides, you have Yang Ziqi's contact information, right? Give me a copy, and tell her that her goal has been achieved. We are willing to offer her a high-level live broadcast contract. And she must come to the headquarters to sign within 3 days. Of course, even if you don't tell her, we will contact her later. How arrogant. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk at her words. He naturally knew who Qin Lu was. But the only impression was that she was Zhou Yongqiang's secretary and had a hot figure. But this kind of arrogant demeanor is truly dismissive of others. Although he didn't know what you thought Yang Ziqi's purpose was, it's obvious you misunderstood one thing. That is, she will not sign any live broadcast platform. A high-level contract? Even a god-level contract is useless. What? On the other end of the phone, Qin Lu was stunned, clearly feeling incredulous. President, what should we do? Many of our users have already called for us to sign Yang Ziqi as soon as possible and start her live broadcast on forums, Weibo, and other places. Qin Lu looked at Zhou Yongqiang. Her previous call was also on speakerphone, so Zhou Yongqiang heard it too, and at this moment, his brow furrowed. This is interesting. It seems they had premeditated plans and were well prepared, asking for a lion's share. Zhou Yongqiang sneered. Not in a hurry. They are just playing hard to get, no need to worry. If they really didn't want to sign, why would they debut on our live broadcast platform? Moreover, in the entire online live broadcast industry, apart from us at Ban, which other platforms are not second-rate? Unless they don't want to make money as internet celebrities, how could they not sign? But if they don't want to be famous or make money, why bother being internet celebrities? Why bother shooting videos and posting them? Zhou Yongqiang's analysis was thorough, making perfect sense, and Qin Lu couldn't help but be amazed. That makes sense, Qin Lu exclaimed. So, Xiao Kai's refusal is just to drive up the price and negotiate terms with us? A high-level contract is not enough. She really is asking for a lion's share. So what do we do now? Wait, Zhou Yongqiang said lightly. Since we already know their intentions, how could we let them have their way? They want to raise the price, right? Let's leave them hanging for a few days. And then they will naturally come crying and begging for a contract. At that time, what contract level? As for the users' voices, it's just an external announcement that we are preparing to sign. With a cold laugh, Zhou Yongqiang no longer paid attention to Xiao Kai and Yang Ziqi, but instead asked, by the way, have we found anything about that landlord? After Qin Lu noted Zhou Yongqiang's arrangements, she replied, we haven't found any useful information before. But recently we discovered that she has suddenly added a new company under her name. A new company? Zhou Yongqiang was taken aback. So, could it be that she really is a landlord? If that's the case, does that mean Lin Yi also? Zhou Yongqiang felt something was off, and his heart jumped suddenly. Send me the address of the urban village. Yes, President. Although she didn't know what Zhou Yongqiang was up to, she could only comply with his request. She thought she would receive another call, but unexpectedly it went quiet. After the meeting, Xiao Kai looked at her silent phone, a bit surprised. No calls are fine, it avoids trouble. What we need to do now is to develop quietly, not to quarrel with them. Lu Qianyue agreed that this was best. Lin Yi nodded and pondered. I know a bit about Zhou Yongqiang. He will never let this go easily, and is definitely brewing something bad. However, it is indeed surprising that they can keep their cool. In that case, while launching the next wave of internet celebrities, Xiao Kai and Yang Ziki should also release a video simultaneously. This trick of yours is quite devious. Lu Qianhua laughed. If you play it this way, the live broadcast will definitely be in a mess. In a mess? That's exactly the effect I want. Lin Yi laughed. After all, only when they are flustered and at a loss can we develop openly and above board. This is called fishing in troubled waters. Once we have all three pieces ready, that will be the real time for a fair showdown. That makes sense. Develop quietly and don't be reckless. Xiao Kai nodded like a chick pecking at rice, very much in agreement. Chapter 27. Preparing the shaking leg hit song. First, let's determine who to launch next. No need for too many. 2 is best, otherwise the traffic will be severely diluted. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze fell on the projection screen. Currently, there are nearly 100 internet celebrities signed with the company, but most are still in training or learning. Only about 1/3 can truly start producing works. And among this 1/3, who to push first or later also matters. I suggest we take out a few who are easiest to become popular. Since Xiao Kai and Ziki have already hit a home run, and it's been so explosive, if the following people aren't strong, it will give a feeling of a half-hearted effort. Just as I thought. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. These internet celebrities won't all be launched before our go live. After all, once we go live, we need some fresh faces to surprise the users. And the main purpose of launching internet celebrities now is promotion, so the more attractive, the better. Then there aren't many choices left. Landlord, you must have been choosing already, right? Xiao Kai quickly focused on a few names. I guess handcrafted gung must have a place. I guess this battle axe steak brother? They are my first sequence in mind. Since you all think they are good, then let's push them in the second wave. Lin Yi nodded. The so-called first sequence refers to the internet celebrities in Lin Yi's mind who are most likely to become popular. Although he wants to cultivate many internet celebrities with various styles, very few can achieve instant fame with just one video. So in fact, Lin Yi has already categorized them in his mind. Handcrafted gung is naturally the existence of the previous life as handcrafted gung. And it's a coincidence that his name has a homophonic character gung. Battle Axe Steak Brother is the tough guy who fries steak in a plastic bag. Actually, speaking of it, the previous life as handcrafted gung showed signs of becoming popular with his first video, but Xiao Xiang had actually been a blogger for many years. However, an accidental viral video led him to the path of fame. One could say it was fate. Therefore, cultivating handcrafted gung is relatively simple. After all, he is a technical person. As long as Lin Yi proposes some creative ideas, it won't be difficult for him to become popular. As for Battle Axe Steak Brother, he needs to be polished for a few episodes first. The name must also be changed. Let us call him Xiao Li Go, simple and easy to remember. Otherwise, if he plays like that in the first episode, who would believe you? They would definitely think you are deliberately not tearing the plastic bag, and that would definitely reduce the effect and appeal. So it's better to push him out first. If the first episode doesn't become popular, no worries. After a few episodes, he is bound to become a man who is famous across half the internet. Their videos are already being edited. And the effect is indeed quite good, especially for handcrafted gung. It would be hard not to get popular. However, according to your request, if we want to launch at least 2 internet celebrities a week, our time is also tight. Why not prepare for the third week too? The third week. Lin Yi did not think too much and said, the internet celebrities for the third week need to be newly searched. Also, I need a band and an experienced arranger. All 3 women were shocked. Among the many internet celebrities, Lin Yi had never paid such attention to others. Now he wants a band and an arranger. Is he going to unleash a big move? In the afternoon, Lin Yi, landlord Shui Yao, and Lu Qianhua set off together. We are going to meet this arranger, who is a big name in the industry. Lu Qianhua explained. Coincidentally, my brother's company has worked with him before, so I can contact him. However, he has a strange temper. He hardly cares about the money, only about interest. If he is interested, he will work for a low price. But if he is in a bad mood, no amount of money will get him to agree. He has arranged for the Windstorm Band. Shui Yao, in a long dress, looked youthful and vibrant, appearing much more normal than her usual landlord attire. Shen Yin? That's him. Lu Qianhua nodded in confirmation. I've heard that Shen Yin has a very strange temper. If the lyrics are bad, he won't compose no matter what. The landlord started the criticism mode. Well, we'll find out later. To be honest, Lin Yi also had no confidence in the lyrics, because the original version was in Japanese from the previous life, and he couldn't write Japanese at all. So the lyrics he wrote were from some enthusiast in China. Who is good and who is bad is not to be discussed. But one thing can be confirmed. The truly important part of this song is not the lyrics, but the melody. If the melody can restore over 90, plus finding suitable dancers for accompaniment, can it become popular? Lin Yi even wanted to stand on his head to show his determination. After all, that's the shaking leg hit song that swept the small broken station. Speaking of which, I am quite weak. Everyone else is a time traveler. Why is it that in the previous life, I could read all those entertainment novels and urban novels, and now that I've crossed over, various poems and songs come to mind. Even composing music can be done, while I am completely at a loss. Well, it seems that in order to prevent the good songs from my previous life from being completely forgotten and ruined, I need to quickly write down all the lyrics I can remember and also learn some arrangement. Otherwise, relying entirely on others' ISNTA solution. In thought, the vehicle stopped. We have arrived. After getting out of the taxi, ahead is the Shenzhen Art Park. Aren't those people over in Xinjiang? It's said that it's not easy to mix over there now, especially concerning international situations. So many who don't want to get involved and have connections have come to our mainland. So that is how it is. Hello, may I ask who you are? At the entrance of Shun Yan's music room, the receptionist girl blinked her eyes. We are from Sinew Entertainment Company, and we had an appointment earlier. Is Teacher Shun available now? Oh, it's you. Please follow me. The process of meeting Shun Yan was very smooth. He had already given instructions, so the receptionist directly led Lin Yi and the others there. However, upon arrival, they discovered that there was not just one person, but another familiar face as well. Teacher Luo. Lu Qianyue was shocked and lowered her voice. It's Luo Dazhong, a member of the Windstorm Band, known as the legendary bassist. Chapter 28. Your integrity has dropped. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Yi's eyes turned, and he began to ponder. What kind of existence is the Windstorm Band? In this world, their influence is similar to that of the previous life. If he could also persuade Luo Dazhong to join in creating this song, that would be great. Is it a few of you from Sinew? Please take a seat. Shun Yan stood up and calmly invited Lin Yi and the others to sit down. As his gaze swept over Shui Yao, he momentarily showed surprise, but quickly shifted his gaze away. TSK, a beauty can be a disaster. It seems this woman is the star that Sinew Company is preparing to promote, but she is just a newcomer. However, if you want me to take action, you still need to present good lyrics. If the lyrics are not good, anything said is useless. As Lin Yi took his seat, Shun Yan already had his guess in mind and smiled while introducing Luo Dazhong beside him. This is old Luo. Although he is in his 40s, he also loves music. Coincidentally, he came to catch up with me today. If you don't mind, why not discuss together? Of course. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. The names of Teacher Shun and Teacher Luo are indeed well known. It is our luck to have both of you providing feedback. Haha. Too much praise, too much praise. I'm just an old man playing around. How would I understand music? Luo Dazhong's appearance indeed made him look like a person who doesn't understand music, but that was just the surface. You talk, I'll just listen. No need to speak. Not speak. Shun Yan scoffed. I don't believe you. If it were ordinary lyrics, of course, you wouldn't speak. But if you see something interesting, hee. Then please grant us your guidance. Teachers. Lin Yi took out his little notebook and then, rip, he tore off a piece of paper and placed it on the coffee table. At that moment, everyone's eyes twitched. That piece of paper clearly had dense lyrics written on it. But your attitude is a bit too casual, right? It's as if you just randomly found a lyric from that little notebook and then tore it off for someone to compose music to. Can you be a bit more serious? Shui Yao regained her fierce demeanor and glared angrily. Lu Qianyue almost turned into a transparent person, completely afraid to speak. Opposite them, Shun Yan and Luo Dazhong's expressions changed. People like them had long loved music to the bone. If someone wrote good lyrics, they would cherish and adore them to no end. How could they be so frivolous as to write them in that shabby notebook and tear them off casually? This young man has bad character. Those with bad character can't write good lyrics. Shun Yan concluded in his heart and was even about to stand up to send them off. But Luo Dazhong pulled him back, subtly shaking his head, signaling to wait and see. Since his old friend expressed his opinion, Shun Yan certainly couldn't say anything more. Frowning, he took the paper and started to read it. Flowers blooming all over the mountains. Beauty will eventually scatter and fall. The fleeting bloom of the night blooming serious. On this night, like the end of the world. A passionate love affair. The joy of flowers. Why not? Savor it slowly. Can't tell if it's an illusion or a dream. Upon reading this, Shun Yan was somewhat surprised, stroking his slightly graying hair, and fell into contemplation. The lyrics were unexpectedly good. It was not hard to see that on the surface. These lyrics were about flowers, but in reality, they compared flowers to people. Writing about that stunningly beautiful woman? Quite fitting. Moreover, if she were to sing it. With her appearance that could amaze anyone, even if it didn't become a classic, it would definitely be a hit. Shun Yan was already an old hand in the music industry. Although his quirky temper meant he wasn't particularly famous and had few friends, he was indeed a capable person. In a short time, he could roughly deduce how popular this song could be with his own composition, even with the singer. However, he shook his head, indicating refusal. Lu Qianyue, Teacher Shun, please reconsider. Lin Yi. The fierce-eyed Shui Yao raised an eyebrow, although she didn't speak. Her meaning was clear. Aren't you full of confidence? He was indeed a bit confused. Although this was just one of many Chinese lyrics for that popular leg-shaking song, it was the one he remembered the most. And even the original creator had publicly acknowledged it. Even if it wasn't top-notch, it shouldn't be bad, right? To be rejected like this? Little did he know, Xinyan's refusal was entirely due to Lin Yi's earlier ripping action, which made Xinyan feel that this young man didn't respect music at all. If Lin Yi knew this, he would definitely shout injustice. How is this disrespecting music? I'm being too respectful, okay? I have dozens of classic songs in this little notebook. What if you copy them? I even plan to fill this notebook with all the good songs I remember. At that moment, Luo Dazhong couldn't hold back anymore. Old Shun, don't be too strict. I think these lyrics are good, just accept them. Xinyan waved his hand. The lyrics are indeed not bad, but I, Xinyan, am a principled person. Today, even if I die outside, jump down from here. Or starve. No matter how much money you offer, I will not take this job. Alas, what a pity. Seeing Xinyan's firm attitude, Lin Yi sighed helplessly. It seems my dang will be difficult to see the light of day. What dang? Shuya was curious. Dang is just dang. For the first few words, Lin Yi just read them normally, but for the latter half, he began to hum. Since teacher Shun is unwilling, let us not make it difficult for him. Let us go look elsewhere. Shui Yao felt a bit displeased, but couldn't he possibly take action against the old man, right? She could only nod and get up, preparing to leave with Lin Yi. Lu Qianyue was naturally the same. But just then, Xinyan seemed to wake up from a dream and grabbed Lin Yi. Young man. His old eyes showed an excited gleam as he urgently asked, "What were you humming just now?" Hiss. Xinyan instantly gasped in shock. What is this? This is the magic of music. Cough. Young man, don't be anxious. Everything can be discussed. You young people are just too impatient. Lin Yi. Shui Yao. Lu Qianyue. Chapter 29. When will my pig understand music? What is integrity? Can it be eaten? But didn't you just say that Lin Yi had an innocent look? I think it's better not to force someone, right? You said so, didn't you? Hey, what kind of situation is this? Xinyan waved his hand. I said I wouldn't do it for any amount of money. But I never said I wouldn't do it for free. At the same time, a pair of old hands directly grabbed Lin Yi, as if afraid he would run away. Come, don't worry. I will definitely compose a song that can be popular all over the country for you. TSK. Sounds great. Luo Dazhong couldn't help but complain. Do you still want your old face? Get lost. Xinyan glared. Are you trying to compete for business with me? I shouldn't have composed music with you guys back then. All right. You old men are getting anxious. Luo Dazhong was not angry and cheerfully said to Lin Yi, don't take it to heart. This old fellow just has a strange temper, but his skills are undeniable. Teaming up with him will definitely satisfy you. And his temper is so strange for a reason. At this point, Luo Dazhong's expression darkened significantly. Xinyan also looked embarrassed and helpless. Sigh. A sigh that contained countless helplessness and pain. The current music scene, especially those so-called young people, these old guys. No, we should say, we old folks, are relics of the old era. But this new era is indeed hard to love. What are those songs that rank in the top 10 on major music charts every year? The younger generation is not without good singers, but unfortunately, it is often those clowns, worse than pigs and dogs, who suppress the truly talented ones. Just because they are so-called fresh meat. Hey, the power of capital, damn it. Luo Dazhong took a big sip of tea, seeming to calm down, and said with a bitter smile, It's me. What use is there in telling you all this? I understand. Lin Yi nodded solemnly, indicating he understood. How could he not understand? He deeply empathized, looking back at the Chinese music scene in his previous life. Although the 80s and 90s were a time when the country swept across Asia, by the late 90s and the early 2000s, the land of China also rose against the odds, with various legends battling it out. Jay Chou, Guang Liang, and many classic songs, one after another, countless good songs. But what about after 2015? What kind of monsters and ghosts are in the Chinese music scene? After crossing over, Lin Yi didn't understand the entertainment industry much. He originally thought things would be more normal here, but it seems it is just like in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards Xinyan and Luo Dazhong. Their strange tempers? This must be forced. Otherwise, how could a certain young fresh meat, seeking Xinyan's fame, come to him for composing? And how could he refuse? Directly rejecting him, saying your garbage song, garbage singer, I won't compose for you? Wouldn't that offend him and the capital behind him? Competing for fans, competing for capital, how could these old artists compete with fresh meat? They couldn't afford to offend. They could only pretend to have a strange temper, capricious, so they could refuse without offending too much, right? The situation forced them. I have to apologize. At this time, Xinyan stood up, seriously poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi, and said, your lyrics are quite good, even if they are not classics. They are definitely not bad. but I have developed a prejudice against you for personal reasons, and now I want to compose for you. I actually think your song can be popular. At least it can give us old folks a glimmer of hope in the Chinese music scene. Even if it is just a spark, it is still much better than those monsters and ghosts on the market now. No need for that. Lin Yi stood up to take the tea and said seriously, I understand. You are also having a hard time. Let's work on this song together. It's good that you are not angry. Shun Yin smiled bitterly. There are not many young people who can speak so calmly like you. Luo Dazhong laughed. What did you just say? But everyone present now understood that Shun Yin was addressing the matter, not the person. Moreover, if an old artist can apologize, what more can one ask for? Teacher Luo, if you don't mind, let's work together. Lin Yi invited Luo Dazhong, and at the same time, he had a vague plan in mind, using a large number of internet celebrities to drive traffic. Promoting his upcoming project with a strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside was indeed a good method. But it still lacked a nuclear bomb. A nuclear explosion song, for some groups, is a paradise. Yes, that's right. The song Lin Yi wants to compose is Paradise. To get back on track, the promotion and national recognition still lack a nuclear bomb in another group's hearts. So, is the Crazy Wind Band a nuclear bomb? Although the Crazy Wind Band has already disbanded, if Luo Dazhong and Shun Yin mediate, coupled with Lin Yi paying some price, it might not be impossible to temporarily reunite. And if they can reunite, with their popularity, wouldn't the promotional effect be explosive? Luo Dazhong didn't know what Lin Yi was thinking, but he was clearly tempted by this invitation, yet felt his old face burning. So, should I shamelessly lend my name? This is not shameless at all. Two teachers. Let's work together. Although there were some twists and turns, the result was ultimately good. Before long, the music room was filled with Lin Yi's catchy dang 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 dang, along with Shun Yin and Luo Dazhong's occasional deep thinking and scribbling, occasionally mixed with Lin Yi's suggestions. Here, it leaned towards electronic and metal sounds. Meanwhile, our landlady remained silent, one hand propping up her chin, filled with curiosity. How did my pig, who can't even dig for cabbage, come to understand music? Chapter 30, Brain Burst Auxiliary Device. The landlady was very curious. She and Lin Yi grew up together, and although they weren't biological siblings, there were not many secrets between them. They even bathed and slept together when they were little. It was only after middle school, when they understood the differences between genders, that they had a slight distance. That distance was still quite far, a full wall. But she really didn't know when Lin Yi started writing lyrics. And now it seemed he also understood a bit about arranging. What instruments? I don't know what instruments. I can only tell you what the feeling is like, something like this, that. Facing Lin Yi's constant demands, Shun Yin and Luo Dazhong looked completely flustered, feeling quite uncomfortable. Because Lin Yi had ideas. This was more tiring and troublesome than arranging on their own. However, as the arrangement progressed, their hearts grew hotter and more excited. As expected, Shun Yin was shocked. What on earth is this young man thinking? Why would Shun Yin truly appreciate it? Even at the cost of slapping himself in the face to compose for Lin Yi, a master can tell the difference with just one move. On the other side, Luo Dazhong didn't think that much. He simply felt that this music was extremely captivating, so he just worked hard alongside. At the same time, Luo Dazhong also felt a long-lost feeling of envy turning into jealousy. This is just a young person who doesn't understand arranging at all. Is this what they call talent? Thinking of this, Luo Dazhong and Shun Yin exchanged a glance, and then both revealed silent, bitter smiles. Talent, huh? Lin Yi was completely unaware of the little actions of the two, but even if he noticed, he would probably just feel a bit embarrassed. Talent, cough cough cough. In the following days, Lin Yi almost lived in Shun Yin's music room. For nearly a week, Shun Yin and Luo Dazhong felt like they were in deep water. Yet they also felt full of motivation. Because the arrangement was finally nearing completion, even without vocals, just listening to the band's demo, they could be sure that this piece would definitely succeed. And during this week, the internet was also full of talents. Because the videos of Shogun Gung and Xiao Li Gu were released. Xiao Li Ji's first episode was just a standard format, making food, along with some humorous and funny edits, which attracted some fans, but it wasn't explosive. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Li Ji's videos are daily updates. So although the fan base didn't explode instantly, it was steadily growing. However, Shogun Gung's video sparked a lot of attention right from its release. On the day the video was released, it was played in Xiao Kai's live broadcast room as usual, but at the same time, the nearly 1 million followers of Office Xiao Kai and Yang Ziki on Weibo also shared it. So, almost in a short time, Shogun Gung's video was pushed in front of nearly 1 million people. And these millions of people are frequent internet users who love to follow internet celebrities and watch interesting videos. So, at the first moment, the video of Shogun Gung was clicked on by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of viewers. Shogun Gung. Who is this? Wow. He looks quite like a kung fu star. Da Huang, what happened to you? Why did you go to shoot short videos? Shoo. The video has started. Let us watch carefully and learn well. As the video began, Shogun Gung introduced himself in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I am Shogun Gung. I wonder if you have ever had this kind of trouble. That is, many times, we need to have some small interactions with friends to enhance our friendship. For example, drinking, chatting, playing poker, etc. But sometimes, we also have some more intimate actions. For example, popping heads. At this point in the video, many viewers were already filled with questions. At the same time, they began to brainstorm. Could it be that he is going to teach us how to pop heads? And who doesn't know how to do this? I have practiced my finger technique since childhood. Who dares to let me pop? Finger technique is nothing. I have practiced the Chilean arm for 27 years, and I will tell you. Hiss. Could it be that you are? That's right. I am a super single dog who has been single for 27 years. Who dares to let me try? Not provoking, not provoking. But then, the style of the video started to deviate. However, this head popping also requires skills, and many times, the other person's head is very hard, which is what we call head iron. At this time, even if we have skills, if we pop it once, it will inevitably lead to a situation where both sides are injured. In this situation, what should we do? As a craftsman, I thought for a long time and finally invented a magical tool. But, what the hell is head iron? I just learned that head iron can be used like this. While the audience was astonished and amazed, Shogun Gung finally got to the point. The magical tool I invented is the head popping assistant. Chapter 31. Is my husband as capital enough? Head popping assistant? What the hell? All the audience had a blank look. After all, they had never heard of such a thing before. However, their doubts did not last long. Because, with a change of scene, Shogun Gung began the busy and interesting production process. During this process, the camera intermittently showed the full view of this studio. And it was not hard to see that Shogun Gung is indeed a craftsman. Various tools and equipment are very complete. Of course, this is not important. What matters is that after about a minute of jump cut production, the head popping assistant was finally completed. Then, Shogun Gung appeared in front of the camera again. Everyone look. This is the magical tool I designed, the head popping assistant. He held the tool, faced the camera, and gradually introduced. You see, with the help of this magical tool, even if the other person's head is very hard, we won't get hurt. Moreover, this spring greatly increases the power of our head popping. Finally, with the strength of our wrists, we can definitely pop out a perfect head pop. Let us see how it works. Immediately, Shogun Gung put the tool on his hand, took out an apple, placed it in front of the camera, and then, bang! With the assistance of the tool, a simple head pop caused the apple to explode. Next, let us try a glass cup. The apple was replaced with a glass cup, still just a head pop. Crack! The glass cup shattered into pieces, leaving no whole body. Crack, crack! Shogun Gung pretended to pop a few times in front of the camera, then smiled with satisfaction. The effect is very good. This invention has been a complete success. This video ends here. I will shoot another video to share with you when I have new inventions. Remember to follow me. The video ended. However, the audience was instantly unsettled, and it could even be described as explosive. Wow, what a tough guy. I'm following him. I have to follow him. This guy is really tough. I want to know who his friend is and how hard their head is. What could drive this master to invent such a tool? Impressive. Can't argue with that. What should I do about this head pop? No, you don't want to, because a pop can get you a free haircut, with food and accommodation included, plus a pair of silver bracelets as a bonus. This head popping assistant is clearly a tool for friends to pass away, okay? The truth. This is indeed a tool for friends to pass away. However, I want to buy one. Please sell it. Haha. Anyway, this guy is really talented. Let us follow him. The netizens were very interested and excited. While following, they didn't forget to share the video in various ways, recommending it to their friends, and even directly igniting a wave of discussion about the tool for friends to pass away online. Unsurprisingly, Shogun Gung became an overnight sensation. Just one video made him famous. His Weibo followers almost surged to the top. After all, the tool for friends to pass away is just too intriguing. But that is not important. As long as the essence is captured, everything is not a problem. Currently, the effects of launching internet celebrities are all under control. Although Xiao Ligu is not very popular, this is just a setup. It is estimated that after a few days, it will explode, and then he will catch up. At this time, Lu Qianyue was reporting work to Shui Yao. After all, strictly speaking, Shui Yao is the legal person of the company. Although she only has a 20% stake, everyone knows that the landlord couple is like conjoined twins, right? And many times, the landlord has to listen to the landlord lady. Lin Yi has not been here these days. Naturally, any important matters are reported to Shui Yao. Well, you all did well. Thank you for your hard work. Get off work early today and take a break. Shui Yao nodded lightly, her expression indifferent, as if she was indifferent to everything. But her words made the employees feel very relaxed. Sure. Lu Qianyue smiled. Now, the personnel we are developing next have also arrived. That Wu Qing is a high-level talent we poached from the Sesame Open Door Company with a high salary. Currently, the operation regarding internet celebrities is also very successful. So we can finally take a break. Otherwise, once we go online and the internet celebrities are back in position, when our formal operation starts, it will probably be hard to take a break. Is that so? Shui Yao frowned. To outsiders, she should be thinking about whether to recruit more people or something. But in reality, what Shui Yao was thinking was, high-level talent poached from Sesame Open Door? How much salary would that be? Is my husband's capital still enough? It is worth mentioning that Sesame Open Door holds a position in this world equivalent to Alibaba in Lin Yi's previous life. To poach someone from this company, wouldn't the salary be sky high? However, before the landlord lady could speculate on how much Wu Qing's salary was, a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Xiao Kai peeked in, looking a bit displeased. President Liu, President Shui, Yibin is calling again. She picked up her phone and placed it on the desk. Answer it on speaker. Shui Yao spoke. In the past few days, Yibin's calls have been numerous, with the goal of signing a contract, but each time ended in an unhappy manner. They all knew that this time should be the last opportunity. But who cares? Soon, the call was connected. Xiao Kai? This is Zhou Yongqiang. On the other end of the phone, it was no longer Qin Lu's voice, but that of a middle-aged man. Zhou Yongqiang? Shui Yao narrowed her eyes, her expression becoming somewhat dangerous. So it's President Zhou. Xiao Kai pretended not to understand. I don't know why President Zhou personally called me. Let us not beat around the bush. The Yibin forum is almost exploding, with a large number of users demanding that we open live broadcasts for Yang Ziki and Shogun Gong. How long are you going to drag this out? Zhou Yongqiang's voice carried an oppressive tone, as if he were superior, making people uncomfortable. The other end of the phone fell silent in an instant. It's easy to imagine that Zhou Yongqiang was quite angry. Soon, he said, what about you? Because I don't want to sign. What? The volume on the other end of the phone suddenly shot up. You want to breach the contract? I advise you to think it through, or else there's the penalty. Chapter 32, The Showdown, I'm done playing. Mentioning the penalty, Zhou Yongqiang made it clear he was threatening. Let's settle this. Shui Yao said softly. There's no need. Your combined Weibo followers have already exceeded 2 million. Even accounting for overlaps, it's at least over 1 million. Relatively speaking, in Yibin Live, it doesn't have much effect anymore. There's no need to argue with him. The landlord is bold. Xiao Kai immediately gave Shui Yao a thumbs up, then cleared her throat and said into the microphone, my signing fee is 50,000, and the penalty for breach of contract is 500,000. Within 3 days, the penalty will be transferred to your account, so, goodbye. Beep. The call ended. Bang. Damn it. In Yibin headquarters, Zhou Yongqiang roared in anger, his newly bought Fruit 11 phone instantly turning into a pile of fragments. President Zhou. Secretary Qin Lu trembled all over, not daring to approach to comfort him. You asked for it. Zhou Yongqiang gritted his teeth, furious. Damn. A week ago, he was full of joy, thinking he was about to make it big. Because that day, the offices Xiao Kai and Yang Ziki emerged, instantly gaining hundreds of thousands of fans. As long as he signed them, Yibin Live would instantly reach a new level. They could even start trying for an IPO. Once listed successfully, his status and position would rise dramatically. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, after several phone calls, all he got were perfunctory responses and delays. Now, with Shogun Gung's resurgence, Zhou Yongqiang couldn't sit still anymore and decided to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant using threats. He had to get Xiao Kai to sign, and at least get contact info for the others. However, the result was a failed negotiation. Not only did he fail to get the contact information of the others or sign them, but even Xiao Kai left. 10 times the penalty? If they say it, they mean it. This was simply a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Zhou Yongqiang felt miserable. Why was this happening? He couldn't understand. These people clearly wanted to be famous, otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with such creative videos. But why wouldn't they sign with him? And Xiao Kai? She was originally assigned host of Yibin, yet she would rather pay the penalty than sign a contract. This didn't make sense. Wait, could it be? Immediately permanently blocked Xiao Kai's live room. Zhou Yongqiang's expression changed drastically as he quickly ordered, tell the legal department to check on the trademark registrations for Office Xiao Kai, Yang Ziki, and Shogun Gung immediately. If they don't have them, register them at once. Qin Lu's eyes lit up, and she immediately issued orders in the company group, then looked at him with admiration. President Zhou is amazing. This move is really clever. If they register those trademarks, let us see how they can continue to operate. Usually, Zhou Yongqiang enjoyed Qin Lu's flattery, but at this moment, he was not in the mood. Is it really that simple? As a schemer who specialized in cunning and had tricked many, Zhou Yongqiang didn't think so, and he always felt someone was targeting him. He even had a vague sense that a net was closing in on him. After an anxious wait, several minutes passed. There was news. Qin Lu entered with a stack of documents. President Zhou, These trademarks have already been registered by someone and are currently under review and announcement. As expected, Zhou Yongxiang stood up instantly, his gaze darkening. It seems the other party came prepared. Is the registrant a company or an individual? It's a company. What is the name? Sinew Entertainment. Qin Lu looked at the information on the documents, adjusted her glasses, and appeared puzzled. Sinew Entertainment? Zhou Yongxiang was also confused. What kind of entertainment company is this? Is there such an existence in the entertainment circle? The information showed that this company had been established for less than a month, with a registered capital of 10 million, completely a new company. A shell company? That was Zhou Yongxiang's first thought. After all, how could a company established for less than a month pull off so much? It must have been premeditated. This was temporarily unclear, but the legal representative of this company and the second shareholder, you should have an impression. Who? Shuiyao. Who? The landlord. Wow. Zhou Yongxiang's expression darkened instantly. It's her? How could I have no grievances with her? Why target me? No, wait. Could it be that she found out about our previous suppression of her? Could Xiao Kai have leaked it? At this moment, Qin Lu had a brainwave. It's likely her. Zhou Yongxiang suddenly realized. So that's how it is. This is a revenge plot, targeting me, targeting Yibin. But, can just this be enough to take me down? To make me angry? Haha. Zhou Yongxiang laughed, a chilling smile. Create a few internet celebrities, and then nurture them? And if I'm not mistaken, Lin Yi should have contributed quite a bit to this matter, right? But since I know about it, how could you succeed? With that thought, he immediately ordered, Qin Lu, instruct everyone below to keep a close eye on the live streaming platforms in the market, whether a new live streaming platform is added, or if there's a change in ownership behind any platform, notify me immediately, especially any changes related to Sinew Entertainment. Also, closely monitor Sinew Entertainment. I want to know any of their news at all times. Yes, President Zhou. Qin Lu immediately took notes. I want to see what that woman is up to. Yes. At the entrance of Lin Yi duck soup rice in the urban village, the landlord swayed in, just in time for noon. The opening was just right. The urban village had many unfamiliar faces, all young men and women, almost all attracted by the four kings of the selling world and Lin Yi duck soup rice. This was evident as they queued in front of the shop, almost everyone munching on steamed buns. Some even carried roasted yams and spinach. Quite interesting. The landlord found it amusing. Her landlord had created something called the Four Kings of the Selling World, and these lovely netizens came to visit. Buying steamed buns and roasted yams was understandable. They could just eat them as snacks. But spinach and millet? The landlord seriously suspected they wouldn't even know how to cook them, just following the trend. However, this was none of her business. Chapter 33, Landlord, remember to pull me in. After declining numerous requests for photos with netizens, Shui Yao came out with a stack of cards and began issuing numbers. Limited to 20 people, the numbers are being issued now. If you don't have a number, please come early next time. Therefore, customers who learned about it online and were interested were basically prepared. Once outside the shop and seeing too many people in line, they would leave early. For example, right now, although there were people who didn't get a number, there were only two. Sigh, such bad luck. Come earlier next time. The two shook their heads and left helplessly, glancing back at the beautiful figure inside the shop before they left. As for the customers who got numbers, they all smiled and entered the shop in order. The Lin Yi duck soup rice was quite busy. All the seats were filled, and Shuiyao didn't have much time to interact with everyone, and her demeanor in front of outsiders was always quite aloof. Only when there are not many customers will someone say a few words if asked. Time passes. As the last few customers are about to finish their meals, a luxury car slowly stops at the door. Wow, this car is nice, huh? It must be worth over 2 million, a luxury vehicle. Which rich person wants to come and eat duck soup rice? But there must be no number left today, right? I'm afraid it'll be a wasted trip. Although the customers do not know each other, they start chatting back and forth. No way, right? Someone who drives such a car gets out, and looks like they even have a driver. They must be a big shot. Even a landlord should give some face, right? That is true. The rules are meant for us ordinary people to follow. How could these big shots possibly follow these rules? Hey, this guy doesn't he look like a good person? He has come in. Let us not talk anymore. It wouldn't be good if our discussions were overheard. The store falls silent. Zhou Yongxiang steps into the store, twisting his neck, feeling somewhat uncomfortable all over. Although the store is not dirty, and it doesn't have the greasy feel of other fly-infested places, he still feels a bit out of place in such a small establishment. But as an adult, a little discomfort is something that must be overcome. He cannot forget the purpose of his visit today. Thus, Zhou Yongxiang dismisses his discomfort and prepares to take a seat. At this moment, Qin Lu steps forward, carefully taking out wet wipes and paper, wiping down the table and chairs in front of him. Zhou Yongxiang sees this and looks at Qin Lu with admiration, then sits down confidently. Boss, 1 serving of duck soup rice. None left. The landlord's voice floats out from the kitchen. Come earlier next time. Can't you give me some face? Zhou Yongxiang frowns. You're not playing by the rules here. She wouldn't think I'm just an ordinary person, would she? No way. Zhou Yongqiang thinks. She must see me as an ordinary person. Zhou Yongqiang frowns, looks at Qin Lu, and gently gestures. Got it. Qin Lu immediately steps forward and says, Boss lady, my boss is the president of Yibin live streaming. A guest is a guest. Is this how you treat your customers? Yibin live streaming president? The few customers who had finished eating but hadn't left and were watching the excitement exchanged glances, all showing surprise. It seems there is something juicy to watch. And this piece of news is no small matter. They became even more interested, although they didn't look at Zhou Yongqiang. They all perked up their ears, not wanting to miss even a single word. President of Yibin live streaming? The landlord's beautiful figure appears at the kitchen door. Her apron already removed, and her seemingly casual long dress fails to hide her natural beauty. So, you're the one surnamed Zhou? Zhou Yongqiang, at your service. Zhou Yongqiang smiles lightly. Whether he eats duck soup rice or not is not important. The reason he insists is merely not to lose face. His true purpose for coming here is to meet the landlord and figure out why she is targeting him. I apologize for coming uninvited. I hope you can spare some time to chat with me. No time. The landlord replies coolly, crossing her arms and leaning against the door frame. The perfect curves outlined by her long dress would make even supermodels feel ashamed. This scene makes Zhou Yongqiang's breathing quicken, but he considers himself a person of grace. So he chuckles and says, I'd rather call you Miss Shui, landlord. Why must you keep me at a distance? We're meeting for the first time, yet I feel like I've known you for ages. Let us sit down and talk. Besides, we must resolve the misunderstandings between us. Otherwise, Miss Shui, you do have some capital, with over a dozen buildings collecting rent. From what I understand, perhaps Yibin is nothing more than that in your eyes. But the existence behind Yibin is far stronger by hundreds of times. So, Miss Shui, you should think it over carefully. Otherwise, if things get unpleasant later, I, Zhou Yongqiang, would find it hard to bear. Upon hearing this, not just Shui Yao, but even those customers who had been eavesdropping immediately wanted to curse. A few exchanged glances, and they could see the anger in each other's eyes. Damn it, this guy is so shameless. Who doesn't feel that way when they first meet the landlord? I swear I even thought of our kids' names the first time I saw her. Damn, what a beast. They felt unhappy. But they also understood that this matter had nothing to do with them. They could only listen. There's no misunderstanding. Miss Shui, you're making this uninteresting. I came with sincerity. If there are problems, they naturally need to be resolved. If it comes to a confrontation, I believe Heart Language Entertainment won't gain anything from it. Zhou Yongqiang is very confident, or rather, full of assurance. In his view, Yibin indeed doesn't have the capital strength of Shui Yao, but so what? The investors behind Yibin are also Zhou Yongqiang's bosses, and they are among the top few in the business world. Why are you forcing me? At this moment, Shui Yao suddenly lets out a long sigh and walks towards Zhou Yongqiang. What? The landlord is giving in? No way. The customers all frowned, feeling incredulous. Zhou Yongqiang, seeing this, reveals a radiant smile. Miss Shui's choice is very wise. Is it? Shui Yao stands in front of Zhou Yongqiang, saying softly, I've given you a chance. What? Zhou Yongqiang is stunned. 3 times. Bang. Ah, my hand. Clatter. In a flash, Zhou Yongqiang screams, knocking over the table and chairs. When the stunned crowd focuses, Zhou Yongqiang is already outside the store, lying by the door. At this moment, everyone is dumbfounded. Lin Yi's expression changes, and he rushes over, just in time to see Shui Yao walking out of the store accompanied by a female police officer. Shui Yao blinks at Lin Yi, looking innocent. Remember to bail me out. Chapter 34, Going Through the Process. The police car drives away, leaving Lin Yi in a daze. What the hell is going on? The landlord was taken away by the police. Wow. The next moment, a large group of people surrounds him, mostly familiar neighbors. And they quickly let Lin Yi understand the ins and outs of the situation. So you're saying the landlord hit someone? That person called the police. And the landlord was taken away? Everyone nods in unison. Lin Yi, what the hell? How could the landlord hit someone for no reason? Although she does like to fight, she wouldn't do it without reason, right? What happened to the injured? Although he doesn't know why the landlord would act. Since she did, there must be a reason. The main problem now is how to get the landlord out. This carefree tiger lady. At this moment, Lin Yi feels both angry and amused. She has been taken away by the police. Yet she still has the nerve to smile and tell him to remember to bail her out. I don't know, it must be pretty bad. I estimate it's quite severe. That scream, TSK TSK, even the voices of the 4 kings of the selling world were drowned out. That guy looks all dressed up and drives a luxury car. He is probably not a good person. Landlord, you need to be careful. Don't get taken advantage of by that guy. Exactly, I've heard that rich people can be petty. It's better to get the landlord out as soon as possible. Lin Yi, from what you're saying, that tiger lady must have hit him pretty hard? That person. Landlord, we were all in the store when it happened. The one who got hit said he was the president of Yibin live streaming, named Zhou something. He came in all arrogant, shouting several times, and then we didn't see what happened clearly before he screamed and fell down. After that, they called the police, and the landlord was taken away. A young man weakly recounts the events. Lin Yi frowned instantly upon hearing this and muttered to himself, so it's him. No wonder the landlady couldn't help but take action. However, this guy really picked the wrong target. Showing off? If he came looking for me, I'd just give him a couple of hee-hees at most. But he actually ran to the landlady, clearly looking for a beating. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. Was the landlady someone others could bully? Besides, she had long wanted to teach Zhou Yongxiang a lesson to vent her anger. And now he dared to come knocking on her door? This was clearly asking for trouble. He just hoped the landlady would show some restraint and not beat that guy too badly. Otherwise, rescuing him would probably be difficult. Lin Yi felt a bit heavy-hearted. But after figuring out the situation, he wasn't so flustered anymore. If it weren't for the concern that the landlady might get charged with intentional injury, he might even applaud her actions. That little brother, since you witnessed what happened, come with me to the police station to be a witness, all right? Sure, no problem. Don't worry, I'll definitely stand on the landlady's side. The young man nodded earnestly. Just tell the truth when the time comes. As for the neighbors, you all can disperse, it's nothing serious. Lin Yi waved at the crowd, signaling them to leave. All right, we'll head out first. If there's anything, just call out. We won't hesitate. Exactly. Although we don't dare to break someone out of prison, being a witness or writing a character reference is absolutely no problem. Lin Yi, what on earth are you guys thinking? Feeling both amused and exasperated, Lin Yi took the young man and headed to the police station. On the way, he learned that the young man's surname was Luo, and his name was Shilong. He was a warm-hearted guy who had just gone through a breakup, so he was out wandering around. Who knew he would run into such an incident today? Noticing Zhou Yongxiang's aggressive behavior, he decided to testify for the landlady. This isn't as scary as you think. At the police station, Lin Yi saw Luo Shilong looking nervous. So he gently patted him on the shoulder. You don't need to give false testimony, just say the truth. Okay, I understand. Luo Shilong nodded heavily. But understanding was one thing. He still felt nervous about dealing with the police. After all, it was his first time in a police station, and he might end up offending a CEO. As they entered the police station, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. It felt oddly familiar. Had he been here more than once? Indeed, about 20% of his memories included coming to bail out the landlady. If that's the case, hadn't the landlady been in here about 5 times? Thinking about this, Lin Yi felt a headache coming on. It seemed his fiancé had a bit of a temper. Lin Yi noticed a police officer was free and approached to ask a question. However, the officer froze upon seeing him and immediately turned to run. Boss, they've arrived, they're here. Lin Yi was completely bewildered. Luo Shilong also looked confused. Landlord, what is going on? I don't know. Lin Yi shrugged. Who's here? There's no one behind us, right? Just as they were puzzled, a middle-aged man with obvious authority rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Yi, his face lit up with surprise, as if he had found a savior. This left Lin Yi even more confused. What is going on here? Landlord, you finally made it. Come, let's talk in the office. The man was extremely enthusiastic and immediately reached out to shake hands, pulling Lin Yi into the chief's office, where Luo Shilong was also present. Before entering, Luo Shilong discreetly pointed at the sign on the office door, indicating that this person was the chief. Lin Yi subtly nodded. Landlord, you're here to pick up the landlady, right? Don't worry, no problem. However, this time, the landlady took the initiative to hit someone, and the other party is insisting on pressing charges. We can't just downplay this, so we will need some bail. As he spoke, he seemed to worry Lin Yi would be unhappy, quickly adding, but don't worry, it's only $500. It's just a formality, you know. What do you mean I know? I don't understand at all. Lin Yi's face was filled with confusion. Can someone tell me what on earth is going on? Lin Yi dumbly nodded. Okay, 500 bail, no problem. Seeing Lin Yi agree, the middle-aged chief let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Lin Yi. I knew you were reasonable and wouldn't make things difficult for us. Come on. Who is it? Xiao Wu, right? Hurry up and process the bail for the landlady. The young police officer called Xiao Wu immediately took off running. If one didn't know he was going to process paperwork, they might think he was chasing a criminal. Chapter 35, Feeding Dog Food Unknowingly. This scene left Luo Shilong, who had been following Lin Yi, utterly stunned. What is going on? Wasn't I just here to be a witness? This has nothing to do with me at all. So what am I even here for? Luo Shilong was filled with questions, even starting to ponder the existential questions of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? But soon, he reacted, his mind filled with deep shock. Clearly, the landlord had connections. And those connections were so powerful that even the big shots in this police station treated him with such courtesy. Oh my God, who on earth is this landlord? He was dumbfounded. At that moment, in Luo Shilong's mind, Lin Yi was undoubtedly a super big shot. This scene made the corners of Luo Shilong's eyes twitch. The background was too strong. Had he never seen a pig run after eating pork? The bail procedures on TV usually required personal running around, paying money, signing things. But what about the landlord? Someone actually brought the paperwork to him to sign. What is it called to be impressive? This is what it means to be impressive. In less than 2 minutes, signing, paying, done. The chief, seeing this, immediately sighed in relief and smiled at Lin Yi. All set. Let us go pick up the landlady now. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Yi said with a slight twitch of his mouth. Not a trouble at all. The landlady rarely comes here. I definitely want to send her off personally. Wait. Aren't we going to the detention room? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. You're joking. How could we keep the landlady in the detention room? She's resting in our cafeteria. As the words fell, they arrived at the cafeteria. At a glance, a stunning woman was leisurely munching on a chicken leg, with a large cup of soda beside her. Who else could it be but the landlady? Lin Yi. Are you kidding me? I was worried about you. And here you are enjoying yourself at the police station, eating and drinking well, even having soda? Luo Shilong. Oh my god. I was too young. I didn't realize the world could be so profound. Getting in trouble and still being able to be this comfortable in the police station? You're here? Upon seeing Lin Yi, the landlady instantly stood up, and the chicken leg in her hand flew through the air in a perfect arc, landing directly in the trash can. She then looked at the middle-aged balding chief. Can I leave now? Of course, of course. The chief immediately smiled. You can leave anytime. Hey, why go through all this trouble? The landlady wiped her mouth and immediately linked arms with Lin Yi, complaining, why not just take me out and drop me off? The chief smiled wryly. We still have procedures to follow. Fine, then we'll head out first. Take care, and welcome next time. The chief almost couldn't help but slap himself. Come back? What nonsense is that? As they walked from the cafeteria to the police station lobby, Lin Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. What is this all about? Oh, it's just that last time I knocked someone out, I got taken away as well. Once, on the way here, I happened to receive a call for backup nearby. The people in the car I was in went to help. Coincidentally, it was another team of officers who encountered some human traffickers. Hey, those human traffickers are vicious. Knowing they were discovered, they even used a child as a hostage. You think I could stand by and watch? Of course not. So I jumped down and took them out in no time. Lin Yi, Lu Shilong looked shocked. Landlady, you're a martial arts master. The landlady waved her hand. Oh, not at all. However, I was praised by the police at the time. And when I got to the station, some people didn't believe it. Then we had a friendly exchange and sparred a bit. So, you turned the entire police station upside down? Lin Yi had a black line on his forehead. How did you know? The landlady looked quite pleased with herself. Why didn't you say this earlier? You didn't ask before. Lin Yi, spitting blood. How could my previous self not inquire about such matters? No wonder the police are so polite to you. It's completely because they can't afford to offend you, right? Of course. The police wouldn't be afraid of the landlady. After all, no matter how skilled she is in martial arts, a bullet can take her down. But a beauty like her helped deal with the human traffickers, and her skills are impressive. She is practically half a combat coach. And since she hasn't committed any major crimes, naturally, they wouldn't make things difficult for her. Lin Yi, all right, you're impressive. Hey, he walked into the gun's muzzle himself. Lin Yi became serious, but the landlady instantly swept away her previous dominance and became quite meek. Besides, I only acted because he provoked me 3 times according to our previous agreement. What kind of weird agreement is that? What exactly did my previous self do? Lin Yi's expression was quite entertaining. The landlady weakly added, and I definitely held back this time. He really didn't get into any big trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to easily pull me out, right? That is true. After hearing this, Lin Yi gradually calmed down but still glared. But you can't just act recklessly. You're heavy-handed when you strike. Yes, you're right. The landlady looked at Lin Yi with big eyes, nodding repeatedly, as if she were a wronged little wife. Seeing such an expression, Lin Yi instantly softened his heart and cautioned, Sai, I know you're doing this for me, but he is not worth you getting involved with. Don't be so impulsive next time. What if you get hurt a little? I'd be heartbroken. All right. The landlady nodded vigorously. Watching this scene, Lu Shilong felt his heart was about to shatter. Damn, this is the police station. If I'm not mistaken, I'm here to be a witness, right? Am I really getting fed dog food? Please, be human. Don't single out us single dogs, okay? Little did he know, for this couple, it was a common occurrence. Usually, the landlady was tough, but whenever she got into trouble and Lin Yi got angry, she acted like a well-behaved little wife, seemingly more obedient than anyone else. As for dog food, it can be said that it was sprinkled invisibly. From childhood to now, how much dog food has been sprinkled? I can't remember anymore. Chapter 36, not even a minor injury. During their conversation, the landlady and Lin Yi strolled out of the police station with Lu Shilong. However, they were unaware that as they passed through the lobby, Zhou Yongqiang, who was recording a statement about the case, was completely stunned. Escape from prison. A prison break. He suddenly stood up, pointing at the landlady's disappearing figure. That murderer escaped. What are you police doing? Across from him, two police officers looked serious and meticulous. Mr. Zhou, please clarify. What do you mean by escape? The murderer. Zhou Yongxiang was going crazy. The one who hit me, she escaped from prison. Oh. The police officers suddenly understood. The murderer you're talking about, is she skilled? Zhou Yongxiang. It's not about whether she is skilled or not. She is just. Police. Zhou Yongxiang got angry. What are you laughing at? Police. I remembered something happy. What happy thing? My wife gave birth. Zhou Yongxiang. Police. Ahem, Mr. Zhou, please continue. It's that murderer. She actually said I deserve to be beaten. So I ask, who? Police. Bang. Zhou Yongxiang slammed the table. What are you laughing at again? I also remembered something happy. Your wife gave birth too? Yes. Zhou Yongxiang frowned. Realizing the situation was not simple. Are your wives the same person? Yes. The two police officers burst into laughter, then continued. No. Our wives gave birth on the same day. The next moment, their smiles grew even wider. Unbelievable. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're clearly laughing at me. Zhou Yongxiang exploded with anger. The murderer has already escaped. You're not going to catch her, but you're here bickering with me. What on earth are you police doing? Mr. Zhou, please don't misunderstand. Yes, Mr. Zhou, we received strict training, no matter how funny it is. We want to laugh. Unless we can't help it. Ahem, Mr. Zhou, it's not that we want to laugh at you, but your current appearance is really funny. Zhou Yongxiang. At this moment, Zhou Yongxiang's eyes were red and swollen, and even his mouth was swollen into two fat sausages, looking quite comical. But even so, you guys are too much, right? Zhou Yongxiang was furious. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for negligence, for letting the murderer go. And I'm going to sue that murderer too. You all just wait. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhou, I think we need to remind you that your injury assessment result is out. It's just some superficial injuries and doesn't amount to a minor injury. So, this is a civil dispute and doesn't constitute intentional injury. According to our laws, the other party can be released on bail. And you can't refer to her as a murderer. So Mr. Zhou, will you choose to resolve it amicably, or do you want us to help mediate? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yongxiang's face turned dark, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Did you take bribes? I was beaten so badly. I almost died from the pain, and you're telling me I don't even have a minor injury? I'm going to sue you. Mr. Zhou, you can eat more, but you can't talk nonsense. The expressions of the two police officers immediately changed. We handle all matters strictly according to the law. This is the injury assessment result. If you have any objections, you can contact the hospital for an assessment. As for your threat to sue us, we're ready for that anytime. Please feel free. You. Zhou Yongxiang was so angry that he could hardly contain himself and turned to leave in a huff. Only then did the two police officers exchange glances. Both surprised by the other's expression. They thought this time the landlady would definitely have trouble, but unexpectedly, it didn't even count as a minor injury. Truly unbelievable. She was beaten so badly, yet nothing major happened. No wonder the landlady is impressive. After leaving the police station, Lu Shilong, feeling like he had just consumed a large amount of dog food, quickly took his leave, fearing he might turn sour if he stayed any longer. On the way, whether it was because she had beaten Zhou Yongxiang, Shui Yao was in a particularly good mood, smiling and asking, "Is the arrangement done?" "It's all set." Speaking of the arrangement, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. "Both of you teachers are truly talented artists. I'm very satisfied." Although these two artists almost went crazy because of Lin Yi's pressure. Who should sing? They need to sing and dance. Lin Yi stroked his chin. Moreover, it's best to have a girl group, and their looks should lean towards a two-dimensional style. What's the soul of the pure land of ultimate bliss? How to express the rhythm? With synchronized dance. And if the dancing girl group has a bit of a two-dimensional style, that would be perfect. This kind of requirement should be something a dance academy can find. Shui Yao slowly nodded. We can let Lu Qianwei give it a try. And considering the timing, Xiao Kai and Yang Ziqi's second video should be out soon. What about that little Li Go? I heard the video for the battle axe stake has already been filmed. Let them all come together, have a big splash, and then, for a while, it will probably be the age of the Pure Land. Under the setting sun, the two walk side by side, their silhouettes intertwined. You have me, I have you. A single dog saw them from a distance and immediately turned away with a conflicted expression. Bah, the sour smell of love. The next day, Lu Qianwei received a notification from Lin Yi to go to the Shenzhen Dance Academy to select candidates for singing and dancing in the Pure Land. Coincidentally, there was a girl group within the Shenzhen Dance Academy that met the requirements. Not only did they have solid singing and dancing skills, but they also leaned towards the two-dimensional style, and they were triplets with great looks and figures. Even their girl group name, too, 5-dimensional, was quite fitting. Normally, Such good talent would be in high demand. However, the three sisters were not short of money, and they all loved the two-dimensional style, insisting on debuting as a group. The problem was, where were there any popular girl groups in the country right now? There were, but they were girl groups from other countries. So even though entertainment companies approached them, none had the courage to sign them and focus on their training. In this situation, when Lu Qianhua took action, it was naturally easy to achieve. Chapter 37. The Decline of Society. It's embarrassing to look at. Lu Qianhua hit it off with the two five-dimensional triplets. Thus, 5-dimensional became the first batch of artists officially signed by Sinew Entertainment. Moreover, the contract was for 5 years. After all, their first single to be released was the nuclear explosion hit song Pure Land, which was bound to be a hit. If they didn't sign, wouldn't that be making clothes for others? Although Lin Yi was laid back, he wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. Of course, Lin Yi was not someone who would take advantage of others. The signing fee for the three sisters was not high at the moment, but there was a clause in the contract stating that their signing fee would be adjusted once a year. The adjustment range would depend on their popularity and the revenue they brought to the company in the previous year. In other words, they wouldn't be at a loss. This decision was made with multiple considerations. Although Lin Yi was not in the entertainment industry in his past life, he knew about many issues arising from contracts. A common scenario was an artist signing with a certain agency or entertainment company when they were still unknown, but the contract would last for several years. However, how much was the signing fee for an unknown artist? Plus, with a contract lasting several years, even if they became famous, their signing fee wouldn't increase. How would the artist feel about that? It was inevitable that there would be discord. Although the company indeed made money, would the artist still work hard after a fallout? Even a fool would know that was impossible. Therefore, Lin Yi chose to adjust the signing fee once a year, so that everyone would not lose out. If you perform well, it's only natural for the price to go up. If you don't perform well, a price drop is also reasonable. The 5-dimensional triplets had no objections to this, so they signed the contract that day and then moved to the urban village. Although they should have lived in Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City was an office building, not a residential area, so there was no place to stay, right? Thus, the next day, the landlord couple met the 5-dimensional triplets. Hello, boss. The three sisters looked as if they were carved from the same mold, especially since they were all dressed alike at that moment, almost causing Lin Yi to have a nosebleed. Very good, very good. Let's all introduce ourselves. Lin Yi looked at the landlord lady beside him, cleared his throat. And then, like a statue in meditation, his eyes were calm as a deep well. Boss, I'm Qi Ziming, the eldest sister. Qi Zihan, the second. Qi Zishuan. I'm the youngest. The three introduced themselves in turn, their tones and movements all perfectly embodying the two-dimensional style. Are you sure they can do it? Seeing this, the landlord lady squinted slightly, expressing her doubts. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was clear. No problem, absolutely no problem. How could there be any issues? This is simply a perfect match. Lin Yi even imagined the scene of them singing and dancing Pure Land at a stadium packed with thousands, and the enthusiasm of the otaku would surely ignite like wildfire. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was instantly full of motivation. Singing and dancing, you are all professionals. The accompaniment is already sorted, and I will give you the lyrics later. The main focus right now is the dance. Getting to the point, Lin Yi said seriously, while the Qi sisters listened obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, the three sisters exclaimed in surprise. What? You can choreograph too? What? The landlord lady also looked curious. You can choreograph? First lyrics, then composition. And now you say you can choreograph? What else can you do? Amidst the surprise, the landlord lady was also very curious about what Lin Yi's choreography would look like. I wouldn't say I'm good at choreography. I just have some ideas, but I think they fit perfectly with this song. Lin Yi suddenly hesitated. Pure Land. In his past life, as a half otaku, he had indeed watched it quite a few times. He might not be able to perform the entire dance, but at least half of it should be fine, right? Let's do it, let's do it. Without waiting for Lin Yi to say much, the 5-dimensional sisters had already started cheering. TSK, two-dimensional girls are really passionate, Lin Yi thought. Given that he had little confidence, he could only brace himself and go for it. Landlord lady, play the music. Without any hesitation, Shui Yao took out her phone and started playing the accompaniment for Pure Land. As the music started, Lin Yi immediately assumed the starting position, and within a few seconds, he stunned the 5-dimensional triplets. This accompaniment. Yeah, and why does it have such a strong two-dimensional style? Oni-san, I feel like we were born for this song. Don't make a sound. Watch, he's starting to dance. As Lin Yi moved, the three girls immediately focused, their eyes wide open, while the landlord lady looked on with curiosity. However, the next moment, landlord lady, TT2, 5-dimensional. It's simply blinding to the eyes. It wasn't that the dance was bad, but cough, 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 it was too much. If the dancer were a woman, there would naturally be no problem, But with Lin Yi, cough, cough, cough. I can't look, I can't look. The world has declined. People's hearts are not ancient anymore. At some point, the four girls huddled together, covering their mouths and shaking their heads, indicating that the world was not as it used to be, but their eyes never left the scene for a moment. About 2 minutes later, Lin Yi stopped moving and looked at the four girls. He found that they all had strange expressions, especially the landlord lady, whose ears were even red, and her gaze toward him carried a hint of inexplicable brilliance. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, did you remember it? Lin Yi looked at the two five-dimensional sisters. I didn't remember. Qi Ziming immediately raised her hand. Right, I didn't remember. Qi Zihan followed closely. Can we do it again? Qi Zihan looked innocent. Lin Yi, what the hell? You are professionals. Even if you can't remember everything, at least you should remember some of it, right? Are you all imposters? Thinking about this, Lin Yi looked at the landlord lady, who was nodding in agreement. Let us do it again. What? In a daze, Lin Yi could only dance again, and then, hiss. This is really embarrassing to look at. The world has declined. Huh, why am I having a nosebleed? TT. In the end, Lin Yi danced 3 times in a row before the four girls let him go. However, before he could speak, the landlord lady said, Sigh, I don't know why, but everything feels so dull. Yeah. Qi Ziming agreed wholeheartedly. Sisters, remember? This is the adorable Qi Zihan. Remember? Qi Zishuan nodded vigorously. Shall we go through it again? Lin Yi. Chapter 38, What does Annie washes the railway mean? Didn't you say you couldn't remember? Inside the room, as the accompaniment played, the 5D group showcased their professional-level dance skills. Although it couldn't be called perfect, they could already imitate Lin Yi's dance moves with over 90 accuracy. This left Lin Yi dumbfounded, even wanting to explode in anger. Didn't you say you couldn't remember? Is this what you call not remembering? You're dancing better than I am. Okay, sigh, forget it, considering how talented they are, cough, cough. Lin Yi glanced at the landlady, only to find her engrossed in watching, which made him relax a bit. Before long, the half-song ended, and before Lin Yi could speak, the 3 girls began chattering excitedly. What a fun dance. Yes, I feel like I'm born to dance this. I think there are still many places that can be modified. If we make some small changes, it should be closer to our 5D style. Oh, I get it. You want to test our abilities, right? It must be that. They nodded their heads in realization. Hearing this, Lin Yi instantly felt embarrassed. They are actually quite strong. Humph, maximum 3 days, and then you'll see, we are professionals. Please send us the accompaniment and lyrics, and give us 3 more days. Then, come to check the results. Yes, you all go ahead. It's not convenient to have outsiders here after this. Right. Once Lin Yi sent the accompaniment and lyrics, even before he had a chance to speak, he was pushed out of the temporary dance room by the 3 girls. Auntie washes the railway. See you in 3 days, bye. Bang. The door closed, and Lin Yi's body stiffened suddenly. What kind of reaction is this? The landlady squinted her eyes. Auntie washes the railway. What does that mean? Cough. Literal meaning. Oh, is that so? Hee. In the next moment, the landlady picked up her phone, pointed the screen at Lin Yi, and shook it slightly. Lin Yi was shocked. This has nothing to do with me. The landlady sneered, her murderous intent rising. In the following days, Lin Yi and the landlady relaxed. They had time to run the store or stroll around the company, but most of the time, they were just bickering. Of course, to others. This was not bickering at all. It was clearly a lot of dog food. On Zhou Yongxiang's side, after being beaten by the landlady, he didn't even reach the standard for minor injuries, making it impossible for the police to file a case. Even if a case was filed, it would only amount to some medical compensation. After consulting multiple lawyers and receiving this outcome, Zhou Yongxiang was nearly infuriated, but he could only choose to give up. What else could he do? Would he beat himself up to defraud someone? He's not an idiot. As for making the landlady pay for medical expenses, that would only be more embarrassing. Therefore, Zhou Yongxiang's troubles did not arise. Of course, this was just the surface trouble. Lin Yi was not clear about what Zhou Yongxiang was doing behind the scenes. But Lin Yi was very clear about one thing. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. As for the 5D trio, they spent nearly all their time in the temporary dance room practicing hard, except for eating and drinking. They didn't even have a chance to sneak a peek. However, the development of Sinew Entertainment would not stop. Xiao Kai and Yang Ziqi's videos were relatively time-consuming, so they could only release 1 episode a week. But Xiao Liji's videos, on the other hand, could be released daily without any issue. On this day, Xiao Liji's video was uploaded as usual, and his tens of thousands of fans habitually clicked on it. After all, Xiao Liji's videos were still very interesting. Whether it was the added humorous elements or the dialogues, there was a certain level of relatability and friendliness. This episode's theme was tomahawk steak. The only difference was that the ingredient had been changed to tomahawk steak, and Xiao Li Gu still filmed the cooking process. But when it was time to eat after cooking, he suddenly discovered, What is this? Wait, is that a plastic bag? Xiao Ligu was dumbfounded, completely breaking down. This scene instantly made many fans burst into laughter, and Xiao Ligu became well known. Coupled with the fact that now he was being shared and recommended by Yang Ziki, who had 1 million followers, and Xiao Kai from The Office, who had 700,000 followers, Xiao Li's popularity skyrocketed. The next day, Xiao Kai from The Office also updated, and the new video was actually about frying steak with a curling iron. Such a bizarre operation instantly shocked countless netizens, but at the same time, it pulled in another wave of heat. Following that, Yang Ziki made her move. This ancient woman, as if walking out from a painting, once again personally participated, perfectly blending tranquility with the hustle and bustle of life. Then came Handicraft Gong. This inventor, affectionately called brother who lost a friend by netizens, brought forth his new invention again. To fulfill his promise to netizens, he invented an upside-down shampoo machine. The principle was clear. In simple terms, it involved fixing a person onto a wooden board and then inverting the board so that the person's head entered a device resembling a washing machine. Start the device, add water, add shampoo, and then begin washing hair. It even had a drying function. Once this video was posted, it even hinted at surpassing Xiao Kai and Yang Ziki in popularity, as his videos were indeed more entertaining. The upside-down shampoo machine became a hot topic among netizens. The internet celebrities from Sinew Entertainment swept across the internet, which made Zhou Yongxiang furious, yet somewhat restless. But this was just the beginning. A few days later, on Saturday evening, Xiao Kai from The Office, Yang Ziki, Handicraft Gong, and Xiao Ligu all posted simultaneously. Are you ready? The leg-shaking divine song is here. Attached video, Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Chapter 39. The Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss is toxic. At this moment, nearly 2 million netizens received the notification at the same time. In Xiao Kai's previous live streaming group, leg-shaking divine song? What is that? Huh, Xiao Kai actually posted? And it's not her own video. Could it be that another internet celebrity is about to emerge? Hey, it should be. Lately, Xiao Kai has been promoting other internet celebrities besides her own videos. Indeed, Xiao Kai switched to working in an office and was the first to make her fairy friend famous, then Handicraft Gong. And now even Xiao Ligu has become incredibly popular. What is going on today? Hey, you guys, I follow all 4 of them. And now I want to say they all released identical Weibo posts simultaneously. Wow, impressive, so serious? Let us take a look. The group members clicked on the video, only to find that there were already many comments. First, second, to those behind, tell me, are you my first grandson? Get out if you're looking for a grandson. The few of them immediately spamming the screen. The video began to play, and the first thing that appeared were the letters. Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Lyrics by Lin Yi. Music by Shun Yan, Luo Dazhong, Lin Yi. Dance by 5D. Band by Shun Yan Studio. As soon as the letters appeared, it shocked quite a few people, especially some older netizens, who were all astonished. Teacher Shin's song. Not just that. Even Teacher Luo from the Wind Band participated in the arrangement. But what about Lin Yi? He wrote both the lyrics and the music? I know Lin Yi, he's the landlord. But does he really know these? Hey, whether he knows or not, I don't care. But this song was arranged by Teacher Shun and Teacher Luo together, so I have to listen. That's right, this is real talent. Many netizens instantly became interested. After all, in previous years, Shen Yan and the Storm Band were a true gold standard. The next moment, the screen darkened and the main topic began. The 5-dimensional 3 sisters had already struck their poses, waiting to start. The camera zoomed in, and the names of the 3 sisters appeared, exuding a strong 2D style that seemed to leap off the screen. What the heck? Triplets. Amazing. Where did they find this dance troupe? Incredible. Their looks are so high. And the outfits, the figures, wow, I'm drooling. Guess what I'm typing on? Get lost, don't drive. From now on, they are my goddesses. I'm in love, as a homebody. Wow, is this my dream goddess coming from 2D to 3D? The dance hadn't even started, and the 5-dimensional sisters had already made a strong impression, their popularity skyrocketing. The dance of the 5-dimensional sisters, which seemed to wander between 2D and 3D, truly made its debut. What the heck? I'm enchanted. Why can't my legs obey? They're shaking so hard. Damn, I'm squatting, and I can shake while squatting, can you believe it? I just peed in my shoe. This video is toxic. No, the dance is toxic. Bullshit. It's the beautiful girls and the accompaniment that are toxic. All wrong. They're all freaking toxic, but I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Seeing the barrage and comments from netizens, Lin Yi chuckled. It's settled. Toxic? Of course. It's toxic. Looks like the effect is good. The landlord lady, dressed in a cool nightgown, reclined on the sofa. Her smooth and fair long legs casually draped over Lin Yi's legs as she leisurely scrolled through her phone. Of course, the gaze gradually moved up those enticing long legs. Ahem. If we look further up, we can't broadcast it. One night passed. Elysium completely exploded. Weibo's trending search was dominated by Elysium. Even the trending search bought by some young fresh meat could only occupy second place. Want to rise up? Sorry, the heat of Elysium has exploded all over the internet. Want to rise? The cost is staggering. Now I understand why Elysium is called the leg-shaking anthem. I looped the song all night. I feel like I've been shaking my legs even while asleep. Can you believe it? It's toxic. So freaking toxic. I can't handle it. I admit defeat. Hey, look what I found. The pure music version of Elysium is now on Sunting Music. Damn, you up there, get lost. Do you want me to die from this toxicity? Netizens were very interested, pushing Elysium to even higher popularity. Even talented netizens created various adaptations: Eru version, violin version, guzheng version, piano version. Various versions kept emerging, each generating a small wave of heat. Although some people didn't like it, they had heard it from others to some extent. Since Elysium came out, I don't know how many entertainment companies have been envious. The value of the two five-dimensional sisters skyrocketed in an instant, and many entertainment companies directly stated their intention to poach them. But how is that possible? Lu Qianyue immediately threw all the poaching news into the trash, but the pile of invitations left made her feel torn. Sigh, painful yet joyful. She shook her head. Logically, Lu Qianyue should be happy. The problem is, the company is not profitable. Not even a penny of profit has been made. It's all investment and expenditure, profit? Where's the profit? Fortunately, with the explosive popularity of Elysium and the two five-dimensional sisters, a large number of advertising contracts landed in front of Lu Qianyue. This should be a good thing, but unfortunately, when she consulted Lin Yi, he replied that they should reject all of them. The reason? Now is not the time. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to keep you, but I can't. After a moment of regret, Lu Qianyue reluctantly threw away all the contracts and got up to go to the tech department. The test version had been completed, and Wu Qing was currently conducting stress tests with the tech department staff. Bang! On the other side, Zhou Yongxiang looked grim, smashing a cup in his office. Another one. And the quality is so high. Where did they find such talent? This song, they actually managed to invite Shun Yin and Luo Dazhong. Damn it. That too. Five-dimensional girl group has almost 1 foot in the entertainment industry. How could this happen? Are you guys sent by heaven to target me? Zhou Yongxiang wanted to curse. No matter how powerful an internet celebrity is, they are still just an internet celebrity. But now, looking at the momentum of the two five-dimensional sisters, it's clear they are about to break into the entertainment industry, and they come with a large fan base too. Even if they only have casual fans. Not high quality, their massive number is enough to make up for everything. And the stars in the entertainment industry are worlds apart from internet celebrities. He could barely tolerate the fact that more internet celebrities were emerging from Sinyu's side since they weren't live streaming. But he couldn't bear to watch Sinyu directly create a popular girl group. No way, I need to find a way. And that old guy Shen Yin, Zhou Yongxiang was so angry he fell silent and then dialed a phone number. Chapter 40, Rent Collection in Progress. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The heat of Elysium gradually subsided, but the popularity of the two five-dimensional sisters remained high, with so-called 10,000 blood letters requesting them to hold a live concert. However, the three girls were very self-aware. So far, their only work was Elysium. A concert? How? Dance to Elysium all night? That would really be a joke. So, they approached Lin Yi to hear his opinion. Your choice is not wrong. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yi slowly said, without works, if you rashly hold a concert, it will only ruin your reputation and popularity. This is self-destruction. On the contrary, what you need now is continuous exposure and self-improvement. For future works, you can try to create them yourselves. After all, you did a great job completing Elysium before, which proves your strong talent. However, I have one more suggestion. That is, temporarily lie low and maximize the development of Elysium, but at the same time, you should also hone yourselves. Whether it's dance, singing skills, or related basics. You can continue to refine them and wait for the right opportunity. After listening, the three sisters pondered for a long time and ultimately felt they should heed Lin Yi's advice and choose to hone themselves. P.S. Right, we may have some talent, but we're still too young, and we haven't even graduated yet. In terms of singing and dancing, we are still far from the top. We definitely need to study hard. Then, it's settled. Lin Yi smiled and said, actually, I have a song here that's very suitable for you. But it's not finished yet. Really? The three girls' eyes lit up immediately. Don't worry, we will definitely practice hard. Yes, yes. Auntie washes the railway. The three girls bounced away, very excited. However, once they left Lin Yi's sight, they exchanged glances and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Thankfully, they weren't forced to continue exposing themselves in a short time, otherwise. Yeah, if they were discovered. Let us practice hard. Even if we get discovered, before that, we at least need to sing 3 good songs. Exactly, didn't we agree on that long ago? Your charm is quite great. After the two 5-dimensional three sisters left. Lin Yi's waste meat was instantly victimized, and the landlord lady smiled brightly. And he washes the railway? Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face, on the verge of tears. For no reason at all. Why are you trying to harm me? By the way, who was it that harmed me just now? Damn it, they look too similar. I can't tell who is who. After a moment, the battered Lin Yi collapsed on the sofa like a salted fish, while the landlady, full of energy, was touching up her makeup. What day is it today? The landlady suddenly asked. Lin Yi, lying there like a salted fish, instantly changed color, as if his whole body had stiffened. If I remember correctly, it should be the 30th? That means tomorrow, it's time to collect rent again. The landlady frowned, her expression turning melancholic. Sigh. Speaking of collecting rent, Lin Yi also felt a heavy heart. So tiring. But at the same time, he thought of something. Right? Last time you told me to collect rent from that company. Have they paid the rent? Previously, he had met Qin Shasha at Wanxiang City, just when one was supposed to collect rent and the other to pay rent. Lu Qianyue even dealt a fatal blow to the other party. However, after that, neither Qin Shasha nor anyone from that company had contacted him. So Lin Yi raised the question. They have. The landlady rolled her eyes at him. According to you, let's raise the price by 20. What do you think? Shall we raise the rent for that building by 20? After all, they will rent it anyway. Are you crazy? Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. How much will that be? Can you handle it? That's true. Then let's not raise it. The landlady agreed it made sense. Well, because collecting rent involves too much money and it's too heavy, so we won't raise the price. Makes sense. Seeing that the landlady gave up on raising the rent, Lin Yi finally wiped away a cold sweat and felt relieved. Damn, if the rent was raised by 20, wouldn't I have to pay the landlady over $1 million more every year? Luckily, I'm clever. Indeed clever. One worried about having too much money, the other wanting to pay less rent. The matter of raising the price was thus shelved. Can we discuss something? Suddenly, the landlady looked at Lin Yi eagerly. What is it? Lin Yi frowned, realizing things weren't simple. It seems my relative has come, feeling weak all over and has a stomachache. So next month's rent will be handed over to you. The landlady pretended to feel unwell. Lin Yi. What? You look so lively. How can you be feeling weak all over? Lin Yi chuckled, expressing disbelief. Don't believe it? The landlady pretended to be a weak woman. How about I let you check? Lin Yi immediately nodded. Sure. Then, he sneered. Sorry, I just changed the trash bag in the bathroom this morning. There's no proof of your relative's arrival. What if they just arrived? The landlady rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Don't believe you can check? All right. Lin Yi immediately stepped forward, about to reach out. Slap. In an instant, Lin Yi's hand turned into a pig's trotter. Landlady, I treat you as my fiancée. And you actually want to take advantage of me? Pa beast. Angry, she declared that next month's rent would be collected solely by him. The landlady didn't give Lin Yi a chance to retort and ran into the bedroom, locking the door. Lin Yi. It's all a damn trap. At that moment, Lin Yi finally realized he had been tricked. Lin Yi shook his head, full of helplessness. Inside the bedroom, after locking the door, the landlady immediately sneered. Letting you leave me alone at home back then. This time, let you taste the feeling of collecting rent alone. No need to collect rent tomorrow. Really, so happy. The next moment, the landlady lay on her soft bed, chuckling to herself. If others saw this scene, they would surely be dumbfounded. It turns out that the seemingly aloof landlady also has this side. The next morning, Lin Yi got up early, changed into his rent collection outfit, and as dawn broke, left behind a lonely and resolute figure as he set off. Chapter 41. My monthly salary is 2,000. Once upon a time, I dreamed of living such a life. But only after truly becoming a rent-collecting big shot did I realize that collecting rent isn't easy. Lin Yi shook his head, muttering to himself. It's comparable to moving bricks. However, just as he exited the building, Lin Yi noticed a crowd gathering not far away, surrounding something. And he didn't know what they were watching. Is there something interesting to see? Since he was just idle anyway, Lin Yi pushed his old bicycle over. And after a bit of jostling, he finally saw what was happening. Oh, is this a staged accident? The crowd was surrounding a small BMW, worth around 700,000 or 800,000. But that wasn't the point. The key was that there lay an old lady in front of the car. The old lady appeared to be around 60 or 70 years old, clearly not young. And at this moment, she was holding her head, seemingly having been hit hard. Groaning in pain. Interesting, this is a melon-eating drama. Lin Yi chuckled, crossing his arms, ready to watch the excitement. The nearby neighbors were also watching the fun, constantly pointing and discussing, and they didn't even notice Lin Yi's arrival, so no one greeted him. But it was not satisfying enough. He wanted to know the backstory, right? After all, this was happening right under his building, so it wouldn't hurt to understand a little. Isn't this a joke? This staged accident isn't even professional. Lin Yi, is there really such a trick? Lin Yi was stunned, then frowned as he looked closer. But he found the old lady's face was full of pain, and even when everyone pointed fingers and criticized her, she didn't rebut even a word. Was she pretending? Or was there another reason? While he was pondering, Lin Yi suddenly realized this small BMW looked familiar. The next moment, Lin Yi wanted to curse. What the hell? Isn't this my landlady's car? Since the old lady was leaning against the front of the car, she had just blocked the license plate. So Lin Yi hadn't recognized it earlier. It's parked right under my building, and it can still get staged? At this time, the old lady said again. It's interesting to say, although there aren't many cars in our urban village, there are some. This staged accident old lady seems to be knowledgeable. Instead of hitting other cars outside, she walked here and saw the landlady's BMW, then crashed right into it. You say, isn't she knowledgeable? Indeed knowledgeable. Could it really be a staged accident? Lin Yi frowned, but he found things weren't simple. Moreover, with so many witnesses, is there still a fear of staging? It can't be that the judge comes again and says you didn't hit. Why would you help? So what should I do now? But this has already changed into a different world. It shouldn't be that messed up and troublesome, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yi stepped forward. And when everyone was about to greet him, he slowly shook his head. Seeing this, everyone obediently closed their mouths, watching Lin Yi perform. Walking up to the old lady, Lin Yi looked her up and down for a moment, then smiled. You see, my monthly salary is 2,000. Can I help you up? Everyone, what? What the hell? Your monthly salary is 2,000, and you are the biggest landlord in the urban village, and you can say such a thing. Have some shame, okay? The neighbors were almost laughing out of anger. But the old lady still didn't respond, her eyes tightly closed, her face full of pain, occasionally groaning, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, took out his phone. Landlady, throw down the car keys. I'll send someone to the hospital. Who? The landlady was a bit curious. Then the sound of slippers rubbing against the floor came through the phone, and soon her head popped out of the window. Staged accident? Seeing this, the landlady frowned slightly. Not sure, but the person seems to be really in trouble. Whether it's a staged accident or not, we should save the person first. That's true. Then, whoosh, the car keys were thrown down, and with perfect control of strength, Lin Yi just needed to raise his hand to catch them easily. However, even though we're not short on money, and it wouldn't matter even if we were scammed, you should still be careful. Of course, don't worry. Lin Yi's eyes turned. So, I'll take her to the hospital. What about the rent collection? What did you say? I can't hear you, hello? Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected, and Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come on, everyone, help me lift the old lady into the car. I need to take her to the hospital. Let us not let anything really happen. Lin Yi opened the car door and called for help. The neighbors naturally wouldn't refuse, and they quickly helped lift the old lady into the car, but someone still asked in confusion, Landlord, this is clearly a scam. Why bother? Yes, landlord, if she scams you, it might cost a lot. Sigh, what can you do in this situation? Let us see how it goes. Lin Yi smiled and was about to get in the car when he noticed that there was a spilled lunchbox under the old lady, filled with food. A scam with a lunchbox? What? Is she afraid of starving if she waits too long? So she prepared in advance. But there was no need to spill it. Lin Yi almost instantly determined that the old lady was not a scammer. She must have collapsed here due to a sudden illness or something. All right. I won't chat with you anymore. I'll take her to the hospital first. Please help me find out if anyone has reported a missing elderly person. Or if someone comes looking, let them know that I'm taking her to the nearest people as hospital. Since it was confirmed that the other party was not a scammer, it was natural to send her to the hospital immediately. Of course, Lin Yi dared to do this largely because he had the confidence. Otherwise, even if it was confirmed that the other party was not scamming, but actually fell ill or fell down, what then? Take her to the hospital for treatment, and when her family arrives, they might say, oh, it was you who hit our old lady, right? What? No? If not, why did you take her to the hospital? You're so kind? Give money. Such things are not uncommon. Clearly not a scam, but after some people make a fuss, it becomes a scam. In his previous life, Lin Yi would have likely not helped because he didn't have that kind of confidence. It's hard to be a good person. But now, saving someone is the priority. Extortion? Let us not even mention giving money. As the landlord, I have so many witnesses who can testify. Why should I be afraid of your nonsense? Worst case, we'll go to court. Perhaps the cost of going to court is more than what the scammer would demand. But so what? We have to stand firm. Even if it costs $1 million to the court and lawyers, we won't give the scammers even a dime. Of course, unless you're a landlord, I don't recommend trying this. At the hospital, they went straight to the emergency room. After the doctors worked hard to stabilize the old lady and put her on oxygen, they said, thankfully, you brought her in time. The old lady was already in a confused state, and she could have completely fainted or even gone into shock at any moment. If it had been half an hour later, she might not have made it. The doctor took off his mask and said to Lin Yi somewhat discontentedly, you children should pay a little more attention to the elderly. Her blood pressure was already very high, and now she took a fall. Thankfully, nothing serious happened, otherwise. All right, I won't say too much. Every family has its own difficulties. Please settle the fees, and she can stay in observation for 2 days. If everything is fine, she can be discharged. Lin Yi nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Isn't that right? These children never pay attention to the elderly. What if something happens, and they're gone? Wait, did the doctor just refer to me? Lin Yi frowned, unhappy. Why am I suddenly being called a child? Doctor, you're mistaken. I'm not her relative. I'm just a good Samaritan. Lin Yi's words caused the doctor, who had taken a few steps away, to freeze in place. And he quickly appeared in front of Lin Yi. What? A rare breed? You mean to say you dared to help a fallen elderly person? What kind of family do you come from? Do you have a mine at home? The doctor looked astonished and couldn't remain calm. After all, what is helping a fallen elderly person? If you don't help properly, you could lose everything in an instant. Nowadays, how many people dare to help? Sigh. What a coincidence, right? Lin Yi spread his hands. My car is parked properly in the parking space, and she crashed into it. The doctor's mouth twitched. That is quite good. Then, he looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, you're a good person. You dare to help like this. I admire you. But please settle the fees. Lin Yi, helpless. Lin Yi went to pay the bill. Before long, news spread in the emergency department. A handsome young man, knowing full well that the other party was a scammer, still dared to help, and ended up saving a life. I just hope he doesn't get scammed too badly. After paying the fees, Lin Yi found the attending doctor and slightly pained. Can I go now? I have a lot of things waiting for me to do. Lin Yi was anxious. The rent collection business hadn't even started. How could he not be anxious? Young man, although I really want to let you go, you can't leave, at least not until her family arrives. The doctor expressed helplessness. After all, you understand, right? What if the family comes to make a fuss, saying the hospital let the perpetrator go? The hospital doesn't want to casually stir up this trouble. Well, then let us call the police. We have to find her family. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Lin Yi understood the doctor's difficulties and chose to call the police directly. Soon, the call connected. Hello, this is the emergency response center. Hello, is this the police? Lin Yi looked at the old lady, who was gradually calming down but still unconscious, and said helplessly, I helped a fallen elderly person. Can you help find her family? The police on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned and took a while to respond. You're saying you helped a fallen elderly person? Is there a dispute? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean there's a dispute? You just want to ask if it's a scam, right? It was also Lin Yi's first time realizing that even the police didn't want to get involved in this matter. It's not that the police are incompetent, but this matter is truly hard to handle. Scammers are generally tough characters, and most of them are elderly. You can't hit or scold them, and you definitely can't detain them. Otherwise, what if something happens during detention? The police might end up in trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yi replied happily. She is still unconscious. This is a real fall. As for whether there is a dispute, I don't know. That is indeed something I don't know. After all, she hasn't woken up, and her family hasn't arrived. Who knows how they will play this out? Understood. So you mean you want us to help find her family? No problem. The police returned to normal as long as there was no fuss. But first, check if she has anything on her that can prove her identity. Many elderly people carry small cards or other items with their phone numbers and basic information when they go out. If we can find that, our speed will be much faster. Lin Yi looked her up and down and then frowned. The old lady was wearing a simple outfit, looking like she couldn't possibly have anything on her, and besides, he couldn't search her, right? I'm not sure, and I don't dare to search her. But she was holding a lunchbox before she fainted. What did you say? The police on the other end of the line instantly became excited, their tone rising. A lunchbox? What kind of lunchbox? Is it 3 layers and purple? Huh, how do you know? How could I not know? Oh my, this old lady. I know who she is now. Quickly give me an address, and we'll come right over. That is great, you guys hurry up. After a brief exchange, the call ended. Looking at the old lady lying in bed still unconscious, and recalling the change in the police's attitude earlier, Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. It seems this old lady is no ordinary person. Less than half an hour later, outside the hospital, the sound of police sirens rang out, followed by a group of people rushing into the emergency room, including police officers and others dressed in Zhongshan suits who clearly held some status. As soon as these people arrived, they directly surrounded Lin Yi. This situation left Lin Yi dumbfounded, raising his hands. Officer, I don't know anything. A young police officer couldn't help but laugh out loud, but quickly stifled it, feeling quite uncomfortable. At that moment, an older officer came over and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Young man, you did well. There aren't many good-hearted people with a sense of justice like you nowadays. Don't worry, no one will trouble you. That's good. I'm a good citizen, you know. The kind that pays taxes. Lin Yi felt relieved. A glance revealed that a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit was already sitting by the bed, holding the old lady's hand with tears in his eyes. Indeed, he seemed to have a significant background. Lin Yi nodded secretly, and felt he looked somewhat familiar. Almost simultaneously, the attending doctor was also called over. Upon learning that the old lady was not seriously hurt, the man in the Zhongshan suit let out a sigh of relief and approached Lin Yi, extending his hand for a firm handshake. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for your helping hand, my mother might have." "It's nothing, really." Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Helping others is the source of happiness. With a big shot right in front of him, it was only natural to boost his favorability, right? Alas, the social atmosphere has become unbearable due to the corruption of some people. It's commendable that you have such awareness, young man. By the way, my mother still needs to rest. Shall we talk outside? Moments later, outside the hospital room. "May I ask where you found my mother?" Lin Yi didn't hesitate. "Downstairs. In front of the car. I saw her as soon as I stepped out." "And may I ask where you live?" "Not far. In that urban village." "Urban village?" A nearby police officer exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The old lady actually went there?" "Boss, it was our oversight to neglect the urban village." "Urban village, huh?" But soon he turned away, wiping his tears, and said softly, "The love of a mother is something we children can never repay in our lifetime. This isn't your fault. It should be my mistake." "Understood, I understand. For work purposes, I disguised myself to investigate the urban village yesterday, and my mother knew about it. But I didn't expect her to go there today." His words made Lin Yi ponder. This big shot was indeed a significant figure, even disguised to investigate the urban village. He must be quite sensible, right? But then he added, "My mother has some degree of dementia. Now that I think about it, she must have felt I hadn't returned for a long time and worried that I was starving. So she made food and went to the urban village to look for me. But I don't know why she fell in front of this young man's car." As he spoke, his eyes turned red again. His elderly mother was already suffering from dementia, yet she still worried about him starving and freezing. Even preparing food alone and heading out before dawn to search for him in the urban village. At that moment, he felt a deep sorrow, even though he was middle-aged. He couldn't help but feel teary-eyed. "Young man, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my mother might have. Just a little effort." "Just a little effort." Lin Yi waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you have something to do, I won't stop you. But I still have to thank you. Also, Xiao Wu, give him my business card. If you need anything, just give me a call. This time, I've really owed you a huge favor." The man in the Zhongshan suit spoke earnestly and didn't stop Lin Yi. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yi took out the business card and frowned slightly. It looked quite plain, without any grand titles, just a subtle background and the three characters Su Jijun. The back had a string of phone numbers. Without a doubt, Su Jijun's status was definitely not low, but dealing with such official big shots wasn't easy. It would be best to avoid entanglements, but having such a favor in hand could be a significant help if needed. Shortly after Lin Yi left, Xiao Wu's phone received a text message. "Secretary, we found it. Read it. Lin Yi, a local resident, has lived in this city for 3 generations, and both his parents ran martial arts schools, reportedly with real skills, so the family fortune is considerable. In his generation, well, to put it simply, Lin Yi is now a landlord with dozens of properties, most of which are in the urban village." Su Jijun was taken aback, then smiled. No wonder he dared to help the elderly. He was lucky to meet him, or else. At that moment, Su Jijun even had the thought of trying to change this social atmosphere as much as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't those truly needy elderly people who fall also have no one to help them? By the way, the data shows that Lin Yi has a fiancée. This fiancée's background is similar to his. She recently started an entertainment company and signed some internet celebrities. The trending Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss Online is from this company. Oh, Su Jijun nodded, non-committal, but secretly noted it down. Collecting rent is a long-term job. As a landlord, I already have the rent ready, but my computer is broken. Can you help me fix it? Restart. I've tried that, and it didn't work. The girl in front of him looked at Lin Yi eagerly. Lin Yi sneered. "Humph, fix the computer? I think you want a shop more like it. No way. Here, this is the contact for computer repairs. Feel free to use it." After leaving a business card, Lin Yi waved his hand, leaving without taking a cloud with him. In the relatively rundown urban village, one could see all walks of life. For many young women, and even not so young ones, someone like Lin Yi, who was young and accomplished, wealthy, and a charming landlord, was a perfect candidate for a partner. Indeed, even if they couldn't be the main partner, having a casual relationship could bring many benefits, right? So, every time Lin Yi came to collect rent, he had to resist endless temptations. Unfortunately, he truly had no mood for it. Not to mention that the landlord at home was like a fairy, with looks and figure that outclassed everything. Just the fatigue from the rent collection process made it hard for him to have any thoughts on that, right? However, this time collecting rent was somewhat different. That is, besides the single women being more enthusiastic, even many elderly people, children, and quite a few men were particularly warm. The reason was simple. They saw hope. Now, with internet celebrities emerging one after another, others might not know, but they were well aware. These popular internet celebrities all came from the landlord's hands, and if they could also have that opportunity, wouldn't they also become popular? With such thoughts, many tenants wanted to pull Lin Yi into their homes to strengthen their relationships. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Is it comfortable for one person to collect rent? Chapter 44. I'll give you a look, figure it out yourself. In a blink, another week had passed. Xiao Kai, Yang Ziqi, Handcrafted Gum, Little Li Gu, and other internet celebrities continued to make waves, and the popularity of Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss had not ceased. Moreover, a new wave of internet celebrities was emerging one after another. Although they weren't as top tier as Xiao Kai and the others, they still brought many new fans and attention to Sinew Entertainment. After all, each person's videos had their own style and distinctions, and these differences would attract different audiences. When these different audiences combined and exploded, it was bound to stir up a storm that could sweep everything away. On this day, at the company, the testing had concluded, and all the issues discovered so far had been resolved, so we can begin public testing. Regarding video content, the internet celebrities you previously nurtured have prepared at least 5 episodes of videos, just like Xiao Kai and the others. If we go live immediately, we could have thousands of original videos, and the quality is quite high. Lu Qianyue reported the results, but before that, we still haven't settled on a name. Have you thought of what to call it? Let's call it Letu. Lin Yi thought for a moment and did not use the names from his past life as short videos. Let it can be understood as a happy journey or a path to happiness. After all, our goal is to bring joy to people while spreading positive energy. Then why not just call it happiness? The landlord lady retorted. Isn't that more straightforward? Why complicate things? Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. It's already registered. The landlord lady. The name was thus settled. So, when do you think it's appropriate to launch? No rush. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Wu Qing. On the technical side, you're the expert. My requirement is that before the launch, we need to have a server that can handle 1 million people watching and uploading videos simultaneously. At least 1 million. Wu Qing hesitated slightly. If the budget is sufficient, the server issue isn't too big, but I don't recommend renting such a large server and bandwidth at the start. We can upgrade based on actual conditions after going live. No need. Lin Yi directly refused. Continuous upgrades? It could indeed save money, but it could easily lead to a poor user experience. For example, what if someone is watching and suddenly it lags, or even crashes? Wouldn't that greatly reduce the user experience? Moreover, Lin Yi had absolute confidence in whether Letu could become popular, so why not go all out from the start? Even asking for bandwidth that can support 1 million users was already a lowered standard. Alright then, Wu Qing agreed. However, Lu Qianyue was not pleased. Brother Lin, big boss. You don't know how expensive everything is when you're not in charge. The girl sighed. Our company account doesn't have much left. If we spend it all on renting servers and bandwidth, in a month, our company won't even be able to pay salaries. I suggest we launch first. Can we lower the bandwidth requirements? No reductions. Lin Yi shook his head. He was well aware of the company's financial strain, but some things could not be compromised. How many people would there be at the launch? Let's not forget, each of Xiao Kai and the others has over 1 million fans. Even removing duplicates, it would probably exceed 2 million. Not to mention, there's also the terrifying 5D crowd. When the internet celebrities call out, saying to go on Reddit to watch their new videos released 5 at a time, even if only 1/10 of them download it, that would still be over 200,000. Right? That's the lowest estimate, and then add in the fans from 5D. They don't post videos, but their influence among otaku is frightening. At that time, when people download it, they'll definitely check it out, right? Once they do, wouldn't that mean at least hundreds of thousands of users online at the same time? Moreover, to promote it, Lin Yi had other preparations. By then, the number of users pouring in on the first day would likely exceed 1 million. Of course, not everyone would use it at the same time. But even so, maintaining bandwidth and servers for 1 million simultaneous users was really just the minimum standard. But we have no money. Lu Qianyue said helplessly. This was the clash of ideals and reality. She knew that going all out was the best option. But as a general manager, she had to oversee everything, especially in terms of finances, to avoid catastrophic consequences if funding ran out. As for finances, I still have enough here for at least 2 more months of salaries. Lin Yi insisted and raised a new issue. Also, having over 1,000 videos isn't enough. Although it seems like a lot, each video is at most 10 minutes long and at least only about 1 minute, with most being under 3 minutes. When calmed down, it definitely wouldn't reach 5,000 minutes. If we don't count carefully, it could last for several days without sleep. But what about categorization? We need precise recommendations. 1,000 videos spread across different categories would probably mean less than 100 in each subcategory, right? 100 videos is too few. Let us wait another half a month. Lin Yi made the final decision. After speaking, Lin Yi looked at Shui Yao. The latter instantly widened her eyes. What are you looking at me for? I already gave you the money. I have no money. Cough. Lin Yi cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. About this month's rent. Shui Yao, did you see the look in my eyes? Figure it out yourself. After leaving the company, the landlord lady drove, while Lin Yi took out his phone and began contacting Luo Dazhong. Lin Yi. Upon receiving the call, Luo Dazhong scolded with a smile. What do you want from me? Are you going to ask for arrangements again? I'm scared of you now. Afraid you'll say those two words. Not necessarily. Lin Yi chuckled, knowing he had indeed messed them up last time. The other side fell silent for a moment. It's impossible. After a while, Luo Dazhong said helplessly, there are many things I can't elaborate on, but it really is impossible. What a pity. Lin Yi pouted. Looks like I won't be able to send out this song. Song? What song? Hearing Lin Yi mention a song, Luo Dazhong instantly became interested and asked, did you write a new song? That's right. Luo Dazhong fell silent again, and after a long time, he said helplessly, it's impossible. However, Luo Dazhong changed his tone. The storm band can't reunite, but I can sing. Although it's an old-school relic, I'm not that old yet. How about it? Are you interested in collaborating with me? Not really. But according to your view, you can't reunite now. You can still rock. Luo Dazhong was astonished. That previous lyric of yours had nothing to do with rock, right? Not just the lyrics. An artist often excels in a specific genre, while being unfamiliar with others. Creators who can master and write good songs in all genres? That's rarer than pandas. It's not just about knowing how to rock. If I brought out those classic songs from my past life, wouldn't it scare you all? Lin Yi frowned slightly. Originally, he had indeed wanted to play on nostalgia by having the Storm Band sing those classic songs, thus attracting a slightly older user base for Ledu. After all, the internet celebrities launched by the company now could basically only attract the interest of younger people, with little appeal to middle-aged and elderly people. If he could get the Storm Band to reunite and sing a song, wouldn't the nostalgia explode instantly? Unfortunately, given Luo Dazhong's attitude, it seemed hopeless. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt a bit helpless but didn't want to give up and could only settle for less. Actually, I can do any genre of song. Rock is just one of them. But you can't think of it alone. That's not a solo song. However, you could try another one. If it fits, I can sing it for free, but I have a small condition on my side. After a moment, the call ended. Both sides agreed to meet tomorrow, and everything else would be discussed after reviewing the lyrics. As for the music, Lin Yi had already started taking time to learn, but he didn't have the ability to compose independently in a short time. Luo Dazhong naturally didn't know this. He held his phone, feeling somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? You promised. And now you're hesitating? Shenyan noticed Luo Dazhong's hesitation and couldn't help but laugh. I say, you're already in your 40s, still so indecisive. Are you a bit too cautious? Luo Dazhong shot Shenyan a glance but frowned. Why did I agree? How would I know? When it came to serious matters, Shenyan also became serious. Logically speaking, he is so young, he shouldn't have too much rich experience, making it hard to write good songs. You don't think highly of him? So should I not have agreed? If you go and feel it's not good, and then refuse, wouldn't that offend people? Is refusing now not offending people? Shenyan laughed. So are you going or not? Going. Luo Dazhong slapped his thigh. What the hell am I afraid of? Whether it's good or bad, I have to see it first. Besides, as a man, can you take back the words you say? That would be terrible. Why are you so conflicted? Shenyan leaned back on the sofa, calm and composed. You, still not calm enough. Look at me. I haven't had business for over half a month, but I'm still cheerful every day. Are you looking through that little notebook of yours again? At home. Shui Yao watched Lin Yi flipping through that notebook repeatedly, unable to contain her curiosity. Hey, future wife, you don't know, this little notebook is worth its weight in gold. Lin Yi chuckled. Good stuff. Go on and brag. Shui Yao rolled her eyes, her fair long legs resting on Lin Yi's lap. Let me see it? Sure. After handing the notebook to Shui Yao, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Luo Dazhong is a legendary bassist, quite famous, and he has sung before. But he is not the lead singer of the Storm Band. Perhaps he can sing many types of songs, but if it's about sentiment, it has to be rock. So, which rock song would suit him? Songs from Wang Tuxiu can be popular, sure, but after looking through them a few times, Lin Yi always felt they were lacking something. Chasing dreams with a pure heart. Luo Dazhong is almost 50 now. That seems a bit out of character. Calculating this way, there aren't many choices left, but they are all top-notch. What is there to be afraid of? This time, let us go for an explosion. Since he wants to collaborate with the Storm Band, Lin Yi has naturally kept up with the current state of the Chinese music scene. Overall, the so-called existence occupies a vast majority. There are good songs, but too few, and their sales and popularity are being crushed by the little fresh meat. At least on the surface, after all, the little fresh meat has many fans. Among young singers, aside from the little fresh meat, only a couple have really made it big. Truly good songs still rely on those middle-aged or even older generation singers to support them. But most of the older generation singers have already retired from the front lines, and even if they are still active, they rarely release songs. This has led to a situation where a good song is hard to come by in today's Chinese music scene. As for rock music, the most common comments online are regret and sighs. Regret over the disbandment of the Storm Band, and sighing that rock is dead. Want to listen to rock? Go listen to the songs of the Storm Band from over a decade ago. Other people's rock is simply unbearable. So this time, Lin Yi is going to take a strong measure. As long as Luo Dazhong can sing well. Lin Yi fell into thought, unconsciously rubbing his hands over the smooth, delicate skin of the landlord's long, fair legs. If it were in the past, the landlord would have exploded in anger long ago. But at this moment, the landlord seemed oblivious, holding the little notebook and looking at Lin Yi, her red lips slightly parted, feeling incredulous. My pig really understands music. He can actually write so many songs. She felt incredulous. But that wasn't the main point. The main point is that even if she doesn't understand music, and there are only lyrics without music, she can tell that these lyrics are good. They are definitely not the kind of sickly love songs, nor the nonsense of the little fresh meat, but real good songs. A set of lyrics is a story, an engaging and commendable story. So when did my pig become so talented? No way. The landlord narrowed her beautiful eyes, making up her mind. I can't let this pig be harmed by other cabbages. The young, talented, and handsome landlord probably doesn't know how many cabbages would rush after him. Why is it suddenly so cold? Chapter 46. Beware of avalanches. The night was calm and serene. Although the urban village is relatively backward, it has one advantage. It is very quiet at night, suitable for sleep. With no noisy nightclubs or unscrupulous neighbors. Of course, with the landlord around, who would dare to make noise in the middle of the night. On this page, Lin Yi slept particularly well. The next morning, he turned over but felt something was off. What is going on? The sensation in his hand was clearly not a bedsheet or blanket, but, oh no. Lin Yi instantly flipped over and got up, only to see Shui Yao, dressed lightly, had somehow climbed into his bed, curled up like a shrimp, frowning tightly. Could it be that she is overtrained? This was Lin Yi's first thought. After all, Shui Yao is a martial arts master. To exaggerate a bit, her body is stronger than an ox. How could she suddenly feel so unwell for no reason? But the next moment, a flood of memories surged in, making Lin Yi slightly calmer, but then he felt even more helpless. Basically, although they had always slept in separate rooms since childhood, there were exceptions, and occasionally, they would end up in the same bed. Mostly because Shui Yao would sneak over in the middle of the night. The reason was that when her relatives came, her lower abdomen would hurt. No matter how skilled you are, you still fear a kitchen knife. Even though Shui Yao is a martial arts person, she can't eliminate this physiological problem. Whenever this happens, she can only endure silently. But what if one is in great pain and can't sleep? Run to Lin Yi's bed. Although it doesn't really help, it still feels better psychologically. Did her relatives really come this time? Lin Yi spoke, his face filled with concern. The landlord opened her eyes, a bitter expression on her face, no longer showing her usual domineering aura. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Lin Yi looked at her with slight reproach, then immediately got out of bed. You rest first. I'll go make you some brown sugar water. At this moment, the landlord was as obedient as a little cat. Lin Yi left the bedroom to prepare the brown sugar water. In his memories, although the previous incarnation was a straight man, during such times, he had nothing to say. In the past, whenever the landlord's relatives came, the previous incarnation would always stay by her side until the pain passed. And brown sugar water is a must. Although many people in the previous life said that brown sugar warms the stomach, but not other areas, Lin Yi didn't know whether it was useful or not. But Shui Yao always drank it happily. After drinking the brown sugar water, Shui Yao's complexion noticeably became much rosier, which made Lin Yi feel a bit relieved. Sleepy. But Shui Yao looked at Lin Yi with longing, indicating that she hadn't slept much all night. I'll keep you company. Lin Yi cleared his throat and smiled. Shui Yao glared. I'm not an easy person. You really are heartless. Lin Yi sneered. What now? Turning your back on me? What can you do about it? Shui Yao raised her brow. Nothing. What can I do? I can't provoke you. I can only concede. However, Shui Yao was just joking. Of course, it didn't count. With Lin Yi's company, after resting for a little over half a day, the pain finally dissipated. Finally, I'm alive. She jumped 3 feet high, filled with emotion. Lin Yi was left speechless. Jumping so high, be careful of avalanches. What? Shui Yao was stunned, not having reacted, then instantly bared her teeth. You jerk. The meeting with Luo Dazhong was moved to the afternoon. After lunch, the landlord couple drove to the company together. And around 2 in the afternoon, Luo Dazhong arrived punctually. Downstairs, Lin Yi received Luo Dazhong and immediately handed him a set of sunglasses, a baseball cap, and other equipment. Luo Dazhong looked confused, What is this for? To block your face. You celebrities, if you get recognized, won't you be surrounded? Lin Yi thought it was strange. Don't you know how to be a celebrity? You don't understand this? Could it be that deep down, you just love the feeling of being surrounded everywhere? Huh. Luo Dazhong was both amused and exasperated. I say, Shaolin, are you here to make fun of me? I'm just an artifact of the old era. Although I had a bit of fame back then, that was because of the Storm Band. You tell me, I'm just an old-school bassist. What kind of celebrity am I? Even if I walk down the street in broad daylight, who would recognize me? Do you think I'm a little fresh meat? You old bastard, I'm really hurt. Luo Dazhong felt like he had been dealt a heavy blow. Even though he knew Lin Yi didn't mean it, he was still very hurt, being surrounded by fans wherever he went. Damn it, since the disbandment of the Storm Band, when had he ever received such treatment? Now he was walking down the street with no one recognizing him. It was simply indescribable. Is that so? Lin Yi touched his forehead. Hey, I was just thinking too much, but it's not a big deal, come on. After saying that, he pulled Luo Dazhong into the building. As for the security, they had long memorized Lin Yi's face and naturally wouldn't stop him anymore. But when they saw Luo Dazhong, the young security guard was shocked. Teacher Luo. Oh my god, Teacher Luo, can I have your autograph? I'm a fan of Storm, also a fan of yours. Luo Dazhong. Of course. Luo Dazhong had a serious expression, but inside he was already overjoyed. Seeing this, Lin Yi secretly nodded. Was Luo Dazhong really a relic of the old era? Perhaps. But nostalgia never goes out of style. Selling nostalgia? If it's to exploit nostalgia with some trash works, that's naturally looked down upon. But what if it can elevate that nostalgia to a higher level? After signing, they said goodbye to the pleasantly surprised young security guard and entered the building. Luo Dazhong stretched out his hand. Give it to me. What stuff? The stuff you were preparing just now. I feel like I can still use it. TSK show off. Lin Yi chuckled. In the conference room, Lin Yi, Shui Yao, and Lu Qianyue were all present, while Luo Dazhong was alone. The two sides faced each other, staring wide-eyed. Luo Dazhong, facing three people alone, quickly fell to the disadvantage and took the initiative to speak. I say, little Lin. Didn't you say you wanted me to come and listen to your song? Why are you just staring at me? What the hell, little Lin? Lin Yi glared. Or should I call you mule? Nonsense. Luo Dazhong laughed and scolded, then said, let's talk business. I can't waste time with you. My time is worth a lot. How about we start with $1's worth? Lin Yi joked, but didn't he keep Luo Dazhong waiting? The unassuming little notebook appeared once again. After flipping through it casually, he tore it out. Take a look at this song. A page filled with lyrics was placed in front of Luo Dazhong. Chapter 47, 1 million. This. Luo Dazhong was slightly distracted. As a legendary bassist, he naturally had a high musical literacy. Often he could appreciate a song just by its title. For example, their Storm Band's original hit, Storm Rolling with Dark Clouds, was an inspirational song about rising from adversity. However, as an outstanding musician, he quickly calmed down and continued to read. Chrysanthemums soared and wine. A pavilion soaked in the noise of coffee. Foreigners worshipping ancient people and the moon at the sun altar. The prosperous Kaiyuan era is enchanting. The wind cannot dissipate long-lasting sorrow. The flowers cannot dye homesickness. The snow cannot reflect the rivers and mountains. The moon cannot complete ancient dreams. Along the palm prints, fate is branded. Tonight, I wake up without dreams. Walking into the maze along fate. Hiss, this is ancient style rock. Not bad. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. You dead handsome guy, you actually. Luo Dazhong instantly exploded. Of course, not literally. He felt every pore in his body open up, and in that moment, he found a long-lost passion. This is high-quality rock. Moreover, it's ancient style that no one dares to touch. Even during the peak of their Storm Band, they didn't dare to touch this field because rock is a modern product. And how can heavy metal music and style be combined with ancient style? How to match them? These are big questions. This lyric is exquisite. Excited, Luo Dazhong couldn't remain calm and didn't bother to hide it. It's full of ancient style, yet has great charm. Indeed, it's excellent lyrics. But what about the music? Don't tell me you don't have a melody. With such good lyrics, I'm afraid no one but you, the author, can give you the melody you want. At this moment, Luo Dazhong was very excited, but also very worried. Good lyrics always need good music to be perfect. Otherwise, it would be a waste of such good lyrics. This kind of ancient-style lyrics is even more so. After all, there has never been an ancient-style rock song in the world before this. I really don't have a melody. Lin Yi smiled. You know, I'm not a professional. Now I'm just reading some extracurricular books to catch up. I'm not at the level of being able to compose independently yet. What? Isn't this wasting talent? I can't believe it. Lin Yi wiped the cold sweat. Old Luo, why are you talking so ominously? What? Are you going to haunt me after you die? Just tell me if you have it. Luo Dazhong glared. Today I want to be shameless with you. I must sing this song. It was originally prepared for you. Why are you in such a hurry? Damn, Doesn't tea that mean there is a melody? Just without accompaniment. Luo Dazhong wanted to curse, thinking, are you playing with me? Although I'm only in my 40s. Come on, sing one. Luo Dazhong hurriedly took out his phone, ready to record. Lu Qianyue was a bit curious, silently staring at Lin Yi, wanting to know how good his singing ability was. She was even considering that if he didn't sing well, he must be made to sing a couple of songs at the company's annual meeting. Shui Yao blinked. And then her eyes almost squinted into crescents. No one knew what she was thinking. Listen carefully, I'll only sing it once. Lin Yi cleared his throat. This song is not easy. I'm not a professional, and it'll take everything I have just to do it once. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi began to sing. Although it was just a casual performance, as soon as he opened his mouth, the feeling of rock burst forth, making people unable to help but immerse themselves in it. It was the version by that Uncle Lu Wentian who had appeared in the previous life as the voice. However, Lu Wentian's version also had its own characteristics, which were equally commendable. The main reason for choosing Lu Wentian's version was that it was more explosive, more intense. It took the intensity to the extreme. Perhaps in other aspects, Lu Wentian was not as good as the Tang Dynasty band, but he was just intense. Plus, he incorporated some traditional opera singing style. Throughout it was just one word, intense. And that was the effect Lin Yi wanted. The keyword that each member of the Storm Band excelled in was also intensity. Therefore, Lu Wentian's version was undoubtedly more suitable. Moments later, after finishing the song, Lin Yi was slightly out of breath, his throat trembling. Beside him, Shui Yao's eyes were glazed over, as if she had lost consciousness. Lu Qianyue had a face full of disbelief. As if she couldn't believe that this song was sung by Lin Yi, nor could she believe that this was a song personally written by Lin Yi. Opposite, Luo Dazhong's expression was dazed, his whole body trembling. This is the feeling. He murmured, this is the feeling I wanted. After searching for so long, I didn't expect to find it here, and it's ancient-style rock that we never dared to imagine before. This, is it a dream? He muttered to himself. His voice very soft, as if enchanted, making people unable to help but smile. Teacher Luo, are you mesmerized by your singing? It's not that those not in their line of work can't understand their feelings and sensations. Lin Yi slowly shook his head. Rock is the pursuit of their lives. Who? At this moment, Luo Dazhong let out a breath, suddenly stood up, startling Lu Qianyue. In the next second, he carefully tucked away the paper filled with lyrics as if he were receiving a check for hundreds of millions. That subtle action was simply extremely protective. Lin Yi, you and I can be considered friends across the age gap, right? I want this song, just name your conditions. As long as I have it, as long as I can offer it, I will never refuse. This is the song destined for me, the song I have been searching for all along. I want to sing it well. No need to say more. Lin Yi laughed and scolded. It's all out now. Who else would I give it to if not you? As for the conditions, it's actually very simple. Our company has something to launch, and at that time, you will launch this song simultaneously, and we will have the first release. By the way, use your fame to promote it and advertise a bit. Is that it? Let's put it this way. I'll add another 1,000,000. How about that? Moreover, I will recommend you to those old friends of mine, not to mention anything else. In terms of your songwriting ability, as far as I know, there are no more than 10 people in the entire music scene who are better than you. Those few people aren't even good at rock, and they are already old. Your talent truly makes me envious to the point of jealousy. Luo Dazhong sighed deeply. Looking at Lin Yi with admiration, it settled then. Chapter 48, Everything is ready. Although he wanted to refuse, Luo Dazhong's attitude was very firm. No matter what, he wanted to buy it for 1,000,000. Advertising and such were just secondary. He even threatened to cut ties. Seeing his persistence, Lin Yi didn't delay and agreed. That's more like it. Luo Dazhong saw Lin Yi agree and immediately transferred 1,000,000 to the company's account, his face beaming with joy. Also smiling was Lu Qianyue. 1,000,000, huh? That's enough for a month's salary for the company. Your price is really on the high side. Lin Yi shrugged. The market price out there isn't this low, right? Indeed not. Luo Dazhong nodded. Generally, ordinary lyrics and music go for 50 to 100,000. Quality ones for 100 to 200,000. The price for a platinum songwriter is usually 300,000 per song. TSK, you're really offering a high price. Honestly, it's worth it, and I'm already looking forward to it. Luo Dazhong stood up again, expressing his intention to leave. I need to hurry and discuss with Lao Shun to get the song out as soon as possible. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep. Then see you next time. Lin Yi didn't stop him. Although he couldn't empathize, he could understand how excited and restless Luo Dazhong was at this moment. By the way, the song. Lin Yi nodded lightly. Luo Dazhong. What the hell? That little notebook has at least 300 to 400 pages, right? It's all filled with songs? What kind of freak are you? Is this the true genius? What does that make me? A fool? Or a waste? Luo Dazhong wanted to directly ask. Luo Dazhong left in a daze. Lin Yi and Shui Yao didn't stay in the company for long either. After all, Lu Qianyue managed everything neatly, and all the accounts were accounted for. So, the landlord couple could completely slack off, even though they could never beat the landlord lady. On the other side, Luo Dazhong hurriedly drove to Shun Yan's music studio. Open the door. Old Shun, hurry up, it's urgent. Bang bang bang. What the hell are you making such a racket for? Shun Yan, who was taking a nap, was woken up, looking annoyed as he opened the door. Luo Dazhong squeezed in immediately, anxious. You won't believe what I saw today? Guess what? What? Shun Yan replied irritably. The little notebook of Lin Yi. Haven't you seen it before? What's wrong with that notebook? That notebook has 300 to 400 pages, all filled with various lyrics. Shun Yan was shocked, thinking that this guy's talent was indeed terrifying. He really must have a gift. But he also didn't want to admit he was getting old, so he stubbornly said, What's the use of writing so many pop songs? Pop songs? Luo Dazhong was furious. Pop songs? I went to see him for the songs today. Guess what? Just like last time, he casually tore off a page from that little notebook and threw it at me. And then, did you refuse? Refuse my ass. Luo Dazhong spat. Could I refuse? That essay song I've waited half my life for. Refuse? Do you think I'm stupid? So how is the song? Shun Yan was curious. How is it? Luo Dazhong sneered. What do you mean how is it? It's absolutely top-notch. A masterpiece that could ignite the entire Chinese music scene and even resurrect rock. And you're still napping? Get up. We need to arrange the accompaniment. If this song isn't sung well, I'm afraid I'll have to commit suicide to apologize to the rock and Chinese music scene. Is it that amazing? Shun Yan was shocked. What kind of song could make Luo Dazhong value it so highly? When Luo Dazhong took out the lyrics as if he had found a treasure, Shun Yan finally understood why Luo Dazhong had such strong confidence. If this song doesn't inspire confidence, what is the point of playing at all? In the following days, Lin Yi and Shui Yao, the landlord couple, became idle. Lu Qianyue was in charge of management at the company, and everything was in order. The cultivation of internet celebrities was also ongoing, and more internet celebrities began to gradually appear in the public eye. For example, Wang Yidong's monotonous life, Taekwondo Dad, the Bamboo Rap Brothers, etc., were all emerging. Although these internet celebrities didn't explode as much as Shao Kai and Yang Ziki, they maintained a steady increase in followers. In fact, they even boosted several industries. For instance, bamboo rats were originally a niche breeding industry with few buyers. But after the Bamboo Rat Brothers released a few videos, using various excuses to fry, roast, stew, and boil bamboo rats, more and more people began to try them. This directly led to breeders of bamboo rats, in a state of confusion, running out of stock. At first, they didn't even understand why their business suddenly improved. Later, it was only in the group chat that these breeders learned it was because of the appearance of the Bamboo Rat Brothers, which made a large number of netizens aware of bamboo rats and develop a strong interest in their taste. Of course, this is all aside from the main topic. While Sinew Entertainment was continuously launching internet celebrities, the reserve of internet celebrities and videos was also increasing. In less than half a month, the number of videos had jumped from 2,000 to 5,000 through overtime work. 5,000 videos, all original, most of them high quality. At least in the short term, it was enough. Long term, Lin Yi was confident that he could make Letta popular in the short term, and when the time came, users would naturally upload various videos. Coupled with the occasional updates from these internet celebrities, it would be enough to maintain it long term. Moreover, he was very clear that among ordinary netizens, many internet celebrities would emerge, making the short video industry even more popular and gradually forming a positive cycle. Sinew Entertainment was continuously launching new strategies, and Yibin naturally couldn't just watch without any reaction. Zhou Yongqiang, after failing to negotiate, was instead beaten up by the landlord lady and could only suffer in silence, which made him resentful. Thus, behind the scenes, he was also taking constant action. As the undercurrents surged, the half-month deadline proposed by Lin Yi arrived. After installing Letu on his phone and trying it out for half a day, Lin Yi looked at the hopeful eyes of many employees in the company and smiled brightly. Letu will go live tomorrow. Yay! All the employees in the company cheered. Chapter 49, This Deadbeat. Don't celebrate too early. Lin Yi raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to be quiet, smiling. Since we decided to go live tomorrow, then today, you all have work to do. Don't worry, it's already prepared. Beside him, Lu Qianyue was not surprised at all and immediately smiled. For this day, our entire company of over 200 people has been holding back. Isn't that right? The company's salary is already 2 to 3 times higher than the market price in the industry. And the working environment and benefits are also on par with, or even surpass those of large corporations. In such a company, apart from a few who are just coasting along, who wouldn't work hard? After all, everyone wants to live better. And the best way to achieve that is through one's own efforts to reach new heights. Perhaps in some companies where the bosses are stingy or there are various negative factors, many people lack the motivation to strive because their efforts seem fruitless. However, in XINU, as long as you put your heart into it and have the ability, You don't have to worry about being overlooked. To be honest, as employees of such a good company, who wouldn't want the company to go further? And to go further, it is essential to make money. Therefore, they have long been building up their energy, just waiting to unleash it after going online. Yes, you can rest assured. At this moment, the director of the technical department, Wu Qing, confidently said, the internal debugging has passed, and the servers and bandwidth have been set up according to your requirements, even exceeding expectations. Even if over 1.2 million users are accessing it simultaneously, there will be no lag. As for crashes, unless there are more than 2 million users at the same time, it will definitely not happen. Additionally, we have already uploaded to all major application markets, and as soon as the time comes, we will go live on schedule. Advertisements in related application markets have also been completed, and starting from midnight tonight, they will appear in rotation. Wu Qing spoke without any unnecessary words. The operations department is also fully prepared. The director of the operations department, who is also a cute girl, is a powerhouse in the industry. It is said that she was once a fan club leader for a certain young idol, but woke up when that idol's persona collapsed. The content has all been uploaded. Lu Qianyue took over the conversation. At the same time, promotional videos from internet celebrities like Xiao Kai and Ziqi are also ready. So, everything is prepared? Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. So, it means everything is ready, just waiting for the east wind. Get ready, starting tonight, we will ignite one by one. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Lu 2 will officially go online. However, before that, we can open the download and registration features to alleviate the pressure on our servers. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, we will officially open various functionalities. Good idea. Wu Qing suddenly clapped. Why didn't I think of that? If that is the case, it will relieve a lot of pressure on our servers. After all, registration requires phone verification. If everything explodes at the same time tomorrow, it might cause problems. But if we separate the download and registration, I'll handle it right away. Wu Qing immediately pulled the technical team away. A meeting? Sorry. The technical department has nothing to do with it afterward. What we need to do now is to solve the problems we are facing. At the same time, Wu Qing was quite surprised. We actually understand technical issues? The two of them were very calm. Even though tomorrow is a big day for everyone in the company, these two main characters seemed unfazed, completely composed. Yes, very composed. It's just an investment of tens of millions, right? At worst, sell a few houses. Moreover, with confidence. What is there to be afraid of? After some playful banter, Lin Yi called Luo Dajong again. Old Luo, how is the preparation going? Is the time set? Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Lu 2 will officially go online. Since you're ready, it's time. Just wait and see. Hey, this time, if I don't shake up the Chinese music scene and push your Lu 2 to the top, I'll live stream myself washing my hair upside down. That can be arranged. Lin Yi shouted. Just in time. I've also finished the upside down hair washing machine. Want to borrow it? Can't you wish me some luck? Luo Dajong huffed. After a short chat, Luo Dajong hung up the phone and took out an old antique phone that hadn't been used for a long time, but was still charged. He hesitated for a long time, caressing the phone as if it were his lover. After a long time, he finally dialed a number. Boss. Xiao Luo, it's really rare for you to call me. A hearty laugh came through, making Luo Dajong feel a pang in his nose. I'm preparing to release a song. Release a song? The person on the other end fell silent for a long time before saying softly, that's good news, good news. In our Guangfeng, you're the only one who can still play. Congratulations. This song is great. I don't want to miss it, because once I do, I'll definitely regret it for a lifetime. Luo Dajong sighed deeply. Originally, this song should belong to us, belong to Guangfeng, but you don't need to say more. I understand, we all understand, huh? We're still waiting to hear your song. When is it coming out? Tomorrow at 10. After the call ended, in a villa in Xiangjiang, several elderly people looked at the phone that had already been hung up, speechless. They were not very old, but their complexions were poor, looking as if they were seriously ill, pale as a ghost. I didn't expect Xiao Luo to hold on. I hope he creates another glory. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Create another glory? Who doesn't want that? But without Guangfeng, can Luo Dajong do it alone? Just then, one of them suddenly raised his phone and exclaimed. He posted on Weibo. What the hell? This dead kid actually dares to say that. Chapter 50. It's getting heated. Weibo. Luo Dajong. After many years, has your passion already faded? Perhaps you have started families, gotten married, and had children, no longer young. But in my view, rock and roll is an attitude that will never cool down or go out of style. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the coolest Chinese rock song, written and composed by landlord Lin Yi, arranged by old Shen Xinyan, and sung by me, will officially debut on Lu Tuesday. Let us meet there. Also, here is a little hint. The lyrics and music this time are top-notch, the strongest in rock. Even in the entire Chinese music scene, it's the highest level. Although I negotiated $1 million payment for the landlord, that amount is really not enough to express my gratitude. So, I can only lead by example and help promote the landlord's lu too, hoping everyone likes it. Finally, I'm sorry, old brothers, but this time, I, Lao Luo, am going to go all out. He has gone crazy. What the hell? This loser, what is he planning to do? A million level lyrics and music? What lyrics? What music? No one in the entire Chinese music scene has ever reached that price, right? And that last sentence, what does it mean? Is he going to turn against his own family? Is he so confident that he can wipe out all our previous songs from Quanfing? Talk big. Several older men cursed, expressing disbelief and annoyance. How can you be so capable? Our Quanfing once swept the entire Chinese music scene. Our rock influenced 2 generations. You think you can wipe us out with just one song? Is that real? Wait, hold on. This guy is also from Quanfing. What does that mean? What is that saying again? When one goes crazy, they even cut down themselves. Isn't this guy move cutting himself down too? Hey, I just checked. Someone is going online tomorrow at 10 a.m. You guys think old Luo took someone's money and started spouting nonsense? That's unlikely. We all know old Luo's character. If the song isn't good, he definitely wouldn't talk nonsense. True, then let us wait. After 10 a.m. tomorrow, everything will be clear. By the way, Lao-san, you know how to use a phone. Can you install the 2 for me? Sure. Unlike the attitude of Quanfing's brothers, other netizens exploded upon seeing Luo Dazhong's Weibo post. What the hell? Teacher Luo is releasing a song. The series of events in my lifetime, oh my. Finally waiting for Teacher Luo to release a song. Grandpa, I'm finally waiting for Teacher Luo's new song. I'll burn it for you tomorrow. As a fan of Quanfing, although I haven't waited for the merging of Quanfing, I must support Teacher Luo's songs. I've already downloaded Ledu. 1. A large number of fans gathered under Luo's Weibo, commenting. After all, the fanbase of Quanfing is quite large, especially for those born in the 80s and 90s, many of whom are fans of Quanfing. Nowadays, Quanfing has faded from people's sight. But when someone from Quanfing releases a song, they naturally look forward to it. However, the internet is like a big dye vat. With anticipation comes disdain and curses. What the hell is this Teacher Luo? New song. The lyrics and music are top-notch? Have you asked our Akuin? Our Akuin is invincible. What are you? Rock. An old thing. Does anyone still listen to this? Puffed rock? Sir, you really are something. This is the era of electronic music. We only listen to our idols' electronic music. Rock? What is that? Trashy people, trashy songs, trashy. Get lost. There are many curses, even drowning out the fans' voices. But how could fans remain indifferent? A battle is about to start. Where did these little kids come from? Get lost. Damn, if my son were this brain dead, I'd have to strangle him. What kind of monsters are in today's Chinese music scene? I just love listening to rock. If you have the ability, come say it to my face. Can't afford to mess with brain-dead fans. But I want to provoke them. The fans of the little fresh meat won't just sit back and take it, right? Both sides instantly erupted into chaos. Back and forth, the heat exploded, directly causing the top 3 trending topics on Weibo to be related to Luo Dazhong. Even many middle-aged and elderly fans jumped in, forced to engage. But there are so many fans of little fresh meat, and they are young, full of energy, and know how to navigate the internet, while middle-aged fans are ultimately not their opponents. At this moment, all fans of Luo Dazhong, Quanfing fans, and even those who like rock are holding back their anger. They can only hope that Teacher Luo's new song will be a big hit, otherwise. At this moment, many rock fans are feeling dejected. In a senior rock group, there are still about 100 people. Once upon a time, this group was filled with 2,000 people. Almost every minute had 99 members online, discussing rock and sharing their favorite rock music. But now, it has withered, leaving only about 100 people. And hardly anyone has spoken up for almost half a year. However, Luo Dazhong's Weibo has brought some vitality back to this senior rock group. Rock. How familiar yet strange a word it is. When I was young, the first time I heard rock, I fell hopelessly in love. I could sing every song of Quanfing. Not just Quanfing. Back then Wang Feng and Henan were also producing rock talents. Unfortunately, I don't know when rock started to decline. How many years has it been since anyone has seriously released rock music? It must be nearly 10 years. Haha, 10 years. My child is already in elementary school. Who would have thought I could hear rock again? A series of once-in-a-lifetime events. Everyone, let's listen tomorrow. If the quality is good, even if it's just average, as long as it's passable, we'll support it. That's right. Luo Dazhong is just one person, not a band, as long as it's qualified. It proves that rock is not dead. I've already prepared my secret stash of money. I'm itching to download. In the senior rock group, emotions are running high, and on Weibo, the cursing battle continues. Sinew Company, Wu Qing is beaming and reporting to Lu Qianhua. President Lu, our download and registration data is skyrocketing. Currently, it has exceeded 50,000, and it's still growing. Based on current data, it's estimated that by 10 o'clock tomorrow, there will be at least over 500,000 registrations. Chapter 51, Zhou, I might be finished. 500,000. Lu Qianyuan nodded slightly, but soon shook her head slowly. Not enough. Let's have Xiao Kai and the others start sending messages too. At least we need to reach 1 million registrations. All right. With a command, within just 10 minutes, the entire Weibo exploded. Because, now with over 1 million fans, Office Xiao Kai, Yang Ziki, Handcrafted Gong, and many other big internet celebrities all updated their Weibo at the same time. This made a large number of fans collectively confused. What's going on? Why are almost all the big internet celebrities promoting this Ledu at the first opportunity? Damn, they must have been paid, right? Of course, they were paid. But what the hell is this Ledu that has such a big budget? Big budget? Haha, I'm a rock music lover. And I want to tell you that this big budget is not just aimed at internet celebrities. Even the old rock Luo is endorsing Ledu. Let me take a look. Damn, it really is. Moreover, Ledu is actually under the landlord's name. 666, downloading now. Just to clarify, I don't like the landlord. Mainly because the landlady is too beautiful. Cough cough. Downloading. 1. The influx of a large number of fans has rapidly boosted Ledu's download and registration numbers. On Ledu's official Weibo, forums, and posts, a lot of netizens have flooded in. Although most are just filling space, many are requesting to start trial play immediately. Of course, their wishes are destined to be dashed. How could it officially launch without time? However, tonight's Weibo is destined to be extraordinary. First, Luo Dazhong made bold claims. Then a large number of internet celebrities endorsed it, and they endorsed the same thing as Luo Dazhong. Ledu was instantly pushed to the forefront. Speaking of which, what exactly is Ledu? I don't even know what it does. It is said that you can find happiness at Ledu. Whether it's happy or not, I don't know. I just know that my Ziki will be releasing 5 consecutive updates on Ledu tomorrow, and that's enough. Hey, my Xiaokai will too. Coincidentally, our big emperor reportedly has 5 amazing inventions. I'm different from you. I love rock, so I must download it. Unknowingly, more and more people learned about Ledu. Perhaps they only heard the name, but at least they have heard of it. At the same time, many application store ads were quietly replaced, with Ledu prominently displayed, making it hard to ignore. The combination of many factors directly led to Ledu's download and registration numbers skyrocketing. Ledu Sinu Entertainment? In the barrage of their own live streaming platform, many viewers are discussing Ledu-related topics, and Zhou Yongxiang's face turned ashen. So, your goal is to create your own live streaming platform. What a good plan, really a good plan. Before the platform even launched, you created a large number of internet celebrities, then spent a fortune for an unprecedented promotion. No wonder those internet celebrities don't even care about signing contracts. It turns out, what a move, cutting off the source. At this moment, Zhou Yongxiang truly felt the pressure. What made it hardest for him to accept was that the information just received showed that Lin Yi was indeed the landlord. He owns 10 buildings. This made Zhou Yongxiang feel hurt and distressed. Damn it, he is already a landlord. Owning 10 buildings, why bother working hard? Why not just enjoy a good life as a landlord? Still want to start a business. If you want to start a business, just invest your own money, right? Why look for investment, then end up being tricked by yourself? And then what? Naturally, it leads to enmity. So now, am I a rival to a pair of landlord couples? In an instant, Zhou Yongxiang understood his situation. Simply put, he had become a villain, and people were trying to find ways to eliminate him. The most critical thing is that I hadn't realized it until now, when the solution was right in front of me, and I was caught off guard. This is just too much. Thinking of this, Zhou Yongxiang took a sharp breath. Feeling uneasy. No, Zhou Yongxiang was furious and prepared to fight back at all costs. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, a rare good day. The Weibo, which had been noisy all night, still hadn't completely calmed down. In fact, even the sudden news of a celebrity couple cheating on each other couldn't fully suppress the heat surrounding Ledu. Meanwhile, countless companies were holding emergency meetings. Look at the landlord. This is a perfect case study. You all better learn from this. Think more, because this is the internet age. In the past, you always complained that celebrity endorsement fees were too high, and that clients' budgets were too low to work with. But now, haven't you been given a vivid and illustrative moment? Find internet celebrities. Time ticked away, gradually approaching 10 o'clock in the morning. A large number of idle netizens had already opened Ledu, waiting for the moment the login button lit up. At Sinew Company, the employees were all nervous. Only the tech department employees looked serious, as if facing a great enemy. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Wu Qing snorted. The number of registered users has exceeded 2 million. We must keep an eye on it at all times, or else. To be honest, Wu Qing felt quite anxious himself. Previously he had said that 100,000 bandwidth was unnecessary, but now it seemed. Damn, it was good that they secured 100,000. Otherwise, Wu Nti would have crashed at any moment. At the headquarters of Yiban Live, Zhou Yongxiang, with dark circles under his eyes, also opened Ledu. I want to see what tricks this pioneer of internet live streaming can pull off. I have to say, This is a wonderful misunderstanding. Up to now, Zhou Yongxiang still thought that Lin Yi was going to create another internet live streaming platform. Chapter 52, Let to Launch. Time, 9:55 a.m. In a villa in Hong Kong, the members of the Crazy Wind Band, except for Luo Dazhong, gathered here. Hey, turn on your phones and project them onto the big screen. I want to see how good this guy Xiao Luo's singing really is, since he boasts so much. It's time to listen carefully. After listening, I'll have to give him a good scolding. Otherwise, this kid will have his tail up in the sky. I hope it's a good song. Otherwise, TSK, rock on. The crowd sighed and fell silent. But just then, someone angrily cursed. Damn it. This octopus guy actually jumped out to support Xiao Luo. What? Octopus? What does that have to do with him? Just look at this loser. He is infuriating. The crowd leaned in closer, focusing intently. He is not younger than Luo Dazhong. He is a top-tier creative master over here in Hong Kong. And it's hard to find a song from him. Countless singers dream of singing an octopus song because everything produced by Octopus is practically a masterpiece. Octopus's songs guarantee quality. But why the hell does it matter to you, Octopus? They were all quite unhappy, but when they saw the content Octopus posted, they suddenly realized. Oh, so that is how it is. Octopus Weibo. Haha, I went to bed early last night, and didn't go online. So I really didn't notice that someone was making a ridiculous fuss. It's simply shameless. Top-tier lyrics and music? Haha, so what if he has top-tier? $1 million copyright fee is bullshit. It's just the lowest kind of hype. Luo Dazhong, I originally thought you were an artist of the older generation. But now it seems you're just talking nonsense. It's well known that even a platinum-level lyricist or composer for a song to reach 300,000 is already rare. Even my most classic song only had a copyright fee of 500,000. And you say $1 million isn't enough for this song? It's far from enough. What a huge joke. Landlord? Just a newcomer I've never even heard of. He deserves that price? If you want a hype, at least find someone with a bit of fame, right? Ridiculous. Luo Dazhong, I misjudged you. You're not even worthy of being called a singing artist. You're not even a singer. Bah. Octopus's words were extremely sharp. The other members of the Crazy Wind Band wanted to curse, but they really couldn't refute. Because what Octopus said was the truth. Even for a lyricist who has written platinum records, 300,000 for a song is already a high price. $1 million for a newbie? Octopus's remarks instantly garnered support from many people, especially numerous creators who began to angrily scold Luo Dazhong. And the landlord also got caught in the crossfire. Hey, you're getting scolded pretty badly. In the studio, Xinyan laughed heartily, full of schadenfreude. Let them laugh. Luo Dazhong shook his head, unconcerned. Soon, they won't be able to laugh anymore. Their faces will probably be swollen. TSK, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit sorry for them. Their faces are going to be as swollen as a pig's head. In the senior rock group, count down 1 minute. It's about to start. Here it comes. Everyone get ready. After all, with such intense hype, we must hear what the quality is like, right? The accompaniment started. Not bad, no lag. Lin Yi grinned, while Shui Yao shot him a glare. You're so carefree. You didn't even go to the company. TSK, aren't you the same? I want to eat grapes. Daring to retort? Peel it yourself. The smooth accompaniment sounded. In the company, Wu Qing and the tech department employees instantly breathed a sigh of relief. We did it. There was not a bit of lag. Although there were already over 1 million logins, we held it together. Damn, but at this rate, we can't hold on much longer. We must quickly apply for funding to continue expanding our bandwidth. After the accompaniment, Luo Dazhong's familiar voice came, leisurely and melodiously. Chrysanthemum, ancient sword, and wine, steeped in coffee in a noisy pavilion. Foreigners worship the moon of ancient people at the sun altar. The grand events of the Kaiyuan era are enticing. It's easy to accept, but also makes one intoxicated. The wind cannot disperse the long sorrow. Flowers cannot penetrate the hometown feud. Snow cannot reflect the rivers and mountains. The moon cannot fulfill ancient dreams. For parallel sentences followed in succession, instantly painting a picture from ancient times. Everyone's mind had its own image, vividly appearing on paper. Following the palm print etched with destiny. Tonight, waking from wine with no dreams. Following destiny into confusion. Boom. It exploded. The climax arrived. Luo Dazhong's voice instantly soared to its peak, making people's scalps tingle, almost unable to resist trembling along with him. At this moment, everyone listening to the song was stunned. In the villa, the rest of the Crazy Wind Band members looked dazed, glancing at each other in disbelief. However, their bodies were almost unconsciously shaking along with the music. Some even treated the air as a guitar, sweating profusely. Yet, no one laughed. Nor did anyone feel it was strange, because the genes of rock had long since blended into their blood. Is this rock? Of course. If this isn't rock, then what is? No, I mean rock can still be played like this. Hiss. Perhaps this is the true essence of rock. No wonder Xiao Luo is so arrogant, saying he would crush us. If I sang, I'd be even more arrogant than him. You? Can you sing? Huh. Now I actually believe this song is worth more than $1 million. Rock on. This is the soul of rock. Rock isn't dead. Xiao Luo's singing skills are remarkable. He was only a bassist before. That was a waste of talent. Hey, I feel sorry for him. Goodbye. I have a feeling that he will soon surpass you and me, surpass the whole whirlwind. Chapter 53. What happened to the promise of killing me? In the senior rock group. Wow. My education level is not high, so I don't know what to say, but I want to say, this damn thing is rock. My scalp is tingling. All the hair on my body is standing up. It's really exhilarating. It's exhilarating to the fullest. Ha. Rock is not dead. Indeed, rock is not dead. It's been almost 10 years. Almost 10 years since I heard such rock that makes my blood boil. I have a feeling that this song seems to be even better than the previous rock songs by the whirlwind. My blood is burning fiercely all over. This song will be sold on those music platforms, right? Not to mention anything else. I damn want to buy 10,000 digital albums. 666. You are a rich man. I can't do it, but 10 copies is still possible. The fans in the group were instantly excited, their blood boiling. As true rock fans, their demands are actually very simple, which is just a decent rock music that can be considered qualified. But what is the result? Qualified? Sorry. Lin Yi and Luo Dazhong directly gave them a 99 score, 1 point less to avoid them getting arrogant. This is a direct king bomb from the start. Wang Hao is the group owner. He was about to praise a few words when he suddenly heard a series of coughs. It's the sound of someone adding friends and joining the group. But the problem is, it's not just one sound, but continuous. In the group. I'm back. Former loyal fans of the whirlwind are back. Back. The number of people in the group keeps increasing. Over 100? In just 10 minutes, 2,000 people, full capacity. At this moment, the corners of Wang Hao's eyes became wet. Damn, my son is already in elementary school. And I'm still crying, damn it. Wang Hao scolded with a smile and wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. To tell the world, rock is not dead, rock is still here. It's like a spark, burning fiercely in the darkness that has been silent for a long time. Showing rock fans hope again. With hope, naturally, more people will work hard for it, thus making the entire Chinese rock music scene flourish. He immediately closed the pop-up window, wanting to see how Xiao Kai, Yang Ziqi, and others were live streaming. But at a glance, he was instantly stunned, completely dumbfounded. What is going on? This is not right. Why is it a video as soon as I come in? Shouldn't there be a homepage or a category page for me to choose the category and the streamer I like? It just started broadcasting directly. The next second. What? This doesn't look like a live broadcast? There are obvious editing traces. Lin Yi treats users as fools, using recorded broadcasts as live broadcasts. Wait a minute. What the hell? This isn't live broadcasting. What? Zhou Yongxiang is completely dumbfounded. What happened to the promised live broadcast? What happened to the promised comeback? What happened to the promise of killing me and avenging the previous grudge? Lin Yi, you damn deceived me. At this moment, Zhou Yongxiang suddenly felt very wronged. He thought he had become the big villain, would be teamed up by the landlord couple, and would use their own methods against them, defeating live broadcasting with live broadcasting. As a result, you're now telling me that you're not doing live broadcasting, but recorded broadcasting? Recorded broadcasting? Is that a new form, a new future? Zhou Yongxiang naturally has his own business vision. So, discovering that Letta doesn't do live broadcasting, he didn't feel relieved, but instead became more worried. After all, Lin Yi's talent and ability are beyond doubt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to create billions of live broadcasts. But now, Lin Yi doesn't do live broadcasting, but instead does recorded broadcasting. Which makes Zhou Yongxiang have to doubt, could recorded broadcasting be the future of the online video industry? Is it really like that? Otherwise, why are internet celebrities like Xiao Kai, Yang Ziqi, and Handicraft Gung all recorded broadcasts and not live broadcasts? Moreover, their success has proven that the rise of recorded broadcasting is by no means accidental. So, does this mean that live broadcasting will face unprecedented shocks? Hiss. Zhou Yongxiang broke out in a cold sweat. No, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. I must understand deeply to come up with countermeasures in advance. He quickly grasped the basic gameplay of Ledu. For example, the initial interface is to swipe up to see the next video, swipe left or right to switch to other sections. There are sections similar to video forums. And there are also text and image areas. At this moment, Zhou Yongxiang felt like a sponge, frantically absorbing nutrients. But the more he absorbed, the more shocked and incredulous he became. How can there be so many internet celebrities? Yang Ziqi and the others are fine. They are already famous. But where did these new internet celebrities come from? And why was there no news before? Another hiss, another one. These newcomers make up the vast majority. But the video quality is surprisingly high. How did Lin Yi do this? Shocked, unable to believe it. Zhou Yongxiang at this moment was completely dumbfounded. As if he saw that the future of online live broadcasting would be extremely bleak, and his own future would also become pitch black. Compared to Zhou Yongxiang's shock and confusion, the netizens were full of interest. The 5 consecutive releases from internet celebrities like Yang Ziqi also made fans particularly satisfied. Technical videos amazed people continuously, making it hard to calm down. Awesome. All the internet celebrities I follow have released 5 consecutive videos. This time it's too enjoyable. TSK, a one-time satisfaction. I'm about to laugh my pants off. I really like technical videos. I want to shoot too. But my hands. Learn it, go shoot. My brain. No, you don't wanna, you can't. Hey, I also shot a video. Already uploaded. Who will follow me? Seeking attention too. Hee, this is really fun. I want to share it with my friends. You're right. I want to pull my roommate into the pit too. In Hong Kong, in a villa, the members of the Whirlwind Band were scrolling through their phones, occasionally bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, this handsome guy is quite interesting. There is some poison in it. Amidst the laughter, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Letu is on fire. Chapter 54, this is possible. His Weibo followers are skyrocketing. At the same time, this guy is not a quiet person. He picked up his phone and posted a Weibo. Before this, the results hadn't come out, so I didn't dare to say much. Facing the responsibilities of certain big shots in the industry, I could only remain silent and pretend to know nothing. In the end, thanks to the landlord. If it weren't for you, thank you so much. The Weibo text is not long, but it's a shrimp and pork heart, directly putting the well-known platinum creator Octopus and those who expressed support for his work on the hot seat. At the same time, netizens also had a good time. Haha, old Luo, I didn't expect you to be this kind of old Luo. It feels like your mouth is even fiercer than your performance. You're so bad. I like it so much. Huffed. Now, Octopus and their faces are completely lost. What? Their songs only have 50,000 at most, and the platinum only has 30,000? ISNT it because you didn't write well? Ridiculous. Support old Luo, support Rock. Rock is not dead. The netizens' crazy support made old Luo smile widely, his mouth almost splitting to the root of his ears, while Shun Yin rolled his eyes up to the sky. However, while Luo Dazhong was extremely happy, Octopus far away in Hong Kong was so angry that he smashed a teacup. Damn it. And he actually managed to revive the rock heat that had been silent for 10 years with one song? No, this song is good. But it's far from that level. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Over the years, rock music has fallen into decline, and countless diehard fans have been waiting and hoping. So, as soon as a rock song slightly above average is released, they will go crazy promoting it. With this in mind, Octopus calmed down a bit. Then, on Weibo, he called out to Luo Dazhong from a distance. Whether it's worth it or not, justice lies in the hearts of the people. It's just a rock song barely above average, far from a million. The reason it can be popular is merely because it's riding the wave, but as everyone knows, as long as the wind is strong enough, even a pig can fly in the wind. Unfortunately, I'm not good at rock music and don't care for it. Otherwise, haha. Landlord? Just an obscure person. How dare he ask for that price? Have you asked the seniors in the industry? After Octopus made his statement, many creators retweeted and liked it, showing a united front against a common enemy. Even another platinum creator expressed his views. Although not as blunt as Octopus, his words were laced with sarcasm. There were already many onlookers paying attention to Luo Dazhong and Octopus, and when Octopus made his comments, it instantly exploded. A large number of rock fans, Luo Dazhong's fans, and even users of Leta flocked to Octopus' Weibo, bombarding him with insults. Nonsense. What a load of rubbish. What do you mean a pig can fly in the wind? Are you saying Teacher Luo is a pig? Stop pretending to be an elder. What are you? You've written many songs, but how many have truly become classics? And how dare the landlord ask for that price? Are you a goldfish with only 7 seconds of memory? Teacher Luo has already said that this 1 million was forced upon him, okay? The landlord didn't even want it. Puffed. The biggest joke of the century, a professional songwriter getting beaten in his own field by a landlord, and still not accepting it. The person upstairs is really interesting. If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either, haha. A massive number of netizens came to unleash their fury, and not just at Octopus. All other supportive creators were also not spared, and were bombarded mercilessly. This nearly made Octopus spit blood. Is there anyone to speak for him? Of course there are, but how many? They can't fight back at all. In the end, Octopus and the others had no choice but to close the Weibo comments to avoid the insults. This hurt them deeply. But Octopus had already made a note of the landlord in his heart, determined to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, these remarks quickly shifted the tide. Wait a minute. Why don't the landlord and landlady even have a Weibo account? Exactly. I wanted to follow them and cheer for them. But there is nothing at all. I did find a landlord, but it's not the one we know. Thousands of people are pleading for the landlord and landlady to create a Weibo account. We want to support you. We want to help you destroy that shameless octopus. Lying on the sofa, with her delicate legs draped over Lin Yi's thigh, Shueyao was playing on her phone and laughed. Have you seen Weibo? The netizens are all asking you to open a Weibo account. Interesting. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. I really didn't expect they would pay so much attention to us. Also, I've just realized that haters can be so cute. If the haters are here to attack themselves, then naturally they will find them particularly annoying. But what if the haters are attacking their enemies? That's just explosively adorable, okay? As for not having Weibo cough, the verified Weibo account indeed doesn't exist. But can't we create a small account to observe in secret? From what Lin Yi knows, those stars also play like this, okay? So, should we create one? Shueyao sat up, her career line faintly visible, her face full of enthusiasm. She wasn't trying to become famous. She just felt that octopus was something else. How dare he act superior and insult our landlord? That's just outrageous. Otherwise, it just feels a bit uncomfortable. This is definitely worth considering. Lin Yi stroked his chin, thinking it over, feeling it could work. Weibo has its advantages and disadvantages, which depends on how it's used or managed. Chapter 55. This segment is both big and round. So, how to manage it to be impressive? Lin Yi, who has memories from his past life, felt it might not be difficult. Then I'll register one. Seeing Lin Yi agree, Shueyao immediately grabbed her phone and got busy. Re-registering, logging in, getting verified. Landlord? Verification failed. Already registered by someone. Landlady? Registered by someone. The landlady is furious. Why do you have to snatch everything? Landlord couple, registered successfully. But relevant materials need to be submitted for review and verification. Come on, let us take a group photo. Without a word, Shueyao pulled Lin Yi and snapped a picture to upload. But the review would take time, so they could only wait quietly. Is the review efficiency of Weibo really that slow? If our Ledo's review department is this slow, Shueyao suddenly thought of something. If the video review for Ledo users is also this slow, wouldn't that chill people's hearts? Not that exaggerated. Lin Yi laughed. Our review department initially has dozens of people. It shouldn't be this busy in the short term, but over time, they definitely need to hire more. They must hire. Shueyao nodded deeply, agreeing. Otherwise, if it takes half a day or even a day to wait for video reviews, users will eventually leave. That is for sure. Lin Yi looked at Shueyao's perfect figure, and just then, it was still early, and he recalled a video from a certain landlord couple in his past life. And his eyes turned. Since we have time now, and Weibo hasn't been verified yet, why don't we shoot a video for Ledo first? Once Weibo is verified, we can repost it there. Video? What video? Shueyao was taken aback, a bit confused about the situation. Why suddenly shoot a video? Oh, then you tell me. How should we shoot it? Shueyao's eyes lit up, becoming interested. Half a month ago, she might not have understood what it meant, but now, she was completely clear. Ever since she installed the Ledo beta version on her phone, she had been scrolling through it a lot. Of course, it wasn't for fame, but purely out of interest. Part of the reason was also to take shots at that octopus. It's very simple. Lin Yi grinned. Come on, landlady, leaning closer. Let me tell you. Shueyao, without suspicion, leaned over, only to find Lin Yi's gaze fixed on a certain spot. And she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Is it good looking? No, it's big and round. Go to hell. Rolling over, applying pressure, and locking the throat. Spare me, spare me. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. Humans are iron, and meals are steel. Even the most entertaining games can't keep people glued all the time. At least, meals must be eaten. Since it's the weekend, many students and workers have time. In the afternoon, most of them went out to play or watch movies or something. However, many suddenly realized, wait, the games that were fun, the TV shows that were good, the beautiful scenery, why do they suddenly not seem appealing? It seems like scrolling through Ledo is more interesting. Then let us scroll. Thus, after a brief cool down during lunch, the number of simultaneous online users on Ledo began to rise again, although it was quite considerable compared to the peak period in the morning. But while they were scrolling, they suddenly discovered a pop-up window. The content of the window was very simple, recommending to follow the landlord couple. Landlord couple? Users paused for a moment, then immediately showed a motherly smile. These users were mostly fans of the couple known as landlord couple at first, but later they became fans of many internet celebrities. Another portion, although not fans of the landlord couple, now knows that many internet celebrities like Shao Kai and 5D are related to the landlord couple. Now that they see the recommendation to follow on Lu2, they naturally won't miss it and have all clicked to follow. What they don't know is that this was actually the result of Lu Qianyue's sudden inspiration. Well, it wasn't exactly a sudden inspiration, it was premeditated. In fact, Lu Qianyue already knew that the landlord couple had a great rapport with the public, so she had suggested early on that they open an account and post some videos. After all, with their looks and popularity, Even just posting daily life would attract a lot of followers, right? However, she couldn't say that outright, as they were her boss and boss's wife. But just now, an employee from the review department suddenly came to report that they had seen the boss and boss's wife's photos and even sent a video. What? Lu Qianyue immediately decided to implement her long-planned idea, quickly finding Wu Qing and almost giving him a death order to recommend the landlord couple's account to all users to follow in the shortest time possible. Thus, this pop-up notification came to be. Within just a few minutes, the number of followers had already surpassed 500,000, and now there were only about 800,000 users online at the same time. In other words, most of them chose to follow after receiving the pop-up, with only a small portion ignoring it. Over 500,000 followers is data that only major internet celebrities have in this world. It is well known that once you follow an account on a short video platform, the videos posted by that account will be pushed to the followers. Lu Qianyue even specifically instructed the review department staff to hold off on the review until the follower count exceeded 500,000 before releasing it. As a result, over 500,000 people received the push notification. The landlord couple has posted a video. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. Just looking at the cover makes me feel like I've eaten a mouthful of dog food. The landlady is stunning. Her long legs could make any supermodel envious. And if it weren't for knowing that he has dozens of buildings collecting rent, I would absolutely think he is a pretty boy. Netizens were very interested in the landlord couple's video, and even Lu Qianyue pulled out her phone to watch it with great interest. The video was short, only a few dozen seconds long. After watching, Lu Qianyue's expression was extremely strange. Is this a roast? This must be a roast. Chapter 56. The child is disobedient. The video started with a tree-lined path, but the trees weren't very dense. It was easy to see from the edge of the lens that this was a place without high-rise buildings. Simply put, a village in the city. Suddenly, at the ends of the tree-lined path, two figures walked out. The handsome landlord Lin Yi, dressed in a rental collection outfit, and the breathtakingly beautiful landlady in a gown. After they appeared on camera, they walked side by side. However, the expressions on their faces were anything but relaxed, carrying a hint of anger. Then, the landlord said fiercely, "The child is becoming more and more disobedient." The landlady took over the conversation, also filled with anger. "He won't help me with housework and even dares to talk back." The landlord continued, "This is infuriating. When he grows up." The landlady, "I'll only give him 10 houses. The couple, let's see how he lives." After a sudden burst of passionate music, the video ended. What the heck? Oh my goodness. This couple, could they be a bit more considerate of our feelings? It's one thing to show off their love, but now they're flaunting their wealth. Boo-hoo, as a poor single dog, am I destined to be bullied by you? I'm crying. After watching the video, the netizens were almost all left dumbfounded. Even if they weren't dumbfounded, their minds were filled with question marks and despair. The comments? They exploded instantly. Did you hear what they said? Only giving him 10 houses. Let's see how he lives. Give me one house, and I can live splendidly, okay? Boo-hoo. Comparing people will kill you. I can't compare. But this video is flawless. The landlord couple reportedly has dozens of buildings. 10 houses? That's nothing. The logic is sound, but why am I so sad? Can I not be sad? Boo-hoo. By the way, am I the only one who noticed? The landlord couple has a child? Oh my goodness, the landlady has such a good figure. And she even has a child? And the child can already do housework? But in reality, they were both smiling happily. It's a simple principle. It's like two classmates. If both were underachievers at first, and one suddenly becomes average, the other would naturally feel discontented, perhaps even a bit jealous. But if one was already a top student and the other was an underachiever, would the underachiever still feel discontented? The top student is in a completely different league. What is the point of being discontented? In the eyes of the vast majority of netizens, the landlord couple is an existence that is unattainable for them. They are simply not from the same world, so they wouldn't be genuinely angry. However, being hit with a blow is certainly unavoidable. But, as more and more people saw the video, some different voices began to emerge. This is interesting. It seems this video has a deeper meaning. The child is becoming more and more disobedient. TSK, they definitely don't have a child. So who is this child referring to? It can be confirmed that it refers to someone disobedient. In other words, the mere 10 houses are not worth mentioning. Oh wow, I feel like I've uncovered the truth. This is a roast aimed at octopus, right? Haha, do I care about just 1 million? Our landlord couple doesn't even care about 10 houses. They even think that having 10 houses doesn't meet basic living needs. So why would they care about that mere 1 million? You think we're just as mediocre as you? Seeing someone sell a song for just 1 million and feeling envious? Oh wow, 66,666. This interpretation from the big boss is truly impressive. Absolutely aimed at octopus for sure. Ha ha ha, I bet octopus will be furious. The netizens were going crazy with excitement, and many were shouting in joy. After lunch, Shui Yao finally received a notification from Weibo that her verification was approved. Behind the landlady, a big word was added. This efficiency is really slow. Well, I'll just go ahead and upload the video. Shui Yao opened Lutu and was astonished to find that she had nearly 600,000 followers. And she couldn't help but be stunned. Are we this popular? Lin Yi glanced over and snorted. It must be that Lu Qianyue girl causing trouble. Forget that. Let us just share the video first. But Shui Yao didn't care about that. Having more followers is fine. Lu Qianyue hasn't done anything bad, right? The urgent task was to upload the video to Weibo to roast Octopus. Otherwise, how could Octopus possibly see it just on Lutu? Soon, Shui Yao finished reposting and tagged Octopus, along with the most outrageous platinum creator Mu Sheng and Luo Dazhong. Lin Yi looked at it and laughed. How can you expect them to say anything? Shui Yao sneered. I just want to see how thick their skin really is. Octopus closed Weibo comments. But they can't do that. Weibo post sent successfully. In an instant, Octopus, Mu Sheng, and Luo Dazhong all received the push notification. And the three of them looked at the prompt in confusion. Landlord couple? Luo Dazhong was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, then clicked on the video. However, Mu Sheng frowned and ignored it. Octopus, having been roasted badly, saw the words landlord couple and immediately thought of the landlord. So he picked up his phone and clicked on the video. The first round, Luo Dazhong couldn't see anything special. He thought Lin Yi and Shui Yao were just simply showing off their wealth. On the side, Shunyan shook his head. In my opinion, they are not such superficial people. This realization was like discovering a new world. Chapter 57. Are we nouveau riche? What the? Luo Dazhong suddenly stood up. His expression extremely vivid. Is he confronting the octopus? Ha ha, I knew it. This kid definitely can't hold back. He's young and impulsive, still a rich man. How could he not retort when insulted? But the way he retorted is really impressive. Not only did he sarcastically roast the octopus, but he even insinuated that the octopus is a disobedient child. Not to mention, he also indirectly called the octopus a poor loser. Shun Yin changed the topic. Amused. What do you think? Why is Lin Yi's mouth so vicious? Vicious? A little bit of viciousness is good. Otherwise, that guy would really think we can't fight back. Always talking nonstop, spewing nonsense. Hey, retweet, definitely retweet. Luo Dazhong, full of enthusiasm, immediately hit retweet and commented. Didn't you want the rental couple to start a Weibo? Well, they are here now, and there's a surprise. At this moment, Luo Dazhong was at his peak, and many netizens were paying attention to him. In just a couple of days, his Weibo followers skyrocketed from over 1 million to tens of millions. Now, those onlookers who had been watching the fun suddenly perked up after seeing Luo Dazhong's retweet. Oh, the rental couple really started a Weibo? Let's follow them. Of course. We must follow. Hey, you guys don't know? The video. It's the video roasting the octopus, which had already spread on Ledu. Just take a look. Netizens quickly shifted their focus, following the rental couple's Weibo while discussing it, making the rental couple's Weibo instantly lively. Reports. Loyal fans reporting. I'm just a passerby, but I'm here to report. It's quite interesting. Huh. This video. Oh my, as a poor single dog, can I even live? What does this have to do with us? Okay, it does have a little bit to do with us. Ouch. But shouldn't the octopus be the one feeling bad? How come? Hey, you guys don't even know? There are already experts online analyzing this. Come on, look at the analysis. Soon, a netizen posted a detailed analysis video made by other hardcore users on Weibo, which quickly gained a lot of likes and was pinned in the comment section. This analysis was also very interesting. After various analyses, it directly pointed out the 3 main elements of the rental couple's video. First, the child is becoming increasingly disobedient. Reconciliation? A naughty child. Second, this sarcastic tone. If I were the octopus, I'd probably turn green. As for the third, this naughty child is disobedient. Just give him 10 houses and see how he lives. The meaning is even clearer. I wouldn't even look at 10 houses. Do you really think I care about that 1 million? The rumors are easily dispelled. In summary, it must be said, the rental couple is impressive. So impressive. As a result, the comment section exploded in an instant. Moreover, many busybodies began to ask the octopus and Mu Sheng what they thought about it. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, in the octopus's villa study, I'll be damned. After watching the video, the octopus initially felt indifferent, but after watching the analysis, his blood pressure surged, and he felt his eyes were red. The newly bought pineapple phone was thrown away in an instant, smashing into pieces. Rental couple, just nouveau riche. What's so great about it? No future, just living off handouts, utterly detestable. I, the octopus, will not rest until we are enemies. Why the hell does it feel like the more I curse, the more I envy? I also want to be a landlord, owning a dozen buildings to collect rent. Damn it. After a long time, The octopus finally calmed down. However, the phone was already broken, so he could only use the computer to go online. As soon as he logged into Weibo, he saw that almost the entire platform was filled with people mocking him, even calling him a naughty child, which instantly made him explode with anger. How infuriating. This is simply too much. Can I only be mocked like this, biting my tongue? Never. After posting, he immediately exited Weibo. Comments? Not opened. Why? Afraid of being scolded into high blood pressure. After exiting Weibo, the octopus was still furious and called Mu Sheng's phone using a landline. Octopus brother? How come you have time to call me? The octopus. You don't know what happened? Mu Sheng asked in confusion. What happened? You just go check Weibo yourself. By the way, I remember you have high blood pressure? Take a few antihypertensive pills before looking. Yeah, take a few more. After hanging up, Mu Sheng was left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? In confusion, he opened Weibo, and just a few minutes later, his face turned as black as coal. This is simply bullying. He was furious. Mu Sheng immediately retweeted the octopus's Weibo and cleverly chose to go offline. What else could he do? Fight back? Their fans, while not few, were still far behind the currently popular rental couple. Get other singers to help? Forget it. Those guys value their own reputation more than anything. How could they participate in a roast battle? Calling us nouveau riche. At home, Shui Yao glared, unhappy. Chapter 58, Everything You Could Ever Want. Calling us nouveau riche. Shui Yao was displeased, her big eyes shining, blinking, staring at Lin Yi as if they could talk. What do you want to do? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing that things were not simple. Isn't this simple? Lin Yi, huh? You're not getting addicted to filming, are you? Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Shui Yao immediately denied it, then said seriously, I can't stand him bullying us. Can we just swallow our anger? Of course we can't. So about the video. Shoot. Let us shoot it right away. Not shooting? Ahem. Are you afraid of the gossip? Isn't this worth celebrating? I'm nearly dying of happiness, okay? Didn't he say we are nouveau riche? Shui Yao pouted. TSK, if you released all those songs in your little notebook. I wonder if he would dare to say that again. He wouldn't dare. Lin Yi scoffed, completely dismissive. The octopus. He does have some achievements in the Chinese music scene, being one of the top few lyricists, but compared to Lin Yi's past life, what is he worth? Couldn't Li Zongxing and Fong Wenshan easily rub him into the ground? Even the not-so-famous Gao Jin is cooler than the octopus. What songs are in Lin Yi's little notebook? Almost all the classics he can remember are written in there. Can't he just rub the octopus into the ground? However, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't do that. But Shui Yao's words reminded him, and inspiration struck. You say I'm an outsider, that the songs I write are not nutritious? Then let us beat him in his own field. Got it. Let us shoot a singing video. Singing? Why not? Lin Yi patted his chest. Don't worry. I got this. Didn't he say my songs are not nutritious? I'll give him something even less nutritious. Let us see what he says. Shui Yao, with a face full of doubt. Although she usually fears nothing and has beaten people up more than once or twice, but singing, well, she really hasn't tried that. Of course, shouting a couple of times doesn't count. After all, the singing has to be recorded for the vast number of netizens to see. What if she doesn't sing well? However, Lin Yi was not worried at all. With a rip, he tore a song from his small notebook and took a photo to send to Lu Qianyue for applying for the song copyright, while pulling Shui Yao to head to the company. Worried? This song isn't difficult. As long as they don't go off key, it'll be fine. Besides, as long as Shui Yao stands in front of the camera, she'll definitely be the center of attention, and her voice is really nice, like a combination of 80 mature woman and 20 cute girl. If she acts cute, it can make people feel weak in the knees. With these prerequisites, who is afraid they can't sing this song well? If they can't, Lin Yi will just do a live stream while washing his hair upside down. As for which hair to wash, the reason for going to the company was that they needed some professional equipment and photography, and they had clothes. But they couldn't just randomly pull someone on the street to film with a mobile phone, right? The previous video didn't require much technical skill. But since they were going to film a song, it had to be more professional. After arriving at the company and bringing in the professionals, they hurried to Shun Yan's music room to borrow the recording studio. Soon, everything was ready, and they started filming. The filming process wasn't complicated. Simply put, it was Lin Yi and Shui Yao singing a song together. During the singing, they would change into different outfits while also showing off their relationship. The reason for changing outfits and showing off wealth was to fit their personas and to hit back at the octopus, right? Showing off their relationship? That was purely personal preference. Outside the recording studio, Shun Yan was holding the lyrics, frowning slightly. This song is too kitsch, clearly not up to standard. Using this song to hit back at the octopus might backfire. The lyrics did seem a bit kitsch, but do these two look like careless young people? Luo Dazhong shrugged. Feeling quite enlightened, especially after knowing Lin Yi's talent for songwriting, he didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Shun Yan shook his head. He wanted to say something, but he heard Luo Dazhong stop him. Shoo, They started, listen. About an hour later, looking at the full video and listening to the complete recording. Xinyan's expression was extraordinary. Shocked, incredulous, dazed, and frustrated. All those expressions merged on his face, like a die house. Now you believe it, right? Luo Dazhong crossed his arms. Equally shocked and amazed, but more so, he felt a smug satisfaction that he was indeed very clever. Quietly, I'm more knowledgeable and cleverer than Lao Shun. This song. It's not visually appealing, and the name is so cheesy, yet it can have such a good effect and emotional impact. The new generation is pushing the old generation forward. We, the older generation, are probably on the beach now. Luo Dazhong fell silent. This time, he truly couldn't find anything to say, especially witnessing the couple's transformation from singing the first line awkwardly, having to repeat it over a dozen times, to being able to sing beautifully in just half an hour. He now shared a similar feeling with Xinyan. Are we old folks really supposed to retire? All done, wrap it up. Everyone worked hard. Let us call it a day and take a break. Goodbye. This time, there won't be another release. First, posting it on Reddit can attract some people to download and watch. Secondly, you said I can't write songs, that I'm an outsider? I just want to dominate you in your field on my own platform. Meanwhile, the diligent Lu Qianyue, upon learning that another video had been released, naturally arranged for a pop-up notification immediately. What? Just a reminder? PFF, our video, just a reminder isn't enough. It has to be a pop-up. What? A simp? Simping until the end, everything included. Chapter 59, Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf. The big title on the pop-up left them all stunned. What is the couple up to this time? Dancing. Isn't that a dance from many years ago? Isn't it outdated? Well, it can't be said to be outdated. But it's definitely not very popular right now. Enough with the small talk. Just say if you're watching or not. Of course I'm watching. Damn. Not to mention anything else. Just their looks alone have captivated me. After the initial shock, most of the friends playing Letta clicked on the pop-up ad video. After the words Wild Wolf flashed by, the couple appeared in rental suits, carrying special snakeskin bags for collecting rent. Just about to enter a building to collect rent when they were recognized by a passerby. Hey, the rental couple? The passerby exclaimed in surprise, come sing. The couple immediately awkwardly declined. No, that's not good. Come on. After a round of refusals, the singing began. Come to the left and draw a dragon with me. Draw a rainbow on your right. Let us go. Come to the left and draw a rainbow with me. Draw a dragon on your right. Don't stop. Gesture a tall building on your chest. Shake your head left and right. 2 index fingers like 2 soaring monkeys, pointing at the shining light balls. Lin Yi and Shui Yao worked seamlessly together, exchanging lines and performing the song to perfection. They barely sang a few lines before changing into a new outfit. The styles of the outfits were completely different, fresh, domineering, sexy, intellectual, mature, and so on. But the unique thing was that every time they changed outfits, they complemented each other perfectly, especially the sweet interactions between them while singing. A glance or a hug were so sweet it could make teeth stick together. Damn, this song. I just came to listen to a song. Why am I being bombarded with so much dog food? This is too much. Whoa, did I dig someone's grave as a single dog? Why am I being treated like this? But why can't I control myself and want to dance along? I'm upstairs, and so am I. In that late night bar, who cares if it's real or not? Please sway freely. Forget about the one you like. You are the most charming, you know? Singing to this point, the style changed again, starting left and right drawing dragons and rainbows. Therefore, the video wasn't long. They just looped those 2 parts a few times before announcing the end. However, the viewers who watched the video instantly exploded. Damn, I feel like I'm poisoned. It's like the poison of Pure Land. No, it's different. Pure Land is a realm where 2-dimensional beings have no resistance. But this Wild Wolf is something even I in the 3-dimensional world can't resist. Some people, who seem calm on the surface, have already looped Wild Wolf 18 times behind the scenes. Yes, I'm talking about me. Manual Doghead. You say this song is good? I really can't say what's good about it, but it's just addictive. The first time, what is this? So awkward. The second time, it's interesting, fun. The third time, come on, draw a rainbow over here and draw a dragon on that side. Hey, rainbow and dragon. Hey, draw a dragon. No, I feel like I can't stop thinking about drawing dragons and rainbows. I have to share it with my friends. This poison can't just be me. That's right, share it. While the adorable netizens were getting addicted, they also started sharing. To promote it, Letta didn't enable the functions for sharing and downloading videos, meaning they could share the video with friends, but friends had to download Letta to watch it. They couldn't just click to play the video directly. Of course, if you want to record the screen, that's also possible. But no one is that foolish. After all, if you record the screen without permission, it could get troublesome if pursued. Using it for commercial purposes could also lead to legal consequences. Thus, with the strong recommendations from these lovely netizens, Many of their friends who originally didn't play Letta began downloading it with a tried-out attitude. At first, many people came with a skeptical mindset, thinking, Letu? What is that? Is it really fun? Is that song really that good? Hey, I just don't believe it. Download. Receive the pop-up after listening to the song. 6666. Not bad. After playing for an hour. Damn, this is addictive. I can't stop. Viral spread. In the office, Lu Qianyue watched the download and registration numbers that had started to grow crazily just 10 minutes after her video pop-up, almost bursting with joy. TSK, TSK, TSK. It turns out our brand has charisma. A short 2-minute video. What a huge impact. Dingling. However, Lu Qianyue hadn't had time to enjoy her happiness for long when the phone rang. President Lu, it's Wu Qing. On the other end. Wu Qing's tone was urgent and serious. We have a problem. The number of registrations, downloads, and simultaneous online users are all skyrocketing. Although it's not to the point of crashing yet, there is already some lag. If we don't solve it quickly, then increase the bandwidth. Lu Qianyue panicked. Such a good situation cannot be interrupted. To have millions of registered users within a day or two, and over 100,000 online users, who can be that awesome? If it lags or crashes now, wouldn't that be self-sabotage? No problem. Wu Qing immediately reassured her. We've already contacted the server and the service provider. As long as the funds are in place, we can upgrade immediately. Funds. There isn't much money left in the company account. Lu Qianyue's scalp tingled. Wait a moment. She immediately called Lin Yi. Short on cash? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. As expected, put all the company's funds in first. We must ensure there is no lag. As for the rest, it will arrive soon. Chapter 60. Overinterpretation. Money is, of course, of utmost importance. In this era, without money, one cannot move forward. Are Lin Yi and Shui Yao short on money? If they sold their house, they wouldn't be short at all, but without selling the house, they had almost spent everything. I still have some old funds. Shui Yao secretly took out a card. Lin Yi, didn't you say you took it all out last time? How come there's still some? Is it the same? Shui Yao pouted. This money can only be used at a critical moment. Although Shui Yao sometimes loves money dearly, when it comes to using money, she is never ambiguous. Just kidding. But how much money does the company still have? Probably just a few million. Using it all to upgrade the server and bandwidth won't cause problems in the short term, but the issue is, salaries are due in a few days. Therefore, Lin Yi must find a way to replenish this money within a few days. Otherwise, the company's cash flow will break. Shui Yao naturally understood this, so she frowned. Did we still split it before? In such a short time, it's not like it's rent collection day. Where are you going to get the money? Hey, in this era, if you have traffic, you don't have to worry about money. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Moreover, the complete version of Wild Wolf hasn't been released yet. I believe the sales will definitely be good, and that will solve our immediate problem. Besides, we now have several million registered users on Leto. Can we not get advertisements? I estimate the marketing department is sorting through it, and there will be people giving us money. Don't worry. Giving money? Shui Yao frowned, puzzled. She understood the first 2 points. Given the current popularity of Wild Wolf, the sales wouldn't be low after release. Accepting ads is also very normal. But what does it mean someone is giving money? The mountain man has his clever plans. Lin Yi chuckled. Shui Yao immediately pouted. Good intentions are treated as donkey liver and lungs, even keeping it from me. Go away, don't touch me. Lin Yi. I didn't touch you. The next morning, after a night of fermentation, Wild Wolf had become extremely popular, even directly prompting many newcomers to download Letu and become long-term users. The time was almost up. Waiting any longer wouldn't have much effect, so it was time to upload. Lin Yi chose not to wait any longer and uploaded the complete version of Wild Wolf to the Xuanting music platform. Xuanting music platform is currently one of the largest digital music platforms in the country, with a huge user base. When Wild Wolf was uploaded, the person responsible for reviewing new songs, Xiao Hai, was directly stunned. What the hell, Wild Wolf? The lyrics, composition, and singing are all by the landlord? Incredible. In shock, he listened to it carefully. After finishing, his expression became quite strange. So this is the complete version? So this song is aimed at the octopus. Interesting, this song is going to explode. How can a song become a hit? For ordinary online singers, it might be platform recommendations or their own popularity. However, to truly explode, these 2 factors alone are far from enough. In addition to recommendations and popularity, it also needs topicality. What topicality? Recommendations must be given. A download fee of 3 yuan? Not expensive, approved. After the review was completed, Xiao Hai even personally ran to the art group to have them create an advertisement. After watching them create the promotional image, he left satisfied and gave the new song channel a big push. The exposure of the complete version of Wild Wolf skyrocketed. Many netizens looking for songs discovered the complete version of Wild Wolf immediately, and then word spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. And more people knew about it. Sales skyrocketed. In just half a day, it surged into the top 30 of the monthly song bestseller list. And this ranking continued to rise. 100, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000, a million. In one day's time, sales hit 1 million, ranking third in the monthly single sales. The gap isn't small, but don't forget, Lin Yi, the landlord, is still a complete newcomer in the music scene. By nightfall, the number of listeners increased, and Wild Wolf sales experienced another small explosion. Meanwhile, under the analysis and interpretation of many netizens, Lin Yi's intention behind singing Wild Wolf also surfaced. I'm a fan of Shao Kai, so I started following the landlord couple early on. I have to say, the landlord couple has great looks and good character. They even lost money selling delicious duck soup rice to everyone. But it was only recently that I realized the landlord is also a powerhouse. I just want to ask the octopus, is your face turning green? You say the landlord is an outsider, writing songs that are plain and unnutritious? Haha, the landlord just writes plain songs. In just one day, an original song Wild Wolf topped the bestseller list, and that's still close to mid-month. I remember, even you, as an old senior, wouldn't have such achievements, right? TSK. I have to say, the landlord is amazing. After a netizen's comment came out, it quickly received a lot of likes and was widely shared, and not just that, but also targeted the octopus and Mu Sheng. The octopus had just bought a new phone today and hadn't even had time to play with it. When he heard this news and listened to the complete version of Wild Wolf, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Even in a state of unconsciousness, his face was ashen, looking extremely terrible. The new phone also met its heroic end again. However, online media also began to stir the pot, reporting various headlines like Octopus Furious, Octopus Angry at the Landlord over Wild Wolf, and so on, which directly led to the popularity and sales of Wild Wolf increasing again. Chapter 61, Losing Thunder Tower. However, Lin Yi and Shui Yao had no time to pay attention to or deal with it. It wasn't until the next morning that they learned of the octopus's comments. What to say? The landlord wife was sipping fresh soy milk, with drops of soy milk staining her red lips, very eye-catching. What else can we say? TSK. Time and again, does he really think we take him seriously? Should we really take out another song to slap his face? Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, almost too lazy to respond. If we take out another classic song, will the octopus have no words to say? Although it would indeed feel good, he is not worthy. It makes sense. This person is simply taking advantage of the situation. Once you engage once, there will be a second time. Since someone said they want to let their work speak for them, then, go ahead. Who are you cursing? Who else could it be? The octopus is so frustrated that it feels like its liver is hurting. A junior, do they not understand respect for elders and love for the young? At this moment, the octopus is truly extremely frustrated. Because in its view, what is Lin Yi? A wild wolf. What kind of country music is this? Is it even worthy of being popular? Isn't it only popular because it borrowed fame from its quarrel with itself? But if we set aside these two coincidental songs, what is Lin Yi? So, the octopus thinks of provoking a bit, letting Lin Yi use songs to speak, if you have the ability. Then come up with another good song. Let's compete. In terms of creation, the octopus is full of confidence and does not believe Lin Yi really has that good luck to write another good song. Well, at least in the octopus's view, Lin Yi has no ability at all. Being popular is entirely due to timing, geographical advantages, and a bit of luck. Therefore, the octopus is confident it can crush Lin Yi. It has even thought that as long as Lin Yi dares to agree, it will shamelessly write a love song. Its specialty, and rub Lin Yi's face in the dirt. But the other party simply does not take the bait. What? You want to let your work speak? Come on. My two songs are about to sweep the monthly sales first and second places. Where are your works? How the hell is this supposed to work? The octopus frowns in contemplation, feeling quite troubled. Although the quality of those two songs is not very high, and there's almost no artistry, they will only become more popular unless they reach saturation. It's too difficult to write a song in a short time to overshadow these two songs. It's frustrating. Damn it. At this moment, the octopus even wants to pull Lin Yi and question him, but unfortunately, it has no opportunity. So what should I do now? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. After thinking for a long time, the octopus still has no solution and helplessly can only call Mu Sheng. Senior? Mu Sheng. The current opinions and views of those netizens are quite unfavorable for us. Do you have any thoughts? Damn, it's really unfavorable for us. Upon receiving the call, Mu Sheng wants to curse. The current comments are clearly very unfavorable for you, right? Why drag me into this? At this moment, Mu Sheng has only one thought: regret. A lot of regret. Regret why he helped the octopus in the first place and even followed along to confront the landlord. Now it's good. Directly sinking into the quagmire, unable to climb back up. The key point is, the octopus, who has already completely sunk into the quagmire, is still dragging him down. But the octopus is even more powerful than him, and I can't afford to offend him. Isn't that infuriating? Mu Sheng can only bitterly say, indeed. It is very unfavorable for you. Well, it's unfavorable for you. I'm at most just an accessory. It won't have much impact. The octopus, being quite experienced, understands Mu Sheng's implication immediately and shakes his head. You are mistaken. Lin Yi has always been the kind of person who pays back grudges. We have already seen this. Do you think he will let you go after dealing with me? These two songs are invincible? Of course not. But where can we find such good songs in a short time? Besides, even if there are good songs, do you think they can definitely take down Lin Yi's two songs? It's not that easy. Mu Sheng. Seeing Mu Sheng saying such discouraging words, the octopus immediately became displeased and comforted him. Why belittle yourself? Moreover, there's no need to say such discouraging things. I see your talent. It's still very impressive. I believe that with you stepping in, you can definitely drag down those two songs of his. Damn, if it were that easy to drag them down. Why don't you do it yourself? Mu Sheng rolled his eyes and was about to refuse. But he heard the octopus on the other end of the phone seemingly having already guessed what he was going to say, sighing. As for me, sigh. I'm already older and have been famous for many years. If I personally step in, even if I win, it wouldn't be glorious. So Mu Sheng, my junior, I'm entrusting this important task to you. Mu Sheng. What the hell? Winning wouldn't be glorious, as if you're so impressive. And why the hell is it handed to me? Hello? Hello? Before Mu Sheng could refuse, the call had already been hung up. Damn it. Mu Sheng was left in a state of confusion, caught in a dilemma. Release a song in response. Can't win. Would lose face. Can't face people. Not releasing a song. After offending the octopus, he would undoubtedly be difficult to deal with. How to choose. Chapter 62. Fuck. After contemplating for a long time, Mu Sheng gritted his teeth. You, the instigator, cherish your own reputation, afraid of losing face and not daring to fight. So you want me to be the cannon fodder? Even if I lose, you can just shake it off in an instant. What a nice thought. With this in mind, Mu Sheng already has an idea in his heart. I'll pretend to agree with you first, then say I have no inspiration and just didn't write a song, right? Want me to be the cannon fodder? No way. After hanging up the phone, the octopus immediately updated Weibo. Sigh. Forget it. A newcomer who started halfway. Why should I care about you as a senior? If we really compete, even if I win, it wouldn't be glorious. However, young people shouldn't be too complacent. I have a friend, Mu Sheng, who is willing to guide you a bit. On the other side, having finally made a decision and just about to clarify things on Weibo, Mu Sheng saw the octopus's statement and was completely thrown into chaos. Octopus, I curse you, star. Hey, what happened to the octopus? Is he admitting defeat? The octopus has written quite a number of good songs, but good songs don't just come out of nowhere. It's clear he has no confidence. Haha, poor Mu Sheng. He has been dragged out to be the scapegoat. The octopus. Let Mu Sheng deal with the landlord. If he loses, he takes the blame. If he wins, the credit is mine. Isn't that a sweet deal? Ha ha ha. No matter how you look at it, the octopus is truly giving up. That's right. At least for the short term. He is cowering, not daring to face the landlord couple head-on. TSK. I thought his Weibo last night was quite tough. Expecting a big drama, but it turned out to be a damp squib. What a senior in the music industry, changing faces faster than flipping a book. A large number of netizens, various mockeries. Even if the octopus closed the comments on his Weibo, he could still see them under other related topics. Watching the octopus's health bar rapidly rise, he can only rely on antihypertensives to maintain safety. Coward. Shui Yao pouted, put down her phone, and stretched lazily. Since the shirt wasn't too long, her perfect and flat little belly immediately showed, with abs that were enticing. Boring. I thought he was serious. This kind of person has no future. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, but his gaze remained fixed on a certain spot. I, an unknown person, became popular with a song. Just because Lao Luo gave a higher fee, he is envious and can't help but jump out to argue. What kind of future can he have? Moreover, this kind of person who thinks he has achieved success is the most protective of his reputation. He wouldn't do things without confidence. However, he is quite cunning. Shui Yao also smiled, admitting defeat while dragging someone else along. Mu Sheng is at least a platinum-level creator, and the result? Hey, snakes and rats in the same hole. Lin Yi chuckled. I say, landlord. Is that abs of yours real? Let brother check your health. Uffed, you beast. Go play somewhere else. Shui Yao rolled her eyes. Although the octopus talks tough, anyone with a brain can see he has admitted defeat. Under these circumstances, his reputation is plummeting. However, while they are feeling miserable, Lin Yi has profited quite a bit. As for the fees, each person gets 3 soft sister coins, which amounts to 15 million. After splitting the revenue with Sunting Music, there is still 7.5 million left. After paying the 20% income tax that should be paid in this world, there are still 6 million remaining. Once this money is withdrawn from the Sunting Music backend and injected into the company account, the urgent financial needs will be resolved. Meanwhile, There is also good news from the company's investment department. After all, with an average of over 1 million concurrent users, and this number still growing, isn't it easy to attract advertisers? Thankfully, in the office, Lu Qianyue let out a breath, feeling relaxed. The funds arrived just in time. Tomorrow is payday. And if it had been delayed, I'm afraid I would have to stay at your place. If you linger, I won't sell the house. Lin Yi chuckled. Beside them, Shui Yao showed a rare smile in front of outsiders. However, this was only temporary. After a brief joke, Lu Qianyue took out a stack of documents and handed them to Lin Yi and Shui Yao, then said, I did an analysis with the tech department. The conclusion is that if we project based on our current data growth, even if we do nothing and just maintain normal operations for the next year, the costs for servers and bandwidth will exceed 50 million. This number is only going to increase. However, we have limited advertising space. If we rely solely on advertising revenue, after deducting the aforementioned costs, rent, employee salaries, and daily necessities, it is impossible to turn a profit. Instead, we would incur losses. After hearing Lu Qianyue's words, Shui Yao threw the documents in her hand onto the table, raised an eyebrow, and asked in confusion, with so many users, we would still lose money? From the current perspective, that is indeed the case. Lu Qianyue nodded honestly. If we want to be profitable, we need to explore other revenue streams. Or do you have other profit models that you haven't told us about? Looking at Lin Yi, Lu Qianyue was filled with amazement and disbelief. First, she was harassed by her boss and had to leave helplessly. Then with the idea of seeking stability, she started mingling with Lin Yi at her brother's suggestion. Initially, she thought it was just a small company where being an ordinary white-collar worker would be fine. But now, in just over a month, this small company has gained millions of users, and the number is increasing daily by hundreds of thousands. The most astonishing thing is that this short video model was created by Lin Yi himself. Moreover, before this, he was also involved in online streaming. And the most crucial part is that he can write songs, and he writes very well. So what kind of rental tycoon is my family? Completely different from those ordinary rental tycoons who only know how to collect rent every day and have no future, just waiting to eat and die, right? Chapter 63. Business matters cannot be called scams. Facing Lu Qianyue's curious and probing gaze, Lin Yi shyly smiled. In fact, there are indeed other money-making models. Previously, there were too few users, making it unsuitable to launch them, but now we can gradually implement them. Really? Lu Qianyue's lips parted slightly, even more shocked. In her view, coming up with the idea of short videos and nurturing so many internet celebrities to attract traffic was already an astonishing idea. Even if he hadn't figured out how to monetize the traffic and turn a profit, it would be quite normal. But Lin Yi actually had a profit model planned in advance. Of course, matters of making money should be thought out in advance. Lin Yi glanced aside and said softly, my landlord's husband has invested his own capital, so I can't afford not to make a profit. When Shui Yao heard this, she immediately nodded in satisfaction, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescents. Lu Qianyue, hey, spreading sugar again. What do you mean by landlord's husband? So sweet it's going to rot my teeth. Wait, no. Ugh, you two dog lovers, take your dog food and get lost. Lu Qianyue, who was suddenly stuffed with dog food, expressed her discomfort. Actually, advertising revenue is just the most basic and smallest part. Besides that, there are many ways to make a profit. Lin Yi explained with a smile. For example, value-added services. Lu Qianyue was taken aback. You mean memberships? More or less. Lin Yi nodded. In a previous life, Douyin didn't have memberships, just some official certifications. However, Le2 isn't Douyin, so we can't copy everything. We can give members some privileges, such as ad-free experiences, special effects for bullet comments, highlights, etc. Even if only 1/10 or 1/100th of users subscribe, it would still be a considerable income with a massive user base. Secondly, we can attract some businesses to settle in. But businesses have to pay to get certified, right? After paying and verifying, we can add these businesses. Furthermore, you should have noticed by now, right? The number of users actively creating and posting videos is increasing, isn't it? At this point, Lu Qianyue was very interested. Exactly. It's growing exponentially every day, and there's a young guy who's doing quite well. Making short videos with special effects and martial arts. He already has over 100,000 followers. His fans say his videos outshine Ma Patsangqiong. However, according to your meaning, those videos with obvious sexual innuendos or that are quite revealing haven't passed the review. That's right. Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Think about it. If users enjoy watching them, wouldn't they want to reward them? Just like tips in live streaming? Finally, Shui Yao interjected. After talking for so long, it just boiled down to this, which she understood clearly. Exactly. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. We can also enable a tipping feature. Our platform doesn't need to be as greedy as live streaming. Just taking a 20% cut is enough. How much income would that generate? After a brief silence, Lu Qianyue exclaimed, impossible to estimate. It's not that exaggerated, but it definitely won't lead to losses. Besides, what if some newcomers want to make money on our platform but have no followers? They can pay for promotional spots to increase the exposure of their works. All of these are feasible. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianyue couldn't help but gasp. Initially, she thought Lin Yi's ideas for profitability were just a few, but now it seems he has a comprehensive plan. Before discussing this, she had thought of a few ideas herself, but she found that none were as direct and natural as Lin Yi's points. She quickly took out a notebook and wrote down all the points Lin Yi mentioned, then said with satisfaction, "Is there more?" Lin Yi widened his eyes. "That's enough. If we keep going, people will start saying we're scamming money." Lu Qianyue. Shui Yao cast a sidelong glance and said softly, "Weren't those few points you mentioned just now also scams?" Cough. Matters of business cannot be called scams, right? Are the points mentioned above scams? The internet entertainment industry in this world is just lagging behind, which is why it's so desolate. Moreover, since we started a company, we need to be responsible for it. We can't just not make money and spend our own money for fun, right? It's not like we're crazy. Why would we do that? Doing charity? First, earn a bunch of small goals, then go do charity. Isn't that better? Lin Yi never thought of himself as a bad person, but he certainly wasn't a saint, so he wouldn't be ambiguous about making money. By the way, looking at Lin Yi, who was lying on her jade legs and browsing Letu, Shui Yao suddenly remembered something. "Didn't you say someone was going to give us money?" "Where's the money?" Soon. Lin Yi smiled. "I estimated LLB in the next few days." Shui Yao rolled her beautiful eyes, almost looking at the sky. The following days were much calmer. The 5D paradise was still in full swing, with various versions emerging one after another. It exploded, as if a single song could revive the long-dead rock market in the Chinese music scene. Luo Dazhong was thus busy beyond measure. However, the popularity on the internet always comes quickly and goes quickly. Only Letu is getting hotter and hotter. While Letu continues to be popular, many revisions have begun to go live one after another. Among them are the features mentioned by Lin Yi, such as membership and tipping. Once these features went live, user feedback was mixed, but many internet celebrities were overjoyed. Who wouldn't want to make more money? Moreover, they can keep 80 of the tips. Isn't that wonderful? It is precisely with the launch of these features that some changes have quietly occurred. President. The number of anchors and online users on our platform has been decreasing every day for the past week. Correspondingly, income has declined as well. Qin Lu from Yibin Live headquarters said softly while holding the data sheet. Zhou Yongxiang's expression was serious, and in front of him, several men in their 40s and 50s frowned. "Give us an explanation." Chapter 64. The money giver has arrived. "It's my mistake," Zhou Yongxiang frowned. "I didn't expect Lin Yi to be such a..." This time, Zhou Yongxiang felt very uncomfortable and helpless, but more than that, he was angry at Lin Yi. "You are just a landlord, with assets of at least 10 billion, yet you still want to go out and seek investment? Isn't that crazy? If Lin Yi were just some rich second generation who was playing around, it might be okay to be deceived. But unfortunately, the former is a person of outstanding ability." At this moment, Zhou Yongxiang felt only one thing. It was like riding a tiger, hard to dismount. "What we want is not a reason, but an explanation and a solution." Several middle-aged people spoke up, their attitudes resolute. "I understand." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yongxiang's expression changed again as he suggested. "After analysis, most of the anchors who haven't gone live in the past week have gone to Letu to become video bloggers. Since both live streaming and short video users have a certain overlap, the emergence of Letu has led to user diversion. User diversion will naturally lead to decreased income. That's the reason. Letu? Several investors frowned. "What is that?" "I know, it's quite popular recently. My granddaughter is playing it. But has it already threatened our live streaming platform?" "Zhou Yongxiang, what are you doing as president? Why didn't you prevent this in advance?" "Prevent in advance? Do you think I don't know?" Zhou Yongxiang closed his eyes, wanting to curse but not daring to speak. He could only helplessly say, "It's my negligence." But Lin Yi acted too quickly. Before this, he hadn't revealed even a hint about Letu, so we had no idea. The launch of Letu took less than a day from promotion to completion, so it caught us off guard. I'm not saying this to find excuses for myself, but simply to state the facts. As for countermeasures, I have already thought of and started implementing them. There will be results in at most half a month. Zhou Yongxiang knew these people's personalities and ways of doing things too well. Although they all appeared to be successful people in others' eyes, they were actually ruthless individuals who would eat you alive. Justifying? The result will only be worse. It's better to take responsibility and find a way to make up for it. As long as there's a countermeasure, you only have this one chance. If you can't succeed, why does the name Lin Yi sound familiar? Several investors chimed in. But Zhou Yongxiang's lips twitched. Online live streaming is Lin Yi's idea. Several investors, it's him. Haha, this visitor doesn't he come in peace? Does he want to take revenge? Interesting. Young people these days aren't afraid of tigers. Zhou Yongqiang, you are fully responsible for this matter. There is only one requirement. Crush him again and take Letta down. Facts have proven that Letta still has some prospects. After the meeting, Zhou Yongqiang frowned and remained silent for a long time. Letta has some prospects? Nonsense. It has only been online for a little over a week. Yet it has quickly captured the market, even causing chaos in the online live streaming world. Many small and medium-sized anchors, because they can't earn much money, have directly started to focus on Letta. After all, Letta has a huge user base. While internet celebrities are relatively few, it's a piece of cake. And the earlier you go, the easier it is to get a bite. Even some big anchors have started to take breaks from live streaming to shoot videos for Letta. But he couldn't say these things. Once the investors found out that Yibin had become like this, it would be a good strategy to cut off the opponent's resources. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the bustling traffic outside, Zhou Yongqiang felt a wave of helplessness. So short videos are your real killer move. So live streaming is just a small part? You should have thought of doing short videos long ago, right? If you hadn't been kicked out. Would Letta now also belong to Yibin? Shaking his head and throwing away his chaotic thoughts, Zhou Yongqiang murmured, I don't believe that online live streaming has really reached its end. Although both are video industries, live streaming and recorded videos are obviously different. You just attacked too quickly and fiercely for me to react. The number of people shooting videos is increasing, and the quality is also rapidly improving. At home, Shuiyao was scrolling through Letta and suddenly exclaimed. Lu Qianyue also said that many people have switched from live streaming platforms. Did you already anticipate that the emergence of Letta would have a huge impact on the live streaming industry and even lead to its demise? How could it be so magical? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head while casually massaging Shuiyao's shoulders. As long as the short video content is good enough, it will definitely become popular, and it will definitely have a certain impact on online live streaming, especially at the beginning of short videos. But as time goes on, online live streaming will gradually stabilize. The end of live streaming? How is that possible? Lin Yi indicated that it wasn't that simple. In my previous life, there were plenty of short videos, right? Not only were there many, but the quality was also deep, yet live streaming platforms were still doing fine, right? Although it can be considered a half competitor, both sides still have their fixed user groups. It's just that in this world, there isn't a clear division and boundary yet, and the emergence of short videos will naturally take away some people. This is the reason for the current situation. Does that mean Zhou something can still thrive in Yibin? Shuiyao frowned, displeased. The reason she insisted on having Lin Yi take action was to bring Zhou Yongqiang down. Yet now it was said that Zhou Yongqiang was fine? How is that possible? Lin Yi laughed. Although live streaming platforms cannot cool down in the long run, in the short term, everyone in Yibin will probably be as anxious as ants on a hot pot, turning in circles. Before he finished speaking, a notification sound came from Feixin. Lin Yi picked up his phone and couldn't help but laugh, saying to Shuiyao, Aren't you curious who will give us money? Now, the answer has arrived. Finally here. Shuiyao instantly snatched the phone, took a close look, and then the corners of her mouth slightly curled, her beautiful eyes squinting into crescent moons. You actually had this idea? So cunning. Hey, what is this? Chapter 65. Want to give myself 2 slaps. The message was sent by Lu Qianyue. The content was very simple. An internet celebrity has breached the contract and jumped ship. And not just one, but within a day, a full dozen people jumped ship. The target of the jump was exactly Yibin Network Live. It's important to know that signed internet celebrities who jump ship before their contract expires have to pay a penalty, and the penalty is quite hefty. Just the penalties for these dozen internet celebrities have already exceeded 10 million yuan. This is still because these dozen internet celebrities are not the top-tier ones. If it were top internet celebrities like Gong Gong, Xiao Kai, or Yang Ziki, each penalty would be tens of millions. They really are willing to spend. Shuiyao suddenly chuckled lightly, paying their breach of contract fees. The value has already exceeded 10 million. If they want to abandon Letta and switch to the currently unpopular Yibin, they must offer a considerable investment, right? Zhou Yongqiang is quite a character. Just a cornered dog jumping over the wall. Signing some of our internet celebrities over might save the day. Can it really save them? Shuiyao looked skeptical. Would you be so kind? I don't believe if he could really save them, you would still be smiling. What do you think? Lin Yi shrugged with a bright smile. That old man is quite bad. Shuiyao pouted. Time always slips away unnoticed, as if in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed in a hurry. At the headquarters of Sinew Entertainment, there was a cloud of worry, especially in the operations and marketing departments. Everyone's expressions were not good. It wasn't that the company wasn't paying salaries, but in these 3 days, dozens of internet video influencers had jumped ship every day. Of course, not all these influencers were personally trained by Lin Yi. Many were newly signed promising influencers after Letta went online. Nevertheless, in just 3 days, nearly 50 influencers had left, which was a significant blow to the marketing and operations departments. Lu Qianyue was caught in a mix of pain and pleasure every day. Losing influencers was painful, but seeing an additional 50 million in breach of contract fees in her account made her want to laugh. However, given the current situation, laughing didn't seem appropriate. She sent messages daily to keep herself calm. So, the question arose, should she cry or laugh? Perhaps laughing was better. After all, women who smile often don't have bad luck, right? On the other side, Zhou Yongqiang was not idle either. After spending a lot of money and promising influencers numerous benefits, he finally managed to poach them from Sinew Entertainment and got them to start live streaming. At the same time, he poured money into hiring several big accounts on Weibo and online media to report on the situation. Shocking. Let his famous influencers jump ship one after another, and it's actually 4. Rumor has it that Letta treats its employees too harshly, leading multiple influencers to switch to Yibin. Short video influencer Yibin starts streaming, with many supporters. The online video war has entered a fever pitch, but currently, Yibin's live streaming seems to be better. Numerous news articles were released in succession. The effect might not have been great, but it wasn't bad either. Under such circumstances, it did attract a large number of netizens to watch the live streams. After all, Letta's influencers were too popular now, especially those who created impressive tech videos. Everyone wanted to know how they did it. So, many people rushed to watch the live streams. What is this? I came to see amazing tech videos, and instead, you're making me watch you do the same move dozens of times. Are you crazy? It's one thing for a streamer to keep doing the same move, but you've edited it for over 2 hours and are still editing? Soon, the results became apparent. On the first day of the influencers' live streams, many netizens showed up, expressing curiosity and welcome, but by the second day, the numbers plummeted. On the third day, those who could persist were few and far between. As for tips, they were pitifully low. This left many media outlets speechless. Even if they were making easy money, they couldn't just talk nonsense, right? How could they boast about this? Netizens were very disappointed with these influencers' live streams, and Zhou Yongqiang was even more disheartened. How could this happen? Cups, phones, computers. He smashed almost everything he could. Zhou Yongqiang looked like he was going crazy. They clearly could gather a large number of fans in a short time. But why was no one watching during the live streams? Why is this happening? This is ridiculous. Zhou Yongqiang fell silent upon hearing this. He understood. He realized how foolish his decision was this time. He even thought about giving himself 2 big slaps. These influencer short videos were very exciting. But how long were those short videos? Just 1 or 2 minutes. But those 1 or 2 minutes of video required a day or even several days to complete. Asking them to live stream and make short videos was just painfully boring. How many people could stand to watch it? In other words, his attempt to poach these influencers not only didn't bring any benefits, but also negatively affected many viewers, causing them to gradually leave Yibin's live streams and return to Letta's embrace. Especially since the already limited liquidity had been nearly exhausted and current income was sharply decreasing. Yet the investment was still increasing. If he didn't take out a loan or find investors for additional funding, he might not last even a month. Get me in touch with a few investors. I need to hold a video conference. Zhou Yongqiang took a deep breath. At this point, he had no other options. But at least he couldn't just give up like this. At home, Shui Yao watched the online comments, where netizens were overwhelmingly pessimistic about Yibin's live streams. And her big eyes narrowed into crescent moons with happiness. Impressive. But why do I feel like he has fallen into your trap? Lin Yi glared. What do you mean by trap? Landlady, you need to provide evidence when you speak. Otherwise, I'll sue you for defamation. But getting the tech-savvy people to start live streaming, isn't that just asking for trouble? Lin Yi chuckled. Now he is probably pulling his hair out in frustration, right? Just wait a bit longer. It shouldn't take too long to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Yi certainly didn't want to harm anyone. But since Zhou Yongqiang had repeatedly targeted him, how could he not bring him down completely to justify the grievances he had suffered? Chapter 66. Not delaying your fun with your siblings. Early the next morning, a phone call woke Lin Yi from his sleep. Shaolin, come out and have fun. Hey, what am I afraid of? I'm getting old. I'll just bounce at a health dance party. On the other end, Luo Dazhong was clearly very excited. Even if it's a wild wolf, it can only come in second place. Many rock enthusiasts were starting to re-emerge. And some rock musicians from back in the day were gearing up for battle, although they hadn't released songs yet. It was estimated they wouldn't keep people waiting too long. For someone like Luo Dazhong, who had been in rock music his whole life, this was undoubtedly a dream come true. He originally thought he would never see this day in his lifetime, but thanks to Lin Yi's song, he was able to help bring about such a situation. How could he possibly calm down? What the hell is a health dance party? Lin Yi smirked. You're quite in tune with the trends. Even health dance parties are trending. Fine. Who the hell is so bored to go dance with you early in the morning? Just get to the point. Let us talk business. Luo Dazhong became serious. I called you mainly to express my gratitude. Stop. No need for thanks. We are now friends across generations, There's no need for such formality. Besides, you paid $1 million for my lyrics and composition, which already made those platinum veterans restless. If you give a bit more, I might just be scolded to death by them. I indeed didn't think this through. I forgot that colleagues are rivals. So I owe you an apology. Luo Dazhong felt a bit awkward. At the time, he really hadn't thought much. He just thought he had gotten a good song and should praise it well, and only by doing so could the topic be more popular, right? He didn't expect it would bring Lin Yi a lot of trouble, and in the end, he had to write another song to counter it. Luckily, Lin Yi had many songs in his notebook. Otherwise, facing the relentless pressure from the octopus, he would have probably been scolded to death. Moreover, if it were another singer who dared to sing the full version of Wild Wolf, they would definitely be criticized mercilessly. Only Lin Yi, who was not really a singer and had always given the impression of doing whatever he liked, wouldn't be seen as having a problem with cursing. Are we still being formal? Lin Yi joked. Stop wasting time. What do you want to do? Speak. It's really to thank you. Luo Dazhong noticed that Lin Yi didn't care, so he relaxed. Besides, my older brothers want to meet you. The Crazy Wind Band? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Yeah. If you have time, we can set up a meeting. They really want to meet you. This genius. Genius my foot. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew his own worth. If it weren't for the golden finger that came with being a time traveler, he wouldn't be where he is. They're all in Hong Kong, right? I'm going to be quite busy for a while, so I probably won't have time to go, but if I get a chance later, I'll definitely visit them in person. Lin Yi still respected these older musicians. Having the opportunity to communicate with them face-to-face was a good thing, but he really didn't plan to go to Hong Kong in the short term. That's fine. Luo Dazhong wasn't surprised and immediately agreed. Just let me know when you have time later. They're all retired and have plenty of free time. All right, enough small talk. What's your purpose? Upon hearing this, Luo Dazhong instantly chuckled dryly. I can't hide anything from you. Of course, you only come to me when you need something. Just say it. I haven't even gotten out of bed yet. Oh, so that's it. You should have said so earlier. Then I'll be straightforward. It won't delay you with your sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi, damn. This is heart-wrenching. I actually wanted to. Lin Yi said with a frown. Is it that they brought out some crappy stuff and ruined the hard-earned market? Do you want me to write a song for each of them? How is that possible? Luo Dazhong quickly replied. I know you're a weirdo. Your songs are above their level. Even if they had something, it should be for me, right? What I mean is, it would be best if you could give them some guidance. If you think it's good, then release it. If not, let them choke on it. When Lin Yi heard this, he laughed. They're all old-timers. Would they be willing? Why wouldn't they be willing? Luo Dazhong sneered. Including me, what were we before? They're even more anxious than I am now, which is why they're begging me to find you for help. Is it really necessary? Lin Yi suddenly countered, leaving Luo Dazhong stunned. You're all veterans. Even if you call it an artifact of the old era, can't you even tell the good from the bad in songs? What? After becoming famous for so long, are you afraid of losing face? You've lost your drive, lost that original innocent heart, and don't even know how good your own songs are? If you don't even have this little confidence, just give it up. Don't play music anymore. Just like that, it's over. After hanging up, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope, but hee. In Xinyan's studio, Luo Dazhong held the phone, not moving for a long time. After a while, he let out a breath, his slightly hunched back straightened again. Although this kid's words are harsh, they make sense. He self-deprecatingly smiled. Heh, even though we're all past our prime. Can't we even tell the good from the bad in songs? If that's the case, we should just quit. Sinew Entertainment was developing very well. Although many were anxious due to Yibin's poaching. Once they learned about Yibin's predicament, the employees of Sinew Entertainment almost laughed out loud. The internet celebrities they had poached turned out to be a burden, tasteless to consume and regrettable to discard. Zhou Yongqiang, under immense pressure, secured another round of funding from investors, struggling to hold on. But this proved to be of little use. The infusion of funds merely extended Yibin's lifeline. User numbers, revenue, and the number of broadcasters continued to decline every day. This left Zhou Yongqiang somewhat uncertain, a hint of panic flashing through his mind. Could it be that live streaming was merely a flash in the pan, on the verge of extinction? Chapter 67, Open and Hidden Arrows. No way. Zhou Yongqiang took a deep breath, casting aside his frustration and panic, and muttered to himself, it can't end like this. There's still a chance. Even if Yibin was continuously declining, what if Lin Yi's lettuce suddenly collapsed? With this thought, Zhou Yongqiang instantly had an idea. Prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, Letta might be unable to protect itself or might even get shut down. On the other hand, he would follow the trend. As the saying goes, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yibin's situation wasn't great, it wasn't that dire either. Moreover, Yibin still had a certain amount of traffic and foundation. If he could replicate a Letu in a short time and Letta was taken down, he, Zhou Yongqiang, and Yibin could rise again. Imitating one isn't too hard. But the challenge lies in finding enough excellent video content. However, if I can seamlessly connect, launching my own platform while taking down Ledu, combined with strong promotion, it's very likely I could attract a large number of their users and video bloggers. This way, I have a plan. Zhou Yongxiang's eyes lit up. Feeling much more relaxed, he immediately called several people for secret consultations. In the following days, everything seemed calm on the surface, as if nothing significant had happened. But behind the scenes, undercurrents were stirring. Lin Yi had no idea what Zhou Yongxiang was up to and didn't want to know. At worst, he would just deal with whatever came his way. So, for a few days, he spent time with Shui Yao, acting like a lazy fish, indifferent to the changing tides of the outside world. Meanwhile, Leda continued to thrive, while Yibin's situation grew increasingly grim. One day, an important meeting was held in the Shenzhen market, attended by almost all the big shots in the city. The meeting had originally concluded, but someone suddenly spoke up. Recently, some actions by certain entertainment companies have been inappropriate. I suggest a thorough investigation. Otherwise, when the higher-ups come down on us, we won't be able to escape responsibility. Entertainment companies? Su Jijun, who was packing up to leave, frowned. Which entertainment companies specifically, and what issues are there? The person replied, Secretary Su, as far as I know. It's a company called Sinew Entertainment Technology. They've created a short video, claiming to spread happiness, but every night, all sorts of bizarre things pop up, such as some 18 videos. This is strictly prohibited in our country. Moreover, the user base is huge. If we allow them to continue developing, our entire Shenzhen's reputation will be ruined. Sinew Entertainment? Su Jijun narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained neutral. Investigate. It's getting late. Let us disperse. Let's have dinner. And those responsible for the entertainment industry, let us meet tonight to see what the facts really are. After speaking, he subtly glanced at the person who reported the issue and said blandly, We always need evidence when we work. If there's evidence, then they should be severely punished. But if there's no evidence, we can't tarnish someone else's innocence. Yes, that's for sure. The other party nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, the big shots managing the entertainment industry were cursing inwardly. Damn it, always looking for trouble. Can't sleep at midnight, and now we have to crack down on this? Yet at the same time, everyone was puzzled. Why was Su Jijun, the true big shot of Shenzhen, personally inquiring about such matters? Logically, even if someone brought it up, it should be handled by professionals sending a few subordinates to check it out. But now it seems Su Jijun wanted to take all the big shots along to investigate. Did he have some connection with Sinew Entertainment? The person who reported the issue felt a jolt. No, that's not right. I must be scaring myself. He probably just wants to establish his authority since he just took office. However, after the meeting, he still felt uneasy and went to the restroom to make a call. Director Liu? Xiaozhou, everything okay on your end? His expression was serious. There's been a change. A big shot is personally inquiring about this matter. If we can't produce evidence, a big shot is personally inquiring. The voice on the other end of the phone brightened. That's a good thing. Liu Section Chief, don't worry, we are foolproof here. That's good. After hanging up the phone, Liu Section Chief felt a bit better. On the other side, Zhou Yongxiang could hardly contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Yi, let's see how you die this time. I originally thought it would just be a little trouble for you. But I didn't expect a big boss to personally intervene. Hey, even heaven is helping me. After Su Jijun left the meeting room, he gave a signal to his secretary. You go to the urban village. Yes, leader. The secretary immediately left in a hurry. Su's secretary's secretary? Lin Yi frowned. Who? Su Jijun. The secretary chuckled bitterly. We've met before. Is it him? Lin Yi nodded, realizing it was that big boss whose business card only had his name and phone number. But even though he knew the other party was not simple, he didn't expect it to be this kind of big shot. What does Su Lao have to say? The leader just sent me to probe the situation, the secretary said softly. Today someone mentioned that Sinew Entertainment's Ledu is producing some inappropriate videos at night. Moreover, it was brought up directly in front of many leaders, and many people know about it. It must be resolved. Nonsense. Lin Yi frowned. When did we do that? The auditing department alone has more than 200 people, and there are about 100 on duty at night. Where would there be inappropriate videos to audit? Mr. Lin means. It's fake? The secretary smiled. Absolutely fake. Very fake. Lin Yi was very certain. That's good, but Mr. Lin, you have to be careful of someone suddenly making a move. Especially tonight. Just a hint. The secretary didn't say much and quickly took his leave. Perhaps their identities were sensitive, so they couldn't speak directly, just half speak. It all depends on guessing. What's going on? Shui Yao furrowed her brows, realizing the problem was not simple. Someone wants to mess with us. Lin Yi spread his hands. There are only two possibilities. Either our competitors are envious of us, or crack, crack, crack. Shui Yao's delicate fingers cracked and said, that person named Zhou. Only these two possibilities. Lin Yi nodded. So what should we do? Let's respond to changes with constancy. If they want to mess with us, they need evidence. Speaking of this, Lin Yi suddenly felt much more relaxed. Chapter 68. The offensive has arrived. Now it's a society governed by law. Everything needs evidence. It can't just be based on what you say. Even if the other party wants to plot something, they need evidence. Saying Letu is producing inappropriate videos? They first need to find such videos and let it to use as evidence. But how easy is it to produce inappropriate videos? Lin Yi had thought about these issues long ago, which is why the salary investment in the auditing department is almost the highest in the entire company. Why spend so much? Because in his previous life, many companies suffered this loss. Isn't that a pity? It's a chilling thought, and this point must be guarded against. That's why Lin Yi is so willing to invest in the auditing department. Even at midnight, there are still hundreds of employees on duty, instead of using program recognition methods. Lin Yi even required that videos with obvious sexual innuendo cannot be overlooked, let alone inappropriate videos. You're that confident? Shui Yao suddenly exploded with her sharp tongue. Don't capsize in the gutter. You really reminded me. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. On the surface, we indeed have no problems. But Shui Yao stretched, her perfect curves undeniably exposed, making it hard for Lin Yi to look away. Money can make the devil push the mill. So the old man doesn't want to push the mill, just wants to push the cart. His hand slowly moved up a certain landlady's delicate long leg. Hee. Shui Yao sneered. Today's weather is exceptionally cool. Slap. The hand turned into a pig's trotter. I'm cowardly. Lin Yi admitted he couldn't provoke her. Time passed, and soon it was time to get off work, but Lu Qianyue suddenly urged everyone to hold a meeting. The content of the meeting was very simple. Just two simple sentences. The HR department, marketing department, and technical department, everyone work overtime tonight, with 5 times the overtime pay. Now you can go eat and sleep. And at 10 o'clock tonight, report for overtime. No one said what the overtime was for, nor did they mention why they had to work overtime. However, no one was angry, nor did anyone express dissatisfaction. Those who really couldn't work overtime and needed to take leave were even full of regret. 5 times the overtime pay. Moreover, Sinyu's salary is already the highest in the industry. Soon, 10 o'clock at night arrived. Employees took their positions. Only then did Lu Qianyue explain the reason. It is expected that a large number of videos will erupt tonight, and there may even be attacks on our servers. The technical department should prepare in advance. No problem. Wu Qing's eyes narrowed, but he wasn't nervous. Instead, he said excitedly, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Before he came to Sinyu, he was a leader in the cybersecurity department of Sesame Open Door, and his expertise is in defense. Since Ledu went live, various defenses have been layered upon layered. Waiting for today? You handle it. I trust you. Lu Qianyue smiled and nodded, then looked at the employees of the HR and marketing departments. The number of overtime workers in the HR and marketing departments is 123. Oh, it's still a smooth number. You are not responsible for your own tasks, but for the auditing department. Of course, what you need to do is not to audit videos, but to supervise the colleagues in the auditing department as they audit videos. You all know the auditing standards very well. And my only requirement is that absolutely no video that does not meet the standards can be overlooked, understood? At this point, Lu Qianyue's expression was already serious. If anyone responsible for supervision makes a mistake, they won't need to come to work tomorrow. Wu Qing's heart skipped a beat, murmuring, what does this mean? Watching over? Supervision? No, this is suspecting there are internal spies. Sure enough, the business world is like a battlefield. Hey, in that case, I also need to be careful, in case someone under me. He glanced back at a group of subordinates behind him, secretly vigilant. After the meeting, colleagues were very curious. Why did President Liu issue such an order? It sounds like it should be. Hey, isn't that simple? Someone wants to mess with us tonight. It must be. Damn it, I don't know who is envious of us, right? Really not a good thing. The business world is darker than imagined. Without contact, you can never guess. However, what does it mean for us to keep an eye on the colleagues in the auditing department? Isn't it obvious? Suspecting someone has been bribed to deliberately let some illegal videos slip through. Then we have to stay alert tonight. Damn it, such a high salary, good environment, good benefits. And a good atmosphere company cannot be messed up. That's right, everyone, let's work hard. At this moment, the HR and marketing departments were united and full of fighting spirit. Time passed second by second. Before midnight, everything was ordinary, as if nothing had happened. But after midnight, alarms were suddenly sounded. Lu Qianyue and Lin Yi almost simultaneously received news from Wu Qing. The server is under a hacker attack, but the first wave has been blocked outside by the firewall, and the first layer of the firewall is intact. Lin Yi, after reading the message, Lin Yi felt no ripple in his heart, even wanting to laugh. The first layer of the firewall hasn't been breached? Is it a feint? Or are these hackers too weak? Or is Wu Qing too good? Here they come. Lu Qianyue then immediately became spirited, personally coming to the auditing department. Everyone, stay alert. We must not overlook any video. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. What consequences? Ineffective supervision will lead to dismissal. The review of the released violation videos, resulting in serious consequences, will be subject to legal responsibility. Here it comes. Soon, someone exclaimed as they reviewed a color video. I have one here too. Wow. Is it that explosive? This is way more intense than domestic action films. At this moment, everyone's attention was highly focused. However, there were a few people with anxious and helpless expressions. Chapter 69. Did we get the color? In the urban conference room, Su Jijun held a teacup, sitting calmly in the main seat, occasionally taking a sip, looking quite energetic. On both sides were a few big shots responsible for the entertainment sector. On the opposite side, the large projection screen already displayed the projection from Letu. What time is it? Su Jijun suddenly spoke, and in the spacious conference room, one could hear a pin drop. It was already past midnight. Midnight is indeed late. Su Jijun slowly nodded, glanced at everyone, especially sweeping over Director Liu, before smiling and saying, let's get started then. Yes. Yes. Director Liu was a bit anxious, even trembling. After all, compared to Su Jijun, a true big shot, he felt insignificant. If any mistake occurred, his career would be completely over. He picked up his phone, just about to operate, but suddenly saw a message from a number marked as 10086. Recharge successful. Steady. With that thought, he smiled and said to everyone, then I'll get started. As far as I know, the manager of this software is quite cunning. He only relaxes the review standards at midnight, claiming it's to give users some benefits. Once daylight comes, everything will be deleted, so ordinary people would have no idea. This statement was, of course, a script written by Zhou Yongxiang long ago. The purpose was simple, to justify himself. However, when he said this, everyone looked at Director Liu with a strange expression. I didn't expect you to be such an old hand. Old Liu? Nonsense. His scalp tingled. I received reports from the public. Am I that kind of person? Haha. Everyone is just joking. Don't get too excited. Su Jijun smiled and said, everyone, take a look. If the matter is true, then both Sinew Entertainment and Leto must be severely punished. After all, we are currently cracking down on such typical cases from top to bottom. But if not, what if there isn't? Director Liu's heart trembled, and he skillfully opened Leto and started scrolling. Leto had developed to a point where the video categories were far more than what Lin Yi had previously opened. After all, people have various needs, and the category his account focused on the most was the beauty category. This was also the result of Zhou Yongxiang's analysis. He found that for video categorization, many times, Leto's backend would automatically process it. For example, videos with female protagonists, aside from a small number of technical ones, would mostly be categorized under beauty. Although one had to marvel at Leto's impressive features, it was undoubtedly the best leverage for Zhou Yongxiang. Therefore, in his view, as long as Director Liu kept scrolling through the beauty category, he would definitely come across color videos. At that time, whether it was Sinew Entertainment, Leto, or Lin Yi and Shui Yao, they would all be in deep trouble. However, an awkward situation occurred. After scrolling for a full 5 minutes, not a single color video was found. Even videos said to be suggestive were nowhere to be found. Sexual innuendo? Sorry, the content is very healthy. Even videos showing body or face would not reveal much skin. The most exaggerated would be wearing a full set of gym clothes in the gym. How could this be? 10 minutes passed. Director Liu panicked. He even wanted to curse. Damn it, didn't it say the recharge was successful? Why are there still no color videos? This can't be a setup, right? Another 10 minutes passed, and Director Liu was sweating profusely. It was clearly late at night, with air conditioning, but his back was already soaked. My phone has some issues, how about use mine? Su Jijun said without hesitation. Pulling out his phone, you connect to the projector and scroll. If we are to take action, we must have evidence. Yes. Director Liu took the phone. Nearly scared to death, his breathing quickened, and his blood pressure was rising. Then, another 10 minutes passed, and still not a single color video was seen. He even stubbornly followed a few categories close to beauty, scrolling for another half an hour, yet the result remained the same. Sigh. Su Jijun suddenly spoke lightly. I'm getting old. My body isn't cooperating. I'll go take a nap for a while. Liu, you continue. And if you find anything, remember to call me. Swish. Director Liu's face instantly turned pale. Aye. Since it's a public report, we must do our best to handle it. It's only a little past 1 o'clock. Maybe they won't start until dawn? So you keep going. Just call me if there's any situation. Su Jijun waved his hand and left with the teacup. A group of big shots in charge of entertainment stared at Director Liu with eyes like dead fish, and the latter trembled all over, nearly fainting. Damn it. At this moment, he could only curse inwardly. Zhou Yongxiang, don't you dare screw me over. Otherwise, I won't let you off. In the CEO's office of Yiban Live, the night was deep, but the lights in the office were still on. Zhou Yongxiang had been scrolling through Letu for over an hour. The air conditioning was set low, yet he was sweating profusely. How could this be? Not a single one. What are those hackers doing? Also, didn't TI bribe 7 or 8 letter review department people? Why is there no movement at all? Stunned and panicked. This daze and panic lasted all night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone on the deep city, Zhou Yongxiang and Director Liu, in 2 different locations. Both had bloodshot eyes, looking dazed and desperate. Liu, did you find any color videos? Why didn't you call me? Su Jijun said with a hint of reproach. Although I'm the leader, business comes first. What does sleeping matter? Director Liu's face turned green, trembling. Leader, I might have made a mistake. No, it's the public. They must have reported randomly. I didn't find any color videos on Letu. Not just color videos. At this moment, he was frantically trying to find something. Any color, sexual, innuendo, insulting the revolutionary martyrs, videos with incorrect values. He tried to find them all. But there were no results at all. The videos on Leta couldn't all be positive energy, but those that seemed problematic and needed rectification. Not a single one could be found. This discovery made it impossible for him to stay calm. Oh, Su Jijun smiled. Old Liu, you're an old comrade. Yet at this time, you still want to tell the truth. Chapter 70. A divine reversal. Who is messing around? Old Liu, you're an old comrade. Yet at this time, you still want to tell the truth. Director Liu's heart trembled, and he slumped down like a drowning fish, struggling to breathe. Leader, I made a mistake. At this moment, he knew it was too late for anything. Moreover, why was Su Jijun here to play with him all night? He must have had evidence long ago. And now, it was a strict crackdown on behaviors like his. If he continued to quibble or talk nonsense, that would truly be foolish. It would be better to confess. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Zhou Yongxiang. You damn well better not screw me over. Determined to confess everything, Director Liu wasted no time and explained everything clearly. In fact, Su Jijun had long suspected the truth and even gathered evidence. Simply put, old Liu was embezzling money, taking people's money, and helping them avoid disasters. It sounds reasonable, but it was clearly a mistake. You been live, Zhou Yongxiang? Su Jijun muttered, then looked at the few entertainment industry bigwigs who hadn't slept all night and appeared dispirited, and said lightly, you all heard, right? This person is bribing and trying to frame legitimate companies and people. You should know better than I do how to handle this. Yes, leader, we will take action immediately. The few hurriedly left, feeling that old Liu had been thoroughly cursed. As for you, Su Jijun stood up, looked at the lifeless Liu Kezhang, and slowly shook his head, saying nothing more. His handling of the situation would naturally be followed up by professionals to uncover the truth and punish according to organizational discipline. An hour passed. Zhou Yongxiang, with bloodshot eyes, slumped in the boss's chair, looking somewhat lost and lacking spirit. Zhou Zong. Secretary Qin Lu pushed the door in, intending to tidy up the room, but was taken aback by the disheveled and haggard Zhou Yongxiang. Are you okay? If you're fine, why are you here? Zhou Yongxiang forced a bit of spirit. Qin Lu was astonished. I came to work. Is it already dawn? Qin Lu. What is going on? What is wrong with Zhou Zong? He doesn't even know it's dawn? And he looks so lost. Could it be that he was cheated on? Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat, and her gaze at Zhou Yongxiang suddenly filled with sympathy. However, just as Zhou Yongxiang was about to leave the company, a group of law enforcement officers rushed in. Who is Zhou Yongxiang? I am. Do you have business? Zhou Yongxiang trembled all over, forcing himself to remain calm. Bribery, commercial fraud, and false accusations. There are quite a few charges against you. One person stepped forward, waving a piece of paper in front of Zhou Yongxiang, sneering, come with us. Furthermore, based on our inspection, Yibin Live has a large amount of sexual innuendo and vulgar live broadcasts, especially at night, where female hosts are even dancing provocatively. Your platform has poor oversight. Therefore, Yibin Live is now indefinitely shut down for rectification. It will reopen only when the rectification is complete. Let us go. Oh. Zhou Yongxiang opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only letting out a long sigh, making anyone who heard it feel sad. What exactly happened? He didn't know, but he knew one thing. He had lost. And this time, he lost completely, losing not just his business, but his life. Regret? Of course he regretted it, but what use was that? In this world, there are no pills for regret, nor any what-ifs. Just like that, the suddenly aged Zhou Yongxiang was taken away, and the entire Yibin network was under regulatory scrutiny, with the live broadcast platform forcibly taken offline, with no set reopening time. The whole company was in chaos, and all employees were in a state of panic. Soon, rumors spread, and various media outlets rushed to report. While those smaller live streaming platforms were like it was New Year's, advertising everywhere to grab users. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal, as Yibin's remaining users were already few, and compared to the lackluster smaller platforms, why wouldn't these users choose Letu? Mission accomplished. Lu Qianyue's voice sounded a bit tired, but more so with excitement. You've seen the news, right? Hee. Arletta has no problems. While Yibin is in big trouble, Zhou Yongqiang has been arrested, and the charges are serious. He might be going in for a few years. Yibin Live has also been ordered to rectify due to vulgarity and obscenity. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? They wanted to pin a colored hat on us, but ended up with their own house catching fire first. I really didn't have time to check the news. Lin Yi and Shui Yao exchanged surprised and puzzled glances after receiving the call. The two were having breakfast and hadn't had time to pay attention to outside news. Yet such a big thing had happened so early. That feels good. Hearing about Zhou Yongqiang's plight, Shui Yao grinned. Her appetite greatly improved. Then, Lin Yi and Shui Yao entered a staring contest. Was it you? They spoke simultaneously and then shook their heads at the same time. So, it should have been you. Shui Yao also agreed. Should we say thank you? Although we didn't ask him for anything, he did help us out. Besides, without his reminder, we might have fallen victim to Zhou Yongqiang. Lin Yi nodded. Indeed. Shui Yao rested her chin on one hand. Just make a call. Call. Old Su. Thanks a lot this time. When the call connected, Lin Yi immediately expressed his thanks with a smile. It's just business. I'm only standing on the side of the law. Su Jijun chuckled. Little Lin, you're quite good, and your awareness is high. Keep it up. Old Su. If you say that, I'm a bit pleased. The two chatted for a while, and the couple finally understood the whole situation. The corrupt official who took bribes, Zhou Yongqiang, and the previous incident where Zhou Yongqiang tried to set Lin Yi up were exposed. Although it wasn't illegal, it did skirt the law. And on top of that, this guy was indeed unlucky. Those provocative female hosts weren't arranged by Su Jijun. But someone actually did it and happened to be seen by someone arranged by Su Jijun, resulting in evidence. Multiple charges led to Zhou Yongqiang and Yibin being severely punished. Regarding this, Lin Yi wasn't particularly surprised. It was just about provocative female hosts, right? He'd seen quite a few in his past life. After expressing gratitude, the call ended. Shui Yao said with red lips, what are you planning to do about Yibin? Go for the kill, or do you have any ideas? Lin Yi blinked. That would cost a lot of money. Lin Yi wrapped his arm around Shui Yao's shoulder and said with a smile, are you willing to part with your husband's capital? Chapter 71 TSK. The most poisonous heart belongs to a man. Why wouldn't I be willing? Shui Yao rolled her eyes, full of charm. If I buy it, then Yibin will have nothing to do with you in the future. It's already unrelated to me now. Lin Yi spread his hands. But about this matter, we still need to take it slow. After all, those investors aren't fools. If we rush in, we'll probably lose a lot of money. We need to make them think that the live streaming industry has reached a dead end, with no hope at all. Only then can we purchase it at the lowest price, right? Shui Yao looked deeply at Lin Yi. You're really quite ruthless. TSK. The most poisonous heart belongs to a man. Lin Yi. Zhou Yongqiang's prison sentence was already confirmed. As it was personally overseen by a big shot like Su Jijun, everything would naturally go smoothly, and after following the proper procedures, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for multiple offenses. Yibin Live was also in dire straits. After being forcibly taken offline, no matter how they tried to rectify, adjust, or apply for a resumption of operations, they were always rejected. The reason? Non-compliance. Obscene. Needs rectification. How to rectify? Figure it out yourself. You have problems, anyway. Once this news broke, not only Yibin but the entire live streaming industry began to tremble, feeling that something big was wrong. Additionally, Lin Yi subtly hinted that the live streaming industry had long reached its end, and that short videos were the future. Those who followed live streaming would be better off following short videos instead. Although not many believed it, there were still some. This directly led to another shrinkage in the live streaming market, causing small live streaming platforms to abandon ship and start following the trend of short videos. At the same time, Yibin, which was originally preparing to go public, has reached a tragic state. Some analysts had previously valued Yibin at around 500 million after its IPO. But now, 50 million? Even 5 million is difficult. Because from the outside perspective, Yibin is clearly engaged in shady practices, leading to being caught by the authorities, becoming a typical example. Now it can't even be released. Who would buy it? Whoever buys it would suffer losses. Moreover, developing my own live streaming website wouldn't even cost 5 million. So why would I need to buy yours? Yibin's advantage was in its previous hosts and users, but now, with the hope of resuming broadcasts bleak, it has certainly plummeted in a short time. This left several investors in Yibin feeling depressed for several days. On this day, the largest shareholder of Yibin, Jiang Tian, chairman of Tianhua Entertainment, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Although his gaze was calm, there was a hint of anger emanating from him. That fool Zhou Yongqiang, unable to strike the snake, ended up getting bitten by it. He deserves to go to jail. 5 years. Humph. He rubbed his Mediterranean hairstyle, feeling even more frustrated. It was clearly a big cake, and it had already been taken into his mouth. But what happened? This damned cake is poisonous. Now he can only spit it out and sell it at 1/10. or even 1/30th of the investment price. Knock, knock, knock. As he was lost in thought, a knock on the door sounded. Come in, Jiang said. His graceful secretary approached in high heels. Mr. Liu is here. Please let him in. Jiang Tian rubbed his brow, feeling even more helpless. Zhou Yongqiang had gone in for tea, and the hope for Yibin's resumption of broadcasts was almost non-existent. The market valuation of Yibin, which was originally several hundred million, could now be said to be worth nothing. However, if he just gave up like this, the losses would be too severe. Therefore, Jiang Tian could only choose to cut his losses in time, selling for whatever he could get. Today was the day he was meeting with interested buyers. President Jiang, I've long admired your name. Mr. Liu strode in, beaming. I've heard that President Jiang is a trendsetter of the times, and now that I see you, it truly lives up to its reputation. Mr. Liu, you flatter me. I have a meeting later. Let's get straight to the point. Jiang Tian was unwilling to engage in too much conversation and did not think highly of the person in front of him. In fact, if Yibin were not his personal investment, the other party wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet him. That's fine. Mr. Liu was not offended, cheerfully saying, I came with sincerity, but I wonder what price President Jiang is willing to sell for? 10 million. Jiang Tian raised a finger. That's my final offer. Oh. Mr. Liu suddenly understood. It seems President Jiang is not planning to sell. Then I shall take my leave. He turned to leave. Jiang Tian's expression did not change. It was not until Mr. Liu reached the door that he frowned. Wait a minute. Young man, in business, being too impatient one to do. With the hope of Yibin's resumption of broadcasts bleak, what use is the so-called foundation? At a price of 10 million. I can easily invest and create several live streaming platforms, signing a batch of small internet celebrities. Why would I need to wade through this murky water? After all, even if I bought Yibin, the chances of resuming broadcasts are almost non-existent, right? Moreover, now even the founder Lin Yi is saying that live streaming has no future. President Jiang, you lack sincerity. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and chuckled lightly. Young man, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. If it really has no future, why would you come to buy it? No one is foolish enough to engage in a losing business. Let us get straight to the point. What's your offer? Simple. Mr. Liu snapped his fingers. 2 million. I want the entire company of Yibin, all employees and contracted internet celebrities belong to me. Of course, subsequent office rent and employee salaries will be paid by me. As for my intentions, I won't hide it from you. Mr. Liu spread out his hands. I truly don't see a future in live streaming, but making short videos to get a taste is certainly possible. In fact, what I'm interested in is not Yibin, but those small internet celebrities you have. Jiang Tian fell silent. After a moment, he opened his eyes as if trying to see through Mr. Liu, but the latter wore a calm smile, as if he felt nothing. 3 million. Jiang Tian spoke. 280,000. Mr. Liu immediately cut down 20,000, and ultimately, the deal was struck at this price. After signing the contract and Mr. Liu left, Jiang Tian stood up and muttered to himself, is live streaming really at its end? Well, if Zhou Yongqiang could harm me once, then there could be a second person who could harm me again. It's probably best not to touch live streaming. And short videos? Jiang Tian smiled. All you can do is have a few internet celebrities shoot videos, but what we at Tianhua Entertainment have are all stars. Chapter 72 Collaboration? Is Leto on fire now? It's exploding. Jiang Tian knows this very well, but he also knows one more thing. No matter how popular internet celebrities get, they are just internet celebrities. Once real stars emerge, what internet celebrities? They will all have to step aside. He hopes they are smart about it. Otherwise, when Tianhua makes its move, making an all-star short video, let's see how you survive. With this thought in mind, he immediately shouted, Secretary, contact the president of Sinew Entertainment for me. Just say we at Tianhua have a project we want to collaborate on. Tianhua Entertainment wants to collaborate with us. Upon receiving the call from Lu Qianyue, Lin Yi exchanged glances with Shui Yao, both slightly taken aback. Tianhua Entertainment is currently one of the largest entertainment companies in the country, and it ranks among the top. The company has signed hundreds of stars, and none are below the third tier. Such a large company actually wants to collaborate with a company that was established 2 months ago, and hasn't even entered the entertainment industry yet? The most important thing is that Tianhua and Lin Yi have a solid feud. Proposing collaboration at this juncture? What is the catch? Let us meet. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi provided an answer. Although I don't know what Tianhua intends to do, after meeting, everything will be clear. What is the catch? After the meeting, the truth will naturally come to light. All right, I'll arrange it. The other side said they want to meet as soon as possible. How about today at the company? Sure, we'll come over in the afternoon. After hanging up, Shui Yao slightly parted her red lips. They must have dug a pit waiting for you to jump in. Most likely. Lin Yi agreed. But then grinned. This time you're coming along, right, landlord? Let us go check it out together. Can they really trap you too? Trap me? Shui Yao scoffed. I want to see how he plans to trap me. Oh, so scary. In the afternoon, at the company's conference room, Jiang Tian and his secretary arrived in person but found the conference room empty. Soon, Lu Qianyue walked in. President Jiang, hello, I'm the general manager of Sinew Entertainment. Lu Qianyue smiled and shook hands with Jiang Tian, who remained expressionless but felt quite displeased. It seems that you at Sinew have quite a bit of confidence. He chuckled, took a sip of tea, but said nothing more. At his status and position, he certainly could not act like an ordinary person and get angry easily. But his demeanor was not something people could disregard lightly. Lu Qianyue's eyes were slightly serious, but she still wore a professional smile. We are indeed busy. But they should be on the way now. Please wait a moment. I didn't lie. They are busy flirting and showing off their love. Lu Qianyue thought to herself. Jiang Tian remained silent, just quietly waiting, occasionally glancing at his Rolex on his wrist, his expression becoming increasingly impassive. Damn it. The traffic is terrible. We're not late, are we? After a dozen minutes, Lin Yi and Shui Yao arrived hand in hand, genuinely hand in hand, radiating love. Not late. Not late. You all came just in time. This is Mr. Jiang from Tianhua Entertainment. Lu Qianyue smiled as she introduced him. However, Jiang Tian's heart was even more displeased. What do you mean just in time? As the president and chairman of Tianhua, I came to your small company and waited for over 10 minutes, and you say I came just in time? At this moment, Jiang Tian smiled coldly. No problem. Mr. Lin seems to be quite busy, so I'll get straight to the point. He was unhappy, but no one would go against money. At the same time, he was also too lazy to stay here for long, so he directly moved on to the topic. This time, we at Tianhua have an opportunity to cooperate with your company, Sinew. Lin Yi and Shui Yao were sitting opposite Jiang Tian, but their hands were still intertwined. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Lin Yi remained noncommittal, still playing with Shui Yao's soft, fair hand, and asked, how do we cooperate? Xiaoya. Jiang Tian looked at his attractive secretary and nodded slightly. Yes, Director Jiang. Xiaoya stood up and introduced. According to our understanding, you currently only have the Ledu project. So our cooperation will revolve around Ledu. Upon hearing Ledu, Shui Yao instantly became displeased. Isn't it enough that you guys caused trouble for my pig once? You killed Yibin, and now you want to mess with Ledu? Dream on. Just as she was about to stand up to refuse, Lin Yi gently patted her hand, signaling her to calm down. However, Xiaoya continued. The current development situation of Ledu is pretty good, but the content itself is limited. Simply put, it's too low-end and vulgar, not presentable. Therefore, we at Tianhua have developed a feasible solution. That is celebrities. We at Tianhua can invite a large number of stars, even superstars, to shoot some short videos and upload them to Ledu periodically. This way, we can attract a large number of users to Ledu while maintaining its popularity for a long time, increasing consumption. You should be very clear about the profit points involved. Hiss. Lu Qianyue was shocked upon hearing this and felt a huge attraction. How many fans do stars, especially superstars, have? Often tens of millions. If they really shoot short videos and upload them to Ledu, wouldn't Ledu explode in popularity? At that time, it would truly be making money hand over fist. In other words, this proposal is indeed very beneficial for both Ledu and Sinew. Is that all? But Lin Yi remained calm, seemingly uninterested in the proposal. If it's just like this, then I'm afraid I'll have to say sorry. Mr. Lin. Xiaoya wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Jiang Tian's smile. Oh, Jiang Tian chuckled. Mr. Lin, it seems you hold some resentment towards us at Tianhua. However, business is like a battlefield. In the business world, there are only eternal interests and no eternal enemies. Right now, a great opportunity is right in front of you. And you're not even willing to hear our proposal. This impulse is probably not what a qualified businessman should have. Lin Yi laughed. I'm not a businessman to begin with. As for your proposal, I can guess about 7 or 8 points without listening. It's nothing more than wanting our Ledu, or even Sinew, to give you shares. Let me guess, how much do you want? 20%? Or 30%? 51%? Jiang Tian looked at Lin Yi calmly. Of course, we would only hold shares and would not interfere with your operations, so you don't need to worry. Moreover, the traffic and revenue brought by stars and superstars will probably exceed this 51%. You, think it over. Chapter 73. If you have the ability, come to the entertainment circle and try it out. No need to think it over. Facing Jiang Tian's words, Lin Yi waved his hand and outright refused. There's no negotiation, and do you think I'm foolish? Even if you only want 5%, I wouldn't give it to you, let alone 51. Interesting. Jiang Tian was not frustrated, just smiled lightly, then tapped his fingers on the table. After a full minute or two, he spoke again. It seems you really are not cut out to be a businessman, but there's one thing I must clarify. The reason we chose to cooperate with your Sinew is not that we can't do without you. It's that we at Tianhua don't want to waste energy on something that doesn't hold much meaning. But if you don't give us at Tianhua this face, then perhaps soon, pure celebrity short videos will emerge. By then, Ledo's road might come to an end. Right? Saying this, he took another sip of tea, revealing a confident smile. Playing with me? Coercion and temptation, not afraid you want to agree. You can give it a try. Lin Yi also chuckled, threatening me? Pure celebrity short videos? He shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. Young man. Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, finally showing some emotion. The young are fearless. So, it seems there's no room for negotiation? There was never room for negotiation. Lin Yi stood firm. The path you chose, I hope you won't regret it. Jiang Tian stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the meeting room door. At his level, he certainly wouldn't engage in petty squabbles. Business matters are settled in the marketplace. Take care, no need to see me off. Lin Yi waved his hand lightly. But at this moment, a figure approached from afar. The transfer procedures are all done, old man. It's you. Before the figure could walk into the meeting room, Jiang Tian stopped him, looking puzzled. What are you doing here? It turns out it's Director Jiang. What a coincidence. The newcomer laughed heartily. I am also here on someone else's behalf. What do you mean? Jiang Tian was taken aback, then suddenly understood. You are from Sinew Entertainment? No, don't misunderstand. My surname is Liu. I'm Liu Dong, a buddy of Lin Yi from the same dormitory. But I'm really not from Sinew. I'm just helping out this time. Liu Dong waved his hand, with an innocent and clear expression on his face. Jiang Tian. After a moment of silence, his face darkened instantly. At this point, how could he not understand? Even if Yibin can't be rebroadcast, it's still a huge humiliation for him. Jiang Tian. You are not unsuitable to be a businessman, just unwise. If I'm not mistaken, online streaming is not without a future, right? Perhaps Yibin in your hands will soon become popular again. There's great potential, but so what? Saying this, Jiang Tian turned and left with his secretary. At the same time, his voice echoed softly. The internet is good, but ultimately, it's just small fry. If you have the ability, come to the entertainment circle and try it out. After his words fell, their figures disappeared from Lin Yi's sight. Crazy. Shui Yao finally spoke. And her two-word evaluation made Lin Yi nod repeatedly. Landlady, your comment is very insightful. Indeed crazy. We are just ordinary citizens. What do we have to do with the entertainment circle? Going to the likes of the Young and Dangerous series and going to Causeway Bay for a fight? Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, then said, Lao San, you've caused trouble today. Let us go have a meal together. Trouble? Liu Dong wanted to joke a bit, but noticed the super beauty next to Lin Yi and coughed lightly. Ahem, it's nothing. However, I originally thought you were just casually running a company, but I didn't expect that the well-known Ledu is actually your work. If I had known, I wouldn't have introduced Qianyue to you. Hey, good thing your sister knew early on. Otherwise, I would have lost an excellent talent. Let us go? Let us have a meal together. Lin Yi laughed heartily, and thus, the four of them left the company together, found a restaurant, and drank and chatted happily. Speaking of Lin Yi, Liu Dong was filled with shock and a bitter smile. Speaking of which, you were just like now in school, at first glance. You looked full of a loser vibe, but you were hiding it so well. I heard before that there was a landlord named Lin Yi, who also wrote a few good songs. I thought it was just a case of sharing the same name, but it turned out to be you. Speaking of this, Liu Dong glared at his sister. You little girl have been hiding this from me. If it weren't for you asking me for help this time, I probably wouldn't have known until now. Liu Qianyue stuck her tongue out and chuckled. At this moment, she was just a youthful girl, not the scheming female CEO. After a meal, everyone was happy, but Liu Dong had to work tomorrow and couldn't stay longer, so everyone said their goodbyes after dinner. On the way home, Shui Yao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Yi noticed and couldn't help but ask, are you worried about Tianhua Entertainment and Jiang Tian? Worrying is not the right word, but with Tianhua's financial and human resources, making a short video should be quite simple, right? Plus, an all-star short video seems quite attractive. Isn't that still worrying? Lin Yi chuckled but wouldn't expose her thoughts, just nodded and said, it's not just seemingly attractive, it really is. But then what? Then, the appeal of celebrities is huge. But how many of them have the time to shoot short videos every day? It's simply impossible, even if they take on a gig. Shooting a movie or TV show earns them more than making short videos, so there's no need to worry. For short videos to thrive, there needs to be a massive amount of content that keeps innovating and introducing new things to retain users. If it's just appealing but lacks fresh content to hold on to, even if an all-star short video is produced, it won't last long. Shui Yao nodded, naturally saying, actually, I've thought of this long ago. Chapter 74, Grandpa Fei's Hammer. Ahem. Lin Yi held back his laughter but ultimately couldn't contain it. In the next moment, he was hit by Shui Yao's Black Tiger Steel's heart, leaving him no choice but to admit defeat. However, Lin Yi really didn't have much concern about the so-called all-star project. Even if it were truly made, it would only attract some popularity in the short term. Over time, users would definitely come back to Ledu. As for collaborating with Tianhua, it is indeed feasible from a business perspective. But from a personal standpoint, how could Lin Yi possibly team up with them? That would be ridiculous. Moreover, a 51 stake? Ridiculous. You have to know that even if they did collaborate, Tianhua wouldn't have to give up much. They would gain a lot of benefits in return. For example, short videos. If they were to shoot, wouldn't it just be for advertising or promoting their new movies, TV shows, or songs? It would essentially provide Tianhua with a substantial online promotion platform. Not to mention, if Tianhua issues an order, would those signed celebrities dare not to shoot videos? This means Zhang Tian wants to take 51 of the entire sinew without spending a dime, while also getting a large-scale online promotion platform for free. Only a fool would collaborate with them. The popularity of celebrities is indeed impressive, but does Lin Yi not know how vast the future of short videos is? So this collaboration is doomed to have no possibility whatsoever. Damn it. Bang. The teacup shattered on the ground, and Zhang Tian's face darkened with hysteria. In front of others. He certainly couldn't act this way, but now that there were no outsiders, he urgently needed to vent his anger. To collaborate? Rejected. And then he found out he had been tricked and made a fool of. If he could still remain calm, that would be absurd. Lin Yi, Sinew Entertainment. Zhang Tian muttered to himself, ruminating for quite a while. And only after half an hour did he let Xiaoya come in to clean up the mess in the office. After that, Zhang Tian ordered, "Contact Octopus and Mu Sheng. I want them to collaborate and write a song. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Octopus and Mu Sheng are also well-known figures in the industry. Even Tianhua's singers couldn't easily get their lyrics and music. Moreover, it's killing two birds with one stone. Not only can he counter Lin Yi, but he can also get a good song for his company's artists. Why not? In the next few days, Lin Yi and Shui Yao, the landlord couple, once again settled down. There wasn't much to do. They slept in until they woke up naturally, occasionally made some duck soup to stretch their muscles, and wandered around when bored, or went to the entrance of the urban village to watch the old men play chess. Why do I feel like there are a lot fewer old men playing chess? Shuya was a bit curious. In the past, there were at least 4 or 5 groups of people playing chess around here. A bunch of old men who, regardless of their chess skills, always had high spirits. Sometimes, those watching were even more excited than those playing. But now, there was only one group. However, this group was quite substantial, surrounding the chess table tightly. How could there not be many? At that moment, an old man strolled by and grumbled, "Landlady, you don't know. We don't know when a girl came here. And her name is Hammer. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. This girl is something else. Not only is she great at amplifying, but she's also good at chess. We old guys have been completely defeated, not even a match for her." The old man then lowered his voice. "Now, we all wait until she leaves before we play. Otherwise, TSK, we can't afford to lose face." Uffed. Linny laughed. "This girl is quite something, like Grandpa Fei." "Hey, landlord, you're absolutely right. She is too much like Grandpa Fei." The old man swayed as he walked away. "Is this the girl you mentioned before? I haven't seen her on Letu." Shui Yao remembered. Lin Yi had indeed looked for such a young girl who was good at chess to cultivate her as an internet celebrity. It was her. But it seemed that in a few days, she would run out of material in our urban village, and by then, the nearby old men would be in trouble. "Your tactic is quite clever." Shui Yao smiled, clearly finding it amusing. Could she still find material? The old men were almost all defeated by her. If there is no one left to play, how could she shoot? However, this girl's video effects are also quite good. She currently has over 200,000 fans on Ledu, and her income is significantly higher than that of an average white-collar worker, which is quite a good outcome for her. Being able to combine her interests with making money. What could she possibly be dissatisfied with? In fact, it's not just Hammer. Many internet celebrities on Ledu are in a similar situation now. For instance, Xiao Kai, who originally loved eating, has now turned into someone who explores new foods in the office. Then there's Yang Ziki, who is calm by nature and enjoys rural life. She now earns a decent income while living that peaceful, untroubled life. What's wrong with that? Handcrafted Gung is also tired of the monotonous daily grind. Now he creates all sorts of bizarre torture tools and makes a good amount of money. Why not? Little Li, brother Huanong. Which internet celebrity isn't like this? Even beyond themselves, some similar industries have also been boosted, gaining more income. After the transfer of ownership was completed, everything was categorized under Xinyu. Now managed together with Lu Qianyue. The office was naturally moved to their own Wanxiang city. Many employees were laid off, such as Zhou Yongqiang's trusted aides, while also expanding the staff. After all, they couldn't afford to stage another color-themed live broadcast, could they? That would leave them vulnerable. For this, Lin Yi's solution was quite comprehensive. First, he had Wu Qing lead the technical department to develop a color recognition system, which would automatically identify the live broadcast images of the anchors. Whenever a streamer reveals inappropriate parts, the live broadcast is immediately cut off, and the super admin is notified for manual review. Of course, the system may not be able to make 100 accurate judgments. So there's a backup plan, to increase the number of administrators tenfold, taking turns patrolling various live rooms. This way, it can be made foolproof. Chapter 75. Someone jumps off a building. After the extensive rectification and recruitment of personnel, a week had passed since the transfer of ownership. During this week, there was almost no movement from Tianhua, which almost made Lin Yi forget about their existence. Meanwhile, Yibin was about to go online again. Is there potential in live streaming? Of course there is. Although it was said that besides Douyu, all live streaming platforms in the previous life were losing money, so what? The status of Yibin in this world is much higher than Douyu's in the live streaming industry in the previous life, and there isn't even a capable competitor. If Douyu can make a profit, why can't Yibin? By then, organizing a few esports events and doing some proper promotion, they won't have to worry about viewers. Additionally, outdoor live streaming also has great potential. These are all points worth exploring. That night, Lin Yi was lying on the sofa making plans while Shui Yao was eating fruit beside him. Upon hearing this, she asked, "So when are you planning to go online?" The ban had actually been lifted the moment the ownership was transferred, but one must be well prepared. Rushing online could lead to problems. However, now the preparations were almost complete. Lin Yi thought for a few seconds. How about 3 days later? Give it 3 days for promotion. At least the performance after the relaunch shouldn't be too poor, right? I don't know about that. You can decide, Shui Yao replied, handing him a grape, which he took without looking and popped into his mouth. It seemed he had bitten down a bit too hard. The grape and Shui Yao's fingers were both in his mouth, and he even licked them. Shui Yao's eyes widened. Just as she was about to explode, a burst of singing drifted in from outside the window. It was the voice of a young girl, powerful and distinct, but the singing carried a sense of sorrow, desolation, and even heartbreak. This singing? They exchanged glances, frowning slightly. They lived on the 6th floor, with elderly tenants on both sides and a family of 3 below, but there were no young girls. The one above? That would be the 7th floor. Shui Yao pondered. If I remember correctly, there should be a young girl living upstairs, but I've never heard her sing before. She had been renting for a while, but had only seen her a few times. In her impression, she should be a pretty and well-behaved girl. Listening closely, Lin Yi realized the sound seemed to be right next to him. What? He was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly looked up, only to see 2 small legs dangling in the air, slowly swaying. Moreover, it wasn't from the window on the 7th floor, but from the top floor balcony. Why? Why do I have to go through this pain? Maybe it shouldn't be me? The singing continued, infused with deep sadness, more like a lament than a song. But here's the problem. At night, sitting on the balcony singing this kind of song, and feeling so low. Oh no, someone's about to jump off. Shui Yao instantly understood. However, just then, the singing stopped. Goodbye. The 2 words were soft, almost a whisper. If they weren't so close, Lin Yi wouldn't have heard them clearly. Damn. Lin Yi's scalp tingled, and he was about to intervene. But Shui Yao was faster. She instantly sprang from the sofa like a bowstring, appearing outside the window, quick as lightning, and reached out. Whoosh. A shadow flickered. It seemed something had dropped down instantly. Then came a ripping sound, as if fabric was torn. Immediately, Shui Yao turned around sharply. A girl was pulled into the room by Shui Yao, but a large part of her shirt was torn. Fortunately, she wasn't fully exposed, but her back was mostly bare. At that moment, Lin Yi was almost in a daze. His mind was filled with one thought. Aren't they being a bit too intense? Considering the landlady's strength, this wasn't so hard to understand. But why did this girl want to jump off? After bringing over a piece of the landlady's clothing for the girl to cover herself with, he realized she had already fainted. The landlady seemed unfazed, helping her lie down on the sofa while frowning and saying, "What bad luck. Good thing she sang a song before jumping. Otherwise, wouldn't this place have become a haunted house?" Lin Yi remained silent upon hearing this. Although the landlady's words were harsh, her speed in saving lives was faster than anyone else's. Rather than being angry that this building had become a haunted house, she was probably more upset that this girl had chosen to commit suicide. At this moment, Lin Yi finally had time to observe the girl carefully. She wasn't very tall. About 1.6 meters, slim, and her features were delicate, though her makeup was ruined from crying. It wasn't hard to imagine that even without makeup, she would still be a beautiful girl. This was a bit strange. With such conditions, why would she want to jump off? Although it was puzzling, Lin Yi didn't speculate too much. Without knowing the real circumstances, what right did he have to criticize or comment on her? After a moment, the girl slowly woke up. Her once bright eyes held almost no light. She turned her neck, and upon seeing Lin Yi and Shui Yao, she forced a bitter smile. "Landlord and landlady, I'm in my home." Shui Yao crossed her arms and coldly said, "You're still so young, yet you want to commit suicide. If you're going to do it, why jump off my rooftop?" The girl, this left Shui Yao momentarily stunned. "What is happening? I'm scolding you, and you're apologizing to me?" She glared at Lin Yi. "Why aren't you speaking? Don't you know how to cooperate?" The girl's actions made Lin Yi unable to suppress his astonishment, and he softly said, Don't take it to heart. The landlady is always tough on the outside but soft on the inside, as you know. Plus, you're still young and dare to think about suicide. If you're not afraid of death, why not try to hold on? Hold on. The girl shook her head slightly, sitting up and hugging her knees, burying her face in her legs. Soon, the sound of her sobbing could be heard. I've tried to hold on, but I really can't anymore. Chapter 76. Similar people. This story might not be very beautiful. The landlord couple exchanged glances, clearly sensing each other's thoughts, then shook their heads. But they didn't choose to give up. Life is short, with few days of happiness. Why not give it a try? Lin Yi tried to keep his voice calm, avoiding touching the girl's sensitive nerves. And I believe there's nothing in this world that can't be overcome. Really? The girl stopped sobbing but still didn't raise her head. It was easy to imagine that her face buried between her legs was silently crying. Once, I was just like you, thinking I could overcome all difficulties, that I could change everything through my own efforts and make everything better. I used to think I was an angel without wings, destined for greatness. But in the end, reality taught me again and again what reality is and how cruel it can be. I really can't hold on anymore. Her voice grew lower, filled with deep sorrow and helplessness. Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at Shui Yao, who nodded slightly and then sat next to the girl, gently patting her shoulder. Let it out. You'll feel better. Ugh. The girl could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Afterwards, she slowly recounted her experiences, which opened the eyes of the renting couple and left them with mixed feelings. This girl's name is Zhang Xiaohan, a young lady with good looks and a nice figure, and she has a voice that is very penetrating. At the age of 16, she had already emerged, gaining some fans online with a few cover songs. By 18, she gained fame with an original sweet love song and signed with an entertainment company. From the outside, it seemed that she was already a winner in life. Even if she couldn't become a huge star, she could at least live a life that ordinary people could only envy. But the reality was different. She indeed had talent and singing skills. But the darkness of the entertainment industry, or rather the various unspoken rules, was not something she could touch. Signed with a company. On the first day, she was informed of certain unspoken rules by her superiors. Comply? Tonight. Chat with me about future plans, and the company will promote you. Not complying? Frozen out. Zhang Xiaohan followed her inner thoughts, insisting on herself, and did not choose to go along with the crowd. However, what awaited her was 5 years of being frozen out and in darkness. But she did not give up. During these 5 years, she kept working hard to improve herself. She firmly believed that she had the strength and courage to break out of the darkness and see the beauty of the world after 5 years. Therefore, even though she was mocked and ridiculed countless times by company personnel and others, she endured it all. Yet, 5 years without any income had made her life very tight. So she could only rent a place in a village within the city. She originally thought that after 5 years, she could spread her wings and soar. But on this day she realized that she couldn't fly at all. Former fans? Just a little singer who had been silent for 5 years, who still remembered her. After all, back then, she only had one original song, and it wasn't even that popular. Now, where was any foundation? Signed with a company. She had tried. But what was the result? From others, she learned that her old company had long since made arrangements with other agencies. And she had no chance of signing with them at all. She even found out that the reason she signed with that company in the first place was entirely because her parents had already made arrangements with them. This left Zhang Xiaohan disheartened. She didn't even want to know what her parents had discussed with them and how they sold her to the company. When she called, her parents readily agreed. It was only after asking the neighbors that she learned that over the years, her parents had been extravagant, buying luxury goods without anyone knowing how much they spent, but it was definitely not a small amount. After realizing this, how could Zhang Xiaohan not understand? Her parents, whom she thought were the closest people to her, had originally only thought of using her to make a large sum of money. At the same time, she understood why. When she was frozen out, her mother didn't comfort her right away, but instead advised her to accept reality, saying that the entertainment industry had its own rules. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the implication was to make her accept the unspoken rules, right? At that time, she naively thought that her mother was afraid she would suffer too much, but now it seemed that it was simply about wanting her to earn more money. So now, she was almost hopeless. How could they possibly give her the remaining money? Helpless, she turned to her former friend and bestie, who claimed she would help, but then quickly betrayed her. With everyone turning against her, even the closest people were scheming and using her. The heavy blow finally crushed her. After wandering for a long time, she could no longer hold back and prepared to end her painful life. What else could she do to persist? Finally, Zhang Xiaohan raised her head, her face still marked with tears, and self-deprecatingly said, I wanted to persist, really. I'm not afraid of being abandoned. Nor am I afraid of being poor. It's just a bit harder, that's all. But I can't see any hope. I really can't see any hope. Landlordess, sorry for the interruption. She stood up to leave. I will leave here tomorrow. Lin Yi and Shui Yao exchanged glances, both seeing the emotion in each other's eyes. This was a strong girl, but also an unfortunate one. Her past was full of thorns, but she had fought through them. And just when she saw hope ahead, when freedom was within reach, she was kicked into the endless darkness by her own closest relatives. Help her? Shui Yao didn't speak, but her expression said it all. They could give her a chance. Lin Yi nodded, but that didn't mean it was guaranteed. He wasn't a god. He couldn't save everyone, but the people and things around him inevitably had some connections. Zhang Xiaohan's past indeed moved him, even reminding him of a girl from his previous life who had a fate even more tragic than Zhang Xiaohan's. However, that girl ultimately relied on herself to survive the endless darkness, reborn through the flames, breaking free and returning against all odds. Zhang Xiaohan's experiences were very similar, but whether she was worthy of her works would need to be proven with strength. Thinking of this, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, saying to Zhang Xiaohan, who had already opened the door, wait. Chapter 77. She is AGO. Is there anything else? Not this matter. Lin Yi slowly shook his head. You said you can't see hope, right? I will give you a chance, but whether you can grasp it depends on you. Hope. Zhang Xiaohan was finally moved, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. If an ordinary person said this, she certainly wouldn't care. But the person in front of her was the landlord. I want to give it a try. In just a few seconds, she took a deep breath and said seriously, maybe I won't be able to grasp this opportunity, but at least it lets me know that there is still a chance for me. She was so tired, so sad. She had even attempted suicide once. What she wanted was not wealth or fame, but hope. As long as she could see hope, no matter how bitter or tired she was, she could continue to persevere. Good. Lin Yi nodded. Shui Yao still had a cold expression. Only you are so kind. So, are you planning to write songs? This landlordess. Lin Yi chuckled. She clearly seemed more anxious than him, but pretended to be indifferent. However, Lin Yi understood. After all, Shui Yao's cold landlordess image had long been ingrained in the village, and if she acted too out of character, wouldn't that ruin her persona? That's not necessary. I've written a few before, and after hearing her story, I think they fit quite well. Upon hearing this, Shui Yao's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned around. I'll go get them. Lin Yi's little notebook had been flipped through many times by her. Each time she looked, she would be shocked. Now, was she going to use the songs in it again? Would this Zhang Xiaohan be able to grasp such a good opportunity? Sit. Some things need to be said up front. I can give you opportunities and hope. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. But if you can grasp it, then you only have one choice. Sign with our heart language entertainment. Being first a villain and then a gentleman has never been a derogatory term. Although Lin Yi had already registered the songs in the little notebook, he couldn't just authorize them to someone for no reason. Therefore, if Zhang Xiaohan really could sing well, then she would have to sign with Heart Language Entertainment, and from then on, they would be tied together. Heart Language Entertainment? I agree. Zhang Xiaohan almost didn't think twice. Aren't you afraid we'll trick you? Or make you follow the unspoken rules again? Shui Yao crossed her arms and said coldly, are you going to make me follow the unspoken rules, landlordess? Zhang Xiaohan blinked, and with hope approaching, she became much livelier, weakly saying, it seems I'm not at a loss. I even gained something? Lin Yi. Shui Yao. Damn, if we keep chatting. We won't be able to broadcast anymore, okay? Lin Yi flipped through the little notebook, searching for a while, then ripped it. 2 songs were placed before Zhang Xiaohan. After more than a month of studying, although Lin Yi was still not skilled in composing music, at least writing a 5-line score was no problem. Therefore, these 2 songs both had sheet music, and there was no need for Lin Yi to sing them again. If someone truly understood music, they would know how to sing them just by looking at them. This was also Lin Yi's test for Zhang Xiaohan. One of the songs was manageable, but the other was simply too classic and required full emotional immersion. If Zhang Xiaohan did not sing it well, Lin Yi would not be able to give it to her. Shui Yao was sharp-eyed and immediately spotted the song titles at the top of the 2 sheets, Invisible Wings and Jiao. Note, Zhang Xiaohan's version. Shui Yao was taken aback and thought, this really suits her. One song was sweet and youthful, while the other had a completely different style, and both were very much in line with her experiences. It could be a hit. Shui Yao quickly reached a conclusion in her mind. But whether she could seize the opportunity still depended on Zhang Xiaohan's strength. Helping Zhang Xiaohan was simply because her past had been too difficult, and she didn't want to see someone who used to live above her commit suicide. But it was also impossible for someone without talent to ruin 2 good songs from their landlord. While Shui Yao was deep in thought, Zhang Xiaohan across from her was completely stunned. She held the 2 sheets filled with lyrics tightly, her eyes sparkling as if she was immersed in the lyrics. These 2 songs. She looked shocked, complex, and in disbelief, her excited heart hard to calm. It was so fitting. She even felt as if these 2 songs were written for her, or rather, that she was born for these 2 songs. Invisible Wings was about her past self, wasn't it? Her former self always believed she was an angel without wings. Despite experiencing many hardships and setbacks, she never gave up hope, until... But so what? I am a Diao, the girl who is like a vulture yet like a gesang flower. I can be content with being ordinary. But I refuse to accept ordinary defeat. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohan had already started singing. At that moment, she seemed to be a Diao, the one who had gone through darkness and setbacks but remained unyielding and resolute. Fate is full of twists, obsessed with indifference. Having waved goodbye to youth, I can still spread my wings and fly. I am still that bird yearning for freedom. The emotions flowed in. It was clear she had just received the lyrics and music, but Zhang Xiaohan's singing was moving. Especially, Lin Yi actually discovered that her vocal tone was strikingly similar to that of her previous life. Could this be fate? Lin Yi originally found this idea laughable, but suddenly thought, since he had already crossed over, what was there to find ridiculous? After finishing the song, Shui Yao, with astonishment and admiration, whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "She is a Diao." Lin Yi nodded with a smile, expressing his agreement. He really resonated with this statement. Just like in his past life, a Diao was originally a folk song by Zhao Lei, written about a sister he met while settling down. However, after a Diao was covered on stage by a singer, most people would comment on the two like this: Zhao Lei let us know there was a girl named a Diao. Come on, she is a Diao. Especially when combining the experiences with this song, the feeling was even more intense. It was also one of the rare covers that became more popular than the original. Now, Zhang Xiaohan's rendition of a Diao, while not claiming to surpass, at least reached 70%. After all, this was only her first time singing it. Chapter 78. Young Fresh meets Su Kuan. After finishing the song, Zhang Xiaohan remained silent for a long time, tightly holding the two lyrics sheets to her chest as if afraid they would be taken away. Tears silently streamed down her face. She saw hope, saw opportunity, and found a sense of identity. This was a sense of recognition she had never felt before. She had never thought someone would write a song that resonated with her so perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for her. Invisible Wings was also fitting, just not quite aligning with her current mindset, but a sweet and uplifting song about youth was exactly what she was best at and loved the most, right? But could I seize this opportunity? With this thought, Zhang Xiaohan suddenly became extremely worried, looking at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Congratulations. Lin Yi, however, smiled and extended his hand. Additionally, welcome to Sinyu. Ugh. Zhang Xiaohan finally couldn't hold back and cried out loud. It was as if she wanted to cry out all the hardships, setbacks, and pain she had endured over the past 5 years, throwing them all far away. She cried for a long, long time. But Lin Yi and Shui Yao did not intervene, because this girl needed to vent. The next day, when Lu Qianyue received the notification, she rushed over to sign a contract with Zhang Xiaohan. Thus, in the dance practice room next door, in addition to the two five-dimensional three sisters, there was one more person, and Zhang Xiaohan became the fourth signed artist of Sinyu Entertainment. Upon learning about Zhang Xiaohan's experiences, the three sisters' sympathy exploded, expressing various grievances on her behalf and even saying they would support her. However, Zhang Xiaohan did not care, as if she had completely transformed into a different person, youthful, sunny, and positive. Just as she had said, she was not without courage, nor did she lack perseverance. She just couldn't see hope. Now that hope was right in front of her, and she had seized the opportunity, how could she continue to sink? Therefore, while practicing singing, she also practiced dancing. No one asked her to do so. It was just Zhang Xiaohan herself wanting to make herself even more perfect, and nothing more. She was quite lucky. After Lu Qianyue had breakfast, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. We picked up an A Jiao girl, and the promotion of the replay has a foothold now. Indeed, she was lucky. Singing these two songs suited her perfectly. Shui Yao couldn't help but nod in praise. When sleepiness comes, someone sends us a pillow. Lu Qianyue was also beaming. But at that moment, both women's phones started buzzing incessantly. Picking up their phones to check, Shui Yao immediately exploded. Dare to mock us? I won't let you off. Shui Yao immediately prepared to become a keyboard warrior. Lin Yi was confused, blinking. What is going on? Someone is looking for trouble. Lu Qianyue explained, handing over her phone. Lin Yi took a look, but found it was a young fresh meat, Su Kuan's Weibo page. And the top pinned post read, "Thanks to Teacher Octopus for the lyrics and music. The new album launches tomorrow. Hope everyone supports." Also, definitely not some low nutritional or vulgar, third-rate lyrics. At first glance, it seemed harmless. But upon closer inspection, it was clearly mocking Lin Yi. Octopus had previously been fiercely arguing with the landlord on Weibo, but later backed down. Now he was writing lyrics and music for a young fresh meat, and the young fresh meat jumped out at Lin Yi. Although he did not name names, anyone who understood the situation could see through it. No wonder Shui Yao was furious. Encountering this early in the morning was enough to make anyone mad. That octopus, I thought he had backed down. If that were the case, it would be fine. I wouldn't stoop to his level. But now he still wanted to play? Shui Yao glared at Lin Yi. What are you still dazed for? Find a way to fight back. Octopus has also posted on Weibo. Octopus. Su Kuan, no need to thank me. Just sing well, you can do it. As for those vulgar, third-rate existences, just ignore them. Look at that, what does that mean? P.S. calling you third-rate. I can't tolerate this. Shui Yao almost slammed the table in anger. What do you mean third-rate? My pig's little notebook could scare you to death. Still dare to shout? And that's Su Kuan. Is he even worthy to sing? When did the little fresh meat develop singing skills? Shui Yao expressed her dissatisfaction. Lu Qianyue was also blowing her bangs and rolling her eyes, indicating she was on the same side as the landlord. Don't get excited, you all. Lin Yi smiled upon seeing this. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Shui Yao said with a hint of annoyance. So tell me, where's the good in this? Of course it's a good thing. Lin Yi chuckled. You see, we decided to resume the Yibin broadcast in 2 days. But they are starting a brawl today, trying to step on us. Isn't this just sending us heat? It's just right for us to create a wave of hype. Our previous bet with the octopus should still be relevant, right? Let us combine these two events and hype them up. Saying we're going to face off directly with the octopus. His song comes out tomorrow, and our song comes out the day after, right on Yibin's first broadcast. By then, everyone will tune in to Yibin Live to see Xiaohan sing. With the popularity from this hype, will there be fewer people watching the live stream? We can completely take advantage of this opportunity to promote Yibin's name, while also giving Xiaohan a big push. This little fresh meat has tens of millions of fans. You know, once the brawl starts, it will definitely trend. How much marketing money will we save? This explanation. Shui Yao and Lu Qianyue exchanged glances, both blinking. And then they understood. It seems to be true, right? Shui Yao's expression was a bit strange. Is it really a good thing to say it this way? Lu Qianyue also had a strange expression. It was the first time they realized that looking at things from a different perspective could turn bad things into good things. No way. Shui Yao suddenly furrowed her brows again. Even if that's the case, we can't just sit back and take it without fighting back. I can't stand it. Don't worry. Lin Yi grinned, took the phone from Shui Yao, and searched through the landlord couple's account under Su Kuan's Weibo. Soon, he found an old post with a photo of an injured finger, a small injury, barely broke the skin and bled a few drops. But it looked quite clear under a high-definition camera. Chapter 79, Issuing a Challenge. The comments under this Weibo post were mostly fans of Kuan expressing their sympathy, even suggesting he should rest in bed for half a month before returning to work. Seeing this, Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. This is interesting. He directly liked the post, then retweeted it with a comment. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor carefully examined Kuan's wound, and then said seriously, luckily you came in time. If you had come a few minutes later, Kuan, what would have happened if I had come later? Doctor, if you had come a few minutes later, it would have healed. The landlord couple hadn't T-posted for a while, but once they did, over 1 million fans received the notification, with many opening the Weibo right away. After seeing this post, who knows how many people laughed out loud, followed by various likes, comments, and retweets. Haha, I laughed to death. Damn, coming a few minutes late would have healed, but honestly, if I got such a small injury, I probably wouldn't even use a band-aid, let alone go to the hospital. Legal warning. Landlord couple, don't speak recklessly. Our Kuan is so dedicated. Why would you say that about him? Manual doghead. Although this is the truth, why did you have to say it? Is our Kuan not good enough? Ridiculous. Very soon, this Weibo post went viral. At the same time, Su Kuan's fans discovered this post, which made them furious, and they came to complain about the landlord couple's Weibo. The best Kuan in the world. What are you, to slander our Kuan? Such a big wound. We are heartbroken. How dare you make fun of him? Do you have no conscience? Kneel and apologize. Apologize immediately, or we will let you know what cruelty is. Apologize quickly, in less than 10 minutes. The landlord couple's Weibo was already exploding, with various onlookers commenting, and while the landlord couple's fans agreed, more were Su Kuan's fans angrily cursing and demanding an apology. Since Su Kuan's fan base was too large, the landlord couple's fans quickly retreated. However, the problem arose. Can the internet celebrities from the Sinew system just watch their own being bullied? They all retweeted the Weibo to show support and urged their fans to help. And most of their fans were not Su Kuan's fans. Under their call, more netizens joined the battle, making it even more heated. Not to mention, Luo Dazhong couldn't just watch Lin Yi suffer, could he? As soon as he opened his mouth, a large number of middle-aged and elderly fan groups were also forced to take action. In less than half an hour, the topic of this brawl reached the top of the trending list. The second was that Su Kuan's new song would be released tomorrow. This shows the terrifying number of participants. And the final result was that no one gained any advantage. It was evenly matched. Seeing this, Su Kuan couldn't sit still and tweeted to comfort his fans. Everyone, please don't worry about me. I appreciate your hard work. A little ridicule, just let it pass. I'm fine. If he hadn't comforted them, his fans would have been even more motivated to fight. TSK, This guy really knows how to overconsume his fans' emotions. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. You can't learn from him. And it's about time to put the hype on the table. So post. Landlord couple. Octopus. Sukuin, I heard you teamed up? Good. Let us settle old and new scores together. Let strength do the talking. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. on the Yibin live streaming platform, Zhang Xiaoan will perform my new song, debuting for the first time. If you have the guts, come. Once this Weibo was posted, both sides' fans fell into a brief silence. But after that brief silence, there was an even more frenzied explosion. New song. 6666. Is it rock? But why isn't teacher Luo singing? Looking forward to it. What is the third song of the landlord couple? Zhang Xiaoan isn't the one who sang You Are My Only a few years ago, right? It's her, but she is still singing? An amateur who only writes vulgar works, a has-been singer from 100 years ago. How dare they compare with our Kuan? Trash. Do you even qualify? Hee. This wave is stable. All Kuan lovers, let us celebrate our victory in advance. The comments from netizens showcased a variety of life perspectives. Meanwhile, various online media also seized on this wave of heat, publishing all sorts of articles. Landlord's new song teams up with Zhang Xiaoan. Is there a rift with Luo Dazhong? It is rumored that the landlord and Luo Dazhong's relationship has broken down, no longer writing songs for him. Landlord, Octopus, Zhang Xiaoan, Sukuin? A battle with no chance of winning. Moths to a flame or hitting a stone with an egg. A showdown of new songs. Sukuin stated this is the biggest joke of the year. Exclusive interview. The octopus doesn't care about this competition and is full of confidence. Shocking, the landlord. All kinds of soft articles and news emerged endlessly, attracting many people's attention, but most did not have high hopes for Lin Yi and Zhang Xiaoan, as both sides were not on the same level in terms of popularity. From the comments, most were pessimistic about Lin Yi and Zhang Xiaoan. However, Lin Yi was completely unconcerned about these doubts and criticisms. On the contrary, he hoped these people would spread the news as much as possible. After all, people are curious. Since you know about it, when the time comes, if you have the chance, won't you go listen and see how it turns out? As long as you come, then the ultimate beneficiary will only be me. The phone rang. Damn, Lin Yi, what are you doing? You have a new song and didn't he give it to me? Luo Dazhong's loud voice came. We can collaborate. What octopus? What Sukuin? Let's crush them. Are you sure? Lin Yi laughed. Can you sing a song for little girls? Luo Dazhong, sounding confused, replied, I really can't. Then that's settled? Wait, don't hang up. Do you have confidence? Although Sukuin isn't anything special, that octopus still has some skills. If he dares to challenge, it proves the lyrics and music must be good. I'm not confident. I'm scared right now. Get lost. If you say you're not scared, I'm even more scared. You say scared? Haha, then there's definitely no problem. Goodbye. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly at the already hung up phone. Does this guy know me well, or what? Chapter 80. This song, did we write it? Interesting. Lin Yi touched his chin, clicking his tongue in amazement. Adding the octopus to the mix, this really is settling old scores with new ones. In Hong Kong, the octopus put down his phone, a disdainful smile on his lips. Opposite him, Mu Sheng raised his glass and chuckled. Octopus, I toast you. This time, we will definitely make that landlord understand what professionalism is. Haha. There's an old saying. A young bull doesn't fear a tiger. The octopus sneered. An outsider dares to provoke us platinum creators? And it's my lead on the lyrics and music. By tomorrow, he'll understand what regret is. Mu Sheng smiled. Yes, you're right. But inwardly, he wanted to curse. Damn it, you're the one in charge. But we clearly collaborated on the lyrics and music, and I contributed just as much as you. How did it become your lead? Just because you're older? You can steal credit? Mu Sheng was unhappy but wouldn't call him out. Moreover, he knew exactly why the octopus took on this job. It was simple. Because there's a scapegoat. And that scapegoat just happened to be him. Sukuin's song would list both their names for lyrics and music, and if Sukuin flopped, it would turn into Mu Sheng being the main creator, with the octopus just casually giving some suggestions. This blame would naturally fall on Mu Sheng. If it succeeded, then the credit would belong to the octopus. There was also another reason. Sukuin was currently the hottest young star, bar none, with his fanbase. Even if he sang like crap, it would still sell like hotcakes. This was why the scared octopus dared to take on the job. Mu Sheng understood this perfectly, but still didn't refuse. After all, the pay for this job was quite generous, plus he could take a jab at the landlord. In the office of the president of Tianhua Entertainment, Zhang Tian looked at the news on the computer, frowning slightly. As expected, it can be rebroadcast. So, who is helping him? Does this landlord have some other background? At the time, Yibin was banned from broadcasting, and Zhang Tian had, of course, sought various connections. But to no avail, there had been no hope for a rebroadcast. But how long has it been since Lin Yi took over? And it can already be rebroadcast. If no one was backing Lin Yi, that would be suspicious. But who exactly is backing Lin Yi? What is their relationship, and how far will they help him? These things were still unclear. Without clarity, many actions could not be taken lightly. However, the issue wasn't significant. With Su Kuan's popularity, it would just be a lesson on what it means to hit a stone with an egg. Sinew Entertainment? In the entertainment industry, there's no place for you to meddle. Internet celebrities? Jiang Tian scoffed. This day on the internet was bound to be turbulent. Almost all topics revolved around the landlord, Su Kuan, and the new song, while many also started focusing on Zhang Xiaohan and the Yibin live broadcast. Zhang Xiaohan's You Are My Only was heard by quite a few people. It was a popular love song back then. Its sweet melody was loved by many young girls at the time. But it was a classic case of being famous without the song being well known. Many knew this song, but few knew Zhang Xiaohan. So when they learned that the landlord's new song was sung by her, many were confused. Zhang Xiaohan? What the hell? But once they understood who she was, they couldn't help but exclaim, so it's her. The previous ban on Yibin live broadcasts also left many fans of live streaming without a home. Now that the news was so rampant, they naturally knew about Yibin's return and that a real star would be singing. What more could be said? They had to watch the live broadcast. Although there were people singing on live streaming platforms before, they were just small internet celebrities or even amateurs, so what did that matter? Zhang Xiaohan might be a washed-up star, but at least she was a star. Moreover, many internet celebrities under Sinew Entertainment started proactively promoting Zhang Xiaohan and the Yibin live broadcast. With all these factors combined, many people were preparing to watch the live broadcast. The next morning, Su Kuan's new song was timely released and on astonishing channels, whether it was Xuanting, Iyun, Qiandu, or other music platforms. They all went live at the same time. The song titled was a mix of Chinese and English lyrics. The landlord couple, having nothing to do, decided to give it a listen. Then they both looked bewildered. What is he singing? I don't know. I only understood a few hey hey hey. That seems like. Is it? I really didn't pay attention. Helpless, Lin Yi pulled out the lyrics and took a close look before finally reaching a conclusion. The lyrics, and even the composition, were above the standard line. If 60 was passing, just considering these two aspects, it should be around 70. In this era dominated by young stars, 70 wasn't bad at all. But the problem was, Su Kuan's singing was really ear-piercing. No, it should be said that he had no singing skills at all. He took a 70-point song and sang it down to 40. This was achieved only with the double assistance of electronic music and a million sound engineers. This was why both Lin Yi and Shui Yao were left dumbfounded after listening. Even the Octopus and Mu Sheng, who were far away in Hong Kong, were also bewildered. This song, is it what we wrote? Seems like it. I'm awkward, speechless, painful. Both felt a sense of frustration. How could you take such good lyrics and music and turn it into this? After a long silence, Mu Sheng finally broke the awkwardness. Maybe the aesthetic of young people is different from ours. At least the sales are still quite good. In the main channel, Xuanting Music had nearly 1 million sales within an hour of going live. Other channels were around 500,000, based on this performance. Becoming a platinum single within a month was not a big deal. The octopus's mouth twitched. Can it really break 10 million sales and achieve platinum in a month? Damn it. For the first time, the octopus doubted his own professionalism, but as long as it achieved platinum, that was good. At least this time, with Lin Yi, he had definitely won, right? You're right. The octopus chuckled. The aesthetics of young people are indeed different from ours. Yeah, it must be that way. Chapter 81. The Queen Takes a Hit. Rose, 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 dedicated to our best Kuan Kuan. No doubt he's our best Kuan Kuan. This song is so good. Whoa whoa. I've already bought it, and it made me cry. No matter what, Kuan Kuan, keep it up. I will always support you. Hubby, go for it. What landlord? What Zhang Xiaohan? They should look at themselves. Who do they think they are to compare with our Kuan Kuan? Let's all work hard, and hopefully within half a month, let our Kuan Kuan become a platinum singer. Kuan Kuan, you are the best. Su Kuan's fans jumped out one after another, making it clear that no matter what happened, they would support Kuan Kuan. The popularity of this song is unprecedentedly high. Of course, at the same time, as challengers, the landlord and Zhang Xiaohan have naturally been pushed to the forefront. Almost everyone, when mentioning Su Kuan and this song, will think of or mention the landlord and Zhang Xiaohan. Whether it's mockery or questioning, at least their exposure has skyrocketed. It was only at this point that Su Kuan realized he had been set up. The landlord Zhang Xiaohan. In the van, Su Kuan locked his phone screen, feeling somewhat displeased, and said, "They actually used me for hype. How excessive. He has always used others for promotion. When did it become someone else's turn to use him?" This made him very unhappy, but he couldn't really blame anyone. After all, the slap in the face of Lin Yi was arranged by the higher-ups, and now being used, he could only endure it. What kind of nonsense is this? Provoking people from above is just asking for trouble. He chuckled to himself. This time, with Octopus writing the lyrics and composing, platinum is definitely in the bag. I never expected that I could achieve this so soon after stepping into the music scene. I should call Octopus to thank him. After all, he is an old senior, and if I can get his songs in the future. Thinking of this, Sukuin couldn't help but call Octopus directly to express his gratitude. After a round of bragging, Octopus was delighted. He immediately said he would help Sukuin gain more momentum, and then he went to find some old friends to jointly post on social media, praising Sukuin. Those old friends had significant status and identity in the music scene, but when Octopus spoke, they couldn't refuse. Soon, netizens discovered that a large portion of the creators in the industry, and even many senior figures in the music scene, had publicly come out to support Sukuin. Although most of them were saying how good this newcomer was, without explicitly stating that his song was good, in the eyes of Sukuin's fans. Wasn't this just a recognition of their Kuin's singing ability by many seniors? Look at who still dares to question our Kuin now. Kuin is invincible. Platinum is secured. The landlord? That washed-up small-time singer Zhang Xiaoan. You should just roll away. With the support of half the music scene, Sukuin's fans became even more unruly, as if their Kuin was the #1 in the entire music industry. This directly led to a chaotic situation on Weibo. Even some singers who didn't publicly support him were caught in the crossfire, being questioned by Sukuin's fans in the comments, asking why they didn't speak up for Kuin, why they didn't support him, and so on. This left many singers fuming. Support your Kuin? Speak up for him? What the hell? What? You say I don't understand singing? Don't know how to appreciate it? I bought a watch almost last year. Don't you know what crap he sings? Even those who had no choice but to speak out in the music scene said things like Sukuin sang well and had exceptional skills, because even they were too embarrassed to speak against their conscience. Not to mention that if it weren't for the existence of rules and connections behind their companies, I could tear him apart. The chaotic Weibo made the music scene, which was already irritated by many young idols, even Messier. Sister Ya, your Weibo is getting roasted again. In a private recording studio, manager Lili held her phone, smiling wryly. What happened this time? Lin Yi, who had just finished a call, untied her hair tie, letting her long black hair fall like a waterfall. Isn't that Sukuin releasing a song? I don't know who started it. But now half the music scene is giving him likes and support. We haven't said anything, but his fans are coming to reason with you under your Weibo post. Our fans aren't pushovers either. This is clearly asking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded slightly, furrowing her brows. I see. Let's temporarily turn off the Weibo comments. We can't make a statement on this. Okay, Sister Ya. Lili immediately turned off the Weibo comments, then smiled wryly. Even though you've gone solo now. Sukuin is with Tianhua, and this time he rallied half the music scene, so it's indeed better not to engage. As for having Lin Yi compliment Sukuin, forget it. Not only would Lili never say such a thing, but even if she did, with Lin Yi's personality, she would absolutely refuse to do so. Moreover, given Lin Yi's current status, how could she cater to a young idol? Who doesn't know the name of Lin Yi? The queen of love songs? By the way, Sister Ya, how's the song recording going? Lili suddenly asked. Lin Yi slowly shook her head, the furrow in her brow deepening. There's no problem with the others, but the title track. Still not satisfied? Lili grew anxious. But Sister Ya, your album is set to release next month. If you change the song now, it might be too late. What to do? The current situation is not favorable for Lin Yi. She had just become independent from her company and was already being targeted by her former employer. If she couldn't quickly produce works to stabilize her popularity, she would only go downhill from here. But unfortunately, none of the songs she had at hand were satisfactory enough for her title track. So it had been delayed until now, but if it continued to be delayed. I'm a bit confused. Lin Yi shook her head slowly. Let us wait a bit longer. There's still more than half a month. If it really doesn't work out, I can only compromise. How can I not worry? Lili was almost in tears. What kind of person are you? Don't I know you? If you could easily compromise, how would you have achieved what you have today? She felt helpless but determined to find a good song. I heard that the landlord song is quite good. Lin Yi suddenly changed the topic, mentioning the landlord. I'm not a professional, but from a listener's perspective, it's indeed quite good. That song Wild Wolf is now all over the internet. The lyrics are quite catchy, but the effect is great. Lili's explanation brightened Lin Yi's eyes. Let me hear it. Soon, Lin Yi finished listening to 2 songs, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. They were indeed good songs, though they didn't have much real significance. The music itself had almost reached its peak. Unfortunately, it's not quite suitable for me. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Yi suddenly said, book 2 tickets to Shenzhen. Let's go for a walk there, just as a vacation to relax. Alright, since you won't be satisfied no matter how much you practice. Take a break for a few days. By the way, the landlord's 3rd song will be released tomorrow night, but it's sung by a washed-up little singer. Is that so? Make sure to remind me to listen to it. Hey, we've been roasted pretty badly. Lin Yi scrolled through Weibo for a while, shaking his head in disbelief. You can still laugh? Even if this brings us more heat, it's still hard to be happy about it. Forget it. Lin Yi shrugged. I'm not always that quick-witted. All right. Besides, let them keep criticizing and cursing. Now, with most of the music scene supporting Su Kun, I'm looking forward to seeing their faces after tomorrow night. I wonder if they'll be swollen. At this point, Shui Yao's expression improved a bit. They should, right? But I still don't feel reassured. I need to go see how that girl Xiaohan is practicing. Stay calm, stay calm. Lin Yi said to remain calm. But his feet still followed Shui Yao as they strolled away. The next day, in the evening, as the time approached, the topic of landlord Lin Yi, the overconfident octopus, and Zhang Xiaohan's challenge against Su Kun became increasingly heated. Inside the Sinew Entertainment Company, Lu Qianyue was in the president's office, with various departments bustling about in an orderly manner. Today is not only the day when the Yibin live streaming platform resumes broadcasting, but also the day when Ledu and Yibin join forces. So, at 8 p.m., not only will Yibin resume broadcasting, but Ledu will also help with the most mischievous yet effective pop-up promotions. What diversion? Sorry, it's all our own platform. What difference does it make where it goes? Time is passing by every second. On Weibo, there are already a lot of complaints. Why isn't it open yet? We've been waiting for days. Are the two upstairs blind? Didn't they say 8 p.m.? Isn't it still not here? Nonsense. Can't we start the broadcast early? Hello, keyboard warriors. Goodbye, keyboard warriors. I've almost worn out my 5 key, okay? This last minute feels so long. Count down 10 seconds. My big knife is already itching with anticipation. Finally, 8 p.m. Kyoto time arrives. Yibin live streaming opens for resumption at the first moment, and at the same time, Ledo also sends a pop-up reminder to all online users. This pop-up is an image, featuring Zhang Xiaohan with a delicate makeup, but an expression that is neither sad nor happy. Accompanied by the caption, the landlord wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Zhang Xiaohan is reborn from the ashes. She is a free bird. Clicking the image will directly jump to the live broadcast room. Although Yibin live streaming has resumed, at this moment, there is only one live broadcast room, which is Zhang Xiaohan's. So within a few seconds, over 1 million viewers flooded into Zhang Xiaohan's live broadcast room. Boss, it's over 1 million and still rising. Sinew. In the technical department's office, a group of technicians looked serious. 2 million? No, 3 million. No, real-time data shows it has exceeded 5 million. It's okay. We can still hold on. Wu Qing smiled widely. I had already anticipated it would be a sensation, so I prepared a main server with a capacity of 10 million. Boss. It's already over 9 million. What? Damn. Wu Qing could no longer remain calm and instantly jumped up from the sofa, urgently shouting. Hurry, bring me the computer. Immediately activate the emergency plan. Connect the backup servers. Right now, right away. There are a lot of people in the live broadcast room. 10 million? Still rising. Finally, when it reached around 30 million, the growth rate gradually slowed down, and even so, it was still increasing. My God. Wu Qing wiped his cold sweat. I had already guessed it would definitely be a nuclear bomb, but I didn't expect it to reach the level of a major Ivan. Fortunately, we are already a major client of the operator, and we prepared a lot of backup servers. Otherwise, wouldn't that be the end of it? What he didn't know was that over 30 million viewers, while it seemed like a lot, how much is it really? A Su Kun claims to have tens of millions of fans. Although it's exaggerated, he must have quite a few fans, right? Even if they come to mock or watch the joke, there must be a lot of people, at least several 100,000. Moreover, the whole Weibo has been nearly exploded these past 2 days. Plus, half of the music industry has jumped out to speak, attracting more curiosity. It's strange if there aren't many people. A large number of netizens, even the Queen Lin Yi, several members of the Storm Band, Jiang Tian from Tianhua Entertainment, and the Octopus. Too many people are watching the live broadcast. Of course, the landlord couple is also watching. The dense barrage and gifts almost covered the entire screen, making it impossible to see the image. Helplessly, they could only turn off the barrage. The background of the live broadcast screen is clearly a recording studio. Dressed in a long black gown, exuding elegance, Zhang Xiaohan, with headphones on, eyes closed, stands silently in front of the microphone. For a full minute. She didn't utter a word. Just when many netizens couldn't help but start cursing, Zhang Xiaohan finally opened her eyes and slowly spoke. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Xiaohan. I have once shone brightly, and I have also lost everything. Seeing no hope at all, I even thought of ending my life. But with the encouragement of one person, I survived. Only by walking through the low valleys can one reach the peaks. Only by experiencing storms can one see the rainbow. The song I want to sing is very close to me. The girl and its meaning is very strong, which reminds me of myself, or rather, I am her. And she is me. Zhang Xiaohan's expression changed from somber to determined, then to a faint smile. Chapter 83, Blooming Beautiful Flowers. What nonsense. Are you selling misery or singing? Are you still going to sing? If not, we can just leave. An outdated little star still wants to make a presence? Hurry up and sing, and when you're done, We can have a good laugh and conveniently roast you. Many fans of Su Kuan started cursing directly. However, more people remained silent, instead being touched. Because it was real. Zhang Xiaohan's words, for some reason, sounded to them like only 2 words, real. This is definitely not selling misery, nor is it about any sentimentality, but rather a calm recounting of her past. If one listens carefully, they can hear that this girl, this once popular girl, has experienced great ups and downs in life, and even nearly lost her life. But now, she stands before everyone with a smile, her gaze resolute, brave, and positive. At this moment, many viewers with the sediment of time were touched. In life, who hasn't gone through storms? How many people have not faced setbacks? But, after setbacks, what are one's choices? In a dark rental room, a middle-aged man who was focused on work suddenly raised his head and stared at the girl on the phone, stunned. In the hospital, a young girl had several tubes inserted into her abdomen. The pain made it hard for her to endure. And several times she cried to her parents to give up and let her die. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to know, really want to know, what Zhang Xiaohan had experienced. What made her walk out of despair and smile so brilliantly, so positively and bravely. In a factory, in an old house, on the street, even under a bridge. At this moment, many people watching the live broadcast, who are experiencing or have experienced setbacks, remain silent, watching the live broadcast. There is a bit of a hint. Emotions have already been stirred. In a villa, Mu Sheng's expression was slightly serious. If this song can further enhance the sense of immersion. This girl is indeed good, but she shouldn't sing Lin Yi's songs. The octopus shook his head with a smile, indicating it was not a big deal. She is suitable for singing inspirational songs, songs with elements of courage. But do Lin Yi's lyrics and music have anything to do with inspiration? This is indeed the case. Mu Sheng also relaxed. In another villa in Shangjiang, the storm band reunited after many years. Xiao Luo, what kind of background does this girl have? I haven't seen her before. Luo Dazhong slowly shook his head. A newcomer signed by Xinyu. But Lin Yi's lyrics and music must be extraordinary. And the fact that Lin Yi can notice her proves she is not ordinary. What does this mean? Could it be she wants to record this song while live streaming? Now that you mention it, that really could be it. Damn, is she crazy? Does she dare to play like this? How much confidence does she have? Luo Dazhong probably smiled bitterly. It's not that she has a big heart, but she has confidence. Everyone confidence? You have to have confidence to play like this? Are today's young people that capable? You should know that recording a song is not that simple. Some even sing line by line, recording line by line, and then synthesize the most satisfactory version in the end. But this girl actually wants to record the song in one go while live streaming. Is she crazy? The old men of the storm band all widened their eyes, feeling incredulous. A song written by the landlord, that is, me Lin Yi, titled Jiao, dedicated to myself and everyone. In the scene, Zhang Xiaohan took a deep breath, closed her eyes again, and her expression became complex once more. It was a mix of disappointment intertwined with hope and pain, but ultimately transformed into a look of strength and courage. At the same time, the live broadcast split into 2 screens. One half showed Zhang Xiaohan, while the other half displayed the workstation outside the recording studio, where staff members were preparing for the recording. However, at this moment, many netizens, especially fans of Su Kuan and Octopus, could not help but laugh. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A Jiao? What the hell? Is that even a song title? Silly Jiao is more like it. Uff, what a genius name. Who would even listen to such a song? Our Kuan is definitely going to win. Uff, it's already a sure win, okay? Their laughter sparked discontent among many netizens. But at this time, no one could refute them. Because just looking at the 2 characters A Jiao, it was hard to imagine what kind of song would have such a name. Just then, Zhang Xiaohan's low voice finally came through. A Jiao, in some place. Like a vulture, perched on the mountaintop. A Jiao, in front of the Jiakhang temple, bathed in sunlight, pouring a pot of sweet tea. We talk about the past. A Jiao, you always dress yourself like a boy, but stronger than Gisa. At first, her voice was deep, but soon it rose in pitch. Rather than singing, it felt more like Zhang Xiaohan was narrating her own story, telling the world who she was. Did you hear that? I, like a vulture, can leisurely chat about the past. Though I am a girl, I am no weaker than a boy. I am just as resilient as a Gisa flower. From now on, no one can bring me down. The lyrics continued, and during the rap part in the middle, tears rolled down Zhang Xiaohan's cheeks, yet her singing remained steady. Accepting exile, confusion, and freedom, like the wind, blowing through the rugged and uneven paths. But I still want to give up, because pain doesn't mean giving up hope. The scars from the wounds blossom into incredibly beautiful flowers. Betrayed by friends? Shelved by the company? Deceived by parents? So what if I get hurt? As long as I don't bow to fate, even after being hurt, we can still be strong. Adiao. The singing continued, and Zhang Xiaohan was completely immersed in her song. Singing? What she sang was herself. A complete emotional immersion, without an ounce of pretense. Fate is full of twists and turns, obsessed yet indifferent, bidding farewell to youth, countless stations, content with the ordinary, but unwilling to fail in mediocrity. You are a Diao. You are a free bird. Boom. The sudden high note seemed to burst through the roof and echoed through the clouds. I can be ordinary, but I cannot fail in mediocrity. I can be hurt, but I will never bow to fate. For some reason, the densely packed bullet comments in the live stream suddenly disappeared. Chapter 84, 9999. In a dimly lit rental room. A middle-aged man who had been busy working overtime suddenly froze for some reason. Dingling. The phone rang, and he numbly answered. Hello? Have you finished the project plan I asked you to work on? I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? If you can't get it done, don't come to work tomorrow. I'm telling you. I quit. He spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling, yet there was a certain indescribable nonchalance. What did you say? I said I'm done. Click. The phone hung up, and the middle-aged man wiped his face, only to realize that he had been crying without knowing when. Don't give up hope. Bravely move forward. Adiao? He murmured, haha. I'm not even as good as a girl. When did I become so accommodating? He thought of the past, of all the compromises and hardships he had endured over the years. Wiping away his tears, he stood up and looked out the window, his eyes regaining their sparkle. I have dreams too. In the hospital, a girl who had thought about suicide several times was stunned. She had many tubes inserted into her abdomen, and it hurt badly, making it impossible for her to move. Her only entertainment was playing with her phone. But now, in the live broadcast, that girl with tear-streaked cheeks yet filled with determination, singing a Diao, made her feel like that was her. Xiaona? Her mother rushed in from outside, seeing her daughter in tears and quickly asked, Are you in a lot of pain? I'll call the doctor. Mom. Xiaona reacted, smiling through her tears as she said, I'm fine, and I don't want to die anymore. Really? Her mother looked surprised. Really? Xiaona nodded firmly, but her eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhang Xiaohan, who had finished singing. Although she didn't know what Zhang Xiaohan had gone through, the strength of such a girl who had thought about ending her life must have come from a place of deep despair, right? And now, she was a Diao. She was soaring again, so why couldn't she do the same? Her parents had given everything for her, so did she want to make them sad? I want to live well, and in the future, I want to honor you. Xiaona. In Hong Kong, at Octopus's villa. Damn. Octopus was in shock, his expression equally dumbfounded. Both of them filled with disbelief and astonishment, wanting to curse. This song is simply cheating. Is this the singing skill of an outdated 18-line little star? The emotional immersion is something even a top star might not be able to match. Where did Lin Yi find such a gem? Moreover, isn't he supposed to be good at rock and pop songs? Can he really do all genres? Damn, Su Kuan sighed. In a 5-star hotel, Lin Yi and her manager Li watched the live broadcast, looking at the girl who had just finished singing yet remained immersed in her emotions. Impressive. Lin Yi shook her head slowly. So impressive. The landlord is amazing, this folk song is great, but Zhang Xiaohan is definitely a rising star. Her singing skills and emotions have reached their peak, perfectly combined. Lily nodded. It's really impressive. I almost cried listening to it. This girl definitely has a story. But compared to you, Sister Yi, she's still a bit lacking, right? Not necessarily. Lin Yi shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with anticipation and appreciation. Her emotional impact is too strong. If we set aside her popularity, I wouldn't dare say I could win against her. So amazing. Lily was shocked. As for setting aside popularity, does the foundation of a diva even need to be mentioned? Lily, help me send her a gift as a reward. I remember there is a function for that in the live broadcast, right? There is indeed. How much should I give? The maximum. Oh, should it be anonymous? No need. She's quite good. Lily was shocked again. What do you mean? Is Sister Yi going to support Zhang Xiaohan? Although confused, she didn't hesitate and immediately registered an account, directly sending 999 roses. Lin Yi, great song. Sending 999 roses. Keep it up. Suddenly, a red bullet comment flew by, followed by a shower of rose petals. The netizens were instantly dumbfounded. Damn. 9,000 roses? Who's got that kind of money? I'm in too. This song hit me right in the heart, sending roses. Damn, I cried listening to this. Who is this divine being? What is so good about it? Is it better than our Coin? Are you actors? Get out of here, do you even understand? What she is singing is not a song, it's herself. Am I the only one who noticed? That person sending 999 roses. Give me a break. It's fake. Do you really think a diva would come to watch this kind of live stream? Even our Coin doesn't pay attention to it. Damn. I'm going crazy. It's real. Everyone, quickly look at the Queen's Weibo. She's recommending a Diao. What the hell? Even the Queen has fallen for it. In Hong Kong, the retirement villa of the Crazy Wind Band. What kind of divine being is this? It's simply a heavenly combination. This song a Diao, if sung by someone else, might be nothing special, but on this girl, It's just a perfect match. This girl has a story. Rather than saying she is singing, it's more accurate to say she is singing about herself. Luo Dazhong chuckled bitterly. Although it's not very comfortable, I have to admit it. Different forms of music are hard to compare, but the artistic conception is there. Zhang Xiaoan has truly given this song a Jiao life, and it really can't be compared. I want to sing. Can you still sing? What the hell? Let us go, let us shout. Moments later, outside a private room, several young girls stood outside straining to listen. Not working? What are you doing here? Manager? We're not slacking off. Not slacking off. Then what are you doing? Don't you want to work anymore? We just found out that someone in this room is singing just like the original. So we were curious. Nonsense. The manager didn't believe it and leaned in to listen for himself. Moments later, he was stunned. This really is just like the original? The live broadcast screen was already covered with various gifts. Zhang Xiaohan's voice slowly came through. Thank you for everyone's recognition. Perhaps you have already noticed that while I was singing just now, a Jiao has already been recorded, so it will soon be uploaded to major music platforms. I hope everyone likes it. Hiss. Crazy. Singing while recording? One take and it's done? No way. No way. This is strength. Didn't you see the screen next to it? It's already starting to upload. I've been watching it right below my eyelids. Enough nonsense. I'll buy it first as respect. Chapter 85. The Rules of the Jianghu, One-on-One. It's done. Shui Yao put down her phone with satisfaction. The live broadcast had ended. After all, Zhang Xiaoan couldn't keep singing nonstop. She was a nuclear bomb that had already exploded. Next, it was time to see her own self. Various streamers started to show their skills, and many netizens, while astonished, mostly chose to leave. But even if only a small portion remained, it was already very optimistic. The heat had completely risen. Yes, it succeeded. Lin Yi stretched lazily. I've been exhausted these days. Are you tired? Shui Yao shot him a glance. You're almost becoming a homebody, and you're still tired? Cough. It's hard for people, landlord lady. Uft. Tonight is destined to be restless. The next morning, various news reports emerged one after another. Queen Lin Yi gives a real name thumbs up. A Jiao blows up the internet. An 18-line washed-up little singer? No, she is a Jiao. You've been rebroadcast. Starting with a king bomb, a girl like a Jiao. A Jiao's sales explode. Overnight, online data exceeds 3 million. It's on fire. Naturally. Lin Yi grinned. But some people are probably unable to sit still. What if they have thick skin? That's true. Su Kuan was dumbfounded. Of course. He couldn't watch any live broadcasts, but early in the morning, various news and the murmurs of staff around him still made him notice something unusual. After inquiring carefully and understanding, he found out that the 18-line washed-up little singer had actually become popular, and the growth rate of song sales was faster than his. How is this possible? Promotion. Increase the promotion efforts for me. Absolutely cannot lose to her. Otherwise, how can I show my face? Immediately. Right now. The sales figures came out. Mu Sheng looked at the news, his face full of despair. The octopus remained expressionless and hummed, feeling terrible inside. At first, they were all full of confidence, saying Su Kuan's platinum was secure, winning with no pressure, preparing to watch Lin Yi's joke. And the result? Secure my ass. More votes. Is it necessary? This. Mu Sheng wanted to curse. I'm the one taking the blame, and you obviously think it's unnecessary. But there's one thing both of them couldn't understand. Why? That kid Lin Yi is just a rich second generation living off rent. How could he write such high-level lyrics and music? Who the hell is the real creator? Is our platinum title fake? At this moment, they even began to doubt life. Time passed. 3 days flew by. A Jiao's popularity is beyond doubt. Total platform sales added up to over 8 million in 3 days. At this rate, over 10 million in a week. Becoming a platinum single is not a problem. Walking on the big street, even in the company, you could hear that familiar melody everywhere. In contrast, Su Kuan's side had sales of only 5 million, and the growth rate was almost stagnant. This month's new song chart, sales chart, popularity chart, a Jiao ranked first, unshakable. Even Zhang Xiaoan's popularity skyrocketed, forcefully breaking into the second-tier singer list from an 18-line unknown star. On Weibo, Su Kuan, the octopus, and Mu Sheng had already started to play dead. But even so, netizens still didn't plan to let them go. Let us beat the dead horse. Beat the dead horse. So satisfying. Just can't stand these little fresh meats who have no real skills, but act all high and mighty. Now it's good. They've been fixed, right? Uft. Didn't Tycoon have tens of millions of fans? If everyone buys once, isn't that tens of millions? Simply super platinum. How come only 5 million in sales? Bullshit, tens of millions. How many of those are real people? This 5 million, probably more than half are from buying their own. Right? Don't expose their secrets. The landlord couple didn't say a word? But it's okay. I declare, this round, you lost completely. Landlord couple full health. You are full blue. Not much difference. No big deal. What the hell? Not much difference. You just want to say full health beats you, right? Uft. A large amount of sarcasm hit Su Kuan's face black, and his fans were also furious, wanting to fight back. But what's the use? The data is there. The facts are settled. Arguing is just more embarrassing. President Jiang. Su Kuan looked at Jiang Tian in front of him, a bit anxious. You're here, Jiang Tian said expressionlessly. You don't need to involve yourself in the music scene for now. Let us take a break from the spotlight. The company will arrange new announcements for you, if nothing goes wrong. It's the male lead in a TV drama. Grasp it well. Go ahead. Yes, President Jiang. Leaving the office, Su Kuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I wasn't put on ice. The male lead in a TV drama? That will only take me to the next level. He was scared. What if this big shot gets angry? Then wouldn't his future be ruined? But it seems that that's not the case now. Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaohan, I remember you. One day, on the way out. Su Kuan thought of Lin Yi and the others who had made him lose face, and even got his face swollen, feeling frustrated and angry. This stupid 13. In the office, Jiang Tian watched Su Kuan's departing figure, cursing inwardly. The Octopus and Mu Sheng's songs could be sung like this. And you still say you can sing and dance? Sing your sister. If it weren't for your slight popularity that can bring benefits to the company, I would have let you eat dirt in a corner. Shaking his head to throw Su Kuan's figure out of his mind. Jiang Tian's expression grew even darker. I really underestimated you. Lin Yi, Sinew Entertainment. Do you really want to step into the entertainment industry? But the entertainment industry isn't something you can just barge into. One song a diao, one Zhang Xiaohan is still far from enough. I'll send you a big gift. Outside, the winds were raging, but within the urban village, it was a rare calm. After saying goodbye to Zhang Xiaohan's endless thanks, the landlord couple left. Where are we going to play? Shopping. Shui Yao stretched lazily. It's rare to have free time. Of course, we have to go shopping. Lin Yi, can I not go? Guess what? Then there's no room for negotiation. It's the rules of the Jianghu, a one-on-one duel. Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to say that. The two were holding hands and just about to leave the urban village when they noticed that a large crowd had gathered ahead. Along with the deafening and mocking sound of music, Shui Yao took a glance from a distance. Her interest piqued. It looks like a wandering singer. Let's go check it out. As soon as she finished speaking, without giving Lin Yi a chance to respond, she pulled him along. Yup, just pulled him over effortlessly. Chapter 86, a large-scale dog-catching scene. One person, one guitar, one speaker, that's all. The person was almost 30, dressed in a denim jacket and jeans. With long hair and a wild vibe, playing and singing by himself. It was clear he was a loyal fan of rock music. Before long, the song reached its climax. After listening for a while, Shui Yao nodded slightly. It feels pretty good. It really is good. Lin Yi agreed. Perhaps these wandering singers aren't very famous. Or they don't know much about professional knowledge. But if it's just about singing, they indeed do quite well. You know, if he knew that the lyricist and composer were right below him, would he jump up in excitement? Shui Yao suddenly became interested. Who knows? He might even ask for your autograph. Is it that exaggerated? Lin Yi shrugged. Right now, we can at most be considered low-profile internet celebrities, right? Moreover, many people have heard my songs, but how many would pay attention to the lyricist and composer? This isn't so much tragic as it is a difference between being in the spotlight and behind the scenes. Singers stand in front, while lyricists and composers stand behind. What people see, hear, and pay attention to are mostly singers, not creators. TSK, speaking of which, we can be considered internet celebrities, right? I wonder if there's a chance to make it to the artist rankings like Xiaohan. Unless we increase our exposure, otherwise, it's tough. The difference between internet celebrities and stars is huge. Xiaohan can rise to the second tier in a short time. All the right conditions must align. And she was originally a small celebrity. The artist rankings are an official list created by a global entertainment organization. Of course, the so-called official organization is a collective of many well-known entertainment companies around the world, so generally speaking, it's quite fair. This list is divided into world level, continental level, and national level. For example, the Huahua artist list is national level, while the Asian artist list is continental level. Each list is further divided into no-name, fourth tier, third tier, second tier, first tier, and super first tier. The no-name list has an uncertain number of people, most of whom are special guest actors, simply put, a bit known, but still minor roles. Fourth-tier artists are relatively familiar faces, but few can name them. As for third, second, and first tier, that's easy to understand. Super first tier has 9 spots, also known as the kings and queens. Want to make the list? Besides having enough popularity, you also need to have noteworthy works, including but not limited to film, television, and music. Lin Yi knew very well that although he had some fame online now, he was still far from making it to this list. I don't think it's that far off. Shui Yao rolled her eyes. Aren't you just lacking a few works? Why don't you try entering the entertainment industry for fun? Look. Lin Yi chuckled. but I still want to be with you. Ha ha ha. Go away, go away. Shui Yao laughed and scolded. Just then, the wandering singer finished a song and was taking a break. She had an idea. Come here. Shui Yao lightly beckoned Lin Yi with her finger, causing his heart to flutter. What's up? I want to hear you sing. Her red lips were right by his ear, making it hard for Lin Yi to resist. Here? Right here. You want me to go up and steal the show? Lin Yi laughed. How about we go up and perform Wild Wolf? If I don't go, I won't sing well. You come, you come. Then, stop wasting time. Are you going or not? Shui Yao put her hands on her hips, instantly transforming into a fierce landlord mode. I'm going. Dude. Lin Yi stepped forward. Can I borrow your guitar and equipment? I want to sing a song. The wandering singer was a bit surprised, a simple smile on his weathered face. Of course, but it's rare for someone to make such a request. Hey, it's a request from the tiger lady at home. That's great. The wandering singer grinned. Lin Yi casually strummed the guitar a couple of times to find the feel, then became somewhat lost in thought. Fortunately, he had learned guitar in his previous life during university, and he could play a bit, so strumming casually was definitely no problem. But what to sing? Meanwhile, the audience below began to get lively. Wow, the landlord is going to sing? Wild Wolf. Oh my god. Are we going to get dog food again? Not really. The landlord lady is down there, right? How could he serve dog food alone? The landlord isn't that kind of person, right? He might not be stealing the show, but it's definitely going to be a large-scale dog food scene. Sigh. The despair of single dogs. People were very curious. And it wasn't just the residents. There were also many online viewers who had come after hearing about it. In other places, not many people might know Lin Yi, but here, he was definitely a celebrity. However, everyone often saw Lin Yi, so it wasn't surprising anymore. But now the landlord is going to sing? Everyone found it interesting, and soon a crowd gathered. Yeah, there are so many people over there. Two women, both wearing masks and with impressive figures, approached from a distance. With the masks on, if you didn't pay attention, no one would recognize Lin Yi. She looked from afar. It seems like someone is singing. Let's go take a look. But there are so many people. What if you get recognized? Don't we have masks? Okay then. The two strolled over. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was quite chaotic. Originally, she was feeling upset because of the issues with the album's title song and had planned to stroll around the city to relax, but unexpectedly, she found herself here. Strange. Could it be that a Diao had given her too much inspiration, wanting to see that landlord? Just then, the two were already close to the crowd. From a distance, Lily frowned. He looks a bit familiar. It's him. Lin Yi recognized him at a glance. After all, she had watched Lin Yi's videos online before coming. What a coincidence. The guitar sound started. Lin Yi, holding the guitar, finally decided what to sing and cleared his throat. Ahem, hello everyone. I'll just sing a few lines casually. The next moment, his expression changed slightly, his face showing reminiscence and sweetness, as he began to play and sing. This is a simple little love song, singing about the twists and turns of people's hearts. I think I'm very happy. When there's your warmth. The air around my feet shifted. This is a simple little love song, singing about the doves in our hearts. Chapter 87. You want to go to my house as soon as we meet? The singing began, and the neighbors and online viewers below were dumbfounded. Huh? A little love song? It's just a love song. I was wondering why the landlord wanted to sing today. It turns out he is singing a love song for the landlord lady? Oh my god, this is so sweet. I said I wouldn't eat dog food. But this is definitely way more than Wild Wolf's dog food. What is the use of it being good? I'm a single dog. Do single dogs have no rights? Whoa. The wandering singer was stunned, staring at Lin Yi, unable to comprehend. This song, original? And wow, a master. The most crucial part is, I'm also a single dog. This is simply a critical hit. He can write love songs? Lin Yi's lips slightly parted beneath her mask. She wasn't completely stunned, but there was definitely a hint of shock. She is a queen and has encountered many excellent creators, but it's really the first time she's met someone like Lin Yi, who has produced several outstanding songs that span different genres. A Diao? Come on, that girl went straight to the second-tier artist chart with just one song. Even if it was at the bottom, it's still impressive. Now here comes another love song. It's even a good song that could serve as the title track for her new album. Originally, she just planned to travel and unwind. But it seems there might be unexpected gains. You know, even if the heavy rain turns this city upside down, I will hold you tight. I can't stand seeing your back as you come, writing down my sorrow that makes time feel like years. Even if the whole world is kidnapped by loneliness, I won't run away. No one can escape the aging in the end. Writing down the castle where my time intertwines with the sound of the piano. As the song continues, Lin Yi's gaze has already locked onto Shui Yao, as if telling the whispers in his heart. So what if the city is turned upside down? So what if the world is destroyed? I will always be with you until we grow old together. In the audience, Shui Yao was completely stiff. Although she always appears fierce and strong in front of others, how could she remain calm when her childhood sweetheart publicly confessed like this? I understand, I really do. From childhood to now, We have long been an inseparable part of each other. What could possibly separate us? Silly, right? These words are only meant to be known in the heart. Do they need to be said in public? And even directly writing the words love song into the lyrics. Ugh, aren't you ashamed? But why does my heart race so fast? Unknowingly, Shui Yao found that she, who should have felt disgusted, had a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. What a good song. The wandering singer with long hair had tied it up and was filming a video with his phone while exclaiming in admiration. In the audience, most listeners were rolling their eyes. Can't stand it, can't stand it. It's simply openly giving out sugar. Hubby, look at that landlord. I'm crying. I'm not crying. I'm feeling sour. Why don't I have such a talented and romantic boyfriend? Don't be silly, wake up. The landlord is not just talented. He is also incredibly wealthy. So sour it's killing me. Can't bear to look or listen. This song is simply torturing me as a single dog. I refuse to accept it. Then why don't you leave? What do you take me for? This is the landlord's new song. What if there's more later? Damn it. What are you doing with your phone? Posting on Latu? Damn it. Then I'll post on Weibo. The audience felt both painful and happy. Is the song good? Of course it's good. After all, it's a new song sung by the landlord, and everyone is giving face. But the problem is, this song is so torturous for couples. If the landlord were a single dog singing this song, maybe nobody would think much of it. They would only assume he was confessing to someone. But he just happens to not be a single dog and has a beautiful landlord who is stunningly gorgeous. This is just too much. Even like this, he still sings a love song that tortures single dogs, and it's an original song sung in public. Too much. But while they felt sour in their hearts, they also hoped Lin Yi would sing another one. But unfortunately, there was no encore. After finishing, Lin Yi directly took Shui Yao, who seemed a bit unnatural, and left, leaving the audience sighing. This left the wandering singer dumbfounded. He carefully saved the video he had just recorded and then curiously asked, "Who was that handsome guy just now? Do you all know him?" "The landlord." "You don't know the landlord? Dude, how long have you been off the internet?" "TSK, I got recommended on Latu." "Ha ha, over 100 likes, awesome." The wandering singer, the landlord? His mind was filled with question marks until he opened Baidu's search. What the hell? The landlord. Unfortunately, when he looked again, the person had already walked far away. "Excuse me, can you wait a moment?" The landlord couple was stopped by someone. Lin Yi looked at the girl in a mask in front of him, full of question marks. "Who are you?" "My boss wants to talk to you." "Let me handle it." Another masked girl quickly caught up, looking apologetic and saying, "Sorry, I can't take off my mask right now, but can we talk to you?" "Talk." Lin Yi nodded. "There's a tea house over there." The two masked girls turned their heads to look and shook their heads. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Can we talk at your home?" Lin Yi was stunned. But Shui Yao instantly showed a dangerous look, sizing up the two girls. "What does this mean? Meeting right away and wanting to go to my house? What are you planning? Do you have inappropriate thoughts about my pig? Are girls nowadays so bold? Besides, I'm still here." "Sorry." The other party seemed to realize something was off and waved their hands. "It's just that in a public setting, our boss's identity makes it not very convenient." "Identity not convenient?" Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. "Are you celebrities with this getup?" Shui Yao glared. "Wow, even celebrities have their eyes on my pig." Chapter 88, Little Luck. Moments later at home, in an environment without outsiders, the two girls finally took off their masks. The landlord couple remained calm. Li secretly nodded. Indeed, they were people who had seen the world, and seeing our queen did not surprise them at all. Who knew that the next second? "May I ask who you are?" "Li, what? Are you from the last century? You don't even know the queen?" Li was dumbfounded. What level of existence is the queen? Super A-list. Just like how some older folks might not know who Andy Lau is. But who in this world doesn't know about this king? Of course, there's no Andy Lau in this world. But Lin Yi's fame as a queen is no different from his. And yet, you two young people don't know her. After all this, it turns out you're not calm because you've met the queen. You don't even know her? "I'm dizzy." Li almost fell over. Lin Yi, however, remained calm and just smiled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yi. I'm a singer. I think my main profession is singing. Speaking of which, I have quite a connection with the landlord. We share the same surname, and even the initials of our names are the same." Li had been observing the landlord couple. In her mind, even if they didn't know our queen, they must have at least heard her name, right? Surely they would be shocked upon hearing her name? Unfortunately, Lin Yi and Shui Yao remained calm. They only seemed a bit puzzled. "Lin Yi? Queen?" "Yes." Lin Yi lightly nodded. "You actually came to find me?" Lin Yi was slightly surprised. Who is Lin Yi? Even if the memories of his past life are vague, he still has some impression of her, the legendary tough character who started her career singing but became a versatile artist excelling in film, television, and music before turning 30. She even eliminated an old king and stepped into the ranks of the 9 super A-listers in the country, now ranking first. Such a top super A-lister is looking for him for help? Lin Yi was indeed a bit surprised, but it was only a little surprise. As for Shui Yao, well, This fierce girl finally figured out that this beautiful cabbage, which only slightly differs in freshness from herself, is not here to covet her pig, so she felt relieved. As for what surprise? It's just a coincidence. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. I originally came to Shenzhen for a vacation, but I just heard you sing that song and liked it very much. If possible, I would like to cover it, and of course, it would be best if I could buy the copyright for this song. You write the lyrics and compose, and I'll do the singing. She felt a bit of anticipation in her heart. She is generally satisfied with the other songs on her new album, but the title track is not up to standard. If she compromises, even if the album is released, she won't be satisfied with it herself. Especially since she has just left the company to go solo and has been targeted heavily. If the album's quality is average, she would be giving up her top position. After all, other superstars are not easy to deal with. Everyone wants to compete for the top spot. If she doesn't make any mistakes, no one can shake Lin Yi's position in the short term, but once she makes a mistake, the consequences could be dire. Little love song? Lin Yi shook his head. This song won't work. He glanced at Shui Yao and added, only I can sing this song. The latter rolled her eyes in disdain. Don't be so cheesy. But the slight uplift of her lips gave her away. I must have overstepped. It seems Little Love Song has a special meaning for you. Lin Yi smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Then we'll take our leave. Yijia? Li, who had been silent, was confused. Why are they leaving directly? Why not try a little harder? She tried to signal them, but Lin Yi slowly shook her head. When Lin Yi looked at Shui Yao, the affection in his eyes was impossible to hide, and judging by the previous scene, it was clear that Little Love Song was meant for Shui Yao, so why force it? Lin Yi stood up to leave. That's just her. Even though time was tight and the situation was urgent, she would never force others or impose on them. As her manager, Li could only feel anxious. Aren't you going to help her? Shui Yao spoke softly. After all, she is the biggest diva, and isn't she related to you? You just turned her down? It's not that I don't want to help her, but this song really isn't suitable. Don't be like that. Am I such a petty person? Shui Yao glared. Indeed. She was never a petty person, especially when it came to Lin Yi, who would give her anything. Lin Yi still shook his head. There were some things he just couldn't say. He couldn't just say that the song was more suited for a man to sing, could he? Wait. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the door to leave, Lin Yi suddenly said, Young people, don't be in such a hurry. If Little Love Song won't work. I didn't say that all songs are off the table. Li wanted to scold him. She even wanted to ask, do you know how annoying that is? Soon. The two returned obediently. Afterward, Shui Yao took a small notebook and went off. Not long after, Lin Yi was holding a small notebook, flipping through it. Lin Yi and Li's eyes fell on the notebook. Since Lin Yi was flipping through it quickly, they couldn't see it clearly. But one thing was certain. The notebook was packed with lyrics and sheet music. These were all written by the landlord. Li was astonished, her mouth agape. Enough to fit an entire egg. Even Lin Yi showed a look of surprise and curiosity. Shui Yao nodded lightly, as if it was nothing extraordinary. Everything was just casual. But in reality, she was overjoyed. TSK. So what if Lin Yi is a diva? Seeing my family's pig's notebook, isn't she still surprised? Rip. Just then, Lin Yi selected a piece, ripped off a sheet, and threw it to Lin Yi. This song is for you. It's suitable. The song was Little Luck. Little Luck? Li hesitated. Just how much do you like the word little? First it was Little Love Song. Now it's Little Luck. Could it be? But Lin Yi didn't notice these details and immediately started humming. As a top diva, her singing skills and music theory were certainly profound, so on the first try, she captured the essence of the song. This song. Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi in surprise. It's very suitable to be the title track of my new album. She was already the queen of love songs. And the sweetness and lyrics in Little Luck were just perfect. It's a love song, but not so straightforward. It describes everything as luck, with a subtle artistic conception. Thank you. You're welcome, Lin Yi grinned. But I have to charge. That's reasonable. Lin Yi nodded and said seriously, if you don't charge, I wouldn't dare take this song. Am I Lin Yi, someone who takes advantage of others? However, I can't pay the market price for this song. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, 1,000 gold is hard to buy my willingness. To me, this song is priceless, but the market price for a platinum songwriter is 300,000 per song. And I like yours even more. How about 2 million? If it's not enough, I'll add more. Hearing this, Shui Yao's eyes almost instantly turned into little money signs. 2 million for a song. My goodness. There are over 300 songs in this little notebook. And they are no worse than Little Luck, if they are all at this price. Don't. Lin Yi suddenly interrupted, waving his hands in refusal. Old Luo, that idiot, gave me 1 million, and it got me scolded by those songwriters. If you give me 2 million, I'll probably get scolded to death by all the songwriters. It's too troublesome. Just give me something casual. I'm a person who likes peace. Being a salted fish is easier. Li was completely dizzy. She just wanted to ask, what kind of gods are you all? One opens their mouth for 2 million. Buying lyrics and music usually tops out at 500,000, okay? 1 million is already a record. And you're asking for 2 million? But before she could voice her concerns, she was stunned by Lin Yi's rebuttal. What? 2 million? I don't want that much. What on earth is going on? Do you all think money isn't money? That's true. Lily's confusion didn't end there. Lin Yi actually nodded in agreement, expressing her acknowledgement. I'm also afraid of trouble. Since that's the case, 1 million sounds good. This amount won't cause much trouble even if it gets exposed. After all, those who should have scolded you have already scolded you. Adding one more song for 1 million, they should be used to it by now. Lin Yi, you make a lot of sense. I have no words to counter that. Shui Yao shook her head. 1 million? Not bad. Then it's settled. By the way, there's some news. I don't know if you all are already aware, Lin Yi suddenly said. What news? The landlord couple exchanged glances, slightly curious. Don't know? Shui Yao rolled her eyes. Wanting to ask, isn't that a bit too much? I want to hit him, you know? So that is how it is. What does that mean? Lin Yi frowned slightly. And Shui Yao sat up straight. Tianhua Entertainment has made a statement in the industry. Lin Yi slowly shook her head. They've told industry people not to get involved with you, and they cannot cooperate. Otherwise, Tianhua Entertainment will sever ties with the other party. Tianhua Entertainment is one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the country. When they speak, it's basically equivalent to a ban. Besides a few entities that are equal in status or don't care about them, you all probably. At this point, there was no need to continue. In other words, after this, our people from the Sinew faction wanting to enter the entertainment industry will basically have no way to go, right? Lin Yi was somewhat angry. If it was just targeted at him, perhaps he could remain calm. But if they were going to ban everyone on his side, he absolutely couldn't tolerate that. It's not that serious, but it's close, Lin Yi explained. The entertainment industry is not that big or small. There are still some who don't care about Tianhua, like online channels. For example, Xuanting Music doesn't care about Tianhua. Tianhua's ban won't reach them. But of course, they have to worry about being bribed by these channels. However, the price would be very high, so they generally don't play that way. Besides, even those TV stations usually want to give Tianhua some face. Only able to go through online channels? Lin Yi coldly shook his head. How to play with only online channels? Are singers only releasing songs online now? No physical releases? No concerts? Stars aren't participating in variety shows anymore? No acting in movies or TV dramas? Just shooting some online dramas to get by? Although Lin Yi hadn't thought that far ahead before, now Tianhua is clearly bullying him, even stepping on his neck, and he will definitely not do nothing. With this thought, he gradually fell into contemplation. Tianhua Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies, has a deep foundation, and its status in the entertainment circle is well established. This is not a ban, but it feels even more like one, and its power is indeed not small. What am I afraid of? Lin Yi chuckled. I've been prepared for this, otherwise I wouldn't dare to go independent. That is true. If your fame were to be banned by a big company, the others would probably be overjoyed. Banning the #1 super diva Lin Yi? Wouldn't that just send a piece of juicy meat into the opponent's mouth? But Sinew, or the current Lin Yi, does not have the qualification to make Tianhua's competitors take notice. Moreover, Lin Yi could never let himself and Sinew sell out to others. Speaking of which, this incident. I owe you a favor. If it weren't for your little stroke of luck, I might have had a hard time finding a suitable lead song in a short time. So, if you need anything, just say it. I will do my best within my capabilities. Lin Yi spoke seriously. As soon as this was said, Lily became anxious. Lin Yi is currently the person banned by Tianhua. Singing a song is one thing, but if Lin Yi is really going to help him, it might bring a lot of trouble. Our relationship is just a business transaction. Where's the favor owed? Lin Yi smiled. Besides, it's not that easy to ban me. So, are we just a transaction between us? Lin Yi sighed softly, but suddenly froze, realizing something. Why does this sound a bit ambiguous? Lin Yi and the others left. Shui Yao, however, began to explode with anger. That Jiang is really not a good person. He should have been knocked out that day. Lin Yi, take it easy, landlord. Chapter 90. Prepare to fight back. Lao Luo, Xiaolinzi, why do you have time to call me? Got a new song? On the other end of the phone, Luo Dazhong's voice was loud. Hey, this time you really outdid yourself. A song, A Jiao, is beating me down. Let me ask you something. After a moment of silence, Luo Dazhong laughed. Hey, what impact does it have? Just eat and drink. I've been having fun with the old brothers these days. Meaning you basically have nothing to do? But you guys should think of a way to solve this matter with Tianhua. Got it. I just wanted to confirm the situation. Since it's true, then let's leave it at that. This time I dragged you down. Give me a year at most if I can't settle this for you. I'll live stream doing a headstand while washing my hair. Kid, which head are you washing? Damn, you still have the mood to joke. Looks like there's nothing going on. Hanging up. Beep beep beep. This kid, is he really going to do something big? But let him go. I should just take a break. Luo Dazhong mumbled, showing a smile, and fell asleep. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi crossed his arms, squinting his eyes, looking very displeased. Shui Yao crossed her long legs, looking very unhappy. So it was Tianhua messing around behind the scenes. I should scold them. Saying this, she was about to go on Weibo to curse. No need. Lin Yi shook his head and stopped her. This matter, I had anticipated. Are you still helping them speak? Which side are you on? Shui Yao glared, kicking Lin Yi in the butt. How is that helping them? I'm just stating the facts. No matter. I don't understand these matters, but you need to solve it. Otherwise, I'll go solve it. You solve it. Lin Yi nearly fell over. If you go solve it, wouldn't that just lead to more concussions? Don't rush. Let us first clarify the situation, then take it slow. Let us go to the company, find out what's going on first. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The two hurriedly headed to the company. In fact, Lin Yi already had a few solutions in mind. For example, take out a large batch of good songs he had, and find some capable but unknown singers to use the online platform to dominate the charts. Sing until Tianhua is scared, and then proceed slowly. But this isn't perfect, and it's somewhat difficult to implement. Another way is to let those good songs be sung by those stars. Once sung, they owe him a favor. And with more favors, this matter could be resolved. But he was somewhat reluctant to part with those good songs. Fortunately, the internet side is not affected, and Ledu is still thriving. So, he decided to clarify Tianhua's movements before making a decision. Found it. I was also curious why Xiaohan and Adiao were so popular but had no announcements. After all, even though our Xinyu is just a new small company, it shouldn't be that a second-tier star can't get a single announcement, right? Now, after hearing you say this, I asked some industry insiders and found out that it was indeed Tianhua's doing. Lu Qianyue gritted her teeth, her face full of anger. They are too much. Don't rush. Lin Yi comforted. The incident has happened, and it's useless to be anxious. The biggest problem now is how to solve it. Did you find out about Tianhua Entertainment's movements? Found it. These are all public information, not hard to check. Lu Qianyue took out the documents in her hand and introduced. In the next 3 months, Tianhua plans to release an album for a popular young actress, a TV drama, and a movie. This is the main movement. Other singles, etc., are not included. A TV drama, a movie, and an album? After hearing this, Lin Yi tapped his fingers on the table. Since they are bullying him, he naturally has to fight back. How to fight back? The most effective way to vent anger is to confront them directly and catch them off guard. But saying it is easy, doing it is not so simple. Making an album? Shui Yao said without hesitation. Your songs are definitely better than theirs. Don't create a cult of personality. Lin Yi felt a bit shy. After all, these songs are a hymn. Of course, an album is definitely going to be made. Now music mainly focuses on online channels. And Xiaohan also needs some works to solidify her second-tier position. An album will be enough. Their band cannot reach channels like Xuanting. However, just making an album is not enough. Lu Qianyue was surprised. You mean to confront them in movies or TV dramas? That seems unlikely, right? These channels, even the Actors Guild, have some connection with Tianhua. It would be hard for us to find actors, and getting a TV drama on a satellite channel would be tough. As for movies, there is no need to mention movies. A new entertainment company that hasn't even touched TV dramas yet, playing with movies under Tianhua's ban? Isn't that asking for trouble? Moreover, the company doesn't have talents, right? I know all the things you mentioned. Lin Yi, however, was unconcerned and smiled. But why do we have to go to the Actors Guild to find people? Isn't it better to find suitable roles ourselves? Besides, we have so many people in our company. Can't we gather some roles? As for going to satellite channels, we can just make web dramas, web movies. As long as we gain fame, we won't be afraid of anyone daring to offend Tianhua's ban to collaborate with us. Even if no one comes, we're not afraid. We can play our own game. In the end, it's not that they want to play with us. It's that we want to play with them. Lin Yi was quite confident. In his mind, he almost had the entire entertainment circle of another world. What was he afraid of from a Tianhua entertainment? Moreover, if he were to start making movies right away, he wouldn't have much confidence, after all. He isn't a professional. However, if it's a web series or a web movie, he could quickly learn the relevant knowledge and manage it. Hearing this, Shui Yao expressed some uncertainty. It's not that I lack confidence in you, but are you sure about web series and web movies? In this world, while there are web series and web movies, they have always been lukewarm. Or rather, saying they are lukewarm is an exaggeration. Due to low production costs, 9.5 out of 10 web series and web movies are poorly made. Either the plot has issues, the acting is subpar, or the props and special effects are problematic. Therefore, when it comes to web series and web movies, people's first reaction is that they are poorly made junk, and hardly anyone watches them. Is it really useful to make them? Shui Yao expressed her doubts. Of course, Lin Yi said confidently. In people's fixed impressions, web series and web movies are synonymous with being poorly made junk. But why can't we put in the effort to make them good? Is there a rule that web series must be bad and poorly made? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't think so. As long as we put our hearts into it, web series and web movies can also be high quality. However, Lu Qianyue countered, Now everyone subconsciously thinks that web series and web movies can't hold a candle to traditional media. They are just poorly made. Even if we produce something, it's likely that no one will recognize it. Her opinion was clear, and it was a reality that couldn't be ignored. Indeed, Shui Yao nodded. Although she didn't understand much about this, she knew it was a significant issue. Everyone tacitly assumes that web series are not good. So even though there are occasionally new web series and web movies, the audience is dwindling. Compared to traditional TV dramas and movies, the gap in audience size is likely more than 10 times. This gap is hard to bridge. How can it be bridged? No matter how well you film it. People subconsciously think web series are junk, and once they find out it's a web series, they won't watch it. What can you do? They didn't doubt Lin Yi's ability. They doubted whether the online audience would accept it. If a good piece comes out and no one watches it, that would be truly frustrating. If that is the case, it would be a waste of time and effort, and it wouldn't cause any trouble for Tianhua Entertainment. That would be a real loss. On this point, you don't have to worry. After learning about Shui Yao and Lu Qianyue's concerns, Lin Yi smiled. The power of word of mouth is much stronger than you think. As long as we can produce good work, we don't have to fear that no one will watch it. Even if, hypothetically, no one watches it, can't we promote it? Not to mention finding people to advertise. Just promoting it on Leto would still attract an audience, right? It seems you've already thought this through. Shui Yao crossed her arms. Then let us do it. Worst case, we lose money. I'll sell my house to support you. Where can I sell? Lin Yi chuckled. If anyone sells, it'll be me. Hey, Lu Qianyue exclaimed. You two are being ridiculous. Are you even human? It's simply animalistic. In just a few words, Shui Yao and Lu Qianyue were persuaded. In fact, in terms of career, Shui Yao had never thought of limiting Lin Yi. Whatever he wanted to do, she would choose to support him quietly. That's all. As for Lu Qianyue, seeing this pair of dog lovers agree. Even though she was the president, so what? Besides, she was very interested in Lin Yi's ideas. Moreover, it seemed there were no other options at the moment. What was their theme? The TV drama and the movie were both about heroes, and after the TV series aired, the movie would follow, both titled The Strange Hero. The Strange Hero? Why not call it The Strange Plum? He chuckled, but didn't expose it. Afterward, he looked up some relevant information online and found that it was indeed a decent project. The general plot was similar to The Strange Plum, or could be seen as an alternate world version of it. Of course, aside from the different character names, there were some differences in the plot, but the outline was similar. If filmed well, it should gain some popularity. After watching, Lin Yi felt a bit emotional. Damn it, in my previous life, watching those time travel novels, becoming a star in another world seemed so easy, effortlessly crushing everything. But this world, TSK. After all, it's a country with over 1 billion people. How could all the works be junk? Do you really think everyone in another world is incompetent? However, if it's about heroes, and if the TV drama and movie connect, I seem to have an idea. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, considering the web series and web movie he was about to film. Since they were going to confront Tianhua head-on, it was natural to go hard against hard. It would be best if the themes were similar, and then they would truly go all out. Coincidentally, there was indeed a web series in his previous life that had some connection with heroes, and it was a masterpiece. Compared to it, even the later classic web series like Yuzue and Bai Yi Chasing Evil couldn't claim to surpass it. Smack. Qianyue. The formation of our crew will be entrusted to you. Huh. Lu Qianyue looked confused. I'm in management. I know nothing about forming a crew. Is it that easy to form a crew? Directors, assistant directors, part-time workers, script supervisors, lighting, photography, makeup, special effects, props, martial arts directors, actors. Just thinking about these things makes my head spin. However, Shui Yao came striding over and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we all believe in you. Believe in what? I'm about to cry, okay? Watching the two leave, Lu Qianyue felt overwhelmed. After a long while, looking at the empty office apart from herself, she blinked. So, this is officially established. Clearly, nothing has been negotiated yet. This pair of dog lovers is simply going too far. She gritted her teeth, even suspecting that the couple was specifically here to show off their love. What a perfect couple, it was simply sickening. After a sigh, she put her hands behind her back, instantly displaying the demeanor of a strong woman, and then staggered out of the office. Meeting. What? Our company is going to film a web series and a web movie. Wu Qing looked confused. But what does this have to do with our technical department? What do you mean it has nothing to do with it? Lu Qianyue glared. If we need computer effects or something, can't you handle it? And don't tell me you don't know how to edit. Wu Qing broke out in a cold sweat. Great leader, I do know how to edit. But I've never edited a web series, let alone a movie. Did you misunderstand something? Misunderstand my ass. Lu Qianyue seemed to have been opened up by Shui Yao, her assertiveness shining through. You all will be responsible for this matter. If you can't manage it, then hire someone. Anyway, you need to set up the post-production department for me. Wu Qing was speechless, tears streaming down. Seeing this, Lu Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. TSK, I've learned this from that pair of dog lovers. Having higher authority can crush people. Puffed. What the heck? I'm clearly just teaching according to their abilities, making the most of resources, and getting value for money. Chapter 92. Scams, Color Play? Watching Wu Qing leave in despair, Xiao Kai was ready to slip away. Stop. Lu Qianyue called out. I see your team has a good grasp of cameras and photography. So the filming department for our web series will be entrusted to you. She stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Kai's hand, and spoke earnestly. You can use our company's photographers freely, and if that is not enough, you can borrow from the internet celebrities in the company as well. The only condition is that during our major needs, you must produce a photography team above a certain standard. I'll do my best. Xiao Kai initially thought about refusing. After all, she didn't understand this at all, but Lu Qianyue's expression clearly indicated that refusal was not allowed. What could I do? I was also very desperate. Xiao Kai supported her forehead with her hand as the second person left in despair. Right. You were able to manage so many props while filming videos, so you can handle the props team, right? The voice came from afar. Oh no. Xiao Kai almost fell. Then Lu Qianyue directly assigned tasks according to the situation, utilizing everything available. Finance department? You guys definitely have to take over the financial aspects of the crew. Administrative department? You can handle miscellaneous tasks, like being a script supervisor, right? Not only do you have to do well, but it also has to be organized. And the review department? You can just help out. What? You can't do anything? You can at least be extras, right? And those with good acting skills can be actors. No problem. After a series of assignments, Lu Qianyue was satisfied to find that there were very few tasks left for herself. That's more like it. With just a bit more effort, the crew's ragtag team would be formed, and after some adjustments, it should be usable, right? But she didn't know that when she mentioned these tasks, the people from those departments all looked somewhat despairing. However, after leaving the office, almost everyone's eyes brightened. In life, who doesn't have a few dreams? Even in youth, how many people haven't pursued their dreams? It's just that later on, they were dulled by reality, life, and various reasons, and could only choose to find a decent job to support themselves and their families. But now, a great opportunity was right in front of them, and it seemed they could start pursuing their dreams again. Wu Qing opened the long-lost video editing software, and past events flashed through her mind like slides. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you again one day. In Xiao Cai's independent office, the familiar team gathered together, and everyone's expression was quite exciting. Come on. After learning about the company's new project news, everyone in the Yulu Internet Celebrity Studio was thrilled. At this moment, Sinew Entertainment felt like a small machine, not too big, but fully equipped. And these 5 organs were all moving. Even Lu Qianyue didn't know that she thought her arrangement could only put together a passable crew team. But unexpectedly, at home, Lin Yi was holding his computer, typing away furiously. I actually have a brilliant work in mind related to the thief theme, TSK. Shui Yao was quietly sitting beside Lin Yi, sipping coffee, not saying a word, but her beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at the computer screen. Malpian? After the title came out, Shui Yao raised an eyebrow and almost sprayed Lin Yi with a face full of disdain. Aren't you afraid people will think you're doing something shady with that name? Hey, the pure will remain pure. Lin Yi chuckled and continued to type rapidly on the keyboard. The main story revolves around a group of organized and disciplined petty swindlers on the fringes of the city. They are thieves, walking on the edge of black and white. Perhaps they do not possess noble morals, but they have professional ethics. Their purpose is not just for money. They are high IQ artists, meticulously calculating every step of their plans, locking onto targets, formulating plans, carefully laying traps, luring enemies in, and finally ensnaring them. Soon, the outline appeared, followed by the plot of the first episode. Unknowingly, time passed. Lin Yi wrote quickly, and Shui Yao was captivated. Yes, Lin Yi was going to shoot Malpian, and he was going to shoot both the web series and the big movie simultaneously. In his previous life, the Malpian crew, Yuan culture, had long said they wanted to make a big movie, but it never materialized, so Lin Yi thought to fill that regret himself. Speaking of Malpian, it is indeed the strongest masterpiece in Lin Yi's heart among web series. Of course, everyone has different opinions. But the Malpian series had a Dubon score where even the worst one was above 8, and the finale had the highest score of 9. 7 on Dubon. This amazing data, isn't that enough to say something? Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that the first Malpian, with a score of over 8, was achieved under painfully poor picture quality. Because the production team of Malpian was actually a group of college students, and many years had passed since the first part. At that time, various equipment was expensive, and the effects were very poor. In such circumstances, they had to use a camera with a resolution several times worse than today's mobile phones. The picture quality was simply painful to look at, viewed from today's perspective. In terms of picture quality, it was almost unbearable. Yet even so, it could still maintain a high score of over 8. What does that concept mean? Lin Yi aimed to bring Mao Pian back to life in this world. Moreover, he wanted to rectify the shortcomings of the previous Mao Pian. For instance, the first 2 parts had poor picture quality, lack of investment led to various inferior props, and the music was relatively monotonous, etc., due to a lack of funds. How desperate was the crew? In the first part, did you dare to believe they used a cigarette box to impersonate a mobile phone? But even with all these minor flaws, the painful picture quality, the Mao Pian series remained a classic among classics. It cannot be said to surpass all web series, but it is definitely one of the pinnacle works. What kind of sparks will it ignite? To what extent will it reach? I really look forward to it. Tap tap. Unbeknownst to Wen, Shui Yao had already become deeply engrossed, as if she couldn't bear to blink. Chapter 93. Do you have the courage to face it head-on? The story of Mao Pian is not like those big productions that have spectacular special effects or battles with aliens as gimmicks. It is just an ordinary-looking, seemingly plain group of urban young people. But it is precisely this group of young people that can provide enough sense of immersion, as if they exist right beside you. Unknowingly, the night had deepened. Watching Lin Yi close his laptop, Shui Yao couldn't help but frown. What about the rest? Zhao Ning just left like that? Are you trying to kill me? Lin Yi imitated Shui Yao's expression and rolled his eyes. Even if my brain isn't tired, my hands are tired. So saying that my brain isn't tired is obviously a lie, but it's not to the point where I can't continue. However, this back. He couldn't take it. I don't know you. Shui Yao rolled her eyes even bigger. You've already thought out the planning for the rest of the story, right? The story definitely won't just end here. I feel like there are still many mysteries to be solved. What mysteries? Haven't the fox and Chen Dong already been caught? I don't believe you, you old rascal. Just tell me if Zhao Ning will appear in the subsequent plot. This will. Lin Yi nodded firmly. Indeed he will. I'm not lying about this. All right. Shui Yao was satisfied. Then the corners of her mouth curled slightly. I want to play Zhao Ning. Lin Yi. Hee. Shui Yao sneered. Do you look down on me? Come on. Tell me, who is the boss at home? Dad and Mom. To be precise, it's my mom. Rolling her eyes, Shui Yao got angry. Besides them. Fine. Then it's you. Isn't that good? I'm the boss at home. Zhao Ning is the boss in the gang. We are all bosses. Why can't we act well? Moreover, I guess you want to play Xiaobao, right? These two have been in love and killing each other from the start. TSK, that's really good. Lin Yi fell silent. It seems like our landlord lady misunderstood something. According to her meaning, the subsequent plot should involve Zhao Ning and Xiaobao falling in love and killing each other, developing feelings, and then merging their swords to roam the world. There is another reason that Shui Yao didn't say, but Lin Yi could guess, which is that she wouldn't act in a romantic scene with anyone else, even if it was acting. Unfortunately, this plot is too kitsch, and soon. There aren't many romantic scenes in Mao Pian anyway. Moreover, cough cough cough. Some things are better left unsaid for now, right? Otherwise, after a round of bagwazang, I won't be able to take it. But if I say nothing, that definitely won't pass either. Lin Yi looked at Shui Yao and thought for a moment. Well, I really can't play the role of Xiaobao, but don't worry, Zhao Ning and Xiaobao won't have any romantic scenes. Neither of them will. Is that so? Shui Yao frowned. She really liked Zhao Ning's character, perhaps because of the identity or something. It gave her a certain sense of immersion. However, she didn't want to act in a romantic scene with anyone else. If there were to be one, the only partner could be Lin Yi. But now Lin Yi said there wouldn't be any romantic scenes, so there was no problem. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. Okay, but which role will you play? Will there be any romantic scenes? Could it be Dong Dong? No, looking at your character image, Dong Dong should be somewhat sleazy and whatnot. What about Bao Gu? Adding an egg? What the hell, Dong Dong and Bao Gu? Well, although Bao Gu is indeed impressive, Lin Yi almost laughed out loud. I want to play a character later on. Who? That would be Xiao Banxian. Xiao Banxian, the fortune teller? Well, sort of. That night, he couldn't sleep for a long time. Why? Of course, because Shui Yao kept pestering Lin Yi to hear about the later plot, especially after midnight. Shui Yao looked suspicious. Wait a minute. According to you, the plot of the second season is almost halfway through, right? Where's Zhao Ning? After listening all night, she suddenly realized that there was no sign of Zhao Ning. Can this be tolerated? Although the story is indeed exciting and captivating. Don't worry. He will come out. Lin Yi wiped his cold sweat. Yes, I'm really not lying. He will definitely come out again. The next day, at noon, the two got up leisurely. Since they didn't sleep last night, they naturally missed the duck soup rice, which couldn't be helped. Before opening the company, Shui Yao often went to run a small shop, enjoying being a boss. But after the company was established, well, although there wasn't much for her to handle, she got poisoned in the process of enjoying it. This directly led to the duck soup restaurant going from 5 missed meals in 10 days to 8 missed meals. And there was a faint trend of continuing to miss meals. After lunch, Lin Yi called Zhang Xiaohan over with a phone call. Zhang Xiaohan made a strong comeback with a jiao, and for the time being, her popularity among singers was not low. Otherwise, she wouldn't have climbed to the second-tier list of domestic stars. However, due to the ban from Tianhua, it directly led to Zhang Xiaohan having fame but hardly receiving any gigs. Even if she could get some, they were not worth mentioning and couldn't pay much. Taking such gigs would actually harm her image, so she could only remain idle. This time, I have caused you trouble. Lin Yi shook his head, helplessly saying, I will resolve the conflict with Tianhua as soon as possible. Before that, I will help you maintain your fame and even elevate it. To have the achievements of today is already something I never dared to dream of. Zhang Xiaohan smiled and shook her head at the landlord couple. If it weren't for you, I might have already been buried, right? How could I possibly climb to the second-tier star rating list to see the scenery? Now this is good. With more free time, I can continue to hone my singing skills. Her expression was calm and sincere. Clearly, she really didn't care about these things. After all, compared to the previous situation, it was already so much better. Why ask for more? But her indifference didn't mean that Lin Yi would remain indifferent. Since she followed him, he certainly had to be responsible for her. You are quite optimistic. Lin Yi chuckled. A jiao is good, but the popularity of a song will eventually fade. If I remember correctly, your ranking has already begun to drop, right? I originally wanted you to release Invisible Wings as well to pull in some popularity. But now I don't know if you have the courage to follow me and face Tianhua head-on. Chapter 94 We too. 5D have lost favor? Is the counterattack about to begin? Zhang Xiaohan showed no hesitation or fear, but was instead very excited, her eyes almost shining. When? What should I do? Shui Yao raised her eyebrows. You said you didn't care? Zhang Xiaohan instantly felt embarrassed. Well, landlady, I'm quite satisfied with my current life, but they are bullying us. We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? Let's fight back. Shui Yao's expression was firm, her attitude resolute. Then let's do it. Lin Yi grinned. Xiaohan, what you need to do is your main job, singing, and practice more. Your singing skills are already good, but they haven't reached their peak yet. You're still young, and there's still room for improvement. If you can advance further, then becoming a diva is just a matter of time. As for the lyrics and music, before Lin Yi finished speaking, Shui Yao had already returned with a small notebook and threw it in front of Lin Yi. This scene made Zhang Xiaohan's eyelids twitch. Ever since she saw Lin Yi tear off a jiao and invisible wings from this small notebook last time, she realized how significant this little notebook was. If it were with someone else, it would at least be treated like a treasure. Yet here with the landlord and landlady, it was just tossed around like a small toy. Oh my god. Of course, she could guess that Lin Yi and Shui Yao were so casual because the lyrics and music in the notebook had already been copyright registered. Stealing them would be useless. Who would dare to use them? Aren't they afraid of going to jail? Even if they don't go to jail, the compensation would be shockingly high. After all, in this world, original copyright is taken very seriously. Corresponding laws are also very sound. However, now is not the time to think about these things, okay? The real issue is how can I get the landlord's new song? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohan's heart raced and her breathing quickened. While Zhang Xiaohan was lost in thought, Lin Yi had already opened the small notebook and began to flip through it casually, searching. The song for Zhang Xiaohan was not hard to find. She was too similar to my previous life in terms of voice, experience, singing skills, and even appearance. Her eyes and mouth were very similar. Cultivating an alternate version from another world is undoubtedly the best choice. So now what I need to do is select some songs from this to piece together an album for her. And this album has to be able to crush that Little Divas album from Tianhua into the ground. This one is good, and this one too. Nowadays, an album typically contains about 8 to 10 songs, although there can be some variations. 5 or 15 songs have also been seen. There are even people who shamelessly put together 3 songs and sell them as an album. However, most are between 8 and 10 songs. In order to show sincerity and attract more listeners, Lin Yi decided to go all out and make it 10 songs. Of course, the previous A Jiao and Invisible Wings have to be included as well. In addition, classic songs like Perfumed Lily and Lost Beauty needed to be added to create a strong album. It was completely doable. After all, I have released over 10 albums. Even just taking the title tracks from each album to piece together a premium album would be more than enough. In the afternoon, the 2.5D trio was shocked to see her in such a dazed state. Sister Xiaohan, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Did something happen? Yeah, Xiaohan, you. I'm fine. A moment later. Hiss. It's all written down. Are you getting an album? All premium songs. Wait a minute. Didn't we say we also have songs? Why haven't we gotten any yet? Could it be that our aunt washed the railway white? Could it be that our 2.5D has lost its appeal and can't evoke his interest anymore? That doesn't make sense. Phew, what are you all talking about? Let's have Sister Xiaohan try singing first. Before long, the singing began. Each song had its own characteristics and was extraordinary. Of course, not every song could reach platinum quality. However, 2.5D can assure that each one is a fine piece, and it won't be lacking. Amazing. They exchanged glances, shocked by Lin Yi's lyric and composition skills, as well as Zhang Xiaohan's strength. It was clearly her first time singing, yet she could convey such feelings. If accompanied by music, wouldn't it be even better? Lin Yi needed to supplement and refine the script, especially the movie script, which had never appeared in his previous life. He could only write according to his understanding, which consumed a lot of time. Sinew Entertainment was methodically completing its tasks while quickly assembling the crew. Zhang Xiaohan and others were each doing their part. As for our landlady Shui Yao, aside from sneaking some time to browse Le Two, she was constantly holding various acting books and reading them. For example, she repeatedly read The Self-Cultivation of Actors. Although Shui Yao said there was no problem and she could definitely play the role of Zhao Ning well, in reality, she was uncertain. What to do if she was unsure? Learn. At least she couldn't fall behind in theoretical knowledge, right? Lin Yi watched this and smiled inwardly. He really couldn't dare to laugh openly. Otherwise, with his defense, he really couldn't withstand a full set of gossip palm. Of course, Lin Yi highly recognized Shui Yao's enthusiasm for learning and striving for improvement. After all, Mao Pian was like a classic masterpiece in his previous life. He couldn't ruin the classics. It's worth noting that what Lin Yi hated most in his previous life was the destruction of classics. He even hesitated before, thinking about what he should do if Shui Yao's acting skills were really inadequate and she couldn't handle the role of Zhao Ning. Should he replace her? Not to mention whether he dared to do that. It was hard for the landlady to make a request, and he couldn't refuse, right? But now it seems that with Shui Yao's attitude, just a bit of guidance later on would at least ensure she meets the standards. As long as she can qualify, everything else can be discussed. Chapter 95, A Wonderful Misunderstanding. While the landlady couple and Sinew Entertainment were busy, the online buzz gradually cooled down. After all, heavy metal rock, loved by some and hated by others, was destined to be a masterpiece in the hearts of some while being noise to others. So, it was unrealistic to expect it to remain hot forever. As for Diao, this song was indeed quite good, with a folk style but a taste of global pop music, attracting more fans and being more touching. However, no matter how popular a song is, people eventually get tired of it. They can't listen to the same song on repeat every day, right? Therefore, at this time, netizens gradually grew weary. Are there any new songs recently? New songs come out every day, but there really aren't any good ones. Forget rock. I prefer slow songs and quiet ones. I like writing love songs. Pop music is fine too, but I just can't get into rock. Hey, different strokes for different folks. I just hope some good songs come out. By the way, this landlady guy is slacking off again. I suggest we catch him and make him write a proper version of his little love songs. It still hasn't come out yet. Too much. Uffed. He is not slacking off. Writing songs is what this landlady guy really isn't doing, okay? Sigh, a songwriting master delayed by collecting rent. On Weibo, under the landlady couple's posts, many netizens left comments, basically turning it into a chat group or forum. There are really good songs. Do you know Wang Yanjun? The one known as the Little Queen of Love Songs. She is supposedly releasing a song at the beginning of next month. And the title track was personally polished by a platinum lyricist and composer. It must be a masterpiece. Oh, so we can listen to it in half a month? I'm looking forward to it. Wang Yanjun is pretty good. Getting the lyrics and music from a platinum creator must be a hit. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Soon, the tide turned. People shifted from anticipating a new good song to looking forward to Wang Yanjun's new album. Of course, many didn't think so, but the prevalence of these opinions made them secretly doubt whether Wang Yanjun's new album was really that amazing. Once this thought took root, they would naturally feel the desire to listen to it, or even buy an album. The seeds of marketing were thus planted. Lin Yi, who was buried in scriptwriting, naturally didn't have time to pay attention to these things, nor did Shui Yao, who was diligently honing her acting skills. But when Lu Qianyue found out, she reported immediately, Tianhua is starting to move. Is Xiaohan's album going to compete with her? Her voice sounded a bit anxious. When is it again? Lin Yi chuckled upon hearing this. You mean early next month? That's right. Then there's no need to worry about it. Lin Yi smiled lightly. Early next month. That's a good day. And the Little Queen of Love Songs? You should get ready for a good show. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled, continuing to pull his hair and start creating. In the company, Lu Qianyue was holding her phone, her big watery eyes blinking. Simply put, she was confused. Don't need to worry. Watch a good show. What good show? Didn't we agree to let Zhang Xiaohan compete with that Little Queen of Love Songs? However, Lu Qianyue's confusion didn't last a day before it was resolved. The reason was that one of the top figures in the domestic entertainment industry had posted on Weibo. As a superstar, whenever any of them made a new move, it was like a small earthquake in the industry. Especially this time, it was the #1 existence among them. Lin Yi, my dear audience, thank you for waiting. After a 3-year hiatus, my self-titled album will be released early next month. Also, thanks to the landlady couple, I really like the title track that the landlady created. Once this Weibo post came out, many people were left dumbfounded. The entire music scene was shaken. Lin Yi, what is she up to? She's already the #1 in the domestic entertainment industry, and she's releasing an album, a self-titled one at that? This is too much. With her popularity, is it really necessary? Many people in the industry were wide-eyed, finding it unbelievable while also wanting to curse. And the one who wanted to curse the most was undoubtedly Tianhua Entertainment's Wang Yanjun. When she saw this Weibo post, she was completely stunned. Her previously smiling face turned into one that looked worse than crying. Why is she suddenly releasing an album? Wang Yanjun was one of the top promoted newcomers at Tianhua Entertainment, known for her sweet voice, thus creating the hype of being the little queen of love songs. But damn, this was just a hype. Moreover, even if it wasn't just hype and was real, she was still just a little queen. Lin Yi, the #1 in the domestic entertainment industry, the queen of love songs. When it comes to love songs, she is the first. I'm just a little sister. What to do now? Wang Yanjun panicked. Although Lin Yi may not be the absolute #1 in singing skills and status in the music scene, she was still far better than herself. Furthermore, with Lin Yi's popularity in other fields, releasing an album at the same time, and also love songs? Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll be left with nothing. In her anxiety, the phone rang. It was her manager calling. Hello? Junjia, I'm at the company headquarters. It's already a mess here. According to my sources, if nothing unexpected happens, your album will be postponed to avoid Lin Yi. Wang Yanjun fell silent. Avoid? Of course, I'm not happy about it. But what can I do? This is undoubtedly the safest and most appropriate way to choose. Otherwise, what can be done? Confront Lin Yi directly? Isn't that like lighting a lantern in the restroom? But it's still quite frustrating. Isn't that a bit too bullying? Almost simultaneously, Jiang Tian confirmed the news that Wang Yanjun's album would be postponed for a month, while his brows furrowed into a shape. Lin Yi, when did these two get in touch? And are they siblings? Investigate. A wonderful misunderstanding. Chapter 96. Shocked. Sinew Entertainment actually. Jiang Tian certainly wasn't afraid of a superstar. In the current entertainment industry, no matter how popular the stars are, it ultimately still belongs to capital. These big companies hold various resources. Lin Yi is very powerful? That's right. She's the #1 in popularity in the country, the undisputed strongest diva. But so what? She still hasn't made it out of Asia, let alone the world. In the country, it's still these capitalists who call the shots. Moreover, Lin Yi wants to go solo. If it weren't for her sufficient popularity and prestige, she would probably be completely blacklisted the moment she announced her solo career. It's just that her fame is too great. If they were to completely blacklist her, wouldn't that be a blatant provocation? So even these big entertainment companies wouldn't do such a thing. At least they need to maintain some surface dignity. As for behind the scenes, there would definitely be quite a few small moves aimed at Lin Yi. This is also why Lin Yi is eager to release an album to maintain her popularity. Otherwise, if too much time passes, it will become increasingly difficult for her. Jiang Tian understands all this and can even guess with his intuition that Lin Yi would act this way. But how did Lin Yi and Lin Yi get together? Wow. A diva. At home, the two. Five-dimensional sister trio was extremely excited, nearly clinging to Lin Yi's arm and acting cute. In fact, if it weren't for Shui Yao watching from the side with a murderous look, they might have already. You actually know the diva Lin? Can you help us get an autograph? Wow, we love the diva so much. She's super pretty, sings well, and acts well, totally in love. Lin Yi, it feels like you guys are just little fans of hers. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaoan also walked over. Excuse me. Could you please help me get one too? Lin Yi then realized just how many fans Lin Yi, the top diva, has. Even these insiders from his own company are this infatuated. How many ordinary fans are there? Scary. Fine. Next time I see her, I'll help you all get one. Yay. Thank you, Auntie. Blow a kiss, thanks. The group left happily, leaving Shui Yao with a playful expression looking at Lin Yi, who had a serious face. It's none of my business. It's their own doing. Uffed. Shui Yao laughed. Naturally. She had to keep a close eye on her own pig. And as for the three little girls from the five-dimensional world, it seems girls in the second dimension are all this enthusiastic. She certainly wouldn't get angry with Lin Yi over this. However, teasing this pig is also fine. Are you really going to help them find Lin Yi for an autograph? How could that be? Lin Yi repeatedly claimed he was wronged. What I said was that I'd help them get one the next time I see Lin Yi. But who is Lin Yi? She's a big diva, a busy person. Can you just see her whenever you want? It's just that Lin Yi is returning a favor to you. What favor? Lin Yi shook his head and smiled. It's just a transaction. One song for 1 million. I want to lose out. The way she is doing it. She might think she is returning a favor to me, but to me, it feels like I owe her a favor. The value of favors is indeed hard to estimate. Sometimes, a favor is worth nothing, but some favors are worth their weight in gold. As for Lin Yi's favor, she is currently in a dark period, needing to save herself, yet at this time, She risks offending Tianhua by helping me. This favor is not light. However, the friendship between gentlemen is as insipid as water. It's not a good time to contact Lin Yi. Some things are best kept in mind. And with the release of Lin Yi's Weibo post, the entire Weibo exploded. Netizens were eagerly anticipating it, even causing a temporary crash of the Weibo server. The sensation was no less than when a certain star in Lin Yi's past life had an affair or got married. Wow, when the sleepiness comes, someone sends a pillow, and the pillow sender is my favorite Lin Yi. Now this is comfortable. The new song is on the way. The main song is actually written by the landlord? Does he have that kind of ability? What do you mean by that? What's wrong with the landlord? Are his songs bad? Can you all stop arguing? The diva and the landlord are in a cooperative relationship now, and yet you two fans are fighting? Just look forward to the new song. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of sparks the diva and the landlord will create. Yes, be more amicable. Hey, do you all not know yet? Know what? There's a big shot in the industry who said that Sinew Entertainment and the landlord are currently in a state of being blacklisted in the industry. Want to mix in the entertainment circle? Basically impossible now. Maybe this time the landlord is using a song to ask the diva for help, but at most, it will just create some ripples, nothing more. On the internet, there are all kinds of people. When there are many people, naturally, there are those who know the inside story. Therefore, soon the news that Sinew Entertainment was blacklisted in the industry spread across the internet. Sinew Entertainment. A flash in the pan. That girl who sang a Jiao just saw hope, and hope turned away. Luo Dachong has been affected by Sinew Entertainment. Not a single announcement in half a month. Shocked, Sinew Entertainment actually. Once the news broke, numerous online media and big accounts shared it, and soon deleted it one after another. Damn, the blacklist is so thorough. This is too much. What did our landlord couple do to offend the big shots of the entertainment industry? So heartbreaking. Come on, does a person worth at least a few billion need your sympathy? Even if they can't enter the entertainment circle, they can still be a big internet celebrity, right? Ridiculous. Internet celebrity? In the eyes of stars, they're just clowns, right? On Weibo, the noise was deafening. This made a lot of fans feel a slight sadness. Could it really be that they were blacklisted? Sigh, I really like them, what a pity. Looking at the comments below on Weibo, Shui Yao was somewhat displeased. If this continues, our fans will probably all disappear. Lin Yi smiled. Just wait. We'll let facts speak for themselves. Chapter 97. The stupid son of the Qin family. You sure can keep your cool. Shui Yao gritted her teeth with her fiery personality. If Jiang Tian were in front of her right now, she might just hit him and then say, remember to bail me out. But there's no way to keep calm. Lin Yi spread his hands. We have no foundation in the entertainment circle. This is a territory we have never stepped into. It's like two new accounts killing the son of a fully leveled account right at the start, and then that fully leveled account wants to target us. Of course, we can only hide and develop in the newbie village and then make a stunning debut. This analogy is not bad. Shui Yao felt a bit better. Tianhua Entertainment is indeed the top-level account in the entertainment industry, right? No, it can even be said that Tianhua Entertainment is a top-notch gaming guild, with a bunch of fully leveled accounts in the guild. In this situation, as a new account, Sinew Entertainment can only take the route of hiding and developing. Looking for help? You have to rely on your own strength. These things, people can help once, but they can't help a second time. Did you increase the rent again? Didn't we just increase it a month ago? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Aren't you tired of it? Who knows? Moreover, I heard this time the increase is quite severe. Many people are asking if we have any spare houses available, ready to move in. Are they giving up the deposit? It is said that the increased rent will be more expensive than the deposit. Shui Yao looked surprised and said, Old Chen's silly son might be a bit foolish. But he wouldn't be that unreasonable, would he? Do you think something's going on? It can't be, right? Lin Yi stroked his chin. That guy from the old Chen family has 7 or 8 buildings. After all these years, he must have quite a bit of money. Raising the rent twice in 2 months and doing it so harshly. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit confused. The silly son of the old Chen family is actually their neighbor. Of course, it's not the kind that lives next door, but another landlord in the urban village. With 7 or 8 buildings, and their properties just happen to be adjacent to Lin Yi and Shui Yao's. Saying he's silly doesn't mean he's really foolish. He's just a bit stubborn and often doesn't think things through, which got him into trouble when he was younger. Of course, he has also been beaten up by Shui Yao several times back then. From what we know, that guy is actually quite nice. How could he suddenly become so unreasonable? Yuan Fong, what do you think? Shui Yao. Cough. What I mean is, there must be some hidden reason. Lin Yi wiped his cold sweat, almost revealing too much. Should we intervene? Maybe not. They are all adults, and they are responsible for their own actions. He must have his reasons for doing this. But since he doesn't say anything, we shouldn't ask too much. For the next few days, just bear with it. If you have an empty house, just rent it out. Shui Yao pouted and agreed. A few more days passed. At the beginning of the month, while Lin Yi and Shui Yao were busy collecting rent as a landlord couple. Lin Yi's self-titled album also arrived as scheduled. Every song was above the qualifying line, and combined with Lin Yi's popularity and vocal skills, it was naturally impeccable. However, unfortunately, the number of online trolls was far fewer than Lin Yi's fans, so they quickly retreated and disappeared without a trace. The lead single Little Luck also instantly captured the hearts of many young girls. Of course, it wasn't that they fell in love with Lin Yi through this song, but simply liked the song itself. Lin Yi's singing style is originally plain yet pure, mixed with her own emotions. Little Luck may not be top-notch or unbeatable, but when paired with Lin Yi, it complements her perfectly. Especially in the self-titled album, it is even more so. If Zhang Xiaohan's song A Diao is about herself, then after Lin Yi infused her feelings, Little Luck is the same. Throughout her journey, she has faced hardships, but fortunately, there has always been a bit of little luck, which ultimately allowed her to reach the peak of the entertainment industry in Huagua. Especially for those who know her, listening to this song gives a sense of empathy. Fire? Absolutely. In fact, even without Little Luck as the lead single, Lin Yi's self-titled album would still be a hit. However, Little Luck added some fuel to the already burning fire. Digital album sales? Over 10 million in one day, platinum on the first day. The popularity of the Queen Lin Yi is well-deserved. Even without an entertainment company backing her, promoting her, she still shines brightly, making all other stars pale in comparison. Success. Lily held her phone, looking at the 24-hour sales statistics from major music platforms, trembling with excitement. Sister Yi, we went platinum on the first day and exceeded over 1 million in sales. Yes, we succeeded. We also have to thank that family. Is this Little Luck the result of my independent studio establishment? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. So when will you also stand firm? Do you think highly of Sinew Entertainment? It's not that I think highly of Sinew Entertainment, but rather of Lin Yi. Him? He was banned by Tianhua. Although it was just a casual remark, I doubt anyone would dare to cooperate with them anymore, right? It wouldn't be worth the loss. I don't know. Lin Yi chuckled, but I can see that he, like me, is not the type to give up easily. Congratulations on going platinum on the first day. I'll be waiting for you in the entertainment industry. The friendship of gentlemen is as light as water. There are no excessive thoughts, yet there is still affection and loyalty. Lin Yi shook the entertainment industry with her strength and facts, directly causing the music scene to fall silent. Wang Yanjun felt fortunate. Fortunately, she had chosen to change to the beginning of next month. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, right? Meanwhile, the entertainment company Lin Yi originally signed with could only shed endless tears. Unfortunately, a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. The differences between both sides led to today's result. Even if they wanted to suppress Lin Yi, they couldn't anymore. Lin Yi is not a newcomer, nor is she a flash in the pan. She has already proven that even if she goes solo, she can still shine brightly. The new round of rent collection was completed, and the script for the web drama and web movie was also finished. They could prepare to start filming. Lin Yi stretched lazily, his smile radiant. Beside him, Shui Yao was eating fruit, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 98, A Crowd of Misfits? 1. The script has been polished, so the remaining issue is the crew members. From the director, staff, and actors, down to some miscellaneous roles, all of which are indispensable. Of course, project approval is also needed. In this world where copyright management is stricter, even if it's just a web drama, it still needs to be reviewed by the Broadcasting and Television Bureau, and the review process will be relatively strict. However, the benefit is that it won't be like in the previous life. Cough. It's something that can only be understood and not described. That afternoon, Lin Yi and Shui Yao went hand in hand to the local Broadcasting and Television Bureau to apply for script approval. Landlord? The receptionist was surprised to see the two. You want to shoot a web drama? Yes, we brought the script for review, Lin Yi smiled. Originally wanting to show off his charm, but suddenly felt the soft flesh at his waist being pinched, and the smile on his face gradually hardened. Hee. The staff member noticed everything and couldn't help but smile brightly. I'll report this to you right away, but I can't guarantee the review will go through. A moment later, a competent-looking man in a suit came in, clearly of high status. However, he personally received them, especially when he saw that Lin Yi's application was from Sinew Entertainment. He immediately stamped it, approving the review without a second thought. Just like that, after leaving the Broadcasting and Television Bureau, Shui Yao still found it hard to believe. When did these people become so easy to talk to? Aren't they being criticized all over the internet? I also think it's a bit too smooth. Lin Yi nodded, logically. With a theme like Malpian, even if it's a web drama, it should be scrutinized strictly. It seems we owe them a favor. Are you saying? TSK. Shui Yao also shook her head in disbelief. At the company, Lu Qianyue looked at the officially approved project with a grin. Hey, what are you smiling about? Lin Yi patted the table. What about the people you were supposed to find? Have you found them? Are the crew members and equipment all set? All set. Of course. It's all set. How could I slack off on your orders? Lu Qianyue immediately nodded, her words full of confidence, but deep down, she felt a bit uneasy. Well, the personnel are all in place, and the equipment is too, but there. Cough, cough, cough. I'll introduce them to you right away. Are they in the company? Of course not. They're always ready. Lu Qianyue patted her chest, but in reality, she was trying to slip away. What if I don't slip away? What if those guys are unreliable? Wouldn't our reputation be ruined? After notifying the crew members to meet Lin Yi, she slipped to the restroom and began to panic. Tianhua has spoken. Are there any actors or staff willing to cooperate with Xinyu? Finding one person is difficult, let alone an entire crew. For now, the only option is to pick the tallest among the short ones, but Lu Qianyue wasn't sure how it would turn out. Xiao Kai had a face full of despair. Is the crew really going to let us go? No problem. The handsome young man Ben Bing was full of confidence. Ahem. Actually, we don't have much problem with post-production. Wu Qing seems to lack confidence, but in reality, he is quite excited inside. Looking at the familiar faces in the room. The landlord couple. What's going on? Shui Yao exchanged glances. I don't know. Let us see what happens. In the end, the two tacitly chose to observe the situation first. After all, Lu Qianyue's performance has never been that unreliable, right? Since they chose them, they must be above the passing line, right? Don't worry. Even though I'm just a temporary worker, I can definitely handle action directing. Ben Bing patted his chest and made a military promise. He is just a signed internet celebrity for XINU, with quite a few fans on Ledu, taking the route of martial arts and special effects. But this is just a stopgap measure. What he really wants to do is be a movie star, a martial arts director, to promote everything he has learned. Unfortunately, he has always lacked an opportunity. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, he certainly won't miss it. I know him. Shui Yao leaned into Lin Yi's ear, fragrant breeze wafting. He has a lot of fans on Ledu. The videos he shoots are indeed good, and he is also a practitioner with some real skills. So he can be the action director, no problem? From the videos, there's no issue. He not only has real skills, but also fights beautifully, indicating he must have put in a lot of hard work in this area. After a brief exchange, both showed smiles. Do well. There aren't many action scenes in this project, but there are still some. I will definitely do my best. Ben Bing was extremely excited inside. This is the opportunity he has been looking forward to for a long time. I must seize this opportunity. Xiao Kai. Lin Yi touched his chin, making Xiao Kai feel a bit uneasy. Although she seemed a bit down on the surface, who doesn't have dreams in their heart? Shooting short videos has decent income, and now she is a big internet celebrity. But who wants to stand still if they can move further? She wants to try, but is afraid she won't do well. Stop pretending. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. You really want to do it, right? If you want to, then go for it. Show your abilities. Once filming starts, don't drop the ball. Just do your best. Xiao Kai felt like crying and laughing at the same time. The opportunity has come, but she really has no confidence. Even though she and the team are cramming various related knowledge, whether they can actually do it is still uncertain. Don't look at me. Wu Qing spoke up first. As for post-production editing, I can handle it. Whether it's good or not, we don't know. And we don't dare to ask. Lin Yi. Fine. It's you then. You look so calm. It must be good. Xiao Kai. Ben Bing. Wu Qing. I didn't even know I was this capable. After some casual chatting, the crew members have more or less settled down. Director? What do we need that for? Lin Yi declared he is the director. Perhaps he can't direct other scripts, but for Mao Pian, he has watched it several times, has various shots in his mind, and isn't afraid of not knowing how to shoot it. Producer? Shui Yao said she would take it without hesitation. The remaining issue is the actors. The supporting roles aren't a big problem, but the leads need to be carefully selected. When Lu Qianyue slipped out of the bathroom. Where? They didn't cause me any trouble, did they? They have already left. Left? Lu Qianyue felt a bit dazed. Did this group of misfits not come looking for trouble with her?